Chapter 1, Sign of the Times. Obligatory disclaimer, all the characters, world building, and story beats here that don't belong to J.K. Rowling belong to Jim Butcher, or their associated media empires. This is the sequel to Year 1, Stone-Faced. Please check my profile for the completed Year 1 story, or this one will likely be hard to follow. London has a lot going for it as a city, not least of which is cool old shops you can just get lost in. I had found a comfortable corner in the upstairs of Hatchett's, a bookstore that nearly predated the United States. You just didn't get stuff like that back in Chicago. Of course, I wasn't the only one that appreciated the ambience. The place was probably packed with tourists every day of summer, but even more so because of the book signing going on. The corner I'd chosen was partially out of defense from the crowd of chattering preteens and their parents that had mobbed the table where the wizard I was staying with for the summer was set up, wearing out his hand giving autographs to children. With my height, I could easily keep an eye on him and the stairs. I usually had at least a head of clearance in any crowd, but with a bunch of kids it was easy. It also meant I was easy to pick out of the crowd, and I barely had a few seconds warning of a rapidly approaching mass of curly brown hair before I was dive-tackled. Harry. I shared a grin with the more slowly approaching pair of dentists as I awkwardly returned the hug of their daughter, the magical world's smartest 12-year-old. Hermione, it's only been a week. I insisted, but I'm glad to see you too. Harry, greeted Dr. Jean Granger with a handshake, as Hermione finally released me so Dr. Helen Granger could also give me a quick hug. Jean, Helen, glad you could make it, I told them. I don't think there was any way we wouldn't, Helen said, looking fondly at the small girl who looked so excited she was in danger of vibrating right through the floor. I just knew it. She insisted, I knew he must be with a glance at the muggles nearby. She had the common sense to lower her voice so it wouldn't carry past our small group, magical. Only, with the 4 houses at the school and some of the things that come close, but have clearly been changed to not violate the statute of secrecy, it had to be someone that was at least familiar with Hogwarts, and the way Professor Tabby is described it's clearly someone who knows Professor McGonagall, and... Hermione, breathe, I interrupted her, a moment before her father looked like he was about to do the same. She'd gotten a lot better about the run-on sentence exposition since starting school, but still did it when excited. Why don't you go get in line for the book signing? Tell him you're the friend I mentioned when you get up there. Jean handed the young witch 3 well-cared-for but clearly frequently read hardback novels as well as the new one they'd just bought downstairs and she hurried over to get into the signing line. She's been mad about those books since they started coming out when she was 7, Helen explained. Hermione, mad about books? I don't believe it, I joked. Her parents grinned fondly, but Jean shrugged. She wasn't usually as interested in fiction, but the Magi Mal series somehow called to her. How'd you wind up staying with the author? He's a former Hogwarts student, apparently owed the headmaster a favor, I answered. I didn't even know he was famous until he mentioned the signing and asked if I wanted to come. While the series was apparently blowing up the children's literary market all over these days, it had only started coming out in Britain while I'd been just about out of the Chicago orphanage, and by the time it started to get popular everywhere I wasn't in the market for kids' magical fiction. From his author photos in the back cover, I've always thought he seemed sad, somehow, Helen mused, looking at the man signing his books, conversing with the children. And those scars on his face. While he was wearing a long-sleeved turtleneck even in summer, he couldn't hide the scars that made it look like some kind of large wild animal had raked a claw from his eyebrows all the way down his cheeks. I admitted, they're on his arms, too, probably other places. You know he's only in his early 30s. No. I would have guessed 40s at least, she said, a bit of pity entering her voice. I asked him about my mother, but he said he didn't go to Hogwarts until she had already left, so he'd have to be. I shrugged, I haven't really gotten him to talk about it much, but McGonagall mentioned he lost a lot of friends in the war. Probably had a really hard life. After familiarizing myself with my temporary guardian's books and from what little I'd been able to pick up from him over the last week, I believed that writing a novel series was therapy, probably immortalizing his dead friends in prose. I wondered if they'd all been animagi, or if he just felt like they had the positive attributes of the animal forms he gave them in the novels. Hermione rushed back up, reading off the dedication he'd made in her book. He signed it, for Miss Hermione Granger, a lion if I've ever met one, R.J. Lupin. He was so nice. I nodded, because that had also been my experience. After Dumbledore and McGonagall had tried to keep me locked up in Hogwarts for nearly a year, I'd expected they'd pass me off to someone that would basically be a summertime jailer. But he'd started out insisting I call him Remus and had been similarly easygoing from there. A camera flash drew my attention to where Remus was posing with 2 small boys with light, mouse brown hair to either side of him, a man who was probably their father taking the picture. The man handed the camera back to the larger of the 2 boys as Remus finished signing their book and then, for some reason, pointed in my direction. Incoming, I warned the Grangers as the trio headed in our direction. Excuse me, their father started, seemingly feeling a little out of place when he noticed the Grangers. I wasn't exactly a great judge of fashion or British class consciousness, but Hermione and her parents were all dressed in a way I'd at least classify as preppy, while the man and his sons were much closer to my own ensemble of jeans and a t-shirt. I'm Jack Creevy, and these are my sons Colin and Dennis. Mr. Lupin suggested that you also went to. He glanced at the Grangers as if curious whether they were in on a secret. His alma mater. Hogwarts? Asked Hermione's father. Off of Mr. Creevy's nod, Jean continued, I expect you got an interesting letter when Colin turned 11? The same thing happened with Hermione last year. The Grangers moved to the side to commiserate with Mr. Creevy over the plight of surprised parents of Muggle-born students, leaving me and Hermione with the two tiny boys, each bouncing up and down with a million questions. Smirking at the girl, I said, Hey, Hermione, why don't you tell the Creevy brothers about Hogwarts? She looked like she wanted to protest, but realized she had a lot of excitable Muggle-born karma to pay back, and nodded. With the signing line finally clearing out, I left the Grangers educating the Creevays and made my way over to Remus' table. I sidled up and quietly asked him, they were also big fans, and suddenly made the connection that you're a wizard. Minerva apparently told them during her home visit, when she saw that they had my books, he answered. I'll have to ask her to give me more warning in the future. Those boys are loud. Sorry to pawn them off on you. No worries, I grinned, I passed them right on to the Grangers. Probably for the best. I don't know why Minerva doesn't deliberately put the new Muggle-born parents in contact with others who've already gone through it. He started gathering up his pens when he noticed the shop staff was beginning to pack up the table. Well, that was exhausting. Remind me to stand firm on not doing a world tour the next time my agent suggests it. At least you wouldn't have to spend a ton of time in transit, I suggested. Unfortunately, I would. She's a Muggle, so I can't exactly suggest that she doesn't need to book hours and hours of plane travel because I'll just apparate every. He broke off suddenly, nostrils flaring as his body tensed up. I turned to follow his look as a hugely muscled man in an overly tight cheap suit ascended up the stairs. He had thinning grey hair loosely slicked back and his own array of scars on a face that didn't look fully human. Tossing a copy of Lupin's latest book onto the empty table, he grinned through a set of teeth that had been filed to points and said, Make it out to, my old friend, Fenrir Greyback. Chapter 2, Old Friends. If the guy had showed up in Chicago, I'd assume he was some kind of gangster thug, but in the middle of a London bookstore I was going to guess Fenrir Greyback was just bad at dressing as a Muggle. Facing him down across the folding table, Remus gave a half-hearted shrug and dismissively explained, Sorry, you're a bit late for the signing. The pens are already all put away. Greyback's eyes squinted and I thought I heard him growl faintly at the remark, but he gave a close-lipped smile as if to keep up the game that they were friends. I'm sure I can give you an address to bring it once you've found your pens again. Your family would like you to come visit. We had no idea where you could possibly be, until this event showed up in the paper. Oh, I have the address, and if you'd been welcome you would have received an invitation, Remus suggested. The two men hadn't blinked, their gazes locked, and I noticed Remus had dropped his wand out of his sleeve, barely concealed in front of the couple dozen bookstore shoppers still milling around the upper level of Hatchets. If I was able to use magic over the summer, I'd have backed my temporary guardian up. As it was, I glanced around thinking about how hard it would be to evacuate the bystanders if spells started to fly. Unfortunately, what I saw was the Grangers and Creevays walking up, Jean Granger and Jack Creevy in the lead as if they'd also spotted the standoff. While it was probably a brave thing for the guys to do if this was an impending fight between Muggles, I don't think they really understood the danger they'd just walked into. I wasn't sure myself, other than that Greyback might not even be fully human. Everything all right over here? Asked Mr. Creevy, in a calm voice that might have, indeed, made a normal psychopath reconsider starting a fight. Greyback, however, just flicked his gaze over, noticing Hermione, Colin, and Dennis. His forced smile became altogether more genuine, but the look in his eyes was terrifying. Oh. Children. He had the legitimate nerve to show off his sharpened teeth and run his tongue over them. Friends of yours, Remus. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that Remus looked worried, and made a gamble, telling the beast of a man in a conversational tone, I'm on a watch list, you know? If I do any magic outside of school, I don't just get a letter, I get auras showing up. Populated area like this, they'd probably show up pretty much immediately. Good thing I don't see a wand, then, Greyback scoffed, sizing me up after having dismissed me as part of the scenery until that moment. Who needs a wand? I asked him, putting my left hand forward in a defensive stance where the light would catch on the runes of my shield bracelet. Hermione, at least, seemed to pick up that they'd stepped into something serious. She started shoving the others further back behind me, knowing my shield could cover them all if necessary. I deliberately didn't meet the guy's eyes, both because learning about legilimency had gotten me into the habit of avoiding eye contact and because he seemed like he'd take it as a challenge. But from what he saw in my face and body language, he realized I wasn't bluffing. Apparently he didn't like the odds, but he couldn't let things go without getting the last word. The maniac clearly memorized everyone's faces and inhaled as if he was smelling us, then smirked, "Come home soon, Remus. Your family misses you. And you don't want me tracking down your friends for current contact information." With that, the monster in an off-the-rack suit turned his back and paused for a moment as if daring us to try something, then headed back down the stairs. "Who?" Jack started to ask before both Remus and I put up a hand to stop him talking. I could still hear Greyback's heavy footfalls heading down the stairs, slowly, as if waiting to overhear us talking. Shortly after I thought I'd heard him leave the shop, Remus relaxed out of his guarded stance and nearly collapsed back into his signing chair. Jack finished asking, "Who was that?" "A very dangerous wizard who I've been avoiding for years," Remus explained, clearly exhausted from the adrenaline crash. "If you ever even think you see him again, run. Not worth calling the Aurors?" I asked. Remus shook his head. "Avoiding them is a skill he's perfected over decades. He doesn't announce himself without a plan to get out before he's caught." After a few more moments of tension, Helen suggested, "I guess we have even more to talk about at lunch. We're going to keep talking with Jack and the boys about what to expect. Do you want to join us, Harry?" "Mr. Lupin." "Love to, but I have to get to work soon," I demurred. "And I need to report that encounter to the Ministry," Remus frowned. "But, please, let me walk you out so I can make sure he's moved on." With a brief detour to let the management know that Remus was leaving, we headed outside and he checked the area to confirm that Greyback was long gone. I couldn't help but notice that his procedure seemed to involve smelling as much as it did looking. As we split up for the two Muggle families to head off to find a restaurant, I told Hermione, "Call me if you want to talk about the summer homework. It was nice to be staying somewhere that had a telephone." "I will, and if..." She trailed off, and I nodded to her implicit question about whether I'd help her do the ritual to hide her trace so she could actually practice magic. I made myself a mental note to see if I could get some leftover demiguise fur at work. She grinned and waved, "Good. Talk to you later. It was great to see you. And to meet you, Mr. Lupin." We weren't even a mile from the leaky cauldron, so Remus and I started walking back after waving goodbye, rather than operating. I gave him a couple blocks of silence before pressing, "Want to talk about it?" He shook his head, but said, "Sorry you got mixed up in that." I hadn't heard from him in a decade, and good riddance. I guess it was too much to hope that he'd died quietly at the end of the war. Death Eater. Not marked, but one of their allies, he explained. "Do you think he's active again because Voldemort is?" Remus actually stopped walking for a moment and I had to stop and turn, seeing the surprised look on his face. "You know who is? Dumbledore and his secrets." He frowned and started walking again. "What can you tell me?" Chapter 3, Bippity Boppity Boo. I'd managed to give Remus the rundown just in time to fly out of the leaky cauldron, into the Three Broomsticks, and walk down the street to work before my shift started. It was only a summer job, but I didn't want to get a reputation for tardiness my first week there. Not that anyone really seemed to notice, because unless it came to exacting times for rituals, a lot of the wizarding world seemed to still be on the pre-industrial conception of schedules. I guess it made sense, they only had the one train to keep running on time. Dervish and Banges was my favorite store in Hogsmeade, and I'd been in often enough on the weekends we were allowed to go into town that I'd talked a few times with Miss Dervish, the shop owner. Apparently from the second generation of Dervishes born in Hogsmeade after her grandfather Co founded the shop, she was extremely British, despite being of clear Persian extraction and playing up the Eastern clothing. She'd eventually figured out that I was both buying as many enchanting supplies from her as my finances would allow and that this was still a very small number of supplies. So she'd offered me a job over the summer, mostly planning to pay in store credit. I was supposed to be helping out with enchantments in the back, but, of course, someone at the ministry had figured out how to delay the request to get me licensed to do magic over the summer while on the store premises. So I was working the counter until that went through. The store itself was about what I'd grown to expect of wizarding shops. You could pick it up and put it down in any Renaissance festival and it would seem appropriate. The shop was all done in dark woods and eastern silks, with a reasonable amount of multicolored light streaming in the high stained glass windows. Unlike other stores, the counter was only a few feet away from the door, the limited shelves up front full of low-margin reagents. There were a few shelves of higher-value products behind the counter, but most of the building's square footage was devoted to the employee-only workspaces and storage rooms in the back. Someone, probably the original Dervish and Banges, had preferred to trust good solid architectural design instead of anti-theft charms to prevent school children on a field trip from wandering off with expensive talismans and arcane devices. This all meant it wasn't really a store for browsing, like most of the others in Hogsmeade. Most of my retail training so far had been on reading the catalogue of what we had in stock, and how to log a custom request for later owl delivery. While there weren't many customers, especially since I wasn't working during a school Hogsmeade weekend, when there were I had to give them my full attention. I was really hoping I'd get a license to work in the back soon. My first customer of the day had been Mundungus Fletcher, an unwashed little red-headed guy who was really doing his best to give the impression of being a homeless leprechaun. I'd been warned about him on my first day, and had to deal with him 3 times already in my first week. It took 20 minutes to convince him that Miss Dervish wasn't interested in a sack full of guaranteed fresh Diricol feathers, which looked a lot more like pigeon feathers to me, and he definitely couldn't go into the back to wait for her. Proving that he, probably more than the school kids, was the reason expensive stock wasn't out front, I was certain one of the bins of reagents was just a little lower as he finally left. The door didn't swing shut as fast as it should have after Fletcher left, and I glanced over from trying to eyeball the remaining stock in the bins to notice a strange ripple in the air. It was a lot like the special effect they used in Predator, light bent around a figure instead of true invisibility. Not expecting an invasion by someone under a disillusion veil, my reaction of throwing myself into the warded back room was short-circuited by a woman's voice complaining, "I thought he'd never leave." I recognized the voice, but it didn't really make me want to go hide any less. Mentally beating down my adrenaline rush and trying to keep a straight face, I instead said, "Godmother. I wondered when I could expect you to visit." Not taking my eyes off the distortion in space, I reached back and pulled the door behind me all the way closed, so our conversation wouldn't be overheard in the back room. With a whispered call Porches to lock the front door, Bellatrix Lestrange dropped the veil. A muggle would have guessed that the woman that bled into visibility was in her late 20s or early 30s, though I knew that she was probably about 40, since she had been in the same school year as my mother. Even though she was, quite literally, old enough to be my mother, I had to admit she was gorgeous. Apparently she'd planned to visit veiled instead of disguised, so she was wearing her preferred style, techno-industrial fetishwear as interpreted by a medieval tailor. With her loose curly black hair, pale skin, and height, she made it work for her. Of course, you only had to take a look at her eyes and posture to have any appreciative thoughts immediately squelched. Humans are, for the most part, very good at detecting dangerous, feral predators. "I was so interested to hear you had a job," she explained, taking in the room with evident interest, "that I wanted to give you a few days so you could tell me what it's like. Working for a living is so delightfully common. And you have to just stand here, and talk to anyone who comes in. They could be a murderer. They could be boring. At least probably not both," I shrugged. "It's fine. I'm supposed to be doing enchanting in the back, but my license hasn't come through yet. It hasn't been that busy." "Fascinating," she declared, then abruptly switched topics and quickly stepped up to the counter and leaned into my personal space. "Do you have them?" I reached into the pouch on my belt, which I'd charmed to be much bigger on the inside and which I thought of as my bag of holding, and pulled out a cloth-wrapped bundle. I opened it on the counter to reveal 2 large tomes and 3 scrolls. All of them had a few singes of fire damage. This is what I could get to before the fire. The rest of the library burned. "A shame," she pouted, but flipped through the books I'd grabbed for her on the way out of my murderous mentor's burning house nearly a year earlier. "These are good, though. Consider it credit toward our debts." As if remembering something, she pointed out, "Don't worry, I may have some other things you can do to further balance our books within the year." While I was fairly certain that my godmother was just a mad former Death Eater who'd spent the last decade evading the Aurors, and not the Fey noble she liked to imply she was, she did fixate heavily on debts, as the High Cid were rumored to do. And, as much as I hated her methods of teaching, she had taught me quite a few useful spells and rituals, and I couldn't quite bring myself to do the sensible thing and set her up to get arrested. Some days, I wondered if the debts were a subtle kind of Fey magic that worked like a compulsion not to renege. I just asked, "Oh? Like what?" "I'm expecting some friends from out of town, who may require someone with discretion to help them get acclimated. Nothing too taxing." It was the way she said out of town that led me to believe she wasn't talking about helping run interference for other dark wizards. "Have you been doing more operating through the wraths to let things through?" "It's a thankless job," she sighed. "So much effort. I'd hoped you'd be helping me. I gave you that map and everything." She had, indeed, showed me that apparition at certain fairy mounds let you go further with less effort, and provided a map. What she'd neglected to mention was that doing so stretched the veil between the mortal world and the never-never, allowing things to squeeze through. The one time I did, a pair of Lucratas got out and attacked the school. She gave me a small smirk that I thought meant she was impressed. "You're too clever, Harry. I didn't tell you because I know you're afraid to use anything even slightly dangerous. You're too in your own way." She shrugged, "But, fine, don't use an extremely efficient mode of transportation because you're afraid some fantastic beasts will show up to give the ministry something to do. We're almost done with that part anyway." She took one last look around the shop, then veiled herself again, cancelled the lock on the door, and stepped out with, "I'll be in touch." Chapter 4, Train of Thought. If the wizards of Britain were distributed evenly with the Muggle population, Manchester should have had at least a few hundred of them, including dozens of Hogwarts alumni. However, the distribution was not even. Only London had any truly significant wizarding population within a Muggle city, especially of serious, practicing wizards, mostly due to walking access to the Ministry and Diagon Alley. The rest were much more likely to live on the fringes of small villages, or even in the middle of nowhere. It kept the risk of getting discovered doing magic lower, and, with the flow connection and apparition, it barely mattered where a wizard actually lived in physical space. This was all well and good unless you were a teenager too young to apparate and living with your Muggle family in a big city with a dearth of flow connections. Penelope Clearwater was basically cut off from the greater wizarding world for the summer. Percy Weasley had resigned himself to spend the summer in his room writing letters to her to keep up their recently formed romantic relationship. "Why don't you just take public transportation, Percy?" I'd asked him when he'd complained about it to me. Obviously, they didn't cover something useful like that in Muggle Studies class. Owing my roommate a Muggle Studies field trip, though too late for it to help with his OWL test, I'd flown and met him after work at the only public fireplace we could locate in Manchester, the first wizarding shop to sell rainproof cloaks in the style of the Macintosh. We'd then had a very productive half-hour of figuring out the city's transit system, including a ride on a Metrolink tram that had apparently just opened a couple weeks prior. Penny, whose overprotective parents didn't really want their 16-year-old daughter braving public transit on her own, was overjoyed for the company. She'd even sprung for pizza at the corner shop in her neighborhood, which was good because Percy and I were both broke enough that the couple bucks to get across town seriously ate into our food budget. Not that Penny was much wealthier than we were. After catching up for a couple of hours and planning how to proceed the next year on our research project now that we'd finally gotten a handle on the patroness charm, I was surprised that Percy left with me after he gave Penny a chaste kiss. "Thought you'd want to stay after, man," I told him. "I was trying to dip out and give you two some alone time." He blushed slightly as we boarded the bus, which would take us to the tram, which would take us to another bus. "The chance for parental interference is a lot lower if they think this was a study meetup, and that is a much harder sell if they get wind of us staying without you there," he explained. "Also, your help with the return trip is appreciated to make sure I have learned the whole process." I kind of figured it had more to do with being alone with his girlfriend after dark in a Muggle restaurant being a bigger step than they were ready for after the much more supervised dating they'd managed at school. As prefects they had to set a good example, so probably didn't spend their patrol hours in a broom closet like so many other students did at Hogwarts, and the rest of their social time was in the library or in public at Hogsmeade. I didn't press him though, changing the subject to answer questions about other unfamiliar Muggle things we saw on the route. We got back to the raincoat shop as the summer sun was finally setting, and I had a brief moment of appreciating that Remus actually remembered what it was like to be a teenager and had trusted me to roam, even though I was sure Dumbledore or McGonagall had suggested he keep an eye on me. It had been nice to just get out and do something with friends without constant adult supervision. Even though I'd decided to stay at Hogwarts, it still felt like a prison sometimes. I was so wrapped up in enjoying the feeling of freedom that I almost missed the guy who was dead set on putting me in actual prison. The figure I'd initially taken as a shop dummy in the window moved as we walked up, and there was Dawlish blocking us from getting in the door. In hindsight, his old tan trenchcoat wasn't nearly nice enough for the shop. "What are you up to in Manchester, Dresden?" the aging Auror growled, running a cigarette-stained hand through graying blonde hair. I shrugged, mouthing off, "Trying to figure out where you got that lovely coat so I can find one of my own? I really think I could pull off the look." "Cute," he frowned. "Seems more likely you're here to rob the place just before closing." I rolled my eyes. "You know I used their flu to get here a few hours ago. That's why you're here, because you have nothing better to do than come running every time I travel. I hope you have some kind of alarm set up, and you're not just watching the system all day every day waiting to come see me." He gave me a nasty smirk. Good point. You were clearly up to something in the city proper. Best take you in to see if we can figure out what you were planning." "Excuse me, Auror Dawlish," Percy interjected. A blink of surprise from the guy made me wonder if he'd been so focused on me he'd totally missed that I wasn't alone. "Are you actually following up on a crime report? Because it seems like habeas corpus applies in this situation quite strongly." "You Dresden's solicitor now, Weasley?" he asked, his smirk turning sour on him. Percy just shrugged. "For lack of a better check on abuse of authority, I suppose I shall have to do for the moment." I was briefly impressed at how hard the guy was going, since he was rarely one to buck any kind of leadership, but he did add in, "And, for your edification, we were meeting a friend who lives in town. I can vouch for Harry's movements for our entire time in Manchester, and Penelope Clearwater can further support everything but the travel to her neighborhood and back." I couldn't help but imagine Dawlish twirling a long mustache and cursing how he was foiled again, as he grimaced and choked out, "Careful who you're friends with, Weasley. So easy to turn from an alibi to an accessory. Keep your nose clean, Dresden." Before I could snark back at him, he disapparated away. "Thanks, man," I said, frowning at the spot the paragon of wizarding justice had just abandoned. Percy nodded, looking very unhappy. "He really does have it in for you. Things must be slow in law enforcement if he has the time. I was thinking about that assertion when I tumbled out of the floor into Remus' house, which wasn't anywhere near any of the other places I'd been already that day. He'd bought a smallish freestanding house in High Wycombe, which had a bit of a yard between it and the Muggle neighbours and backed onto the nature preserve. It was about 30 miles west of the middle of London, and he'd told me it was far enough out of the city to not be squeezed in while still close enough that he could pretend to his publisher that he was commuting by car when he had to make trips. The floor-connected fireplace exited into a cozy den at the back of the house, which was home to most of Remus' Muggle library, comfortable chairs and a well-loved brown couch. From the rear window, it had a great view of his fenced-in backyard, which he'd turned into a relaxing grotto where a young willow tree loomed over a koi pond. Remus and an older man who looked vaguely familiar were sitting in chairs, and seemed to have been making small talk before I interrupted them. "Ah, good, here he is," as expected, the guest said, regarding me over the most fabulous pair of matonchop sideburns I'd ever seen. Since he kept the rest of his white hair short, they really stood out. He was wearing understated brown and red robes of a more efficient style than I was used to on wizards. They seemed more like Quidditch armor than a purebloods outfit. "Sorry, I didn't know you were waiting on me," I apologized, trying to get a read on what was going on. "No apologies, I was unannounced. Surprise inspection, very busy, couldn't have scheduled it." That got my guard up. Auror Dawlish already gave me a surprise inspection a few minutes ago. Oh? Yes, Matilda mentioned something about that. I'll have a word with Amelia. If he has the free time, we could use him. Especially missing McNair, bad business, everyone will have to pitch in. So many new beasts popping up, we're spread thin. I'd picked Matilda out of all the non-sequiturs and finally made a connection. "Mr. Grimblehawk, I take it. My friend, maybe more than that, if she had her way, had mentioned that her uncle had some important ministry position, and the family resemblance was probably why he looked familiar." "Ah, yes, indeed. Good work. Abraham Grimblehawk, normally on a desk, but out and about because of the staffing issues. I suppose Matilda mentioned me." From time to time, I nodded, still not totally sure why he was in the house. How much had she told him about her ongoing quest to date me? I haven't really heard from her since school got out. She was doing an internship. Far busier than she expected, that girl, he nodded. All hands means all hands. I dare say she'll be learning a lot. He had a fond look, then recalled his inspection. "Anyway. Everything okay here? No concerns?" I shot a look at Remus, who'd been remarkably quiet and unhelpful for the strange conversation, and he just nodded at me and said, "Be honest." "It's been great," I told Abraham. I was about to tell him how glad I was that Remus wasn't keeping me locked up, but bit my tongue about telling a random authority figure that I basically had no curfew and could go wherever I wanted. No concerns so far. Should I just due diligence? Remus has never been an issue. He's a success story. Very well. Glad to meet you, Dresden. He stood up and gave Remus and me a bow, which we returned. Must be going. Might actually get to bed on time if I do. Ta. He tossed some flow powder into the fireplace, declared he was going to the Ministry of Magic, and disappeared in a burst of green flames. So? I asked Remus, what the hell was that about? My temporary guardian sighed, and admitted, "You have your problems with the Ministry and I have mine." Dumbledore suggested the pairing because he thought we could relate. Honestly, Abraham is one of my favorites to deal with. With a nod that clearly indicated that was all he wanted to explain, he just said, "Good night, Harry," and went up to bed. After the encounter with Fenrir Greyback that morning and now this, I was starting to have some real questions about Remus Lupin. Chapter 5, The Old Crowd. The Weasley house was not the hobbit hole I'd expected from it being called the Burrow as its full address. While I was momentarily disappointed, the reality was in many ways more interesting. Looking around the den that surrounded the fireplace, the word that entered my brain first was cluttered. Not just the furnishings and decorations, of which there were a riot in many different styles, but in the architecture itself. Even from the inside, it was clear that an ancient farmhouse had simply been expanded upwards over the years in a way that would only work with magic. The view from the outside would give me vertigo. That view was still a few minutes off, however, as I only had seconds after stepping out of the fireplace to take it all in before I was being nearly tackled by a redhead who was more apron than witch. Percy's mother, as I'd discovered the previous summer, was a hugger. "Harry. I'm so excited you could make it. Everyone's outside." I was freed quickly because of the visitor who tumbled out of the fire right behind me. "And Remus. This is wonderful. It's been too long." "Pleasure to see you, Molly," Remus told her. I noticed that her hug seemed slightly perfunctory, if no less genuine. Maybe she'd just realized that he wasn't a hugger, or was something else keeping her from fully embracing the man. He handed her a couple of copies of his new book, for Ginny and her friend. Taking the books, Mrs. Weasley grinned, she'll be so excited. We were sorry to miss the signing, but you know we need Arthur to have any luck navigating Muggle London, and having him there presents its own problems. But I'm sure she'll devour this one like all the rest. She's been loving those Tamora Pierce novels you gave her. So much more empowering fiction for young girls in the Muggle world than in wizarding bookshops. Where were the two of you last year? I groaned. I had to get by on Lockhart novels for months until Hermione started having her parents send us reading material from home. Oh. Lockhart. I love his books. She insisted. But I agree that there's not a lot of other page-turners besides his in the wizarding world these days. There was a clatter down an almost Escher-esque staircase done in rickety wood as the Weasley twins, Fred and George, descended into the room. Harry. Fred greeted. And some bloke who looks vaguely familiar. Smirked George. Yes, I get it, I should come around more often. Point well made, Weasleys, Remus gave a wan smile. Boys. Why don't you show Harry around outside while Remus and I catch up? Their mother insisted. Sure thing. Fred agreed. Come along, Harry, so much of the old crowd to meet. George suggested. We walked out through what I assumed was the back of the house, my eyes crossing as the number of steps didn't match the distance it looked like across a kitchen that should have been cramped but held a table large enough for the 9-person family and tons of ongoing cooking projects. I needed to ask Bob later how dangerous it was to use extension charms on the ground floor of a multi-story house already being held up by magic. While the summer had been somewhat damp and cool so far, on this second Saturday of July the weather outside was at least mostly dry for the Weasley cookout, and I couldn't be sure magic wasn't involved. Or maybe their neighbourhood, which was apparently on the spur of England south of Wales, had enough of a different climate from London and Manchester to make the difference? British weather was confusing. Multiple picnic tables had been set up on the back lawn, beginning to be laden with food, and I chanced a dizzying look up at the towering house behind before taking in the yard that was bounded by extensive gardens and a large hedge. Over a dozen people were conversing in the backyard, most of them around Mrs. Weasley and Remus' age, but a few looked much older. I also noticed Ron, the youngest Weasley boy, talking to his year-mate Neville Longbottom, and Percy was holding a butterbeer and managing to not look too bored as part of an adult conversation. So what's the deal with this? I asked the twins. Percy said something about a bunch of old Gryffindors. Pretty much, nodded Fred. Mum and Dad's friends from school. And sometimes some really old Gryffindors. Dumbledore and McGonagall even usually come by. We think it's not just their friends, though, confided George. Neville's mum started getting everyone together every year when we were little. I think they all fought you-know-who together. Or at least our uncles did. Mum's brothers definitely died in the war. Speaking of Neville's mother, a woman that couldn't be anyone else was coming over. Short, round-faced, and with dark hair she kept close-cropped, it was clear where the herbology-obsessed first year got most of his looks. With her was a taller man with big ears and curly hair that provided the rest of Neville's features. Unlike some of the others who were wearing jeans and button-downs, both were wearing full robes, though they seemed closer to the functional style I'd seen Mr. Grimblehawk wearing the night before than pure-blood party robes. You must be Harry, she said when the couple got closer. I'm Alice Longbottom and this is Frank. We just wanted to thank you for all the help you gave Neville last year, especially saving him from Quirrell. He's a good kid, I shrugged, uncomfortable with the praise. I was happy to help. Didn't even know he'd mention it to you. He's received quite the talking to about the risks he and his friends took, Mr. Longbottom insisted. But after we grilled the headmaster about it, and my mother talked to Minerva, we decided they weren't unjustified. I just hope the situation doesn't devolve so completely in the future. So was this year unusual, or? I asked, not convinced that such risks would be easy to avoid in the future, after the year I had. Neville's parents shared a look, and Frank admitted, for when we were in school, not really. But we'd hoped our children's school years wouldn't be in the middle of a war, as ours were. But with. Let's save that for later, dear, Mrs. Longbottom cut him off. Why don't you go meet everyone else and get some food? Molly's cooking is always amazing. Summarily dismissed and realizing the twins had wandered off rather than talk to adults, I moved over to the buffet-style setup where people had begun fixing plates. A burly man in a coat was across the table from me, his graying red hair making me assume he was a Weasley relative, but his facial scars and limp speaking to a darker past than the others. What I'd assumed was a monocle was, up close, some kind of prosthetic eye, which seemed fixed on me for the moment but didn't track with his natural eye. I tried not to stare, but something about his movements across the table caught my attention, so I wasn't completely surprised when he produced a wand and shouted, Dresden. Petrificus totalis. Fortunately I'd been training my reflexes to avoid spells at short range rather than shield, after Quirrell had stunned me the previous year. Thus, I didn't waste time trying to get my shield bracelet out or risk the underaged magic charge shielding could entail. Instead, I simply dropped prone to put the table in between us, the white light of the spell passing over my head. Also fortunately, I hadn't started loading up a plate yet, but in the background Ron wasn't so lucky. Thanks to his defense training he'd also dropped prone and hadn't been body-bound, but had dropped food all over himself and Neville. I had just started trying to figure out a plan for if my unexpected attacker followed up, bracing to tip the table over onto him, when I realized he'd stepped back and was chortling in laughter. Alaster. Honestly. Shouted a middle-aged, dark-haired woman in a green shawl and robes. Constant vigilance, M. The man insisted. Dresden has it. Arthur's boy, too, which was unexpected. He turned his attention to me and asked, "Were you going to tip the table on me?" That might have worked, too. Then Molly would have killed me. As I cautiously stood up, attention on the mad-eyed maniac, I noted Mrs. Weasley vanishing Ron's dropped food and cleaning him and Neville up while shooting my assailant a look that she might still kill him. Mr. Weasley hurried up and said, "Sorry, Harry. Auror Moody usually saves his tests until after dinner." Perplexed by the whole situation, I latched onto the last name and all I could think to say was, "So not related, then." Ha! Distantly, like most wizards, Moody laughed, though they tell me Arthur's eldest looks a bit like me. He went back to loading his own plate, signaling that the test was over but seeming pleased that I was still watching his hands. "No hard feelings, Dresden." Needed to see if Albus' recommendation carried weight. "Recommendation?" I asked, suddenly wondering if I hadn't just been invited as Percy's friend and to get Remus to come, but because the headmaster was up to something. I'd noticed everyone prepare for a fight when Moody tried to hex me but nobody freaked out. The twins' mention of them being war friends made me wonder if this wasn't a barbecue, but a war council. "After dinner," insisted Mrs. Longbottom, walking up and shooting quelling glances at everyone. While I was anxious about what they had planned, her earlier advice panned out. The food was delicious. Chapter 6, Marching Orders. There was a definite hierarchy to the kids' table, with Percy and me at one end, a buffer of the twins, then Ron across from Neville, and finally 3 young girls, each with a different hair color. The redhead was the youngest Weasley, but I didn't know who the other 2 girls were. From the way the dark-haired one periodically stuck her tongue out at or otherwise tried to distract Neville, though, I assumed she was a Longbottom. "Chin up, Ron," Fred told his brother. "At least you ducked." "Yeah," grumbled George. "Mad Eye has actually hexed us before." I nodded. "You did a good job, Ron. If it had been 10 seconds later I'd be covered in food too." The tiny blonde at the end of the table interjected, matter-of-factly, "That would be very bad. You're already surrounded by Nargles. You shouldn't give them a food source, or they'll nest." I noticed everyone else had a look like they weren't surprised she'd said it, but didn't believe her. "Oh?" I asked, "Why do you say that?" She explained, "They're attracted to emotional nodes, and your aura has plenty of those for them to draw from. I don't think they're attached yet, but they're trying." Ginny Weasley quietly cautioned the girl, "Luna, what did we talk about?" To me, she boldly stated, "This is Luna Lovegood, my girl Friday. She has some interesting ideas but she's very smart. She's probably going to be in Ravenclaw. I'll be sad to miss these Gryffindor parties, when it's certain I'm an eagle instead of a lion." Luna shrugged. "I don't know. I think certain Ravenclaws will be invited next year," I said, eyeing Percy. As our adventure earlier in the week had proven, getting Penny out would have been a challenge, and I didn't think either was ready for her to meet Percy's whole family yet, but next year, when she could apparate on her own, might be a big difference. "But, anyway, thanks for the warning, Luna. Do you think being behind wards would make a difference?" The blonde absently twirled a long strand of hair while thinking, before stating, "Maybe. But extension charms make it worse. You should get some charms to target them specifically." I nodded, considering, only for Ron to scoff, "You're not taking this seriously?" "Luna's mental." Percy snapped, "Ronald." While Ginny punched him in the arm. Luna tried to seem like she wasn't bothered but I thought I caught a twitch of being hurt. "I think what Luna's referring to as Nargles are the air-based equivalents of Nixies," I lectured to the table, most of whom didn't seem to believe her even if they were less rude about it than Ron. "They both would have a hard time existing outside of the Never-Never for long, and would be functionally invisible, so easy to miss when they do get through." I was honestly making most of that up as I went, but wouldn't be surprised if Never-Never pests were constantly hovering on the other side of the veil from wizards, trying to draw off their energy. If the girl could see that kind of thing, it would be a very useful gift and would probably make her seem crazy to people that didn't have it. Her already prominent eyes got huge, and a smirk of validation twitched on Luna's face. "Clearly, the Rotfang conspiracy hasn't gotten to you yet, Harry, unlike the rest of them. I'll talk to Daddy about getting you a subscription to the Quibbler so you know what else to look for." The table conversation continued for a few minutes, but I was distracted by seeing that Dumbledore and McGonagall had arrived. The headmaster was clearly working his way through greeting all of the adults at the other tables, but our head of house made a couple greetings then headed in our direction, Mrs. Weasley in tow. When they got close, McGonagall produced a pair of envelopes and handed them to Percy and me. Normally these arrive later, but I was checking in with Griselda and mentioned I'd see both of you today. It's your OWL results. Interrupted Mrs. Weasley, thrilled. Everyone clustered around Percy as he shivered with anxiety opening his results, and that gave me a minute to myself to look mine over. The biggest surprise was that I'd scraped out acceptables to pass history and astronomy. Everything else was about where I'd expected it, scratching the bottom of exceeds expectations in herbology and transfiguration, better EES for charms and potions, and a range of outstandings for defense, runes, arithmancy, and muggle studies. From the squeals at the other side of the table, Percy had done as well as I'd expected. 12 owls. Mrs. Weasley shouted, second one in the family. I'm so proud of you, Percy. From Griselda's intimations, Mr. Dresden also did quite well, suggested McGonagall, after Percy's mother had gotten all the hugging out of her system. I nodded, handing over the report. 10, though at least 2 of those Percy basically carried me on. While part of me wished you'd done less well so a lesson would be learned about homework, McGonagall began, staring me down, I am nonetheless quite pleased. Congratulations to both of you. We discussed it for a couple more minutes, before Dumbledore spoke up loud enough for everyone to hear, if everyone is done eating, perhaps the younger members of our gathering might wish to go play while we have a boring adult meeting. It was probably about 7, but that still meant plenty of sunlight. The twins and Ron were obviously torn about being dismissed and not getting to hear adult secrets, but looked longingly at their broom shed. It's fine, I shrugged, wondering why Dumbledore was so bad at figuring out kids. He should have said it was everyone's annual time to figure out their taxes. I can finally show you guys how bad I am on a broom. Actually, if Harry and Percy could stay, suggested the headmaster, you might be able to provide some insight on a few matters we're to discuss. Mrs. Weasley looked like she wanted to argue about our inclusion, but he just gave her a quelling look and she grudgingly relented with, everyone else, go play. Just as grudgingly, the younger kids wandered off, though the boys shot Percy and me glances like they expected a blow-by-blow later. Once the 7 of them were clearly out of earshot, everyone pulled their mismatched chairs and benches into a circle, Dumbledore conjured himself a large, plush chair, and he started up. First, allow me to again thank Alice and Molly for continuing to organize these get-togethers. While the current situation is worrisome, it might not have reached a level where I was comfortable reconvening the group over it. But since we're already gathered, he gestured fondly at the assembled crowd, we might as well begin to mobilize. How much has everyone else heard? Asked Frank. Neville told us about what happened, and he's not prone to exaggerating, but... He trailed off, upset by what we'd lived through. Harry was also an eyewitness, so perhaps could elaborate. Prompted the headmaster. I shrugged, and tried to keep it brief. Voldemort, I paused as a few people took in shocked gasps, tried to possess me last summer. When that failed it looks like he possessed Professor Quirrell. He spent the year trying to get the Philosopher's Stone. He eventually started killing unicorns for their blood as he burned Quirrell out. While the headmaster was briefly out of the school a few weeks ago, he went for it. The kids tried to stop him, and managed to distract him long enough for me to get there. We fought. I was thinking about whether to try to break down the whole fight when Dumbledore suggested, if you're willing, it may be a benefit to replay the event so there are no questions. I gave him a confused glance and a shrug, so he reached into an expanded pouch and withdrew a large box, which he opened to reveal a rune-edged basin. This is a pensieve. It allows one to display memories for others to view. Moody interjected, looking at the Longbottoms, have we made any progress getting them approved for law enforcement? Mr. Longbottom shook his head, given that Albus has the only functioning one in Britain, there hasn't been a lot of political will to look into it, even if he'd be willing to share. The dark contingent has greatly oversold how easy it is to fabricate memories. He shrugged helplessly, if that's the political battle we want to fight, I can try harder. But there are a lot of powerful interests that don't want us to have that option. The scarred Auror snarled, cursing the Wizengamot under his breath, while Dumbledore continued, fortunately, we are not so limited. Mr. Dresden? If you will, simply recall the battle and I'll withdraw it. I nodded and did as he touched his wand to my temple, pulling loose a silvery strand. Honestly, the ability to encode sense memories into a fluid was more interesting to me than the playback device. I'd have to ask Bob if there were any other uses for that trick. Our gathering is sufficiently large that I think I'll just play it back above the basin. Anyone that wants a more detailed look is welcome to one afterwards. At the tap of his wand, a hologram of my fight with Quirrell began to play. If I'd known that's what would happen, I would have visualized Princess Leia asking for help instead, just to see the reactions. After the playthrough, which had only taken a couple of minutes even though it seemed longer while I was doing it, several people asked to view it in more detail. They stuck their faces into the basin and disappeared for less time than the memory took to play at full speed but longer than made any sense. What was this artifact? Just a mouse, Harry. Percy muttered, having seen my patroness in the memory. I shrugged and grinned apologetically, having undersold the bear-sized dog I'd produced to drive off the spectre of Voldemort. I didn't want to psych you out for your owls. When everyone had returned, Dumbledore added, while this was happening, I had been called to the Ministry under false pretenses, where Walden McNair attempted to sneak up on me and attack with a dagger. He missed, but got away in the confusion. Told you to keep an eye on that bastard, Moody grumbled. Dumbledore nodded and aloud, I believe it was, indeed, my constant vigilance about the man that allowed me to avoid his strike. I also believe he was rushed into attacking, because a portkey activated to extract him shortly after the attempt, otherwise we would have caught him. With the aura mollified, he continued, examining my own memory of the event, I believe he was attempting to steal my blood, not assassinate me. I'm currently researching what he hoped to do, but if anyone else has the time to research into blood rituals, your input is appreciated. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Muttered Remus. When he realized he had everyone's attention, he explained, it's a pretty common dark ritual component that comes up a lot in mastery level defense. It can make it hard to determine if a person was killed by vampires or dark wizards. I hadn't realized you'd finished your mastery, Remus. Dumbledore pinned him with his gaze. Not quite, he demurred, I'm hoping to have time to finish it off this year now that I'm between book commitments to my publisher. The headmaster frowned, and looked at the rest of the crowd, and I suppose the rest of you are still unavailable to teach. A bunch of head shakes and muttered excuses led him to explain, Quirinus was already a poor choice to teach defense, even had he not been possessed, but he was the best option I had last year. This year, the school board is putting forward a choice I have even less faith in. Surely any of you would be an improvement. Figure out how to dispel the damned curse, Albus, insisted Moody. Going toe-to-toe with Death Eaters every night, our survival chances are still better than spending a year teaching that class. I'd heard about how the defense position had trouble keeping teachers, but I'd assumed the students were exaggerating. If all the adults were worried about it too, it might be interesting to look into. What kind of entropy curse would you need to ensure that there would be a different teacher every year? That wouldn't be immediately obvious. But in the meantime, I asked, does it just affect the official teacher? Everyone nodded cautiously, so I suggested, we were already doing defense tutoring for some of the kids on the weekends. Having grown UPS come help with that would probably be a lot better than what Percy and I can manage. Everyone seemed to like that compromise, and Dumbledore gave me an appreciative nod. Very well, we shall give the board's suggestion a chance, though I have worries about young Mr. Lockhart's actual teaching capabilities. Percy and I shared a look of horror, while Mrs. Weasley beamed in delight. Chapter 7, The Terrifying Wolf Werewolf. The rest of the meeting had just been telling the group to keep an eye and ear out for anything that sounded related, and relay it back to Dumbledore. I'd gotten the impression that Percy and I were still not fully trusted to be part of whatever war council they represented, and might not be informed of further developments if we weren't directly relevant. I'd at least mentioned my stymied license to work at enchanting over the summer to the Longbottoms and Moody, and, sure enough, it showed up Monday morning with no official explanation for the delay. It had been nice to start on the actual work I'd been hired to do rather than having to work the counter. After the party, Remus had started to look like he was getting sick, and mentioned that he was going on an overnight work trip Tuesday, which would have seemed like a terrible idea if he actually was catching a cold. I just nodded like I didn't have any suspicions. I did stop by a used bookshop on the way back from work that evening. Hey Bob, wake up, new romance novels, I insisted to the skull I'd set up in my room once I was sure Remus was gone for the night. My spiritual research assistant yawned, animating the skull, points of fire lighting the eye sockets. Weird dreams in that extension charm bag. Sorry, Bob, it's at least another year of that. I can't exactly set you up anywhere obvious until I'm out on my own. No, it's fine, I've been through a lot worse. Ooh, Renaissance bodice rippers. He examined the stack of smut I'd bought as a bribe. You know, I bet we could talk Matilda into trying out one of those outfits. They're not exactly historically accurate, but pretty simple to transfigure out of a common witch's robe. That's on you, Bob, I groaned. I'm not going to lead that girl on. Why not? She's obviously way into you. And uninhibited. It's a win-win-win, you wipe that scowl off your face you've been wearing all year, she gets what she wants, and I get to set up in the corner and enjoy a little light theatrical reenactment of my favorite stories. I considered trying to explain how the still recent betrayal and probable death of Elaine, the love of my life, was a huge impediment to my dating interests, but the largely amoral skull wouldn't get it. Instead, I just shook my head. No, Bob. Fine. I'm just over here looking out for your interests. You know you're wasting your sexual prime, right? Boys peak way earlier than girls. It's a grand cosmic joke, when you really think about it, given the normal dating ages being inverted. He finally seemed to notice my scowl had intensified from the one I'd apparently been wearing all year. Fine. What do you want to do tonight? Tell me about werewolves. We're in Britain and it's the full moon, so I assume you're talking about the common European wizarding variety. I guess so, I answered, wondering if there was more than one kind, but explaining, Remus Lupin, my temporary guardian, is out on a business trip tonight and was sick the last few days. There have been multiple people showing up making hints about how he's unsafe. Other things, too. But I'm curious whether I should be worried. The skull's eye flames flickered as he considered, then he explained, could be, especially with a name like that. If that's his real last time, I wonder if it's a family curse. Anyway, I'm not sure how common the curse has gotten recently. Historically, it's a variation of the loup-garou, the werewolf so nice they named it twice. Wait, what? I asked, fumbling for a pad and pen to take notes. Garou is the French term for werewolf. But over time they started using it as a more general term for that kind of shapeshifter. Hence, loup-garou is a wolf werewolf. I guess you could have an ars-garou for a bear werewolf or a tigre-garou for a tiger werewolf, that kind of thing. The other curse types are much rarer, though, especially in Europe. So Remus is a loup-garou. Bob rocked his skull a bit in negation, and said, not likely. If he was, there's no way the ministry would let him live on his own if they knew. True loup-garou are scary powerful. But around the 16th century, someone cursed a wizard who was already into the dark arts in a big way. He tried to cure himself, but wound up mutating the curse. Normal loup-garou are limited to the one cursed, or maybe the whole family line. Not that many people actually survive getting attacked by one, but if you did you wouldn't have any risk of becoming a werewolf yourself. The wizarding strain of it, though, can pass on to someone with enough magic who gets bitten by a transformed werewolf. So we're talking full-on American Werewolf in London level horror movie, here? I asked. I don't think I saw that one. They're definitely aggressive to people, though. But if they're far enough away, especially with other werewolves or friendly animals, they can just kind of try to act out normal wolf behaviors. And you can lock them up in a reasonably strong cage. They don't really keep their human intelligence, so a decent combination lock is good enough to lock yourself up. And there's no cure? Is infection guaranteed on a bite? You're thinking too scientifically. It's not a disease, it's a curse. And they tend to have a bad reputation with other wizards because every one of them accepted the curse on being bitten. So Remus wanted to be a werewolf? I asked, surprised. There's the trick of it. One of them gives you a little friendly bite, you get the opportunity to accept the curse, but why would you? If you get brutally mauled by one, you're in a much tighter spot. Their claws and teeth make curse wounds, which magic has a really hard time healing. So you're badly injured and in a lot of pain, maybe looking at being disfigured and disabled for life if you survive long enough to heal naturally. And if you just let the curse join with your magic, the first thing you get is the improved healing. You'll probably come out of it with nothing worse than some cool scars. Over time, the more you embrace the curse the more it takes over your magic, chews up your soul, and bleeds into your physical appearance. The really far gone ones can barely cast spells anymore, but are extremely powerful physically in their human forms and a huge threat in their wolf form. I considered, Remus seems like he's still a pretty powerful wizard, and looks human. We ran into a guy who was threatening him about family that looked like a wolf in a human suit, though. What do I do if I run into one? Don't they cover this in your school work? Not really, just how to tell them apart from a regular wolf. The ministry line is get away and don't risk letting them bite you. I think it said that silver doesn't do anything except allow the wounds to clot. I wonder if they tried inherited silver, Bob mused. I wouldn't risk it, though. Most of them, if you can use it to stop a normal wolf, you can use it on a werewolf. Normal wolves are scarier than people think, though. Like I said, though, the ones that have really embraced the curse might be even faster, stronger, and magic resistant. Maybe the ministry line is right. If you don't know who you're dealing with, get away. Alright, I considered. I guess I need to figure out how to bring it up to Remus so he'll stop pretending it's a big secret. Anything else? Actually, yeah, let's talk about entropy curses. Chapter 8, When It Rains. A week later, I still hadn't found a good opportunity to confront Remus about his condition, partially owing to Ms. Dervish increasing my workload to make up for the time I'd been unable to help with the enchanting. I didn't mind, because I was getting to work on a variety of enchanting projects I couldn't afford on my own, and learning a lot. The shop did a lot of its business in repairing enchanted items, either ones bought for cheap and refurbished for sale or bespoke projects for wizards without the ability to fix up dangerously fraying charms on their heirlooms. I'd been told a client was coming in with one of the latter projects, and assumed that was what my boss was haggling about in the front while I finished up a badly damaged sneakoscope. I had a hard time truly wrapping my head around how the device was supposed to detect untrustworthiness in the first place, but this one had been putting out a strong aura that made the owner distrustful. Paranoia in a glass top was probably not what anyone with good intentions wanted in their magic items. Despite all my protestations about how you couldn't absolutely trust the runes because it was all a mental construct, it was usually a consistent one. I'd been able to figure out where the spells were damaged by the runes that had their meanings flipped, and rescribed and cast the correct intentions into just those, and it seemed to be working much better. Of course, the thing was spinning and faintly whistling to indicate a problem as Miss Dervish asked me to come out front for a minute, which was a worry. I trooped out into the small front of the shop with my shield bracelet inconspicuous but ready, and was only slightly surprised to see two platinum-haired individuals in the front, one much smaller and with much less of the distinctive hair. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Malfoy, I greeted the two, trying to figure out what they wanted. A breadbox-sized trunk of dark, polished wood was sitting on the counter that wasn't a normal fixture of the shop, so I assumed they'd brought it in. Mr. Dresden, they both acknowledged, almost synchronized. Young Draco at least seemed amused, though I thought his father, Lucius, had a very slight flicker of annoyance at either his son speaking over him or maybe that I wasn't suitably deferential with my greeting. Mr. Malfoy, my boss tilted her head at the senior, has made an interesting proposal. She probably would have gone on to explain in a moment, but Lucius took over. It was an intriguing surprise when I came in to have some heirlooms repaired and discovered you were working here, Mr. Dresden. I saw an opportunity. He shifted his balance, calling attention to his fancy walking stick that I'd been assuming was a sword cane like he was some posturing nerd. Maybe the guy just had a bad leg and I was being uncharitable. Draco tells me that you'd started including him in your enchanting club recently, but he was a few months behind the other attendees. I shrugged, always annoyed at the way he asked questions just to give you a minute to participate in his script. So I took great delight in doing what little I could to derail it. It's not really a club. I was just going to be doing some enchanting anyway, and invited some interested first years to sit in and ask questions. I don't think Draco starting later puts him too far behind. He gave me a faint smirk, as if he'd expected me to be difficult and was factoring that into how to handle me now that I'd done it on 2 meetings. I was going to have to figure out how to be even more annoying. I probably shouldn't be so thrilled to try to piss off one of the most influential wizards in Britain, but the guy was pretty much a magical Nazi, so I couldn't just let him get his way. Be that as it may, I was personally glad to hear of Draco's interest. Ancient Runes was one of my own favorite classes in school. Since you're already used to him sitting around and asking questions while you work, I thought we might continue that over the summer. I shrugged, surprised that was all he wanted. I actually got along okay with the kid, and he'd been polite and attentive at my sessions, even after he lost his leverage about Hagrid's pet dragon and the Weasley twins had pulled a couple minor pranks on him. You okay with this, Miss Dervish? I asked her. She smiled, nodding. Mr. Malfoy's paying a premium on the repairs to account for your attention being split. Fair enough, then, I agreed. I thought for a second about trying to gouge them for the 3 galleons a lesson I'd been charging Draco, but that would probably annoy my boss, even though she wasn't really paying me much more than that for a whole day of work. Maybe I could work it out with Draco later. I'll be working on the heirlooms, then. Lucius nodded, reaching over and opening the chest to display a fairly haphazard stack of fancy-looking junk, full of dust and brass. I've been doing a bit of an inventory of items in the manor recently, and we turned up several that were no longer functioning. What better way for Draco to learn than to understand the enchantments on the family heirlooms? Seeing another opportunity to annoy the elder Malfoy, I couldn't stop myself from asking, none of them are cursed, right? Certainly not, he insisted, but I thought I saw a flicker that he hadn't expected the question. Mr. Weasley had mentioned at the party that he'd been given the go-ahead to start doing raids for dark items over the summer, and I wondered if that was what inspired the belated spring cleaning of Malfoy Manor. Sounds fun, then, I said. When do we start? Why don't you owl me your son's schedule and we'll work it out? Suggested Miss Dervish. Quite, the elder Malfoy acknowledged. Well then. Afternoon, Miss Dervish, Mr. Dresden. We said our own goodbyes as the Malfoys left the shop, and as they opened the door I could see that the day had gone from grey to drippy outside since I'd come into work. Once it was shut and they'd moved away, my boss slightly admonished me, I'm surprised at you, lipping off to Lucius Malfoy. If you know his son. I grinned, you can't let the stuffed shirts get too stuffed. Honestly, I wasn't sure how much of my attitude came from knowing my godmother was his sister-in-law and how much was general orneriness that I'd direct at him even if I didn't think I could get away with it. Especially after meeting his former boss/cult leader, Voldemort, I wasn't feeling like Lucius Malfoy deserved to be normalized. After his recruiting pitch to me the previous November, I figured that even if he was no longer a Death Eater, he probably regretted it only because his Dark Lord hadn't been sufficiently subtle and had set back the cause of rabid conservatism quite a lot. While I didn't actually mind Draco hanging around, part of me was hoping to set a better example for the kid than his dad. I was probably fooling myself. I was a little surprised, though, when I went back to the workroom and realized the sneakoscope was still quietly rotating, even long after the Malfoys had left. As far as I could tell, my repairs were good, but I didn't have a great way to test the range on the item and I had no idea what level of untrustworthiness it triggered off of. But I was still keyed up about it when I left for the day. I decided to grab some bar food at the Three Broomsticks and then use their flow to get home, and immediately regretted it as I had to make a mad dash along the streets of Hogsmeade through the warm but reasonably heavy Scottish summer rain. Even though the sun set late, my visibility wasn't very good. So I didn't see the cloaked figure lurking in the alley I was passing until an arm was shooting out at me. At least I'd been on guard enough to duck, but I slipped and tumbled beneath the grasping arm, sliding painfully into the road and having to look up at whoever had tried to grab me. Even in the rain, there was no mistaking the face that looked like a feral steroid abuser. Fenrir Greyback grinned, showing way too many teeth, and said, "I thought I smelled you around town. You're going to send a message to Remus for me." "Sorry, I mean you're going to be a message for me." Chapter 9, Sea Beams Glitter in the Dark. The roided-up meat stick that I was pretty sure was one of those fully curse-embraced werewolves Bob had mentioned loomed over me like Roy Batty, rain sheeting across his head that had slipped free of his cloak, and unironically growled, "Time to die." I didn't think that meant he was planning to slump over dead himself. For one, I could see his hands and he hadn't mysteriously found a dove. All the comparisons to Blade Runner went through my head without actually slowing my response time, because I'm a combat-trained geek who can multitask. He dived at me, claw-like fingernails out, and I rolled to the side, getting more mud into all of my clothes but successfully dodging the guy that was probably at least double my weight and twice as ugly. I kicked at him, less to hurt him and more because it seemed like a faster way to shove myself away. He grunted, annoyed, and toppled onto his right side, and I went sliding out into the main road. "Success. You'll pay for that," he yelled, again seemingly totally unaware of what a walking-talking cliché he was. I yanked my leg back to narrowly miss his grab. "Do you accept Muggle money?" "I'm low on galleons," I snarked. Make a cliched threat, get a cliched reply. Muddy, rain-slicked cobblestones were not the best surface for a gangly teen to regain his footing on, and I was scrabbling to try to get to my feet before he got to his. I'd just about gotten my oversized legs under me when he laid on his back and easily rolled to his feet. He was too burly to pull off that cool martial artist kip-up thing, but it turns out that huge guys that are made of muscles are way more agile than scrawny nerds like me like to give them credit for. My hands already stuck in a mud puddle trying to get purchase, I swept a spray of dirty water at him and managed to splash him in the face. He roared in outrage. The predicament I was in was that I'd deeply indoctrinated myself not to use magic outside of school, even in an emergency, for fear of Dawlish figuring out how to throw me back in Azkaban. In hindsight, it probably would have been a good risk versus getting clawed up by a rabid werewolf, and I might have been close enough to work that it would read as my enchanting exemption anyway. So, swallowing my sheer pig-headedness, which my housemates called Gryffindor pride, I shouted as loud as I could, "Orrors! Orrors!" as I managed to finally stagger to my feet and start moving to the side. It was timely, as he snarled, "Shut your weakling face!" and took a diving swing at me. Some combination of my movement, the mud in his eyes, and fighting an urge to lead with his bite made it a narrow miss. I charged past him and down the street, feeling another whiff of air as he snatched for the back of my robe. His mistake, sodden and weighing 100 useless pounds as it was, there wasn't enough sticking up to grab. I heard him turn. Even with my long legs, I doubted I'd win any kind of foot race, and my lead was probably already dwindling to nothing. So I fished in my utility belt for a prize I'd hoped to hold onto for more than a couple weeks. Feeling the cool weight of a small glass globe in my hand, and sensing him right behind me ready to tackle, I dived right wincing as my knee caught the cobbles, waited for him to start trying to adjust to the dumb maneuver I'd just made, and said, "Hey, Fido, catch!" as I tossed the ball at his surprised face. It actually hit him in the chest, which was just as well. Erumpent potion was optional extra credit on my potions owl exam, and I'd saved off a little bit after turning it in. For the most part, the magical nitroglycerin was way more dangerous and less useful than a blasting curse or exploding charm, but when you couldn't use magic, it was a nice holdout. The small portion in the globe wasn't enough to even seriously injure him, but it definitely knocked him back against the wall of a nearby building and made a very loud noise. I was hoping to use the distraction to get away, but as I shoved myself up off the wet road my knee groaned in protest. It was the same knee that I'd injured in my last brawl over Christmas, and I was probably going to wind up doing myself serious long-term harm if I kept taking shots to it. As it was, I was only able to hobble away and I suddenly worried that this was just going to get me even more painfully murdered when he recovered in a moment. But fortunately, speaking of the blasting curse, I heard a man's voice shout, "Conf Ringo!" from down the block, and a jet of coruscating orange light flew at Greyback, who narrowly dodged out of the way as it scorched a foot-wide and yard-long crater into the house behind him. More shouts were coming from down the block, as people noticed him. Between me hobbling and soaked down the street to get away and him posed in anger in the street like the damned Terminator, the cavalry had made the right decision in the rain-obscured conditions. Just a matter of time, meat, he growled at me before dashing around a building, actually howling out his rage as he escaped. He got away so fast I'd even missed the opportunity to get in some ill-advised snark. Adrenaline cutting out, I managed to get under the eaves of the building closest to me on my right and lean heavily against the wall. Just barely out of the rain, I winced as the pain in my knee made itself seriously known as well as all the other bruises from diving and rolling on cobblestones. "I say, what's happened down Dresden?" asked the voice that had cast the spell, resolving out of the rain into Abraham Grimblehawk, who I'd met the other night. "Harry!" came a much more terrified shout, as a young girl ran up the road behind him. I saw a flash of coltish limbs and reddish-brown hair as his niece, Matilda, crashed into me with a hug. "Ouch! I'm okay, Matilda. Just bruised from hitting the road too much," I said while awkwardly leaning on her since she'd thrown off my one-legged balance. "Fenrir Greyback wanted to kill me as a message to my guardian," I said to the senior Grimblehawk, hopefully conveying through my look that I understood what it meant, but wasn't planning to share with Matilda if I didn't have to. "Really glad you were in the neighborhood." "Yes, well. We were investigating something we thought was unrelated." "Why didn't you use magic on him?" the old man asked me. "Probably should have," I realized out loud. "But I didn't want to get hauled in on underage magic charges by a certain aura who has it in for me." He winced and glanced at his niece, probably realizing how dangerous things were because of the stupid underage magic rule. "I'll speak for you if it's an issue," he allowed. "First rule against creatures like that is, survive." The rain was finally starting to ease up, and a few other people from the 3 broomsticks and down the block were poking their heads out. Mr. Grimblehawk waved to indicate all was well. Matilda hadn't let go from her hug, and it was a testament to how shaken up I was that I was just enjoying the human contact and not trying to extricate myself before she got ideas. "Anyway, friends hugged, right? Just friends? I'm glad you're okay, Harry." "Me too," I told her, brain flashing to a million ways I could have prepared for the fight better, and handled myself. If he'd caught me truly alone, I'd have been dead. It then hit me that this was probably her internship, not dinner with her uncle. Should you be out here, helping hunt werewolves? At least her internship probably let her get away with casting magic anywhere with her uncle's supervision. "Not werewolves," she insisted. "Though people said so at first. But they've been seen in the area since the moon. Big wolves. What could they be?" "It's fascinating." "Perhaps too fascinating," her uncle suddenly frowned, as if he'd noticed something we hadn't. Based on his look, I started to listen and thought I heard quiet splashes coming from several directions, as if big things were moving stealthily. I had wondered why he howled as he left. From around the corners of buildings, dark furred heads appeared, horse-sized wolves loping around and casually surrounding us. Red eyes gleamed in the clouded evening light as they got ready to charge. Chapter 10, Call of the Wild. "Were you serious about speaking up?" I asked Mr. Grimblehawk. "Unless you've got this covered." I didn't think he could handle upwards of a dozen giant wolves all by himself, but I wanted to be absolutely sure he would handle it if Dawlish came after me for using combat magic on the main street of Hogsmeade. "Use what you've got, Dresden," he nodded, turning to face the ones on our right while I faced the ones on our left, bracketing Matilda in between us. We were set up with our flank to the large storefront of Zonko's joke shop. Hopefully the Weasley twins wouldn't kill me if this got rough and the store was damaged. There wasn't any movement inside the shop, and a closed sign hopefully meant they were genuinely out and not just hiding. It probably also meant we couldn't easily escape inside. I pushed myself away from the wall and drew my blasting rod. I tried to shake my shield bracelet free, but my sleeve was so wet I had to use my right hand to awkwardly pull it loose. My knee still ached and I was bruised all over, so hopefully this didn't turn into a running battle. The wolves were fully visible as their numbers increased, red eyes almost glowing in the darkness. "Moon wolves?" Matilda asked. "They can't be werewolves." "Wargs," her uncle explained. "Haven't been seen in Britain since the last Goblin Rebellion." "Great, more of my godmother's never-never acquisitions. This would be my third attack by fairy beasts in less than a year." "Matilda," I whispered over my shoulder, "there are iron spikes in my back right belt pouch. Like the Lacrata." She got it, remembering how I'd killed the beasts that had attacked the school over the winter holidays. As she moved my robe out of the way to get to the belt, one of the wargs took it as a cue to attack. "Incendio!" I incanted, pointing my blasting rod at the rushing wolf and catching it with a gout of flame. While it was soaked enough with rain that it didn't seem to do too much to it, with a yelp of surprise or pain it aborted the attack and dodged back out of the way. Behind me, Mr. Grimblehawk shouted, "Conf Ringo!" And I caught the light of a more explosive torrent of fire at one that had tried to charge from his side. I didn't hear a yelp so it might have dodged. The rain was turning out to be fortunate enough. Between the two of us, we could burn Hogsmeade down on a normal summer day. I felt a bump from behind as Matilda finally went for the utility belt, and a glance showed her left hand come out with a fistful of crude iron nails. Now what? Banishing charm. I nodded, and she shook a few of them free of the lump and into the air and yelled, Depulso. To launch them at the wargs. It wasn't the most accurate way to do it, but what was effectively shrapnel flying through the air at least broke up the formation of wargs ahead of me. Two launched themselves toward me this time, and I snapped off another cloud of fire before putting up my shield. One of them hit at full force, not quite knocking me out from the feedback but shattering the wall of solid magic from sheer impact mass. Unfortunately, the second one was right behind. Immobiles. Matilda cast, and, wonder of wonders, these things weren't magic resistant. The temporarily petrified wolf collapsed just short of me, nearly landing on the staggered one that had bounced off of my shield. From much closer and using the whole handful of iron spikes this time, she said, Depulso. And sent a cloud of iron into the two creatures, who whimpered and then went still. Behind, Mr. Grimblehawk yelled, Incarcerus! Incarcerus! At a glance, he'd been rushed simultaneously from his side and conjured ropes to try to bind his attackers. Unfortunately, the main street was wide, and a third warg had circled around and rushed straight up the middle. I don't know if it was coming after me or for Matilda, but since she'd stepped around my right side to hit our attackers, she was in the way of the rush. With a cry of pain, my friend was tackled to the ground, a slavering giant wolf trying to decide whether to finish her off or to deal with me first. I didn't give it the option. In addition to being a useful magical focus, my blasting rod is a couple feet of quite solid wood, and I guess it didn't expect me to backhand swing at its face. Its reflexes were good, though, and I just clipped it in the ear. But hitting it would have been a bonus. I was just trying to line up a close shot. Bombarda. The exploding charm isn't usually the best choice in combat. It takes a lot of energy to cast, and is optimized for brittle materials like stone rather than flexible living flesh. At 10 paces, you can take the floor right out from under someone, but their legs will be fine. At 10 inches, though, flexibility doesn't mean much. With a wet sound like someone playing a trumpet into a jar of mayonnaise, the warg's head disappeared and the body flipped through the air to land in the middle of the street. 5 of their pack down in as many seconds, 3 of them with great prejudice, the rest of the wargs growled and then ran off. That's 3 and done. I shouted after them, hoping I'd had my share of never-never attacks for a while. You okay? I asked, looking down at Matilda and offering a hand. She gingerly felt her head and winced, but I didn't see any blood when she then reached up and grabbed my hand. 3 vials of pain potion, maybe, she grimaced. Okay, Uncle Abraham? She asked. The old man seemed winded. Too much magic at once, he admitted. Glad you're both okay. He took another look and suggested, cleaning charms before the stains set in, maybe. And then went to go check on the 2 he'd tied up. Matilda was wearing a similar red jacket to her uncle's, so I hadn't noticed immediately that she was pretty thoroughly doused from the neck down in warg blood. Sorry, I said, I didn't really think about proximity. Note to self, try not to explode evil wolves at point-blank range. Fluid physics are unpredictable. No worries, she grinned, a little weakly. You can explode wolves that are about to kill me any time. Not sure if she wanted to say more, she just shook her head and started using cleaning charms to try to get the blood off. I watched her as I leaned back against the building, my own second adrenaline crash in the last 10 minutes making me aware of what she was feeling. You did good, I told her, as I saw her glance at the body of the warg that had gotten her. Did I? She frowned. Uncle's knowledge. Your plan. Your iron. I'm the only one that got hurt. You immobilized the one that would have gotten me. You got 2 of them. I didn't see the one that got you, either, and if you hadn't been here it would have gotten me. I absently stowed my blasting rod back onto my belt. But the 2 of you. Fire. Explosions. She shook her head. I'm nowhere near that. And if you hadn't told me what to do, I'd have frozen up. I could have died. I wasn't exactly the most touchy-feely person in the world, but even I could tell that the situation demanded it and reached out and pulled her into a hug. She was trembling. Hey. You did good. It's not bad that you're not ready for those situations. You haven't needed to be. It's weird that I have. And you didn't freeze up, even though most people would have. You did good. Fortunately, it seemed like she was pulling herself back together a minute later when several pops heralded apparitions into the street. I've got you now, Dresden. Dawlish snarled, his wand already out and leveled. The other aurors, thinking they were dropping into a dark wizard attack, quickly took stock of the situation and put their own wands away. Could have used you 10 minutes ago, man, I told him. Keeping my hands carefully still and visible, I nodded north. Fenrir Greyback ran off that way, then I nodded east, and I think the rest of the wargs ran off that way. He snorted and continued to keep his wand pointed at my face. With the magic you were setting off, it doesn't matter if you swear you know who himself ran off that way. You're mine. Auror Dawlish. Mr. Grimblehawk shouted from further down the street where he'd been trying to coax people out of the inn to help with the warg bodies. I deputized Mr. Dresden. He helped with a dangerous attack by rogue magical creatures. Now either help here or go after Greyback. Distracted by the shout, Dawlish couldn't help but actually notice the dead and incapacitated wargs. The look of frustration on his face set off Matilda laughing at the absurdity of it. Which got me laughing. Which actually got a couple of the Aurors laughing as Dawlish went increasingly red. Clearly wanting to just hex me anyway, he put his wand away and choked out, "Someday, Dresden. Someday." Chapter 11, Heart and Soul. I had eventually gotten my dinner at the Three Broomsticks, as I sat with the Grimblehawks and an Auror named Savage getting debriefed. Not wanting to out Remus, when the Auror asked why Greyback had targeted me, I suggested it was maybe because I'd fought off the shade of Voldemort twice now. Not that he believed me, but he ended the interview shortly after that to do more research. Once Matilda had finally relaxed from her very trying day, she was nice enough to do some drying and cleaning charms on me, making me consider that maybe I should have gone out for an internship where I got to use magic everywhere all summer. I'd opted not to call Madame Pomfrey down from the school, and just accepted a bit of first aid. I knew if she got involved, so would Dumbledore, and I wanted to talk to Remus before the headmaster. I was regretting it when I stiffly stumbled out of the fire into Remus' house, feeling the twinge in my knee in particular. Remus wasn't in the den, so I went into the kitchen and got a Coke and a couple aspirin. From there, I heard the TV and limped toward the living room. Remus had cleverly laid a line of subtle rune work to leave a space along the side of the living room that was the outer wall at the front of the house, and kept his TV, phone, and fax machine set up entirely on the outer side of the line. The runes were a variation on dueling wards, and tried to ground and redirect stray magic. They were perfect for keeping electronics functioning in a magical household. The rest of the room was also fairly modern, with a few couches and end tables. It was where Remus had his muggle guests, like his agent. The big screen TV was showing some show about hang gliders that Remus seemed to be half watching while also reading a book. "Evening, Harry," he said, absently, then I saw him sniff, and turned to give me his full attention, clicking off the TV. "What happened?" I guessed cleaning charms weren't up to hiding the exciting smells of battle from a werewolf's nose. "Greyback," I told him, flopping with great relief into one of the couches and putting my injured leg up. "Wanted to kill me to send a message to you." "Oh no. Harry, I am so sorry." He clenched his hands around his book. "You should never have been involved in this." "Is he driven off, with a little help from Mr. Grimblehawk?" "Might have been able to track him, but he also called in a bunch of wargs that had set up in the area to cover his escape." "Wargs? There haven't been." "I know," I sighed, "that's part of the magical beasts crisis that's keeping them from having time to be on your case." He suddenly had a defensive look, and tried, on my case. "I know you're a werewolf, Remus," I said, not having the patience for subtlety. "I figured it out for sure a week ago." He was now going pale, his facial scratches standing out in the bright electrical lighting that his anti-magic wards allowed. "And how do you feel about that?" "It's fine, man," I told him, "you're going to tear up your book." He unclenched slightly, but still gave me a wary look, so I explained, "I figure if Greyback thinks he can piss you off by killing someone for all he knows you barely know, you must not be anywhere near as far gone as he is." He tried to relax, seeing that I was calm, but admitted, "While I appreciate that vote of confidence, he probably doesn't see it that way. He just thinks you're mine, and thus killing you is claiming territory." I hadn't really considered that, so asked, "And would you feel that way?" He shook his head ruefully. "I hope I'd be shocked because he'd hurt someone who didn't deserve it, whether or not I knew you. While you're a good kid, you're not part of my pack. No one has been for years, not since the war." I made a leap, and asked, "The kids in your books? You're clearly the wolf magimal, and there's a dog, a stag, and a rat." "Yes, they're largely autobiographical, my way of working through the pain of losing my friends." I didn't expect that anyone would be interested, but my creative writing professor suggested I shop them around to agents, and here I am. "How'd you wind up going to college for writing anyway?" "It's not exactly a wizarding profession," I asked, because I'd been wondering about that almost as much as the werewolf thing. "More tragedy, I'm afraid," he frowned. "I was a secondary beneficiary for the Potters, in case the worst happened and their son didn't make it. It was more money than I'd ever seen before, and I was just going to donate it in my grief, since I didn't deserve it. But Frank and Alice talked me out of it, and into using it to get the advanced education I wouldn't be able to afford as a werewolf. I went muggle because I was so exhausted with the wizarding world. No one was as surprised as me that I had a talent for writing. Doesn't hurt that you have the perfect pen name already." He chuckled. "Dumbledore's fault. My father didn't want anyone to know that his family had a werewolf in it. So the headmaster suggested I attend school under an assumed name. The old man didn't tell me what it meant. I was really angry once I started learning Roman history and Latin. I guess, since my father's dead, I could go back, but I feel like Remus Lupin is my name at this point. Wait, I did the math, so you were already cursed when you were 11. Before I was 5, he frowned. Greyback didn't like the anti-werewolf legislation my father was proposing. His method of sending messages hasn't changed much in the last 30 years. Stars and stones, Remus! I nearly shouted. You've been cursed for 30 years and you still have all your magic? You must be nothing like Greyback. I appreciate the vote of confidence, but I have a dark voice inside me all the time saying that we're just alike. It would be so easy to just give in, stop fighting it, and let it consume me like it has him. It's easy to agree with those that call me a monster, because I feel like one every day. Can you make a patroness? I asked, a bit of a non sequitur. He nodded, but admitted, a wolf. I grinned at the irony, but continued, and you know why dark wizards can't make one. It's generally assumed that they have a hard time thinking of a truly happy thought. Some days I do too. Nope, I shook my head. I was having the same problem, before we started doing research. Happiness is just the spark for the magic, but it comes from your soul. I was so worried that my soul was too damaged to make one. After what happened with my mentor, I felt like a monster some days too. Dark wizards tear their souls up, and that's why they can't do soul magic like the patroness, even if they're very happy. If you'd even begun to let the curse win, you probably wouldn't be able to produce one. The monster is the curse that's trying to eat your magic and your soul. You're a good man. His eyes glistened and he didn't say anything for a minute, before he choked out, thanks, Harry. That means a lot. I nodded, then went on, so now let's talk about how to deal with the Greyback problem. Chapter 12, Good Girls. Slightly disappointingly, Greyback seemed to be wary of the wanted posters that had gone up for him in Hogsmeade, and didn't show his face again to let us put our planning into motion. The Grangers and Creevays also didn't think they'd seen anything of him. He'd even remained quiet through the August full moon, which was a great surprise to Remus. Other than being keyed up waiting for an ornery werewolf to make another hit at me, the next month went by calmly. Draco Malfoy did show up for quite a few of my work sessions and politely observed my repairs on his family heirlooms. I saw Percy and Penny a few more times in Manchester, had a few lunches with Matilda, and even saw the entire Weasley clan plus assorted nearly second years when I made a token appearance at Neville Longbottom's birthday party at the end of July. The only friend I didn't see was Oliver Wood, who was at a Quidditch camp for most of the summer. Wrapped up in work and the summer assignments that had shown up for my upcoming classes, the holiday flew by. I felt like I was forgetting something, and finally got a phone call reminding me on August 14th. Harry, can you come out and help me with my practical study this weekend? Hermione asked me. Oh. Yeah, sure, what time? If you come by on Sunday, Penny could ride the train down with you, she suggested. Before I could object, she explained, I may have hinted about how we could practice without the underage magic office knowing. If she narks on us, it's on your head, Hermione, I chastised the 12-year-old. Penny wasn't as much of a rules follower as Percy, but she was still a prefect. And also Percy's girlfriend. Her finding out I could avoid the trace could be risky. Okay, the girl accepted. See you Sunday. 2 days later I flew into the Leaky Cauldron and found Penny waiting by herself at a table, immediately obvious from her long, curly blonde hair. Hey, Penny, I greeted her. You're pretty far out without the parents. She smiled. Dad wanted to drive me all the way, but Mum put her foot down. 4 hours in the car or 30 seconds in the flu, then an hour on the train. They dropped me at the coach shop with a very stern admonishment to be on my best behavior. Well, glad to see that there is a rational limit to overparenting. Speaking of the train, shall we? We walked over to the nearby underground stop, planning to switch to a train at Victoria Station. The route wasn't that different from the way I'd taken during my trip out of school over the winter break, but starting from the Leaky Cauldron instead of West London. Just 2.5 more months until I could apparate, and it couldn't come soon enough. So what's up with the visit? I asked, once we were underway. Didn't know you and Hermione were doing the sleepover thing. She shrugged. I'd been mentoring her a little over the phone, and the Grangers offered to chaperone for a trip to Diagon Alley for school supplies. My parents don't really like it in general, and Percy wanted me to go on the big Weasley trip on Wednesday, and there's no way they could get off work then. So, 4 days with the Grangers, hey. I smirked. Just kidding, they're great. It will be nice to get out of the house, she smiled, looking out the window as we rolled into a subway station. Percy and you visiting has been nice, but otherwise I've been pretty cooped up. I don't know if my parents are going to be ready for me to be an adult next summer. Just tell them they got to put it off for a year. If you hadn't gone to Hogwarts, they'd have had to deal with you getting a driver's license already. Doubt it, she chuckled. My mum didn't learn to drive until she was 21. Oh, yeah, Tough crowd. Here's where we switch. We got off the subway and onto the train out of town without too much hassle. Once we were underway and I thought Penny was engrossed in watching the city go by, she surprised me by asking, "So what's the deal with Hermione wanting to do practical work?" I asked her the questions I'd been preparing for the last couple of days. Depends. Are you Penelope the prefect right now? And how much do you share with Percy? Not something the professors would approve of, hey? She asked, turning from the window to look me in the eyes. I gave a small smirk and she thought about it for a moment before admitting, "I guess if Hermione Granger thinks it's an acceptable risk, I can let it go. Percy may find out eventually, but I can sit on it. It won't actually matter for us for much longer," I nodded. But it could make a big difference to Hermione for the next few years. Checking that nobody else on the train was paying us any attention, I passed her a copy of the Trace cloaking ritual. I got that so I could get around without Dawlish chasing after me. One of the only other kids in my year that could probably make sense of the ritual, she eventually asked. It uses a voodoo doll. The term of art is poppet, I think. I shrugged. It's not dark, and it's not quite blood magic, but if it's legal it's only because the ministry doesn't know about it yet. Wouldn't want Muggle-born students to be able to practice and defend themselves over the summer. Why, Miss Clearwater, was that sarcasm? About the rules. She stuck her tongue out and poked me. Why, Mr. Dresden, do you have me confused with Hermione Granger or Percival Weasley? Just because I'm the most responsible girl in my year for my house, that doesn't make me a prig. Did you just imply your boyfriend and your hostess this week are prigs? I grinned. I thought you were a good girl. I am so hexing you after we cast this ritual, Harry. That turned out to be just after a nice lunch catching up with the Grangers, but Hermione got to go first. Another side benefit of my summer job was that I'd been able to lay in a good stock of the components for the ritual. The only difficulty was Hermione being able to get her poppet hung around my neck, since I had nearly 2 feet of height on her. Through well-timed ducking, we got it done, and the ritual competed, her trace bound into the Hermione doll hung around my neck. This feels weird, Hermione mused, standing in her fenced-in backyard with her parents, Penny, and me looking on. Like you're wrapped in a scratchy blanket? I asked. She nodded, and I said, that's what it's supposed to do. You'll be down a little bit of power as well. Why don't we do a review of your charms and transfigurations from last year, so your parents can see, suggested Penny. And if you need a target, you can use Harry. I grinned. Cast on me and it might upset the ritual, since I'm wearing your poppet. You'll have to use Penny. Seriously, you two, the 12-year-old scoffed. Hardly anything from the first-year curriculum even targets other people. I have been reading ahead, though. We got quite a ways into the second-year curriculum before the ritual finally overloaded. I felt the poppet snap free from my neck and burn up before it hit the ground while Hermione blinked and staggered a bit, unprepared for the rest of her magic to snap back to her. I guess that's it. She asked. I nodded, and her father smiled. That was great, Hermione. I'm so glad we finally got to see you do magic. Are you staying for dinner, Harry? I did, but then had to head out to catch the train back and get to work in the morning. I left Penny and Hermione a stock of ritual components and a copy of the ritual to practice with the rest of the week. I'll see you all at Diagon Alley on Wednesday, I told them. Should be a lot of fun, since Penny gets to meet Percy's parents. Wait. What? Penny gasped, realizing, as I laughed and headed off to the bus stop. Chapter 13, Dwemer Rights Management. I'd wound up working the full day on Tuesday to get the time off on Wednesday to go shopping, and hurried up to the school to meet McGonagall to see what supplies I could get on scholarship instead of buying at the alley. I'm afraid this may be an undertaking, Mr. Dresden, she explained as we walked toward the library. Madame Pants is still out at her librarian's conference and I'm not entirely sure how she's organized the second-hand books. Librarian Con, hey? I bet those are way wilder than you'd think, I grinned. I honestly wouldn't put it past her, knowing the librarian's penchant for racy romance novels. And yet, still very quiet, McGonagall deadpanned and I barked out a laugh at her joke. I wondered how many other students appreciated how funny she was. We pushed into a small side room off the library that was crammed with books of all shapes and sizes, but which seemed to feature collected stacks of books with identical spines. Ah, here we are. Let's not upset anything we don't have to, lest we suffer when she returns. Here's the book list. She handed me the list and then lit on a stack of books with very ragged spines, and I think this is our luck for your potions text. I took the well-used book she passed me after the book list, and I flipped through it. It had been so heavily annotated it was sometimes difficult to see the actual printed text, but the handwritten instructions seemed like reasonable class notes at a glance, so I didn't try for one of the other decrepit copies. With that one out of the way, we were also able to find a couple of the other texts before I finally read the last section. Seriously? He put every one of his novels on the list. I winced, looking at the 7 books listed for defense class. For every year, she agreed. Albus wasn't pleased either, but the final decision on his professorship was so late, and we were unable to make time to discuss it with him due to his book tour. Traditionally professors do get to choose their texts, but none have ever stretched the precedent this far. We'll just have to make do. I mean, I've already read them, so it's not that big of a deal, but I'm not sure they're effective teaching aids for first years, much less a Newt-level class. I thought about the library copies that I'd read and asked, Professor, how do you feel about copyright? McGonagall deliberately turned a blind eye to my shenanigans, but gave no explicit sponsorship of my plan other than confirming that the trace couldn't detect me inside the school's wards even though it was the summer. So I was able to use the doubling charm to knock off a couple dozen sets of Lockhart's books before she suggested it was time for me to go home. The books I'd copied for Christmas presents for my friends were stable, since I'd invested them with actual parchment and ink as well as mild preservative enchantments in the covers. These were raw conjuration copies that would eventually evaporate on their own. But I put enough effort into them that they'd probably last the school year, if no one hit them with a counterspell. The interesting thing to me was just how few of the mass-produced books in the wizarding world had enchantments to protect them from duplication spells. Most of the handwritten books at Hogwarts were heavily locked down, but only a few of the printed ones seemed to be. Maybe it wasn't worth the effort at that scale. Like bootleg cassettes, home duplication was small fry and major operations would be able to break your protections anyway. I still wondered what the actual laws were. It would be really embarrassing if Dawlish managed to get me for book piracy. So when I met up with the Weasleys at Diagon Alley in the morning, I nodded to the twins to hang out with me while the rest of the family went down to their Gringotts vault. Handing over a box containing the spell-shrunken books, I told them, copies of the defense books for this year. McGonagall's ignoring it because she doesn't think it's fair to make everyone buy so many. Fred and George both grinned, and Fred whispered, Harry, can you teach us the doubling charm? George sighed, oh the things we'd be able to do. I realized I was probably going to regret it, but I told them, I will if you can get these to people that can't afford the books without overcharging them. And leave my name out of it. By the time the rest of the family had made it up, the twins had come up with some reasonably satisfying explanation for why their mom didn't need to buy those books for them or Ron. Percy and Ginny weren't yet trusted to keep their mouths shut, and the Grangers had shown up with Penny, which was a distraction in and of itself. The parents insisted everyone split up and go shopping, and meet back up at the bookstore around noon. I'd broken off to go shopping with Penny and Percy, resigned to being a third wheel, when suddenly our trio became a quartet with great squealing as Matilda raced out of the pet store to hug Penny, who she hadn't seen all summer. It's so good to see you. They both exclaimed, basically simultaneously. Thanks for inviting me. Matilda told her. Of course, Penny insisted. I'm glad Percy let me borrow Hermes to mention it. We should really get owls for all of the Muggleborn, suggested Percy. It makes no sense that so many are reliant on waiting to receive letters from others to communicate over the summer. Or we could hook all the wizarding houses up to the telephone system, I told him. It's older than the Hogwarts Express, so ought to fit in. Hey, Thilda. I nodded to my friend and would-be girlfriend. Hey Harry, hey Perce, she said, suddenly a little shy and absently pushing her hair behind her ear. Did Penny tell you I was coming? Is it okay if I hang out? She exchanged a mysterious look with Penny. Sure. Why wouldn't it be? I asked, sharing a look with Percy to work out that neither of us knew what the girls were up to. Great. Smiled Penny. Let's finish up here, and then ice cream. We'd finished our sundaes before I realized Penny had quietly dealt with me being a third wheel by setting up a double date. I wonder what the Malfoys were doing down in Nocturne Alley, Percy mused, disrupting my train of thought, gesturing from our table outside the ice cream parlor to the entrance to the lower rent section of this wizarding shopping mall. Sure enough, Draco and his father were heading out into the main alley, the elder's cane tapping along on the cobblestones. They saw you pointing, I told Percy. And they're coming over. Merlin, mumbled Percy. Apologies all. But might as well be nice. We all took Percy's lead and stood, giving little greeting bows to the two men that they returned with almost respectful head nods. Draco raised an eyebrow at me bowing and I smirked back at him when his father wasn't looking. Mr. Malfoy took up a relaxed stance, hands planted on his cane, and seemed to be fully briefed on everyone, Mr. Weasley, Mr. Dresden, Miss Grimblehawk, yes? Abraham's niece. She nodded and he added, and Miss Clearwater, of Ravenclaw, I believe. When Penny agreed as well, he smiled, Draco has mentioned your help with his enchanting studies. When Penny just gave a demure, it's been my pleasure, I glanced around at my companions, surprised. Between Matilda and Percy's inclination to defer to the more influential pureblood and what I figured had to be Penny's inferiority complex at being a Muggleborn out of her depth, this was not exactly the train wreck I'd expected. I was honestly a little disappointed that they hadn't already left, offended. And then I realized I was being similarly deferential, even knowing what I knew about the man's odious political views, at some point I'd decided it was easier for me to avoid making him an enemy. A little insubordinate urge bubbled up from my self-disgust and took control of my mouth. Yeah, Penelope basically runs the enchanting study group at school. She's one of the best students in our year. It's interesting how many of the top students at Hogwarts are Muggleborn. Malfoy simply turned his cool grey eyes on me and quirked a half-smile, then turned back to Penny. Excellent. I'm so glad to hear it when students work hard to excel. If you need any help with your career prospects, please do write to me, Miss Clearwater. He regarded the rest of us. The offer, of course, extends to Draco's Gryffindor friends as well, if any of you haven't already sought out alternate patronage. He glanced down at a pocket watch. Oh, well, we must be off if we want to greet Mr. Lockhart before his signing. It was a pleasure. Draco said, see you all at school, and followed his father, shooting me a smirk. I sighed and nodded back to him, ceding the point. Well, that was awkward and unexpected, Percy said, after they were out of earshot. Did we just unravel in the face of the enemy? Matilda asked. It's not our fault, I grinned. They pulled a mind scramble on us. They opened their eyes and talked. Penny and Percy both looked blankly at the two of us sharing a laugh. Come in, Penny. I know Percy wouldn't have seen Lost Boys, but... No horror movies allowed at my house, she shrugged. It's cute the way you two finish each other's pop culture references, though. I guess we should also get moving and meet everyone else, Percy suggested, nodding at the line that was already forming down the street at the bookstore. The rest of the redheads from his family were clearly visible in the queue. We cut into the line with the Weasleys and Grangers just as they were moving into Flourish and Blots, and being, as usual, head and shoulders above anyone else in the crowd, I was able to see the front of the line up ahead. The Malfoys were glad-handing with a man who I recognized as Gilderoy Lockhart from his About the Author photos in his books. The well-coiffed blonde-haired man had on blue robes that seemed to exactly match his eyes. If the Death Eaters were more into the Aryan thing, I'd assume that Lockhart's coloration added to his friendliness with Mr. Malfoy was a clue that we'd have another suspect defense teacher. Fortunately, he had rolled up his sleeves to sign autographs in the August heat, and was mercifully free of magical tattoos. Of course, Quirrell had been, too. Lucius Malfoy, on the other hand, had always worn long sleeves every time I'd met him, no matter the outside temperature. I can't believe we're going to actually meet Gilderoy Lockhart, Hermione bubbled behind me in the line. He's written practically the whole book list. That's because he's teaching the class, Hermione, I mentioned, then immediately regretted as she started making an excited noise that had me wincing and must have alerted all the dogs in the alley. It was a good thing Remus hadn't accompanied us. I'm excited that you're going to get to study with a wizard of his caliber, Mrs. Weasley added, putting a little breathiness on the last word that had her husband quirking an eyebrow. I wasn't so sure about that. I had the opportunity to observe Lockhart and the store patrons as we were stuck in the slow-moving line. I wasn't exactly the most combat-trained individual on the planet, and certainly didn't have the wariness of someone like Aurora Moody, but I'd been in more fights than most 16-year-olds and liked to consider myself situationally aware. And I could get a vague sense of others who were used to fights and never totally let down their guard. Mr. Malfoy and the elder Weasleys were aware of their surroundings at all times. The Doctors Granger were not. Most of the kids were not, except for Ron and Hermione, who had already seen way more fights than any 12-year-old should and were starting to develop an eye for threats. While I'd held out hope that maybe I was wrong about Gilderoy Lockhart just being a novelist, I was starting to get worried. He seemed utterly unaware of anyone other than himself and maybe the person he was talking to. I saw him flinch in surprise a couple of times as the event photographer set off the flash for a candid shot. This did not seem like the behavior of anyone who'd been in even a fraction of the fights he described in his books, even if they'd been greatly embellished for print. I actually grabbed a copy of the book he was promoting, and was surprised that Magical Me was his autobiography. Given that his books were presumably autobiographical, I had a hard time figuring out how a 28-year-old had enough additional material about his life to fill another book. Maybe it would read like a novel in an entirely different genre. But at least I had something for him to sign when I got to the front of the line. Harry Dresden, I'm a big fan, I told him, not dishonestly. As he started to personalize the book, I mentioned, I'll be in your 6th year nude class this year. After a pause to make sure he'd registered that rather than ignoring me, I said, I'm hoping we'll get to duel with you. It would be great to have some one-on-one instruction from a master. I thought I saw a flicker of worry as he finally glanced up after signing with a flourish and registered my height. Ah yes, indeed, Harry, he recovered, having to glance at the book he'd just signed to remember my name. He stood and, raising his voice and waving his arms for quiet, explained, as this, towering, young man has mentioned, and to keep the rumors from getting ahead of the official word, I would like to make an announcement. All the young wizards and witches of Hogwarts that came into the store today simply to get a copy of my new biography, Magical Me, will also soon be getting the real Magical Me. Yes, I have great pleasure in announcing that I will, this September, be taking up the professorship for defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. As the clapping and cheering rolled throughout the store, I was quickly moved to the side by one of his handlers so I wouldn't get in the way of the man's photographs. It took me a few minutes to extract myself from the crush and grab the other books I needed, and as I pushed outside the store I stumbled into the middle of a confrontation between Mr. Weasley and Mr. Malfoy. Malfoy was holding up a second-hand school book with a deteriorating cover and explaining, "Was between your son and myself, regarding his role in my own son's education. Looking at this, perhaps I should be offering your family handouts, Weasley." He dismissively shoved the book back into the cauldron Ginny was using to carry her school supplies. "It seems if you sink any further, I'll be supplying for your children from my charities anyway." And that was enough to have Arthur Weasley take a swing at Lucius Malfoy, and the two of them quickly devolved into an untrained fist fight that would only be more embarrassing if they started pulling each other's hair. I was about to do something since everyone else seemed content to watch, but Hagrid, who had been in the area, used his own superior height to see something was wrong and wade through the crowd to break it up. While Hagrid and Mrs. Weasley chastised Mr. Weasley after the Malfoys walked off, Lucius covering a black eye, I walked up to Percy and Penny and asked, "What was that about?" Percy passed me a small stack of books, and it looked like a similar collection was in both his and Penny's arms with their other purchases. Mr. Malfoy presented us some new editions of books on runes and enchanting that he hopes that we use in the seminars this year, to make sure Draco is prepared for classes next year. Father did not take well to what looked like some form of handout or bribery. I shrugged, knowing that the Weasleys were weird about anything that looked like accepting gifts they hadn't earned. I half wondered if the family hadn't gotten on the wrong end of a fey bargain at some point in their ancestry and made sure that would never happen again. Giving us some free books is kind of the least he could do. "Look on the bright side, though." "What bright side?" he asked. "Your parents are definitely going to be too guilty about that to be able to be all parental about meeting your girlfriend." That got a rueful laugh from Percy and a sigh of relief from Penny. Chapter 14, Tracksuits. 2 weeks later, the summer was gone and it was back to Hogwarts. The arbitrary date of going back to school was on a Tuesday, and I still couldn't figure out why they wouldn't just make it something like the first Sunday in September rather than always the first, no matter what day of the week it fell on. It had at least given me a few extra days to myself, since I finished up my work at Dervish and Banges the previous Friday. My main personal enchanting project for the summer had been figuring out how to add a bunch of bells and whistles to my school trunk. The battered old exterior was now pretty much just camouflage over the completely refurbished interior. I had way more space than it looked like, including a hidden compartment for Bob. I had security and durability enhancement. I had weight reduction. About the only thing I hadn't figured out was how to have it be able to swap between multiple interior spaces. I'd also forgotten wheels, I realized, when I finally needed to drag it through Remus Flow onto platform 9 3/4. Even magically lightened, it was still bulky. My temporary guardian gamely helped me carry it onto the train, where I staked out a set of compartments toward the front. "Thanks for having me this summer, Remus," I told him as I stowed it in a luggage rack. "It was no trouble at all," he nodded, shaking my hand. "You're more than welcome to stay over the winter holidays if you need to as well. But we can talk about that more when I'm visiting the castle." He nodded and headed off, and I saw him get intercepted by the Longbottoms for a conversation as he was on the way back to the Floo. "Who was that?" Oliver Wood asked as he bustled into the compartment, stowing his own trunk next to mine. "Remus Lupin," I told my Quidditch-obsessed roommate. "War hero turned Muggle novelist. Dumbledore talked him into letting me stay with him for the summer." "Oh, good. I guess from the fact you're still talking to each other, he didn't keep you cooped up the whole time." "No, it was honestly pretty great. Got to go out a fair amount when I wasn't working." "How was your summer?" I asked. "Wall-to-wall Quidditch, as you might expect," he grinned. "Hopefully Alexis still wants to see me this year, since I didn't have much time to write her, and didn't see her at all." Ouch, I winced. "Good luck, man." I had to talk Percy out of trying that with Penny. It was only 2 months, though, so hopefully it's okay. I saw a pair of people with extremely colorful clothes and an immense amount of almost white hair walking by the compartment and I stuck my head out. "Hey, Luna." Seeing I had her and what I guessed was her father's attention, I suggested, "The Weasleys always get here at the last second. Do you want to wait with us until you and Ginny can find a spot?" She smiled brightly, "Yes, thank you very much, Harry." She moved in so her father could help us put the trunk in the rack. "Daddy, this is Harry Dresden, a friend of Ginny's brothers." "And Oliver Wood," the Scottish boy introduced himself. "Their friend and roommate." "Ah, yes." Her father beamed at me in a slightly unsettling manner. "You're the one that theorized that Nargles might be air-based sprites." "Quite possible." "Insightful. Glad to meet you. I'm Xenophilius Lovegood, Luna's father." We shook hands, and his eyes were suddenly drawn to my chest where I had my mother's silver amulet hanging prominently outside of my t-shirt. "And a seeker." Marvelous. He drew a similar amulet out from beneath his own rainbow-colored embroidered shirt. Harry's not a seeker, Oliver grumbled. Won't even get on a broom. Ah, I mean a seeker on the quest. I could almost feel Mr. Lovegood dropping in the capital letter. Those who search for the Deathly Hallows. I shook my head slightly and explained, it was my mother's, and she might have been. I'm just familiar with the idea. I see it as a symbol of magic itself, power, knowledge, and defense, all in the service of life. The strange man's eyes, slightly out of sync with each other, hooded for a moment as he thought, and then he nodded. An excellent idea. I like it. Though, do be cautious about whom you show it to. I have been accosted in the past by those who do not understand the quest, and merely see it as a symbol used by the most famous seeker of recent years, Grindelwald. Thanks for the warning, I told him. Well, I must be off. Got a line on a blibbering humdinger that I've been waiting for Luna to go to school to follow up on. Good to meet you, Mr. Dresden. Mr. Wood. I shall definitely be sending you a subscription to my magazine, Mr. Dresden. And please write me if you wish to discuss the quest. With that he was off, and Luna sat off in the corner, looking out the window. I mentioned to Oliver, speaking of seekers, though, you should try out Ginny Weasley. Apparently she's good. He nodded. Fred and George mentioned it. Hasn't been a first year as a seeker in ages, but it's worth a shot. Katie's still down about not catching the snitch all last year, and I'd much rather play her as a chaser. Soon after, the compartment door opened to another blonde witch, and Oliver and I helped Penny get her trunk up onto the rapidly filling racks. This is Luna Lovegood, I told her, off the questioning glance about why we had a tiny girl in our compartment. She's friends with Percy's little sister, and is waiting for her to get here. She expects to be in Ravenclaw. Luna was paying attention, and I told her, this is Penelope Clearwater. She's the 6th-year girls' prefect for Ravenclaw. As the older girl got acquainted with the younger, more of our friends started to come in, and there was a lot of standing up to help people get trunks loaded and compartments filled. We wound up with a similar arrangement as we had on the train home, with the Gryffindor Quidditch team anchoring compartments for their friends and associates. The only slight difficulty was when a distracted dark-haired Slytherin boy that I thought was in Draco's year tried to take one of our saved compartments. Sorry, I told him. That one's reserved. I think I saw Draco getting on toward the middle of the train, if you want to sit with the other Slytherins. Apologies, he said, seemed to recognize me, considered saying something, then started back down the train, flicking a considering look back at me. I noted that his ornate trunk had not inscribed on it. I'd have to ask Draco about it later. As usual, the Weasleys managed to show up only a few minutes before the train left, scrambling to get everyone on. When our prefects were all off patrol, we had nearly 20 kids juggling in between 4 very full compartments for 8 hours. It was chaos, especially when everyone needed to change into robes for school, but it was a lot of fun. It was surprising, still, being so excited to just be a kid with a bunch of friends. I was heading back to Hogwarts. Chapter 15, A few of my favorite things. Unlike the previous year, there were no major announcements at the welcoming feast like terrible deaths hidden in the castle. Lockhart was, indeed, the new defense professor. Gryffindor got Ginny Weasley and the excitable boy with the camera I'd met at Remus signing, as well as 8 other tiny children who I hadn't met previously. Luna, as she expected, went to Ravenclaw. Even having dropped history and astronomy, my class schedule was intense compared to 5th year, with very few free periods. At least I didn't have to stay up late once a week for astronomy anymore. I quickly discovered why there was so much time in my schedule. All the Newt-level classes included every house, so the professors didn't have to split their time in half for the year group. For most periods, enough people had dropped after owls that it was still a reasonable class size, but not all. Very few students had failed their owls entirely, so there were still nearly 40 students in my year trying to take at least some classes. Several of the core ones like Charms and Transfiguration were packed. At least Percy was pleased that he got to sit with Penny basically every period. We'd started on Wednesday, and I'd had nearly all of my classes within the first 2 days, but my first defense class with Lockhart wasn't until Friday morning. After the previous classes had already loaded us down with research topics for the year and homework, I didn't know what to expect from defense. The man swanned into the room once we were all seated, and took a moment to look at everyone before proceeding with, 6th years. The best of the best, who did well enough on your OWL exams to continue with defense. Soon you, like me, will be out in the world, defeating evil wherever you find it, yes? Haha. But there's so much left to learn, and learn you shall. For those that missed my introduction at the feast, I am Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and, he grinned, the light literally sparkling off his teeth, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. You might think that last is superfluous to your education, but there are more nasties than you expect that can at least be distracted by style. While I have your OWL results here, they don't really go into specifics about what areas you're most proficient in, so I've prepared a little quiz to gauge your knowledge and, in particular, whether you've already read ahead in your texts for the year. It's open book, 30 minutes, and this won't be graded but is just for me to properly tailor later lessons. Let's pass these out and begin. I'd already heard Neville, Seamus, and the twins complaining about this, and I'd figured that he certainly wouldn't give his nude classes the same quiz as he'd given the second years. I was wrong. There were 54 questions, nearly all of them more about Lockhart's favorites than defense material. It was also disturbing that I realized I knew most of the answers, since I had actually read all of his novels. It was, surprisingly enough, Marcus Flint who broke first. The caveman-looking Slytherin Quidditch captain didn't even raise his hand before blurting, "Excuse me, Professor? Do you realize you gave us the same quiz you gave to the first years?" Of course, Lockhart nodded, distracted from where he'd been appreciating one of his own portraits at the front of the classroom. I couldn't very well write such an exhaustive quiz for 7 different year groups. Rest assured, I expect that my upper years will do significantly better than the lowers, since you've had so much more time to learn. And how does knowing your favorite color help you tell how good we are at defense? Flint growled, clearly not buying it. Ah, yes, I see where the confusion might arise. The professor explained. You see, if I just asked about defense subjects, you could have gotten that information from anywhere. By asking questions specific to your texts, I instead confirm whether you've read them thoroughly. It was a dumb answer, but one that was hard to argue against explicitly, so Flint simply growled again but went back to the quiz. There was a lot of muttering around the class about how they never thought they'd miss Quirrell's teaching style, particularly from the guys. It seemed like the professor was nice enough to look at that the witches in class were mostly willing to give him some slack. When the time was up, he collected the quizzes and sorted through, tut-tutting most of the answers he saw. I can see that many of you are creative, if not kind, he complained, before finally hitting on one. Ah. Someone did the reading. Good show, Mr. Dresden. The room turned to me, several with scowls, and I shrugged. I'm a fan. Right. Lockhart lit up. You're the young man from my signing. Excellent, glad to have you in my class. 10 points for Gryffindor. He set the quizzes aside and announced, now. To business. You wanted a practical exercise, young Slytherin? It doesn't get much more practical than this. He whipped a paisley tablecloth off of what turned out to be a large cube-shaped cage that was next to his desk, revealing a dog-sized black and brown spider. It immediately started chittering and banging its legs against the bars of the cage, muttering, "Kill. Eat you all. Eat the fancy man first." Professor Lockhart. Percy gasped. Acromantulas are a class quintuple X magical beast. Perfect for a nude class, yes. The professor nodded, smiling. Professor Kettleben will be showing these off to those of you who are in care of magical creatures, but I convinced Mr. Hagrid to give us a sneak preview. I had my blasting rod in hand and my shield bracelet ready, having heard about how Lockhart unleashed a bunch of pixies on his second-year class, one of which seemed especially bright and had escaped to go find the kitchens and bully the house elves into making it a pizza. But apparently he'd learned his lesson about the trouble that caused, because he gave the cage a wide berth and simply asked, "Now what can everyone tell me about acromantulas?" The rest of the class was actually pretty educational. I hadn't realized just how big the spiders I'd encountered in the forest the previous summer could get. This one was still pretty small for its species, probably only a few years old. They could live up to several decades, and just kept getting bigger the older they got until they were the size of a van. Their venom was an incredibly deadly paralytic, and, as I'd noted even with the babies, they had no qualms about hunting wizards. They also had a second set of longer pedipalps around their mouth that were highly dexterous. That wasn't something anyone in class realized until the muttering spider let loose an excited shriek of, "Free!" and kicked open the door of its cage, having successfully picked the lock. Most of the class had let their guards down, unfortunately including me. The spider leaped free, Lockhart squealed and fell over his own desk backpedaling, and the spider made a leap at Alexis, Oliver's girlfriend, who'd taken up a seat in the front row. Fortunately, even flat-footed, my roommate had excellent Quidditch reflexes and he managed to keep his hands away from its mouth and shove it away from underneath. "Flint!" he shouted, having deliberately directed it at his Quidditch rival. "Right." The Cro-Magnon chaser grunted, watching the spider like a past quaffle, picking his moment, and slamming it from behind with his book bag while shouting, "Dresden!" Not expecting to be included in the scrum, I nonetheless managed to get my bracelet out and a shield up, knocking the large spider nearly straight up into the air while I yelled, "Pull!" Showing that their passing owl score wasn't a fluke, the rest of the class had managed to get wands out and a dozen red lights of stunners hit it from every direction at once, the thoroughly stunned spider flopping wetly onto the class floor next to me a second later. Lockhart, untangling himself from his robes and peeking over the desk side in relief and said, "Excellent work, class. 3 points to each of you. If someone could please put that thing back in the cage and perhaps put a more solid locking spell on it. I forgot that Mr. Hagrid wouldn't have been able to do so. Once Percy had levitated the spider back into the cage and charmed the lock, the professor said, "I guess that's enough excitement for today. Class dismissed." He was busily fixing his hair and cleaning his robes as we exited. Chapter 16, Stay Focused. Immediately after defense class, I had my focus seminar at the only time I'd had a free period that matched the second-year Gryffindors and that featured a Slytherin class Millicent could get out of. Considering that the Hogwarts schedule featured the 6 core professors with daytime classes trying to juggle a dozen different sections of class each week while still leaving space for electives, it was a wonder there was any overlap. I'd also previously wondered how they found time to grade the homework of a couple hundred students submitting primarily essays, until I found out that a lot of the Newt workload involved grading lower year assignments. Fortunately, they weren't handed out to members of the same house to prevent favoritism, so I wasn't going to have to ever handle the mountains of overwork that Hermione continued to submit. The girl in question had beaten me to the classroom we used for my seminar, and I heard her talking to someone as I came down the hallway toward it. I'd assumed it was Seamus, until I heard a much deeper man's voice respond in an American accent. "Well, that's very impressive, miss. Took me till I was 14 to really get started on wandless." He sounded Texan, maybe. When I actually entered the classroom and saw the person talking, I immediately assumed he couldn't be much more than 14, small and boyish with short-cut blonde hair. But he didn't carry himself like a kid, and the voice was too deep, so I figured he just had a baby face. "New transfer?" I asked, cautiously. He'd made a token attempt to put on robes, but had them hanging open over a sweatshirt and jeans, and had a huge knife strapped to his right leg. "Not exactly," he grinned, holding out a hand. "Bill Myers. They're looking at whether I can do what you've been doing for the first years, so and you don't have to, going forward. Maybe make it a cross-year thing, if we get enough interest." I shook his hand, frowning. They had to go to Texas to find someone that could teach focus magic. He shrugged, taking his hand back after a firm shake. "Don't make much sense, hey? It's all real political. I was tryin' to join the MACUSA Aura Force, but they ain't much more open to our kinda castin' there than they are here. Don't like apprenticeships when they're fillin' out your bona fides." But my mentors connected enough that she heard about this. "I'd be tradin' teaching for gettin' TA audit some the theory classes here. You should join a house." Hermione enthused. "I bet you'd get Gryffindor like us." "Nah, miss," he shook his head. "I'm a little old for dormin' up with you lot. I know I look young, but I'm actually 19. I'll only be around a day or two each week to start. Got a job lined up to do security down at that town down the hill the rest of the time." "Hogsmeade? Yeah, they can use it," I grimaced. "How do you feel about wargs and werewolves?" He snorted. "Heard about that, hoss. I think that's what sold em. I'm alright in a scrap, sure nah." Behind me, Seamus and Millicent finally showed up, and before they could ask who the new guy was and smirking from the hoss comment, I told them, "This is Wild Bill. He's going to be doing a similar seminar for the first years, and wanted to meet us." "Wild Bill, hey. I like it," he laughed. "Yeah, I'm here to meet y'all, and figure out what kinda stuff you taught em last year so I know what to expect." Nodding, and not feeling threatened by the guy, we went over some of the focus and ritual work we did when the 3 were first years. I explained after the summary, biggest problem is access to enough foci to really show how you do the spells they're learning in Charms class. I guess Hermione was telling you when we came in that she's interested in learning more wandless and wordless stuff this year, since she doesn't really need to learn to use other foci. And we were actually going to talk about making foci for the year today. "Seamus. I'm thinkin' I need to get a blastin' rod, yet?" the Irish boy asked. "Stop making fire when I don't mean to, and really get it under control." "I think we can handle that," I nodded. "As long as it's more about fire spells, I can probably show you enough enchanting basics to make it work." "Millicent. Maybe a potions knife?" the big Slytherin girl thought out loud. "But I don't know what I could do with that besides the severing charm, and it can already cut things." After a glance to make sure I didn't mind him joining in, Bill pulled his own oversized Bowie knife out of its thigh holster and showed it to her. "Lot of things you can do with a knife, miss. Cuttin' spells, obviously, and you can actually work a bunch of motion magic in it so you can throw it, control it, and get it to come back." I thought about it and nodded. "I think we can work with that, though etching runes into metal's a little more advanced than carving a blasting rod. Check with your head of house to make sure it's okay if you are carrying a knife around. Not actually more deadly than wands, but some people are weird about knives." "Oh, right." Bill grimaced. "I forget about how twitchy the English are about weapons. Guess I'm gonna spend the weekend figuring out how to glamour up my sheath so I can walk around." "You can just walk around with that knife in America." Hermione boggled. Well, it might raise an eyebrow or two in New York or Chicago, he shrugged. But everything's bigger in Texas. Better not let Professor Lockhart's ego go there, then, Seamus grumbled. You use headime, right, Harry? Is the Newt class any better than ours? We managed to get back to focus seminar planning after only a little bit of complaining about Lockhart, mostly because Hermione was quite taken with him and didn't like to hear it. Millicent seemed to have a bit of a crush as well. But all of them admitted that their previous classes hadn't been great. So after getting the rest of my schedule out of the way for the day, I sent Lockhart a note asking if we could meet after he finished classes, and he nodded at me to follow him out after dinner. I was intending to give him some pointers on what everyone expected, and maybe see if I could get him to fess up about just being a novelist whose shtick had gone too far. As he led me into his office through the defense classroom, every available surface plastered with his portraits and awards, I was also on the lookout for any runes that might be part of an entropy curse on the defense position. Bob had thought that it would have to be anchored somewhere physical to last this long, so the place the professor spent the most time would make sense. I didn't see anything on my first look at the office, of course, because it probably wouldn't be somewhere obvious. While I'd fully intended to lead off with knowing that he was at least something of a fraud, I was surprised that he started the discussion. Ah, Harry Dresden. You mentioned dueling at my signing? I have some time right now if you want to have a session. Surprised but having no reason to object, we cleared some space in the defense classroom and dueled for a couple of hours. To my complete shock, he was actually quite skilled. His style was more about avoidance than blocking. Maybe it was something to do with getting flustered with so many fans watching, but one-on-one he wasn't distracted by his appearance and even gave better than he got. He landed quite a few stunners on me, which was probably why my memory of the whole session was a little hazy. He thanked me for the workout and sent me on my way, exhausted, a little before curfew. Maybe the class wouldn't be a complete waste after all? Chapter 17, Mapping the Dark. And I think here is the nexus of where they, to use Harry's term, Hellfire enters the Matrix. Percy gestured with the feather end of his quill at a section of the diagram we'd made of the Imperious Curse. We'd set up at our favorite table in the school library to go over our research on Saturday night. It's almost an interface, Penny added, tracing the outer edges of the area Percy had designated. I've seen these elements show up in several dark spells. But the middle of the area is similar only to Fiendfyre. So, I summed up, this chunk is the Hellfire core, and the more common dark elements are basically the power adapter to move that into the rest of the spell matrix. Percy nodded along with Penny, and I remembered that his father was weirdly fascinated by electrical plugs of all things, so might actually know what an adapter did. Likewise, we can take the region where the Patroness differs from Fiendfyre, he gestured on that matrix on a separate sheet of parchment, and look for similarities to other light spells and assume that is interface as well. I sighed, that's a little harder than I'd hoped. We basically need to isolate the real Soulfire core, put it next to the Imperious framework that isn't dark, and do a bunch of arithmancy to get them to connect up. Nothing's ever really plug and play, Penny grinned. But I'm sure we can get the professors to check our math when it's done. I didn't mention that I could probably also put Bob on it and make it a lot easier. He'd been integral in helping me work out the diagram for the Imperious in the first place, since just having it cast on me wasn't completely sufficient to fully understand it. Instead, I nodded at the tiny boy walking by with a stack of books. Hey, Colin, it's a little early to be that loaded down with homework, yet. He grinned at the implied invitation, and set the stack down on our table so we could see the spines. It looked like a bunch of books about photography. Turns out it's not just as simple as developing photos in a special potion to get them to move. There's a potion for the negatives, charms for the camera, and maybe other stuff. Biggest problem is going to be finding the right dark room. There's probably spare classrooms in the dungeons, Penny ventured, amused by the enthusiastic Muggleborn boy. I would expect some of the Slytherins to make that inadvisable, Percy shook his head. Oh, right, the whole Gryffindor/Slytherin thing, Penny frowned. I don't think there are any spare classrooms on the upper floors without windows, but maybe you could just block them out. Colin nodded. Thanks. I'll see if Cyril will show some to me. Cyril Meekin had, in fact, been appointed the new boys' prefect, despite the slight debacle of getting impersed and trying to kidnap me the previous year. It, after all, hadn't been his fault. Colin stared at the spell diagrams and asked, "What are you doing?" "Those are complicated looking. Trying to figure out how to make some new spells," I told him. "You'll only see diagrams like this if you decide to start taking arithmancy in third year. Good luck with your photography." "Thanks." He smiled, then got the hint and took his books, heading to check out. After he left and I realized that my friends were staring at me trying to avoid laughing, I admitted, "Yes. I'm collecting little first-year buddies even faster this year than last year. I don't know why. I think it's adorable," Penny said. "You're like the biggest big brother any of them have ever seen." Percy nodded. "It at least makes it hard to lose you in a crowd." I think that is why Bill is Ginny's favorite big brother. She got separated on the train platform once and found us right away because she could see his hair poking out above everyone else. Speaking of Ginny's favorite people, I asked Penny, how's Luna settling into Ravenclaw? She frowned, not well. She's got kind of a Rain Man thing going on. Clearly brilliant enough to be in the house, but her mind just goes off on all these tangents and her father didn't help by packing it full of weird conspiracy theories. As I recall, she was much worse before Ginny started making an effort to socialize her, Percy added. I heard from my family her mother died suddenly last year, and the love-good method of coping was to retreat further into nonsense. I'm not sure it's all nonsense, I told them. There are things that the wizarding world considers children's stories that are real and just not commonly known. It's probably like when muggles find out about our world without getting obliviated, easy to believe actually crazy things when everyone tells you you're crazy for believing things you're sure are real. Penny nodded, though she and Percy probably half thought that I was crazy for believing my godmother about the never-never, since they hadn't really seen proof. I'll talk to her about whether it's okay for the rest of the house to know about her mother. They may give her more slack if they know she's just had a family tragedy. Thanks, Penny, I told her. Thoroughly derailed and getting close to curfew, we packed up and headed out. On the way past the front desk, I nodded to the librarian. Nice hat, Madam P, I told her. You get it for your convention. The stern middle-aged witch adjusted the new black hat and scoffed. It was a conference, not a convention. The only difference is how educational the panels during the day are, right? I grinned. I'm sure the evening parties are just as wild. Hardly, she sniffed. I figured she must have really gotten up to something if she wasn't willing to engage. Usually she at least gave a little bit on my joking. Oh, I said, remembering, why didn't you tell me one of the alumni was a writer? Lupin's stuff is a little young, but it's at least quality fiction. Would be something else good to read around here for the fiction section. She regarded me for a moment as if zoned out thinking, then replied, perhaps if he'd published through a wizarding press. But I don't think we can have muggle pulp in the Hogwarts library. Her eyes lidded slightly, then she said, library is closing. Please get back to your dorms. It was annoying when you found out someone was a secret bigot. Our previous conversations had not revealed that particular point about Madame Pants. I frowned and just left without saying good night. I was definitely planning on enlisting the twins to see how many muggle novels we could shelve before she noticed. When I got back to the Gryffindor common room, I noticed Matilda with books and parchment spread out over one of the tables, looking frazzled. I guessed her owl year started fast. Already loaded down with homework? I asked, taking a seat at one of the other chairs by the table. No. Well, yes, but this is mostly not that. I was trying to see if I could figure out where all the beasts are coming from. Uncle Abraham was right, there shouldn't be wargs in Britain anymore. Or several of the other things we've seen. She gestured at open books and the notes she'd been taking. I hesitated, not sure whether to tell her about the veil. She'd already kept my secret about Bob, but there would be a lot more pressure for her to tell people in authority if she knew Bellatrix Lestrange was behind the creature attacks, and that could lead back to me getting in serious trouble. So I hedged. You remember the Lucrata last year? I think this is the same thing. The veil that keeps our world apart from the never-never is weakening, and bigger things can get through. I know you and Oliver believe in fairies, Harry, she said, frustrated, but there's nothing in any of this that talks about it. Why now? Why here? I shrugged, and I honestly wasn't totally sure what my godmother's plan was. It's a tough sell, I know. I think wizards locked the Fae out so long ago they've forgotten they did it, so I don't know who you need to talk to who could even think about repairing the veil. Department of Mysteries, maybe? I was always told that the Fae on the other side want nothing more than to get in, so it's possible it just finally got weak enough that they decided to make an effort to break out. Maybe she could tell I was holding something back, but she finally nodded and just said, thanks, maybe I can write that to my uncle. See if he's willing to escalate it. Will you talk to him if I tell him it's your idea? He likes you. And can I talk to Bob about it? Sure, to both, I said, hoping that Abraham Grimblehawk wouldn't realize there was further to dig. Thanks, Harry, she said, relaxing back and managing to slide a leg out to lean against mine. How is the spell research going? Well, Mr. Creevy thinks that we've at least made some really complicated diagrams, I grinned, then started to tell her about the night's study session. It was becoming more and more comfortable to talk with the girl, and it would be so easy to go along with her plan to just start dating. But even beyond my reticence to start a new relationship, it was dangerous for her to know all my secrets. I needed to figure out how to get out from under my godmother's thumb, before I was too complicit in her crimes to not go down with her. But I was also worried that whatever she was up to was so big she might not actually wind up going down. Just unleashing monsters couldn't be the endgame. What would the wizarding world do if the real Fae from long-forgotten tales started getting loose? Could it even survive? Chapter 18, Horsepower. Let's go on an adventure. The tiny redhead suggested. Ginny Weasley had taken a giant leap and sprawled across the top of the plush armchair in which Percy was sitting before making this request. Percy looked up from the book he'd been reading with a sigh, as if this was a regular Sunday morning occurrence, his little sister having chosen the optimal moment in which he was engrossed in his book. Surely you have not even begun to explore Hogwarts on your own. He tried. Dear Diary, Ginny moaned, flopping disconsolately across the top of the chair, her flailing hand managing to muss Percy's hair and nearly dislodge his glasses. Today I had to ask the twins to take me on an adventure, because Percy was too boring to go outside where it was nice. That was how I got detention before I'd even been at school for a week. Sending a long-suffering look across to me in my own chair, where I'd clearly abandoned my book to be amused by his little sister, Percy asked, Harry, what do you think? I shrugged, also a little bored to be cooped up in the castle for one of the likely few nice days outside. We could check with Hagrid at lunch to see if he has anything to show off. Yes. That guy. Showing off. Capital. Ginny announced, slowly rolling around on the top of the chair and making faces, her long red hair cascading over her brother's head as she demonstrated her excitement. Fine, Ginevra, Percy deliberately extended her name, we shall go on an adventure after lunch. Yay. She raised both hands in exultation, clipping the armrests with her fists since she was now totally upside down with her back across the top of the chair, her head resting on Percy's. Thank you, Percival. You should make sure to bring an intrepid reporter and a photographer to document your exploits, I told her, making sure Luna and Colin would get included. Eventually she might even have enough friends to entertain herself. And it all ballooned from there. Hagrid was, indeed, interested in going ahead and making friends with new Gryffindor first years, and suggested showing off the Thestrals because invisible horses were always a big hit. Hermione's crew got wind of it and refused to be left out. The twins invited themselves when their other siblings were going outside, and grabbed Lee. Matilda found out. We grabbed Penny, Oliver, and Alexis to help corral 10 lower years. And somehow Professor McGonagall wound up being included as well. All told, 13 Gryffindors, 2 Ravenclaws, and the assistant headmistress met Hagrid at his hut around 2 p.m. Sorry, Hagrid, I told him, the guest list got away from me. No worries, Harry, he told me. Though I dunno how many of 'em will be able to see the Thestrals. Got several young guns that need to get used to people, though. As we walked to the Thestral pens, it was very interesting to watch the social dynamics at play. Ron was temporarily in charge of the second years, because this seemed to be a Weasley outing, but their group had no permanent leader. This contrasted with the first years, where Ginny was clearly the dominant personality and Colin was just excited to be included, except that Luna had an eye on Penny at all times and Colin still had a bit of puppy dog loyalty from when Hermione had met him at Remus signing. The twins and Lee, as fourth years, were downplaying their usual rambunctiousness to make sure they were viewed as upperclassmen to the little kids. And the actual upperclassmen were mostly wrapped up in their dating relationships. I was just glad that Matilda was genuinely interested in magical creatures. She hadn't noticed that Percy/Penny and Oliver/Alexis were taking this as an extremely coupley walk, which left me some breathing room. I glanced back to Professor McGonagall to see if she'd noticed, but she'd shifted to her animagus form, following us at a distance as a tabby cat. The paddock for the Thestrals was not too deep into the Forbidden Forest, and I spotted dozens of the bat-winged, lizard-like black horses romping about the space. Most of the kids seemed to think we'd just brought them to a large, empty pen, though Luna was clearly tracking the creatures with her eyes. I wondered if it was her enhanced sensitivity to magic, or, based on what Percy had said, whether she'd actually watched her mother pass. Of the rest of the group, it seemed like Alexis and Lee were also aware of the creatures, though I wouldn't think to ask them when they'd seen someone die. What you're hopefully not seeing is called Thestrals, Hagrid explained. They're horse-like critters that we use to pull the coaches to Hogsmeade. Bet some of ye thought they was automatic, yet? Ye can only see 'em if you've seen someone die up close. But they're real friendly, like. It was interesting to me that Quirrell's death didn't seem to count, because Hermione, Neville, and Ron were oblivious even though he'd died in front of them barely 3 months earlier. Maybe the whole situation had been so stressful they hadn't really comprehended that someone died. For the next hour or so, Hagrid gave rides to most of the kids on the more docile Thestrals, which was apparently especially interesting if you couldn't see the creature you were riding on. Colin got lots of pictures of the outing, and, assuming he hadn't figured out how to take wizarding photos overnight, there was probably no chance of them showing the Thestrals, just riders floating in midair. At some point, McGonagall changed out of her cat form and seemed to be evaluating Hagrid's interactions with the kids. I had no doubt that the older witch, who'd been in at least one war, could see the Thestrals. Seamus was riding a Thestral about an hour into the experience when Luna raised a hand in a stop gesture and looked deeper into the forest. We should go see the unicorns, she said, picking up on who knows what. Most of the kids seemed inclined to ignore the girl, but I spotted a flash of white through the trees and Hagrid said, "Ah, there they are. Usually don't get this close." Slipping back into teaching mode, he said, "Now, they're real skittish in the best o' times, and they'll run if you aren't, well, pure." He gave an apologetic look to Professor McGonagall. "That's quite all right, Hagrid, I'll happily stay back here," she said, but gave a look to the older students as if evaluating whether they were pure enough to visit with unicorns. "I'll, keep the professor company," I said. A few of the older kids shot me a look, realizing why only I and the assistant headmistress would be unable to meet unicorns. Matilda widened her eyes and gave me a smirk. McGonagall only gave me a stern raised eyebrow. I shrugged. The rest of the crew headed into the forest. I was admittedly slightly surprised at Oliver and Alexis being able to go on the trip, while I hung back with the assistant headmistress by the thestral pen. The afternoon sunlight occasionally broke through the tree cover in tight beams when the wind would blow, and when the beams would hit one of the skeletal black horses, they'd oddly continue to the ground, as if the horses were partially translucent. I knew from Bob that they weren't fully present in our reality, which is what made their powers work and their hides so good for expansion charms. The effect of the light was quite pretty. I don't know how long we just stood there watching the thestrals. When McGonagall spoke up, I talked to Mr. Myers. "He seemed very impressed with your curriculum." "Oh, good," I said. "He seems cool. Already have candidates for first years that need to use foci instead of a wand." She nodded. "A few. With someone whose time we're not taking away from classes, we can try for more than the most obvious cases." "Right, 2 kids that are hopeless with a wand, and 1 tiny prodigy that invited herself regardless." McGonagall chuckled. "Yes. Mr. Finnegan and Ms. Bulstrode are doing much better than anyone expected, and I think you'll have Ms. Granger onto wandless casting and enchanting years early." "She's already planning to try to figure out wandless this year," I acknowledged. So Mr. Myers passed on. He gave a thorough briefing. The one thing I didn't understand was some of his American euphemisms. "What is a hoss?" "It's Texan for horse," I explained. "Not sure if he calls everybody around his age that, or just the ones that are tall and gangly like a horse." She considered. "It does suit you, hoss." Before I could argue with her about perpetuating the nickname, I noticed the others coming back. "Harry." It was great. I never thought I'd get that close to unicorns. Matilda yelled, too enthusiastic to wait to get into normal conversational distance. "And the centaurs. You'll never believe it." "Believe what?" I asked. Hagrid held out what I first thought was a short, white stick, and explained, "Firenze were there to translate for the unicorns. The centaurs cleaned up the bodies that you-know-who made last year. They wanted to reward folk for driving 'em off. They gave the kids tail hairs, but they said they wanted you to have this." He placed the long, spiraling white horn in my surprised hands. The pure magic contained within practically hummed beneath my fingers. I didn't feel worthy of even holding it. "I can't." I started. "Do something good with it, Harry," McGonagall said, shaken enough by the gesture to use my first name. "Let's see something worthwhile come of the crime." I nodded, still shaken myself, and slipped the horn into one of my belt pouches that was deep and currently free of anything that could damage it. "No pressure, or anything," I grumbled, already thinking of uses I could put the horn to and discarding them all as unworthy. We'd started heading back to the castle by the time my head cleared enough to remember that they'd mentioned running into Firenze, the Fabio-like centaur I'd met the previous summer. "So did the unicorns shy away when they caught you ladies having impure thoughts about the centaur?" I winked. Several giggling blushes and 2 boyfriends looking put out at their witches were my reward for the joke. Chapter 19, Forever Cutting. McGonagall wasn't going to let the hoss thing go, and had even tried to get me to volunteer to be turned into a horse to demonstrate human transfiguration for our class Monday morning. I'd demurred, but had honestly considered it because of the good mood I was in. We'd just gotten there off of a defense class that hadn't been awful. Lockhart had us doing some in-class dueling, building toward more silent and focusless casting. He hadn't really presented any keen insights, but he wasn't actively being an impediment, and that was exciting. After lunch was our once-weekly potions class, scheduled to take up the whole afternoon. It had lost more students than any other core class I was still attending, including most of the more annoying Slytherin Quidditch team members. Unfortunately, Oliver had also dropped it, so I was down a lab partner. While Percy clearly wanted to take the opportunity to partner with Penny, he'd gotten into a good rhythm with his fellow prefect, Alexis, Oliver's girlfriend. So that left me partnered with Penny. Professor Belby's bespoke potioneer's robes were as immaculate as ever, but his hair had gone full mad scientist over the summer. Still sticking up all over from his nervous habit of running his potions-covered hands through it, a substantial chunk on the left side was gouged out with a hint of black still on the tips, as if he managed to catch his own hair on fire recently. As usual, he didn't notice. "Welcome to Newt Potions," he lectured, once we were all settled. Most of you did very well on your owls. Here it all changes. You have copies of advanced potion making. It's the classic. We'll barely be using it, so there was no point in getting a new text. Well, we'll be using it as a stepping off point. This year is about improvisation. We'll learn what you can change about recipes to get a different result. What you can substitute and still get the same. Next year, we'll be inventing potions from first principles. I have up here the standard components of the draft of the living death. He gestured at several containers on his desk. Find the recipe in your books. I did and found that the recipe was as thoroughly annotated as everything else in the text. Now, let's talk about why it's written the way it is, and how the classic recipe can be improved. During the following discussion, I wound up scoring several points by explaining the Sopophorus bean's reaction to pressure and silver as a way to extract juice, and why periodic alteration in stirring direction better melded the ingredients. While both made sense from my previous knowledge of the subject, I was admittedly prompted by the handwritten notes in my textbook. Penny had noticed early on, read over my shoulder, and snagged her own points for Ravenclaw by pointing out that a more arithmetically significant number of beans, 13 instead of 12, were relevant to the concoction. With the longer class, Belby wound up giving us a break after the discussion, and Percy immediately pulled his chair over to our station. Excellent contributions, both, he said, then noticed we were busily flipping through my textbook. That is a heavily annotated book. Penny nodded, grinning. Looks like Harry got the second hand from someone very talented at potions. Lots of good modifications and notes in here. I caught a page before Penny flipped past it and pointed, not just potions. This is a whole arithmancy matrix done in the margins. Looks like he already took it to a spell creation. Sectum sempra is what? Forever cutting or eternally severed? Could be both. Percy worked out his own Latin translation. He tried to read the small handwriting upside down. What does it say next to it? For enemies. I nodded, then added, looks like a modified severing charm. I'd been getting a lot of use out of that charm with all my leather working of the last year. Oh, my, Penny breathed, taking in the arithmancy for the spell. I've seen a lot of these constructs in our work with the Fiendfyre interface. It doesn't have the Hellfire core, but I think this basically takes the severing charm and turns it into a pretty dark curse. Percy had moved all the way around, leaning over Penny's shoulders so he could get a better look. I think so too. And notice the missing and altered factors. This should have increased range and... Harry, do you remember what this part does in the severing charm? I looked where he was pointing and let out a hiss of breath. In the severing charm, that's the piece that ensures it's far more effective against dead organic material than living, so you have to try really hard to cut your own finger off. This flips it. This will cut off your finger but be much less useful for craft work. And I bet it deals curse wounds. What kind of student dreams up something this vicious and just says for enemies, wondered Penny. I shrugged and said, called himself the Half-Blood Prince. I showed them the property of note in the back of the book. Pretentious, Penny scoffed. Well, this book seems old enough that it cannot be active evidence in any crimes, Percy thought out loud. But we may still want to inquire with the DMLE whether this curse has been used. Showing how much less of a narc he'd become over the last year, he then added, quietly. And perhaps after we have fully examined the rest of the text for context. And any useful arithmancy work that's not gross or illegal, I nodded. While I was the last person to run to the Aurors with a book, I didn't really want something as nasty as this spell getting out without people being aware of it, and I didn't want to be left holding something that could be pinned on me if it had been used to kill people. Penny had been flipping ahead and said, well, at least he was responsible enough to invent a counterspell, Vulnera Sanentur. Maybe it was just a thought exercise? Looks like this might be an even better general spell for cuts than the basic healing charm. At that, Professor Belby came back out of his office, and the break was over, so Percy headed back to his desk and Penny let me take control of my textbook back. Since potions was the last, and only, class of the afternoon and ended just before dinner, we'd planned to check the book over further in the library after the meal. We'd met back up outside the Great Hall and were on the way when I heard an unusual noise and asked, do they actually have radiators in the castle? They both looked confused, so I explained, sounds like hissing pipes, up through the wall, like when someone cuts the heat on. Well, there are pipes in the walls, Percy nodded. I believe most of them were installed as part of a class project in the 1940s when they decided to modernize the toilets, which was no small feat. But they are only for plumbing, not for heating. Yeah, I didn't think so, I said. Don't remember anything like that last year. I better mention it to Filch, then. Could be a leak. Honestly, I might have forgotten about the incident altogether if, as soon as we started walking again, the acromantula hadn't whipped around the corner. Out of the way! Screamed the beast, favoring two injured legs in its flight and barely making contact with the floor. Even with the injury, it effortlessly moved onto the wall to avoid us, and continued its dash down the hallway. It's heading toward the Great Hall. Penny gasped. The three of us pounded after the immense spider, flinging stunners that continued to miss the erratic moving target. Ahead of us, we could spot other kids leaving dinner and I shouted ahead, "Acromantula! Dodge!" Fortunately, they all saw the thing coming and managed to dive out of the way. A mop of red hair that I was pretty sure was Ron Weasley was still safely behind several other kids but shrieked and ran back into the room. To our great surprise, rather than turning into the dining hall, the spider juked in the opposite direction and crossed the immense antechamber, hit the outer doors with enough force to bump them open so it could get out, and it was gone into the evening. "What is going on?" McGonagall asked, rushing out of the great hall with a hand holding her hat on, having overheard the commotion. "An acromantula was in the halls, Professor," Penny explained, slightly winded. "We thought it was attacking, but I guess it was trying to escape outside." I caught my breath as the professor took that in, and mentioned, "Also, the plumbing might be broken in between here and the library." I thought for a moment, then admitted, "Probably the spider's the bigger problem, though." We found out later that the acromantula had been the one from our defense class, which Lockhart had forgotten to get back to Hagrid and had just shoved in a corner of the classroom. It had somehow managed to smash its way out of the cage, despite the locking charm. Kettleben was very impressed. Nobody seemed to be sure what had convinced it to make such an athletic bid to escape. Filch also didn't find anything wrong with the pipes. If anything, he figured they were cleaner than usual and thought maybe the noise I'd heard was some massive blockage finally breaking loose and scratching down the pipe. I apologized to him that massive blockage was a term he had to use in reference to the plumbing, but he said he was used to it. "If anything," he editorialized, "maybe that will give us a little time before that fool ghost manages to make another mess." The ghost that haunted one of the girls' bathrooms was apparently just corporeal enough to back up the toilets. Sometimes, magic is really gross. Chapter 20, Quibbling. The morning after the acromantula escape, at breakfast, I was surprised to have an owl swoop in to deliver mail to me. I never got mail. The creature had a slightly cross-eyed expression on its face, and an unusual set of markings. After I relieved it of the attached parcel, it stumbled around on the table and then launched itself over to the end of the Ravenclaw table, where Luna gave it an affectionate pat and an owl treat before it went on its way. She turned and gave me a grin and thumbs up. I looked down and realized that this must be my first issue of the subscription to her father's paper that he'd gifted me. The Quibbler, it turned out, was less of a newspaper and more of a magazine. Well, that was perhaps giving it too much credit, because its production value was not that much better than some of the fanzines I'd seen in Chicago music stores. It was actually printed, rather than being handwritten and photocopied, but the layout was just as meandering, and it wasn't particularly thick. Most of the art was line drawings instead of photographs, all of it showing fantastic beasts more fantastic than anything covered in the Hogwarts class devoted to the same. "The Quibbler's out there, even for my mum," Oliver suggested, seeing what I'd gotten. "Luna's father writes it," I told him. "Remember when he said he'd give me a subscription to his magazine when we met him on the train?" "That makes total sense," agreed Oliver, ruefully shaking his head. "I schemed through it while we ate breakfast, and I admitted to him, it's actually not that bad. Entertaining. There's a Muggle magazine called the Fortean Times that I think is kind of similar. Runs that line where you're not sure if you're reading something written by actual crazy people or you're just all in on a funny joke." As I considered the publication for the rest of the day, I realized it might present me an opportunity. I didn't like being complicit in whatever it was that my godmother was up to, but I also didn't want to invite the questions that would arise if I warned any rational authority. To the editor. I understand that the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures has spent several months defending against an onslaught of beasts of inexplicable origin attacking wizarding homes and businesses. I believe most of these have escaped through the veil that protects our world from the home of the fairies. How? Dark wizards are deliberately stretching the veil until something even worse can escape. The Ministry needs to act to strengthen the veil before this plot is realized. A concerned citizen. I didn't know whether anyone who could do anything read Mr. Lovegood's magazine, but it couldn't hurt to try. At the very least, it might give him some credibility if people eventually figured out he'd been right. I wrote it up, deliberately trying to keep my handwriting precise and not too similar to my normal style, then sent it with a school owl. Despite how sneaky I thought I was being, Luna caught up with me a few days later when I was alone outside, enjoying a rare sunny afternoon. "Daddy appreciates the article," she said. When I just gave her a shocked look, not having prepared a poker face for this eventuality, she explained, "The school owls are fairly recognizable, and I mentioned our conversation about the Never Never. There really aren't many people that know about it. I guess he is an investigative reporter," I allowed. "I'd like to stay anonymous, though." "Dark wizards," she nodded, without explaining what she thought my relationship with those dark wizards was. "Congratulations, by the way." "For what?" "You've significantly reduced your Nargle infestation since the party. Hardly any of them come near you anymore." I shrugged, considering, could be the Hogwarts wards. "No. I noticed it on the train. It's almost as if you're protected. Rule of 3. I suggested. I fought off my third attack by fey beasts in a year not long after the party. She thought for a second, then nodded, that could do it. It may only buy you a year and a day, though. I'll still take it, I smiled, not sure whether the girl had any special insight but enjoying that she was the only one I could talk to that didn't at least a little bit think what I knew about the Never Never was children's stories. Give something else a chance to try to kill me. Fenrir Greyback, she agreed, somehow again jumping to the right answer. Daddy covered the attack in the previous edition, but he heard about it too late to talk to you directly. We aren't sure whether he's an independent or working for the Rotfang conspiracy. Daddy thinks the latter because werewolves and vampires don't get along. He did work with the Death Eaters during the war, I shrugged. But I don't think he was after me for any organization other than his own. I thought for a second about an explanation that wouldn't reveal Rima's status to someone who was potentially way more insightful than anyone would give her credit for. I'm friends with someone that he wanted to punish by killing me. That will make Daddy sad, she said, wistfully. He doesn't like it when it's just one person doing a bad thing, instead of a group. He likes it when things make sense. I almost laughed at the idea, but I got it. If bad things happen because of a big conspiracy, you can stop the bad things if you can just find and stop the people in charge. But if anybody can do a bad thing, then crime can happen at any time. Or accidents, she nodded, sadly. Hey, I tried to cheer her up. But if anyone can decide to do bad things, that also means you don't have to wait on anyone else to tell you that you can do good things. She smiled, like the Quibbler. Nobody told Daddy he could do it, but he did anyway, because people need to know the truth. I nodded, changing the subject. How are things going for you, so far? Most of my yearmates have a worse Nargle infestation than you did this summer, she frowned. I haven't told them that, because Ginny says it upsets people, but I think they know that I know because they don't seem to want to talk to me. Prefect Clearwater is helping, though. Good. Just keep in mind that most wizards seem to have a weirdly hard time with things they don't understand. Probably because they think they know more than anybody else. I basically gave her the same advice I'd given Hermione the previous year, just try to talk to them about stuff they think is important, and don't act like you're not taking it seriously. They'll be more inclined to let you talk about what you want to talk about if you meet them halfway. Besides, the way things are going with the veil. I'm worried that pretty soon everyone's going to find out that a lot of the stuff you can see but they can't is all too real. She nodded, was about to say something else, then suddenly twitched her head and looked into the distance, whispering, Ginny's in trouble. She immediately stood and started walking off, so I quickly grabbed my own things and followed. After a few moments I realized we were heading toward the Quidditch pitch. I vaguely remembered seeing a couple of redheads on brooms in the air earlier, and maybe heard that Ron was going to take Ginny to practice before Oliver let her try out for Seeker. They weren't in the air, now, and Luna was charging ahead toward where I thought there was a shed behind the pitch that stored school brooms. The girl's legs were so short compared to my own that I only had to jog slightly to keep up as she broke into a full run. As we rounded the stands and could see the shed, I saw three very familiar backs in Slytherin-colored robes, Flint, Montague, and Pusey, the three chasers that I'd run into when they were trying to intimidate the Gryffindor team's girls on the train a year before. Do you know what degloving means? I heard Montague ask someone trapped inside the shed, in a repeat of his last year's performance. Figuring we were repeating the same performance, and they'd notice me running up in a second anyway, I shouted, Hey, assholes. The three boys turned to frown at me and I could make out two small redheads inside the shed. As I slowed down to stop about 20 feet away, I asked, Don't you three ever get tired of being sports movie clichés? Dresden. Growled Flint. We still owe you. Apparently, they did not. He glanced behind me and gave a toothy grin when he realized we were well out of sight of anybody else. Just you and a bunch of first years now, Dresden. I'm a second year. Ron complained from inside the shed. You're right, I told him, planting my staff and shaking my shield bracelet free of my sleeve. You need to go get some more guys. While I had apparently managed to convince everyone the previous year I was too risky to bully, I'd learned from other people that the staff was very bad at punishing bullying in general. Without a teacher, prefect, or a ton of witnesses, they were generally inclined to pretend there was nothing they could do. Given how backwards British wizarding culture was, it wasn't a surprise that their attitudes to bullying were those of a boarding school from the 19th century. Which meant that the Slytherin boys finally saw their opportunity to get me back for embarrassing them the last year, and had their own wands out ready to start throwing hexes. I noticed Luna had orbited the confrontation when I stopped, and was moving to get to the shed while staying out of my line of fire. Good girl. For their own part, the Slytherin chasers were starting to move away from the shed and spread out slightly, barely acknowledging the little kids. That was a mistake, since from inside the shed there was a pair of shouts that blended together, but I later learned were Chiroptera mucosa. From Ginny and Slugulus eructo. From Ron. Blasts of light hit Montague and Pusey in the sides as they started to turn and put up shields. With a groan, Montague covered his face as wings of snot began to rip their way free of his nose, and Pusey grimaced as slugs began to ooze out of his mouth. Not to be left out, as Flint turned and considered something to take the kids he'd ignored out of the fight, Luna reached the side of the shed and yelled, "Lumos Speculum!" A shimmering haze of light appeared in front of her, extending wide enough to obscure the door of the shed. Vague shapes in the light seemed to match the boys in front of the shield, like a holographic attempt at a mirror. Smirking at how this clearly wasn't going to be less of an embarrassment for the boys, I hissed, "Ventus!" and angled my staff down, shoving a burst of air at their legs which caused all three, off balance, to stagger and take a knee. "And that's the gentlest spell I know," I lied to them. "Maybe you should go find someone your own speed to bully, like 5-year-olds. They stumbled back to their feet, scowling, but realizing they would have to turn their backs on me to take out the kids, or take more prank spells from the kids to focus on me. And Montague was currently being assaulted by bats made of his own snot while Pusey had invertebrates rolling down the front of his robes. Flint started to say something and I interrupted with, I know, next time and watch your back but never this time or I challenge you to a duel to show I'm better. Bye, guys." Alternately sneezing, burping, and grumbling, the three boys grudgingly walked away. I heard Flint trying to dispel the jinxes once they rounded the Quidditch stands, so I kept myself faced in that direction just in case they made another attempt from a better angle. But they were apparently shamed enough for the day to just head out. Once it was clear I relaxed, the kids lowered their wands. "Thanks, Harry," Ron said. "Thank Luna, she knew Ginny was in trouble," I told him. "I was just tagging along. And you three did most of the work, so good job. Just keep an eye out for bullies when you're off alone." Ron nodded, worked up his courage to say, "Thanks, Luna," to his sister's weird friend, and added, "That shield was awesome, too." "It was my mother's," the girl said, sadly. "Very easy to cast. I liked your slugs. The twins taught me that," he nodded. "And my bat bogey hex," Ginny added. As we headed back, the kids excitedly chattered about winning their first big magical skirmish, totally bouncing back from being cornered by bigger boys. Chapter 21, Liberty, Equality, Fraternity. "Come in, workaholics," Oliver chastised, leaning against the wall of the spare classroom we'd camped out in all Friday evening as it crept ever closer to curfew. "Just let it go for the weekend. Hogsmeade. While it's still reasonably warm outside. You need to get some good sleep and then come back to it fresh next week." The late September field trip weekend had actually fallen on what looked to be a pair of sunny days. "Look at who's all relaxed now that he's finally got a seeker," Penny snarked. "Percy. That's a house secret." Oliver objected. "Please," my other roommate disagreed. "She figured it out herself, and you just confirmed it." "How's your mom taking it?" I asked. Percy explained, "From her letters, she exists in a frantic superposition between sheer ecstasy that her daughter is the youngest seeker in a century and utter anxiety about the dangers of racing around on brooms with live blood jars. So about what you expected." I grinned. "Indeed." Penny thought about it and grinned. "I don't suppose there are 3 more Weasleys that can play chaser about to enter school, are there? Once Oliver graduates there's already going to be more Weasleys than non-Weasleys on the Gryffindor team." "Fortunately, no," Percy smiled. "Not even close cousins. Can you imagine how loud things would be at home with 3 more kids running around?" "How's Katie taking the switch?" I asked Oliver. "She's thrilled she isn't the seeker anymore, but worried she won't do well as chaser and she'll get cut entirely," he frowned. "They didn't tell me how much of Team Captain D be managing the insecurities of teen girls." Penny snorted, choosing to be amused rather than offended, and ventured, "Could be worse. You could be a prefect. I'll trade you my 2 dozen for your 4. I started to ask and she immediately answered, "Luna's doing fine, Harry. In fact, she and Lindquist hit it off this week bothering the ghosts. They're trying to get more people to go to Nearly Headless Nick's Death Day party next month." "Good," I nodded, then answering Oliver's earlier complaint, "I think we're so close, though. Won't help to take the weekend if we aren't sure what's going wrong with the spell." "Fine," the obsessive keeper allowed, hardly hypocritical enough to object strenuously about others working too hard on something. He pushed back off the wall and moved to look at our diagrams. "Explain it to me again, and maybe one of you lot of big brains will notice something. Percy and I nodded to Penny to take the lead, so she explained, "The arithmancy all checks out. We got Professor Vector to confirm. We're calling it the Libertas charm since it ought to free people from mental influence and maybe even counter the Imperius incantation worked out to Libero. That also fits the necessary arithmancy. Could be an issue with the wand movements because those are more subject to intuition than anything." She trailed off, thinking. I shook my head, but I made a ritual diagram that should fit the matrix exactly, and that didn't seem to work either. What if we need to think happy thoughts? Penny said, popping from her short thought process. Soul magic, of course. Percy agreed. Libero. He tried, making the wand gesture. I wasn't going to be able to contribute much practically until I had a focus. Turned out the reason my mother's necklace worked with the patroness was that the interface factors were similar to light spells. We'd had to use a different interface for the librettas. That felt different, Percy frowned, but still failed. I used the same memory I use for the patroness. Possibly owing to the growth of their relationship over the summer, Percy and Penny had both finally managed fully corporeal patroness spells in the last month. To my great amusement, Percy's was a big-nosed bird that he insisted was an auguret but which reminded me a lot of the officious parrot in the Kimba cartoon. Penny's was an eagle, but, in the monochrome silver of the charm, we weren't sure exactly what kind. What if TISNT happy thoughts? Oliver asked. I've always heard you can only cast the Killing curse at someone you hate, yet? But Fiendfyre doesn't require hate. Fear, I think, I admitted, nodding. Maybe panic. I only tried it the one time, when Voldemort was trying to possess me, but I don't think hate was at the top of my list. Penny sank down in her chair in frustration. This could take forever. Why? How many positive emotions could there be? Oliver asked. But you probably have to feel it deeply, like with the patroness, she explained. It'll be hard to tell if we've picked the wrong emotion or we just don't have a strong enough trigger for it. Oliver clapped his hands together with a grin. Still, though, progress and we're not going to figure it out tonight, yet? Bedtime. Hogsmeade bright and early. With grumbling agreement, we packed up and made our way back to the Gryffindor dorms. As Oliver, Percy and I were climbing the last set of stairs to the dorm, Oliver spoke up again and suggested, all right, gentlemen, tomorrow, picnic lunch with our witches. I don't have I began. Harry, Oliver interrupted, stepping off onto the landing before the staircase moved. With all respect, get your head out of your arse. Seeing he had my attention, he continued, we're not saying you have to ask the girl to marry you. But Percy and I like her, Percy nodded. Penny and Lexi like her. You like her. Stop feeling sorry for yourself and invite the poor girl to Hogsmeade. Fine, I grumbled, probably because I was a petulant teenager really set on making myself miserable about my presumed dead ex-girlfriend, Elaine. I guessed I could admit that, if any of my friends were in a similar situation, I'd be giving them the same advice Oliver was giving me. As we entered the common room, not unlike a man heading to the gallows, I dragged my feet and finally did some thinking about my issues. Matilda was pretty, we got along, we had shared interests, and we'd managed to work together well in a crisis. But she wasn't Elaine. And there was a part of my brain that was still holding out hope that Elaine somehow got out of the house, would someday find me, and would have a good explanation and apology. There was another part that believed I'd killed Elaine, and thus did not deserve to ever be in a relationship again. But maybe it was time to stop letting those anxieties drive my life. I spotted Matilda across the common room playing chess with Ron. She was losing, but the two were having an animated discussion about something else. Ron was explaining, if Gudgeon can improve a little, I think they can go to 8th or even 7th this season. Matilda shook her head, moving upon, and opined, he's just too new a seeker. Chaser game, that's where they should focus. He needs a few more years. Anyway, you can't forget the fundamentals. Too many teams think they're going to win on the snitch. Ron nodded, moving a knight into position and declaring, I'd be good with that, too. I'm just really thinking that this is the year for another cannonball run, you know? Check, by the way. You know that name was based on a Muggle movie? She asked. I wonder if the team even knows that's why they call their winning streaks that. She agonized over the board for a moment before taking Ron's knight with her bishop. Really? Harry, do you know about that? Ron asked, noticing that I'd moved over to watch them play and eavesdrop. He moved his queen into position and noted, check and mate. Yeah, came out about a decade ago, I think, I told him. We could probably find it on video and watch it at Remus over the break. Supposed to be good. Burt Reynolds is in it. No Quidditch, though, obviously, just cars. But similarly fast-paced. Harry, are you inviting us to come visit over Yule? Matilda asked me, quirking an eyebrow. I shrugged, if Remus is okay with it and the schedule works, sure. She brightened, as Ron started putting away the chess pieces. Not one to miss the natural segue, I plucked up my courage and said, but, sooner invitation, do you want to join me for a picnic tomorrow? Will be us, Oliver and Alexis and Penny and Percy. Out of the corner of my eye I noticed Ron start to talk, probably to explain he couldn't go to Hogsmeade yet, but then he realized I was only talking to Matilda and closed his mouth. She gave a cute little twitch as if she was trying to play it cool, then lost the war with her facial muscles and grinned broadly, love to. Cool. I guess we're heading into town after breakfast, I nodded, running out of suave. See you in the morning. Good night. She said, as I beat a hasty retreat up to my room. The next morning, as we were finishing up breakfast, I asked, so, is a picnic outside of Hogsmeade safe? Uncle Abraham's team is doing a sweep this morning, Matilda nodded, and it looked like several of the others were also reassured by the news. But they haven't had any trouble there since the wargs. I never did hear the full story about those, Alexis said. The dark-haired prefect had an almost entirely English accent, though I'd eventually found out she'd been born in France. She was a half-blood, and her family had immigrated back to England when she was little, after the war. The fight with Greyback and the wargs, thus, became the topic of conversation for the ride down to the town. I tried not to be self-conscious about how cute everyone found it that Matilda and I effortlessly traded off the storytelling. Wandering around town shopping was very coupley, and I tried not to freak when Matilda grabbed my hand to walk together several times. The picnic was nice. Oliver had arranged for a basket of food from the kitchens, Percy handled the blankets for seating on a hill outside of town, and I brought some cokes and other snacks from my muggle stash which seemed appreciated. The conversation was light, we were all having a good time, and if everyone gradually shifted into 3 piles of one girl reclining on one boy, it was only natural. It was, in fact, kind of nice. Through some unspoken signal, Oliver gathered back up the food baskets, Percy picked up the blankets, I vanished the trash, and we were all moving on slightly different paths, on separate romantic strolls. Even with the nice day for northern Scotland, it had gotten a little chilly and at some point I'd wound up with an arm around Matilda as we walked. You know it's not actually haunted. I noted, absently, as we came within sight of the shrieking shack on the outskirts of town. That's just a rumor to keep people away from it. The twins say there's a secret passage from school into the shack, if you can get past the willow. Remus had given me more of his school backstory over the summer, and explained that was where he'd transform every month before Professor Belby invented the wolfsbane potion he used now. It had come up when he explained why I wasn't supposed to go near the baby willow tree he'd planted in his backyard. That's neat. She agreed. I wonder what it's like inside? Surprised more people don't use it as a make-out space. That last was a very pointed segue. I took a breath and began, you know I like you, right? But I still don't know if. I trailed off. Are you just going with the flow, here? She asked. Is this all chivalry? No, I assured her. I enjoy this. But I can't make promises about anything more. Because you're not over your ex, she nodded. I get it. I'm not looking for a commitment, Harry. It's okay if you don't even want to be my boyfriend. I have career plans. I'm not trying to tie you down. Merlin, I may better deal you as soon as I'm out of Hogwarts. I snorted. You should. You could do way better. I said the last joking, but asked, so you don't mind if I'm emotionally unavailable? I mean, I'd prefer if you weren't. But I can't say you haven't warned me for 7 months. She stopped walking and turned me to look down at her. Harry. I like you. I don't love you. You like me. You don't love me. But there's nobody I like more. Same, I admitted. Humor vied with vulnerability in her eyes. Then stop overthinking things and let's snog. Yes, ma'am, I told her. So we did. I didn't totally buy that she wasn't invested. I still kind of felt like I was using her. But it had been over a year since I'd had that kind of contact, and it felt long overdue. It felt so good to just be wrapped up in another, compatible person. Of course, with my luck, it was only about a minute into making out when the yelling and spellfire started. Chapter 22, An Afternoon's Diversion. The sounds that broke up my early afternoon make-out session with Matilda were coming from Hogsmeade, and from our vantage on a small rise near the shrieking shack, I could make out faint flashes of spells and the smoke of buildings just recently on fire. The yells that carried from town sounded like fear but not like pain, and it sucked that at not quite 17 I was able to make that distinction. Since I was putting as much effort as possible into listening, and my hearing is, I am told, unusually effective, I also heard people talking from nearby, in the direction of the wood that contained the wrath my godmother showed me how to use nearly a year before. Men's voices, trying to be quiet, one hissed, remember, the pure blood isn't to be permanently harmed. But you just need enough of Dresden for his blood, right? Another growled, and even trying to be quiet I could identify Marcus Flint. I'd certainly gotten used to his whispered threats in classes we'd shared the previous year. Technically living and able to bleed, yes, the first voice confirmed. It sounded older, thinner, higher class, but I didn't recognize it. I thought I saw motion against the trees that was all too similar to the stealth effect in Predator, Disillusionment. In the shadows of the wood, I wasn't willing to gamble that it was only 2 people. And I knew Flint and his friends wouldn't be able to manage veils. Matilda had noticed me concentrating, and didn't interrupt. If we weren't in danger, I could have kissed her again for that. I used the arm I still had wrapped around her to turn her in the direction of the threat and whispered, Flint and at least one other wizard. Veiled. Against the wood. Not just a prank. She nodded and growled, noticing like I was that there was at least 100 yards between us and the town over rolling but unobstructed terrain. The people standing against the wood would have plenty of time to fire at us if we made for the town. We could go for the gate into Hogwarts, but it was a little further and we'd have the outer wall at our backs most of the way, limiting our room to run. Try for the shack? She asked. Get your wand, I said, reaching around to hug her, hoping I was being nonchalant and giving her cover to draw. I took the opportunity to use my right hand to make sure my shield bracelet was free of my sleeve on my left wrist. Start running when you're ready, I'll cover behind you. I turned around her so my left arm was to the wood and I was facing the shack and then let my right arm drop into my robe for my blasting rod. It was a bad day to figure I didn't need my staff. I thought I could make out a stifled guffaw from the wood, probably Flint assuming I was reaching into my pants and he was going to get to interrupt us going for third base. Hopefully he misunderstood what was going on when she broke into a run away from me as soon as I had a hand on my rod. The focus. Sexual euphemisms in magical culture are way too easy. There were at least 3 shouts of surprise as Matilda started running toward the shrieking shack, and I yelled, Protego. As I started my own run, holding the shield in between me and the wood and trying to run and watch at the same time without falling down the hill. 3 figures in black cloaks, probably uncomfortably warm to fight in on this sunny day, materialized from beneath their veils. 2 were wearing white masks, a tall, thin figure holding a wand and a much bullier one wielding a 2-handed axe with an enormous blade, and the third was burly and wearing a simple black balaclava mask. I assumed the third was Flint. It was all but confirmed when his voice yelled, Stupefy, and launched a stunner that splashed off my shield before he started running. The thinner figure seemed disinclined to run, but yelled, Crucio. And I had to duck and roll as the red light of the curse streaked with excellent aim through where I'd been going. I hated it when the bad guys were quality marksmen. While Flint and the thin man had been shooting at me, the guy with the axe barked, Ascendio, and managed to launch himself into the air like his weapon was Thor's hammer or something. He seemed to be on a ballistic arc in my direction, aiming at trying to get up close and personal. And the axe was probably spelled to go through my shield. Impressing myself with my ability to aim my blasting rod while I rolled to a stop on the ground, my shout of, Conf Rego, released a coruscating line of fire at the guy. Somehow, he swung the axe in midair and parted the blasting curse from hitting him, but that also triggered the explosion and sent him screaming like a comet away from me. He was cussing the whole way, so I doubted he was out of the fight for good. Matilda had made it to the house while I was rolling to a stop on the ground and she hit the door with a grunt of pain. It's locked. Alohomora. No good, spelled shut. I managed to roll back onto my feet quickly and without serious injury. It was much nicer to fight on grass than on cobblestones if I was going to keep making hard landings and my shield back up before the thin man started shooting curses back at me. Fortunately, he didn't seem to have the power for an unforgivable every volley, but the ones he was sending were potent and I didn't know for sure how long I could hold the shield. I also didn't recognize most of them, so definitely didn't want to get hit. While I backed slowly away from the threat, I realized I'd lost track of Flint and the guy with the axe. Apparently realizing on her own that I was much further behind her, Matilda started tossing spells at my attacker. Flipendo. Glacis. Tarrant Legra. Petrificus Totalis. While they were mostly weak spells, she was getting them off at a good clip and with decent aim. My assailant had to break off his own attack to shield against any of them, inconveniencing him with a hit, and that gave me a moment to drop my own shield and book it. With the door spelled locked, I was worried that the entire shack was still a solid bastion to house a werewolf. But you could hold a werewolf in a metal cage, and the exploding charm could render that to nothing. Bombarda! I yelled, aiming at the boarded-up windows on the side of the house that wouldn't throw Matilda off her own attack. Thankfully, with the shudder that sounded like old spells unraveling as much as wood shattering, my blast put a sizable hole in the side of the shrieking shack. I got close and then turned to put my shield back up, then told her, get in. Not waiting for any other direction, Matilda sprinted to the side of the house and nimbly leaped over the detritus that was once windows and wall. Death Eaters now! She yelled at me. How many enemies do you have, Harry? And I'm so likable. I answered, dodging another Cruciatus curse from the thin man and letting a few others splash against my shield as I moved carefully into the house. Turning to look where I was going, I caught movement to my right and realized what had happened to Flint. Apparently he was in good running shape even though his sport was on a broom, and he'd managed to flank me. Stupefy! He yelled, sending a stunner into my unprotected right side while I kept my shield up on my left against his ally. Fortunately, I'd had time over the summer to fix my protective vest after it burned out fighting Quirrell and the magic rolled off. Honestly, his fully powered, point-blank hit wasn't much worse than Quirrell's silent cast from down a hallway that my vest had stopped the previous year. No wonder you always need backup, I snarked at him as I hopped into the building and out of his line of fire. While blowing in the wall had disturbed things, my first impression of the house was that it otherwise hadn't been touched in the decade and a half since Remus was a student. Clouds of dust were kicking up into the sunlight from outside, and the otherwise unlit room was full of smashed furniture and peeling wallpaper. I wondered if Matilda would notice all the claw and chew marks throughout, but she just said, "Where's the passage? See if there are stairs down," I suggested, not honestly having any clue. "Be careful. Floors may not be safe." Some more curses from the thin man slapped against my shield and I moved to use the edge of the wall as cover as soon as Matilda was out of the room. I wanted to send more spells out, but a lot of my energy was getting used up shielding against the onslaught. I thought I saw movement in the distance, and it quickly resolved itself into the guy with the axe charging his way back toward the fight, stumbling slightly so at least I'd probably hurt him a little. His partner was still peppering the side of the shack with spell fire, barely having moved during the fight, so even if I had the reserves it would be hard for me to get a clean shot. And Flint was still somewhere off to what was now my left, probably maneuvering to make his own attack. I had no idea if he was strong enough to blow his own hole into the house, because, in 5th year, the only class I'd had with him other than potions had been history, and we hadn't tried anything really powerful in Dada yet. Fortunately my tactical concerns were interrupted by Matilda shouting, "Found it!" Waiting for a break in the spell attacks, I retreated backward with a shield up and then ducked out of the room. I'd have loved to lock the door behind me, but it was mostly clawed apart and barely hanging onto its hinges. Moving to where I thought I'd heard her while trying to watch for attackers coming in now that I wasn't covering the exit, I spotted her out of the corner of my eye in one of the other rooms down the hallway. It really was a small house, though it had an upstairs, probably not nearly enough for a werewolf to roam around in. "It's just a hole, not stairs," she said, "but it seems to go back toward school." I noticed as I rushed into the room that the opened door to this one had lasted better, possibly spell protected, and looked like it had some relatively complicated latches that a transformed werewolf would have trouble undoing. And, true enough, there was a large earthen hole in the floor that wasn't exactly goblin craftsmanship but which had been worked into the floorboards as if it wasn't just a sinkhole. "That'll do, let's go," I told her. As she hopped in, I closed the door behind me. With the increased security, and feeling some of my magical stamina coming back, I finally tried something I'd been practicing, held my mother's silver amulet, and incanted, Expecto Nuntius. The variation on the Patronus caused my dog Imago to form in silver light and look at me as if waiting for a command. I told it, "Tell Dumbledore, Ms. Grimblehawk and I are trapped in the Shrieking Shack by 2 Death Eaters and Marcus Flint." The Patronus then raced off in the general direction of the school, passing through the walls. I absently wondered if it was heading straight for him and whether that would give enough direction to triangulate the recipient's location. From outside, I thought I heard the voices of our attackers, probably coordinating whether they would go into the haunted house and risk me nailing them with a spell from an angle they couldn't anticipate. For all that they'd apparently loved attacking people in their homes during the war, from what I'd heard the Death Eaters mostly attacked the defenseless from surprise, rather than using SWAT tactics to clear floors. Sure enough, a few moments later, I heard Flint shout, "You're trapped, Dresden. Come out or we'll burn the whole place down. Grimblehawk doesn't have to die, too." As much as I wanted to snark back, it would give away my position so I held my tongue like I actually had a brain in my head that could be used for something other than quips. I moved back and started to hop into the hole before I noticed a rug shoved to the side that would be big enough to cover it. Grabbing it, the whole thing had been stiffened, probably with transfiguration, so it would cover the hole without just dropping into it as soon as any weight was placed on it. Perfect. I pulled the covering over the hole as I jumped in, so hopefully even if they started searching they wouldn't immediately notice this was a possible exit. Matilda already had her wand lit and was moving down a long, rough-hewn tunnel that was not nearly as nice as the one that led to Honeydukes. Dumbledore had probably just used magic to dig it and reinforce the earth so it wouldn't collapse. He also hadn't worked to make the ceiling very high, so it was going to be an annoying crab walk squeeze for my frame. "We warned you." Flint shouted again, very distant, and I thought I heard the all-too-familiar growl of a Fiendfyre Imago set loose. While we were probably safe in an underground tunnel, I didn't want to risk it and started hustling down toward Matilda. Realizing I didn't want Dumbledore to take risks thinking he was saving us from fire, I sent another quick messenger Patronus to him, "We're safe in the tunnel. I think they cast Fiendfyre into the shack." I then had to slump against the tunnel as I got lightheaded. Whoa. Okay, that's enough powerful magic for the day. It probably took 5 minutes to reach the end of the tunnel, which was obvious from the sunlight streaming in and picking out all the willow roots running around it. Harry. How are we going to avoid getting whomped?" Matilda asked as she realized we were stuck under the most ornery tree on campus. I was about to tell her I had no idea, when a silvery phoenix flew through the tunnel wall and said, in Dumbledore's voice, "Things are under control here. There's a knot on the willow that you can press to halt the branches." "Well, there you go," I told her. "Found it," she said, a few moments later. I pulled myself out of the hole behind her and noted where she'd pressed. The branches did seem still in a way that wasn't just malevolent anticipation. We still watched them warily and hurried out from the eaves of the tree and back toward the castle. As soon as we were clear, the last of both of our adrenaline wore off, and we kind of collapsed together, my arm over her shoulder and hers around my back. It wasn't exactly clear which of us was using the other for support. "You all right?" I asked. "I think so. That's getting easier," she complained. "I feel like it shouldn't get easier. Stick with me, and you'll be the most blasé new recruit the magical creatures department has ever had," I told her. "Or, you'll die." I said the last as enough of a joke that we both started giggling uncontrollably about it, though in the back of my mind I was worried about how much danger she'd been in because of me. Apparently the headmaster had sent a message to McGonagall to make sure we were okay. When she found us, stumbling as if drunk and laughing uncontrollably, she gave us a once-over, seemed to realize we were just exhausted and loopy but not hurt, and gave one of her classic affectionate scoffs of, Gryffindors. Chapter 23, Fireside Chat. I'd been set up by myself in an empty classroom while everyone was debriefed, sitting by the fire that was already burning even though it was relatively nice outside. Scotland and stone buildings were weird. Weird and cold. I hadn't even thought Hogwarts had the desks that were physically attached to the chairs like in American schools, but this classroom was full of them, and I'd grabbed one that had been pushed up against the wall and dragged it over as a place to sit. The class was on the wrong side of the building from the sun, so even though it was only late afternoon more of the light in the room was probably coming from the fireplace than the dusty old windows. The door opened and a young woman in aura robes pushed her way in. She was tall, pretty, and had pink hair in a punk style that seemed much more intentional than Professor Belby's. The color clashed badly with the scarlet combat robes that seemed to be what the uniform Aurors wore. "Watcher, Dresden. Auror Moody will be with you in a minute. He's almost done taking your friend's statement." "I'm Auror Apprentice Tonks," she told me. Of course it would be Moody, because Dumbledore would have invited one of his Auror friends in to deal with the situation. Though this girl hadn't been at the summer party, she definitely had the vibe of someone who'd fit in there. "Pull up a desk," I nodded to her. As she did, dragging the desk to face me from about 6 feet away, I pointed out, "Mad Eye sends you in to soften people up before he scares them, right?" She laughed as she sat down, seeming to have a bit of trouble figuring out her feet and sliding a little clumsily into the chair. "Probably so. With keen insights like that into the Auror mindset, I can see why you're Dawlish's white whale." I raised an eyebrow, more at an Auror admitting to disagreements in the ranks, but covered it with, "Didn't know they covered Moby Dick at Hogwarts." In fact, I was pretty sure they didn't cover it. I only knew about it from years of regular school. "They don't. My father's Muggleborn," she explained with a shrug. "He insisted that I know the classics." I wasn't sure whether she was deliberately giving away information to build trust, or if she just didn't realize it was a big deal. I knew Dawlish would have been screaming at her for letting his number one suspect learn so much, so fast. Maybe she was just friendly. But despite having a friendly, very pretty girl who had the kind of punk aesthetic that nerds like me were powerless against, my libido was not interested. Initially thinking that it was something to do with my recent death-defying bonding experience with my definitely not a girlfriend Matilda, I realized that wasn't the feeling at all. If I gave her long, black hair, aged her several years, and imagined her laughing like a maniac. I can't imagine the Blacks were too happy about that, I guessed. "Ooh, yeah, you are dangerously observant," she agreed with the other Aurors that had warned her about me. "And, no, Mum was disowned and blasted off the family tapestry." "Screw 'em." I nodded and said, "Right on." I considered both that it might be fun to bring up her punk rock half-blood probably niece to my godmother the next time I saw her, and that Auror Tonks should be the last person in the universe to know who my godmother was. Suddenly, the door to the room slammed open, as Mad Eye Moody hit it with his shoulder. The peg-legged Auror shouted out in Carcerus. "Stupefy!" as he waved his wand through the motions. Half expecting it, but still not having a great way to dodge, I had a split second to realize my shield might not work well against the cloud of ropes that was heading at me, and so I waited until they were almost on me and raised my right hand in an uppercut while invoking, Diffindo. The ropes sheared into pieces and dissipated to the severing charm. I thought I'd then have to shield against the stunner, but it had actually been directed at Tonks, who managed to duck but then tipped the desk over onto herself. She still had a wand out and pointed at Moody from the floor, however. The deranged Auror barked out a laugh, and sheathed his wand. "Constant vigilance. You both pass. Though your seating choice was terrible, Dresden, and you still need to figure out how to dodge without winding up on the floor, Tonks." Alastair Moody. The assistant headmistress objected in her thick Scottish brogue, far enough behind him that she hadn't been able to stop the aggressive test. "Minerva McGonagall." He snarked back at her, clearly not threatened. He was probably old enough that he'd never been her student, really lowering the intimidation factor she was used to having over Hogwarts graduates. Tonks righted herself back into the desk and McGonagall quietly summoned one of the other desks and transfigured it into a regular chair, though one that looked more comfortable than it had been, and sat on the other side of the fire from me. Moody stayed standing, leaning against the wall just inside the door, far enough to my left that I couldn't easily watch both him and Tonks. The trainee Aura pulled a roll of parchment from her robe pocket and produced a quill that set to floating over the page. "All right, let's get this started." Dictaquill recording is proceeding, overseen by Aura apprentice Nymphadora Tonks. I caught a grimace of annoyance from her at revealing her full name. I had to agree that it was a bummer of a first name, unless you wanted to get into adult entertainment as a career. Aura Alastair Moody interviewing underage witness Harry Dresden. Minerva McGonagall is here in loco parentis for this interview. Getting a nod from Tonks that the quill was recording correctly, he began, "Mr. Dresden, please describe the events of this afternoon in Hogsmeade environs in your own words and to the best of your recollection." I didn't have to hold anything back, surprisingly. I thought about amending that I'd cast the blasting curse at the guy with the axe, but he'd clearly survived. If Dawlish was doing the interview, it might have been a problem. But, then, Matilda might have mentioned it and I'd be in trouble for lying. Otherwise, I didn't think I'd done anything illegal other than maybe breaking and entering and vandalism, blowing a hole in the shack. It was a weird feeling to not have something I was worried would get me sent to Azkaban. As I finished up with exiting the tunnel under the willow, Moody nodded, "This concludes the interview." As Tonks put away the quill and started rolling up the scroll of testimony, he grumbled, "First thing, Minerva, you need to seal up that tunnel. It worked out this time, but secret passages into the school are a huge problem. And now there's not even a house on the other end." "The shack burned down?" I asked, not having been given any real information. "Yeah, total loss," Moody confirmed. "At least the bunch attacking the town didn't use Fiendfyre like your lot, just regular fire-making charms. Albus had enough trouble running off the Death Eaters waiting for you to blow your way out of the shack to escape the fire to actually try to do more than contain it there." "Running off?" I asked. "They got away. Operat out as soon as they realized Albus was on the field," he growled. "Bloody cowards. Left Flint holding the bag." "What about the people attacking town?" I asked, glad, at least, that they'd caught Flint. "I used 3 of the regulars at the Hog's Head. Didn't take much to convince them to go on a drunken spree, but they'll probably walk. Whole thing was pretty much just a distraction so they could go after you. That American hotshot, Myers, did manage to help keep everyone safe." There was a knock at the door, then Dumbledore entered. "I have just finished suspending Mr. Flint, pending expulsion," he said, sadly. Seeing the relaxed atmosphere, he swished his wand and conjured up a plush armchair to sit in. "That's probably all that'll stick," Moody pointed out. "He doesn't have anything worse than stunners in his wand, and even if what Dresden overheard will make it into evidence, he'll claim he was I used." I growled at the injustice of how easy it was to put me in prison while people like Flint skated free as a pure blood. Then I realized something important from our recent diagramming of the curse, and explained, "You can only manage 1 Imperius at a time. There'd need to be at least 2 more Death Eaters if Flint and 3 guys from town were cursed." That actually caught Dumbledore's attention, and he nodded, "There may be 1 more regardless. Mr. Flint had no such curse in his wand, and, based on his owls, is likely incapable of casting it to begin with." He shared a look with Moody and glanced at the trainee. "Miss Tonks, I know that Alastair has broached certain topics with you previously. Now is the time to decide whether you wish to be read further into those topics." Tonks blushed slightly at the headmaster's regard, and then nodded, "My parents never believed it was all over. If nothing else, we've been worried for years that my aunt is still at large." I tried to hide a wince at that and hoped everyone else was paying attention to Tonks and not me. "It's not much of a leap to figure that you know who may just have been injured rather than killed and is finally making a comeback." Dumbledore nodded and continued, "Indeed. I was attacked to try to obtain my blood a few months ago, and now Mr. Dresden was attacked for the same reason. We believe it was for a ritual using an enemy's blood. And, while I would like a copy of the memory to confirm, I am fairly certain that one of the assailants was the same man that attacked me, Walden McNair." "Would fit with the axe," Moody confirmed. "And the thin man?" I asked. "It could be one of several, unfortunately," the headmaster shrugged. "The Death Eater masks obscure enough of the wearer's voice that your memory may not even narrow it down much. McNair is obvious only from being one of the few focus casters like yourself that were ever part of the organization's elite. Flint didn't know who they were." Moody scoffed, "Not that he said, but I'd bet galleons their operational security is tight enough that they didn't need to tell him. He didn't need much of a push to try to do you in, Dresden. Apparently you've made an impression. From what we can figure talking to people, seems likely someone in Slytherin heard him complaining about you and wrote home to somebody about it. He was probably thrilled when a couple guys in cloaks showed up planning to off you and offered him a chance to join in." He frowned for a second, then added, and there are so many snakes in that dorm with Death Eater relatives, it could still be anybody. Dumbledore mused, but the suggestion that there was a third individual that was willing to imperious someone but not attack Mr. Dresden might be a useful avenue of inquiry. He looked at me. Now, Harry, you will be of age before the next Hogsmeade weekend, so I cannot actually forbid you to go. However, I suggest that you, perhaps, stay with groups as much as possible and retain your situational awareness that served you in good stead today. He took a breath, then actually twinkled. I understand this is a bit of a sacrifice that might make your romantic escapades more difficult. McGonagall, who I'd almost forgotten was sitting behind me, quietly harumphed. Chapter 24, Birthday Surprise. The next few weeks rushed past as I settled into a groove. Gryffindor was excited that Flint had gotten expelled, even if it meant pushing the match with Slytherin to November since they had 2 new players to train up. My miscellaneous extracurriculars with the lower years filled in time, and I was actually doing homework, to McGonagall's great surprise, since the material was finally interesting to me. But I still kept an eye on the looming end of October, because my birthday was extra special. What kept you? Matilda asked as I entered the Gryffindor common room on the morning of the 31st, after giving me a long birthday kiss. I checked to make sure nobody else was paying close attention and said, I waited until everyone else was out of the room so I could get Bob to confirm the trace broke. My likely illegal spirit assistant had, indeed, given me a clean bill of health on that or any other tracking spells before going back to sleep. No more surprise visits from Dawlish for just using magic in the world. She grinned mischievously and grabbed my arm, ready to head to breakfast. Wasteful. I figured later we'd let Bob watch your birthday present. Build up some credit. Because she had my arm, she was able to keep me moving at only a slight stumble. Still can, though. I need help on an essay. The previous year's lack of attention to my birthday hadn't really been a fluke. Students were discouraged from making a big deal about them, because with the number of students in the school it was someone's birthday almost every day and it could get out of hand, and also make the kids that didn't get a big deal made feel left out. But small, private celebrations weren't out of the question, and Matilda was clearly implying that her plan would be of a lot of interest to my lecherous, voyeuristic research assistant. Despite the slow but distinct build-up over the last month, we were still very clear that I wasn't her boyfriend. But the logical, inquisitive part of my mind that resisted my self-deception and denial assured me that I was definitely her boyfriend. The day was a Saturday, so even by breakfast everyone was extra keyed up for a day of fun followed by the Halloween feast. We're actually making it to the feast this year, I assured Hermione by yelling down the Gryffindor table, who grinned. No trolls. The bushy-haired girl crossed her fingers. Seamus, Neville, and Ron voiced their own agreement with that sentiment. Is anyone attending Sir Nicholas' death day party? Percy asked. Didn't Penny say at least 2 of her kids were? I asked. He nodded, remembering that Luna and the weird kid that had a way with ghosts, Lindquist, were involved. Should we encourage any Gryffindors to go? He is our house ghost. I thought about who to put on the spot, then grinned, shouting down the table, Hey, Colin? Did you get your camera sorted to take magic photos? The bubbly first year gave me a thumbs up and bumped several of his classmates in his struggle to get out of his seat and run down to our end of the table to show me. Look. It's not just the film, but Professor Babbling helped me put the runes on the lens that makes it work. I nodded, spotting the delicate rune work that was the professor's contribution. I'd probably have Colin at my enchanting demonstrations before too long. Want to document Sir Nicholas' 500th anniversary of death tonight? Luna will be there. And it's in the dungeons so you might find a good dark room. We all watched him agonize over missing the feast, but then he realized he was doing us all a favor and nodded, I'll go. I already found a dark room, though. Hey Luna! He shouted, running over to the Ravenclaw table to make sure he could go with her. I noticed that they eventually looked like they were trying to convince Ginny to go with them, too. The other highlight of the day was defense tutoring. Lockhart's class wasn't as bad as I'd feared. The few times I'd noted issues and planned to talk to him about it, it hadn't been necessary. He schooled me in a duel for a couple hours, told me he figured I and therefore the rest of the class was ready in his self-aggrandizing way, and then the issues were resolved in subsequent classes. We'd gotten a lot of in-class dueling time, and we were working on wordless casting. I was also working on more focus-less spells that I could actually use in a fight. While he seemed to be comfortable with the 6th-year curriculum, he was more uneven with the younger kids. So the weekend tutoring from Dumbledore's friends was aiming to fill those gaps. On Halloween, it was Frank Longbottom's turn, and Percy, Alexis, and I were helping as teachers' assistants for a session with the second years. Oliver would have loved to come, but he was a week away from the rescheduled Slytherin match and was drilling his Quidditch team into the ground. That morning was accuracy against a moving target. The older kids got to be the moving target. I wound up with Hermione, Seamus, Neville, and Ron, and Percy and Alexis each had 3 kids of their own. I didn't mind it that much, because I needed the practice dodging. I was also getting a workout doing without foci, and trying to use shield charms with my bare hands. The kids' styles were interesting, watching from inside their semicircular firing line. Lesson 1 was how likely you were to hit your friends when you had the target completely surrounded. Hermione got her spells to work every time and they packed a punch, but she needed to work on speed and accuracy. Seamus was actually kind of a terror with his half-finished blasting rod, throwing out fast and heavy gouts of flame that I really needed to watch out for, but his accuracy was awful and obviously he could only cast the one thing. Neville's spells had hardly any force behind them, but he could get quite a few downrange with good accuracy. And Ron. I called a timeout when I finally realized what was bugging me. Hey, Ron, your accuracy is really good, but are you getting tired faster than everyone else? I asked. Neville's dad had wandered over, curious what I was asking them about. Ron shrugged and nodded, yeah. I'm trying to throw them hard enough to get through your shields, so I put a lot of power into it. My eyes narrowed, so Mr. Longbottom asked, did you notice something, Mr. Dresden? It's hard to explain. I thought out loud, when Ron's spells hit my shield, it's like there's a bunch of secondary hits around the core of the spell. Feels like residue or something. More focused than when I cast them without a tool, but more spread out than any other wand spells I've seen. The pure-blooded aura thought for a second, then asked, Ron, did you get your wand from Ollivanders? The boy shrugged, then explained, sort of. Charlie got it there before he went to school, but he had to get matched for one with a dragon heartstring when he got his job. The dragons are supposed to be easier to work with if you have one of those. So I got it from him. I groaned quietly and Mr. Longbottom sighed, muttered something to himself that didn't sound particularly charitable to Arthur and Molly Weasley, then nodded. Well spotted, Mr. Dresden. Ron, I'm going to talk to your parents about getting you a better matched wand. You will likely have a much easier time casting once you have one. You think? The boy exclaimed, hopeful. That would be brilliant. Neville nodded, I tried to use Dad's wand once, and could barely get it to do anything. You have to be properly matched. Harry was explaining it to us during one of his enchanting seminars. If your wand isn't exactly right, you get messed up spell matrices when you cast. I nodded at the boy, and Hermione beamed that he'd gotten it so right that she didn't have to add anything. Of course she did anyway. I tuned out while the girl gave her friends more information than they ever wanted to know about wand lore. Walking down to lunch, I let the kids get ahead and asked, Percy, I know things are tight at home, man, but wands are only, what, 7 galleons? That's like $60. I could afford to get Ron a new wand. He admitted, guiltily, yes. Thrift becomes a habit, and hand-me-downs too much of a rule. Mother was very unhappy when Charlie needed a second new wand. Only your first wand is subsidized by the ministry down to 7 galleons, and he needed Ollivander to make something bespoke to get a dragon heartstring wand that would work for him on top of that. Mother got it into her head that passing his old one to Ron would slightly mitigate the cost. It's not fair to Ron, I told him. Sounds like he never gets anything that's just his, not even the most important thing for him to do well at school. Percy grimaced. I knew he'd had his own history of hand-me-downs from his 2 older brothers, though fewer than Ron got. I will write to my parents. Charlie as well. He sends money home when he can, but he is likely making enough now that he could at least buy Ron a new wand, if not pay back the cost of the bespoke one. I nodded, happy about that. I still suggested, and, hey, if you tell Ron it's a present for working harder at school the last few months, maybe he'll get into his head that academic excellence is rewarded. Lunch was calm, and then Matilda and I went off to find a comfortable abandoned classroom for the afternoon. Second base was a very exciting adventure. I absently wondered if the wizarding world had an equivalent Quidditch metaphor for the Muggle baseball one. Catching the snitch was an obvious match for a home run, but I was at a loss for the intermediate steps. Something about Bludgers? Also, she'd actually been serious about bringing Bob along. The skull was going to be insufferable. Fortunately, nobody locked themselves in a bathroom this time, so I was able to attend the feast, pointedly ignoring the amused looks from my roommates about where I'd been all afternoon. Where's Filch? I asked absently, noticing the gap at the staff table. He usually skips the feasts, I think, Percy supplied. I believe he does not care for the noise. Nah, that's pants, Oliver noted the other absent staff seat. Filch hates seeing kids happy. Man, I told him. He's making an effort, despite nobody giving him any respect. Oliver grinned, he's just nice to you because you get along with his cat. She's always had it in for me, though. But, seriously, I think he's patrolling to make sure no kids are hiding in bathrooms. I nodded. Hopefully the elves will make sure he gets something to eat. That reminded me and I glanced down our table and over at the Ravenclaw table. I didn't see Colin, Ginny, or Luna, though I wasn't totally sure which Ravenclaw Lindquist was. Death Day party guests, too. Hopefully they make it back before the feast is over. While I was having a great time, as the dinner got close to winding down I got increasingly worried that the kids were going to miss it, especially since I'd basically forced young Colin to go. Matilda noticed me keeping an eye on the doors and said, "Why don't we go check?" I smiled and gave her hand a squeeze and told everyone, "We're going to go see if we can rescue some first years from a dead man's party. Save us dessert." I carefully extracted my legs and my staff from underneath the bench, helped Matilda up, and headed out. We'd only gotten a little ways out the door and down toward the dungeons when a running Colin said, "Harry. Something's wrong with Mr. Filch." We took off at a run following the small boy, who had to hold his enormous camera to his chest so it wouldn't knock him unconscious as he charged down the corridors. Sure enough, we found Luna standing guard over a collapsed Filch in the middle of one of the underground corridors. "What happened?" I asked. "We found him like this," Luna explained when a winded Colin couldn't get it out. "Mortimer stayed at the Death Day party, and we don't know any spells to revive him." Matilda did some kind of diagnostic charm while I was physically taking his pulse, and we both agreed that he was just, thankfully, unconscious. "Where's Ginny?" I asked. Grossed out, Colin managed to cough out as he got his breath back. "Rotting food. Left early to go shower. Something attacked him through his wrist," Luna pointed. Taking the little maybe-seer's word for it, I lifted his hand, though his arm moved stiffly for someone who was stunned, and found the bracelet I'd made for him for Christmas was burned. I had a bad feeling about this. Touching him with my staff, I incanted, "Renervate." For a moment, I didn't think it was going to work, but then he coughed and started looking around, frightened. He finally noticed me and groaned, "Yellow eyes. Something attacked Mrs. Norris. She was keeping an eye on the girls' toilets. I think she was on the second floor." His panic was infectious. Also, I liked that cat better than I liked him. I helped him stand and we all started running back upstairs, the hunchbacked old man picking up speed as whatever had affected him wore off and he grew increasingly worried. It made sense that something had happened to his familiar, since the bracelet was designed to improve his bond to her. As we passed into the entry hall and made for the main stairs, Matilda said, "I'll get a professor. Right behind you. Don't get in a fight, Harry." "I'll try very hard," I told her as she broke from the group and headed into the dining hall. I didn't realize that Luna and Colin were still at our heels until it was already too late to send them back. "You two. Be careful and run if we tell you." All of us were completely exhausted by the time we'd run halfway across the castle, and it probably wasn't ideal for a fight. Fortunately or unfortunately, we were way too late. Torchlight glistened on a large puddle across the corridor, and above it was Mrs. Norris' body hung from the torch bracket and casting grotesque shadows in the flickering firelight. Mr. Filch collapsed to his knees in anguish upon spotting her. Above her, scrawled in large letters of glistening red. "The reign of Mudbloods and Blood Traitors is over. The heir has reclaimed his birthright. The Chamber of Secrets is open once more." Chapter 25, A Little Something About Courage. "Someone killed Mrs. Norris." Filch growled from the floor, raising his eyes to look at the bloody tableau, his shock quickly turning into rage. His familiar still hung beneath a torch bracket, surrounded by large red letters proclaiming a war against non-pure bloods. I put my hand on his shoulder as he tried to surge forward to grab her. "It's a crime scene. We can't touch it until Dumbledore gets a look or we might not know who did this." He almost pulled loose anyway, but then nodded and turned his head away. "Besides, she's still alive, like you were," Luna explained. "Though the Nargles don't seem to like her as much like this." "She's just stunned?" Filch asked, his voice breaking in hope as he turned back. "Slightly more than stunned," I said, noting that she appeared rigid rather than slumped. Colin's camera snapped as he took pictures of the writing. Filch looked ready to bite the boy's head off, but was still so happy his cat was alive that he visibly restrained himself. Colin didn't notice, and when he was moving to take another shot I told him, "Maybe just the one photo, okay buddy?" The boy looked up at us, saw Filch's expression and looked contrite. "Sorry, Mr. Filch. I just wanted to get a picture for evidence." Nodding at that explanation, the caretaker allowed, "Very well, then. Take more. I want whoever did this expelled. Or worse." Not long after Colin snapped a few more angles of photographs, Matilda rushed up with McGonagall and Dumbledore not far behind, and Professor Kettleben clopping down the hall on his prosthetic legs at a slower pace. Though they'd probably tried to keep the students in the dining hall, a search of a couple dozen curious kids were clearly keeping their distance but moving down to see what had three professors rushing out of the feast. "Oh, my," Dumbledore exhaled, taking in the scene. "Ms. Grimblehawk informed me that you found Argus in a similar state." "May have been feedback from the familiar bond charms I made them," I admitted. The headmaster nodded, flicking his wand in a series of gestures that I thought were healer diagnostics, though some seemed even more esoteric. Smiling as he finished, he spoke a simple, "Malio," and Mrs. Norris twitched and then slipped down to the ground, landing on her feet. I dare say that charm prevented a more serious injury by allowing a small part of the effect to bleed across to Argus. Filch was already crossing the floor to pick up the revived cat and sobbing in relief. He walked her back and I gave the poor girl a couple of scritches as well. It was just the body-bind curse. I asked, having recognized the specific counter-charm. Perhaps, the headmaster considered, but then aloud, or perhaps not. The effect was very like it, but much stronger than a student could cast as a prank. It was sufficiently close that the counter had a similar mollifying effect. Argus, you saw yellow eyes? The caretaker nodded, fixing his own eyes on Ketleben, who'd finally trundled up the hall. Yes. And if it was a creature, I want it executed. If it was students playing a prank, I want them hung up by their thumbs. McGonagall looked disgusted at the writing and agreed. If someone thought that such an action was a simple prank, they will find themselves sorely mistaken. For now, I think we can consider ourselves fortunate that more harm wasn't done, Dumbledore suggested. With a wave of his wand, he attempted to clean off the wall, but the writing stayed put against his spell. Curious. With another wave of his wand, he conjured a simple tapestry, though in an eye-watering light purple, to cover the wall. I shall attempt more thorough measures later. The assistant headmistress nodded at the action. Though I'm sure the rumors will be loose, the students don't need to see that every time they pass. She fixed the approaching crowd of kids from the dining hall with a stare and raised her voice, especially those who were not invited to satisfy their curiosity. With a range from fear to belated acceptance, the kids dispersed. At the back, I was somewhat surprised to notice Draco, his bookends, and not the smaller Slytherin boy from his year muttering to each other before heading back. I shall investigate more thoroughly, but I think all of the students have played their part and may return to their dormitories, Dumbledore suggested. 5 points to each of you for cooperation and good sense. And an additional 10 points to Mr. Dresden for clever enchanting. Filch nodded his own thanks, and I just gave him a return nod and Mrs. Norris another scritch. I think Luna and Colin missed dinner because they were at Sir Nicholas' party. I asked, and they nodded. I'll have food sent to your dormitories, McGonagall acknowledged with a slight smile. Dismissed, the four of us left the adults to puzzle over the situation. Let's drop Luna at Ravenclaw. I suggested, since their tower wasn't that far out of our way toward our own dorm and we probably shouldn't leave a first year wandering alone after an attack. Once we were out of earshot of the professors, I asked, so what's a chamber of secrets? Slytherin's monster, Matilda immediately answered, quick on anything that related to magi zoology. It's a hidden room in the castle. Supposedly. Salazar Slytherin hid a horror there. One day his heir could unleash it. It would, well, force anyone who wasn't a pureblood out of Hogwarts. I'll write to Daddy and see if he knows anything else, added Luna. So if it's true, and it's a monster with yellow eyes that basically petrifies people. I thought out loud. We're looking at, what, Medusa, Basilisk, or Cockatrice? Luna and Matilda glanced at me as if I'd grown a second head, and Matilda asked, why'd you jump to those three? There have to be a ton of possibilities. I shrugged, those are the classic three that petrify people, at least in Arcanos. Seeing that didn't clear up anything for the two girls, though Colin looked like it sounded vaguely familiar to him, I explained, it's a Muggle fantasy game, but it draws a lot on mythology. Admittedly, I hadn't actually had enough friends that I'd played the role-playing game, but I'd spent a lot of time hanging around all day treating comic book shops and bookstores like libraries, and they'd frequently had game sections. My sort of girlfriend thought about it and said, if it's that accurate, I should get Uncle Abraham to buy some copies. The Grimblehawks had a scam where they got the ministry to pay for them to watch Muggle fantasy movies to make sure the Muggles weren't breaching the statute of secrecy. Daddy might be very interested as well, Luna nodded. I wondered what kind of conspiracy theories the Quibbler would get out of the popular game. We dropped her at the Ravenclaw door and then headed back to Gryffindor. Colin was excited to find a personal dinner plate waiting for him at one of the study tables in the common room, and while he was distracted by the meal, Matilda suggested, Bob. I nodded. The skull definitely owed for the show we'd put on that afternoon. We slipped up to my dorm room, made sure nobody was there, and Matilda threw up a few locking and privacy spells. We'd learned it was faster for her to do it with her wand than for me to do it without a focus. She even finished with the spell that was in my potions book that turned speech outside of the bubble into a buzzing white noise. Fishing Bob out of my trunk, we quickly caught him up on what had just happened, and our theories. When we'd finished, he said, I don't know, Harry. None of those are a very good candidate for a 1,000-year-old monster. I shared a look of annoyance with Matilda, and asked, why? Well, taking it in order of least likely, the skull explained, cockatrices are right out. They don't live nearly long enough and they're too dumb to use as a weapon. Basilisk would be a maybe if the time span was a little less. But the one that lasted longest that I know of made it about half as long as you'd need, and that one was on a pretty strict diet. Diet? Matilda asked, right before I could They're a ritually constructed creature, so they don't really have the normal biological safeguards, he elaborated. If you leave one to eat, it will just eat and eat until it gets so big it can't maintain its mass or its magic anymore. Most of the ones released into the wild that survive top out in under a century before they start having to eat through whole forests and wind up getting close to population centers, at which point someone finally takes them out. Stasis in the chamber, I suggested. Bob gave an eye roll, the points of flame flickering up into his eye sockets. I mean, I guess you could put a barely stable mutant snake that's nearly immune to magic into a stasis field that held up for centuries without anyone noticing the massive drain on the Hogwarts ley lines. Fine, I huffed. Medusas. Gorgons, he corrected me. I guess it's possible, but I can't even confirm whether they exist or are just a myth. But I don't know if some snake-haired lady with her own hopes and dreams is going to sit in a hole for centuries waiting for somebody to show up and say, "Hey, Sal was my many-greats-granddad, and I need you to help me kill a cat." Besides, Sal wouldn't have left a monster in the school anyway. You knew Salazar Slytherin? Matilda squealed. Well, not personally. But the wizard who made my skull was a colleague, or at least claimed to be. The way I heard it, Sal wasn't a blood purist, he was tired of muggles getting brainwashed assassin kids selected as apprentices. In the early days, for every muggle-born kid that was killed for accidental magic there was another one taken by the local lord and raised to be a perfect little stooge. Most of the muggle-borns that got into Hogwarts were planning to learn what they could before going back to a cushy gig as a court magician. A few of them were Trojan horsed in to try to help their patrons subjugate the school. And since Sal was the school strategist, the first thing they'd want to do is take him out. His deal was more, could we please stop admitting muggleborns until we can ensure they're not going to try to sell us out or kill us? Oaths or legilimency? Matilda asked. Later development, Bob countered. That's the other thing you have to keep in mind. Everyone is very excited about how great the Hogwarts founders were, but magical technology develops. You teach kids spells that Sal would have needed to do as a long ritual, if he could do it at all. So you don't think he would have left a monster to purify the school? I summed up. He could have left some kind of safeguard against more brainwashed assassin kids, Bob admitted. But, again, magical innovation. It would be like finding a black powder musket that Charlemagne squirreled away as a deterrent. You'd both be very impressed that he had that technology early, certain that it would have been deadly to his opponents, completely shocked if it still worked at all these days, and not that bothered by it even if it still somehow worked perfectly. Fine, I said, trying to drag things back on topic, whether or not it's actually Slytherin's monster. Something with yellow eyes froze the cat. If it's not 1,000 years old it could be any of the things I mentioned. Well, all of those turn you to actual stone, not just paralyze you, Bob explained. Theoretically for the Gorgon, actually for the cockatrice and the basilisk. Anything with yellow eyes that just paralyzes? I asked. Bob thought for a second, then admitted, not that doesn't do it through venom or poison. Dumbledore used a softening counter curse, though. Wouldn't work as an anti-venom, Matilda disagreed. True, the skull confirmed. Could be a weakened effect. Because of the familiar bond? I asked. Partly, he acknowledged. But that might have just made it counterable. Indirect exposure, maybe, like a reflection. The puddle. Matilda and I said at the same time, then grinned at each other. Wait, I said after my brain caught up. The whole Perseus myth. He specifically used the reflection in his shield to watch her so he wouldn't get petrified by Medusa. The reflectivity of an ancient Greek shield wouldn't be very good, Bob explained. And if it was made of yellow brass or bronze? It took me a few seconds to think it through, and then I grinned, it might not reflect whatever magic light is being emitted from yellow eyes. Chapter 26, It's Not Safe to Go Alone. Despite my research, Hogwarts was having a hard time taking things seriously. I'd basically browbeaten every Gryffindor into being cautious just in case there was a Medusa blood purist running around, but it was clear they were only doing it to humor me. Penny and Luna were on board, but having a hard time convincing the rest of Ravenclaw there was a problem. I mentioned it to Draco, but obviously there were few people in Slytherin that thought they'd be in danger even if Slytherin's monster was running around. And I didn't even really know anyone in Hufflepuff well enough to convince them it could be an issue, though I mentioned it to kids I had classes with. Most people seemed to think it was just a prank done in poor taste. By the next weekend, people were more interested in the rescheduled Quidditch match between Gryffindor and Slytherin than they were any potential danger. Both teams had new Seekers. As a reward for earning his place on the team as Seeker, Draco's father had bought the whole team top-of-the-line brooms, which seemed unfair. Well, it seemed unfair that the school would allow so much variation in equipment. Quidditch really was a stupid sport. Gryffindor was only fielding one new player to Slytherin's two, which should have been important. But I wasn't sure, given how dumb the Seeker position was, that Draco's high-tech broom wouldn't be decisive against Ginny's borrowed broom. Slytherin had replaced Flint with some fourth-year named Warrington, who looked even bigger than Flint. For all the various imbalances, it actually wound up being a pretty interesting game. I was obviously not an aficionado, but the Gryffindor chasers seemed to work better together now that Katie was there with her friends, and they scored a decent array of goals based on skill rather than speed. Meanwhile, when the Slytherins had the quaffle, they just leaned on being a fast-moving wall of meat, though Fred and George showed them a few times that angry cannonballs didn't care if you were burly. Draco seemed to be sticking close to Ginny, trusting that he'd easily be able to beat her to the snitch from the same spot as soon as either of them saw it. As they drifted over near enough to where I was sitting to hear them over the noise of the crowd, I could make out that the boy was maintaining a litany of insults, some of them that would be inappropriate for an adult film. "Draco!" I shouted, and when his eyes flicked my way I yelled, "Don't be a dick!" He flushed slightly, and they both drifted off, but it seemed like the torrent of abuse stopped and both of the kids spent more time keeping their mouths shut and paying attention. The game went on for a good while after that, and I was actually sort of getting into it, a vision of what it could be like if it was just a game about scoring goals. Gryffindor was up very slightly when suddenly Ginny, from above the crowd, shouted, "My broom!" and started to fall, the charms having seemingly cut out entirely. I didn't think she'd shouted loud enough for the rest of her team to hear, but Draco certainly had. The boy was paralyzed with indecision for a few crucial moments, unsure if he should try to help or not. She was far enough away that I wasn't sure if I could catch her with a spell, but while I was paying close attention to her to figure out what to do, I noticed a grin stretch across her face. By the time the rest of the team noticed what was going on, let alone other Gryffindors in the stands, she'd managed to point the broom downwards and was clearly flying instead of falling. In the couple of seconds before Draco realized he'd been played, the Weasleys' youngest was already several dozen feet below him, if my understanding of gravity acceleration checks out. His rocket ship of a broom nearly made up the distance, but she still clamped a hand around something close to the ground and managed to pull up before he caught her, thrusting her fist high to show she'd grabbed the snitch and ended the game. I couldn't hear them across the field over the roaring of the crowd, but I thought I saw Draco open his mouth, glance at me in the stands, then close his mouth and just nod to Ginny before flying back to his team. The party in Gryffindor went late, and McGonagall actually came by to join once it started to wind down. "Let them get their celebrating out without an adult and then make sure they actually go to bed?" I asked her. Matilda and I had only been one of the couples that had needed to hastily disentangle as soon as the assistant headmistress entered the common room. "Something like that, Mr. Dresden," she gave a slight smile. "By the way, Ms. Grimblehawk, I like the new shade of lipstick, though I'm not sure it suits Mr. Dresden's skin tone as well." "You got me," I said, then winked. "I'm really having a hard time picking a color, and Thilda warned me that hers wouldn't work, but I just had to be sure." That actually got a short snort of laughter from McGonagall, and titters of amusement from those nearby, while the guys hurriedly swiped at their own faces to remove any telltale marks. As everyone started to go to bed, Percy, Matilda, and I had settled into having a nice conversation with McGonagall about growing up in England, Wales, Scotland, and America. Our head of house's experience was, of course, nearly 50 years earlier than ours. She was a child in World War II, but that had some interesting overlaps with Percy and Matilda being old enough to remember a little of the war with the Death Eaters. It had gotten quite late and it was just the four of us when Dumbledore's Silver Phoenix patroness flew into the room and said in the headmaster's voice, "Minerva, you're needed in the infirmary. The Chamber of Secrets has, indeed, been opened again." "We're coming, too," I told her. "I certainly can't," she began. "You just finished telling us that you are a half-blood," Percy surprised me by interrupting a moment before I could. "And you would certainly be a much more important target than any student." He thought and added, "At least take Matilda, whose family is pure blood and not known as blood traitors. An attack on her would give lie to the whole situation. And she's not going without me to escort her back. Plus Percy, because he's actually allowed to be out after curfew so we don't get stopped," I explained. "Besides, we have mirrors." I reached into a pocket of my utility belt and withdrew 4 of the mirror-polished bronze discs I'd laboriously transfigured that week. "Fine," McGonagall eventually allowed. "But be careful." We'd only been walking for about a minute, carefully using the mirrors to check around corners, before Matilda asked, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened before?" "It's supposed to be a myth." "It is, dear," McGonagall answered, absently. "It's so unlikely to happen, that it's the professor's code for dark magic being used on a student. It's supposed to be less scary than saying a dark wizard may be at large in the castle. I guess we'll have to change it, going forward. Last year, when Meekin was cursed, you just said that he had been imper-used," Percy pointed out. "Well, I've always thought it was a stupid code," she admitted. "You know how Albus likes his secrets, though. So, there couldn't be a chamber?" Matilda asked. "When I first started here as a student, they were in the process of installing plumbing throughout the entire castle," McGonagall countered. "Even if the similar projects that have been undertaken throughout the centuries found nothing, that would have made it almost impossible to hide such a chamber. Given Bob's lecture about magical development over the past millennium, neither Matilda nor I was willing to argue that surely the ancient wizards could have used magics so subtle as to confound centuries of treasure hunters and castle renovators. We made the rest of the trek in silence, which suited me because I would hopefully hear a threat even before we could see it. Finally, we reached the infirmary and entered the room to see Fiendfyre looking flummoxed next to a bed containing a student, Dumbledore, and Sprout looking on. Because Sprout was present, I made the connection that the girl frozen on the bed was one of the Hufflepuff prefects. I'd find out later that her name was Haywood, a half-blood. She was clutching a silver hand mirror in her hand, as if she'd been using it to look around corners on her patrol. "Ah, Mr. Dresden, it seems your advice may have saved a life," Dumbledore nodded, after clearly considering whether to send us away immediately. "Pomona tells me the consensus among the prefects was, better safe than sorry, so they took to using mirrors to turn corners. Should have been bronze, I showed mine. I take it she's too frozen for the counter curse you used last time." "Indeed, though we have hopes that mandrakes can be used to create a restorative draft. A pity that ours will not be mature for a few months yet. Could we order mature ones?" McGonagall asked. Sprout shook her head. "Mandrakes only mature at the height of spring, and need to be used for the draft immediately. If this had happened a few weeks earlier, we might have been able to get some from the southern hemisphere, but they'll have gotten too dried out already to be good for that particular potion." I moved up next to Dumbledore while Sprout and McGonagall started talking about herbology logistics, and asked quietly, "It's Voldemort again, isn't it? Have you checked Lockhart?" "I do not believe it is the spirit again, no," he answered. "With a sample of his resonance to work with after last year, I've added a detection spell to the school wards that should alert me if he re-enters the castle, possessing someone or not. And, yes, I have checked Gilderoy thoroughly, and found him to be untainted by dark magic." He removed his spectacles, cleaning them as a nervous habit on one of his paisley handkerchiefs. "But, especially given the attack on you at Hogsmeade, I agree that this must be a ploy of his somehow. Let me know if you discover anything else." I nodded, and handed him one of my mirrors. "Bronze? May not reflect the gaze of whatever yellow-eyed creature is being used for this." "Astute," he nodded. "I'll see that they're put into use." "Thank you, Mr. Dresden." Chapter 27, When the Violence Causes Silence. The rest of November passed without any further attacks. This may or may not have had anything to do with the large curved bronze mirrors that the staff had placed at every intersection in the castle, with official encouragement to look into them before turning corners. Additionally, Beatrice Haywood was well liked, and the students were finally taking the danger seriously. Most of the houses had started to ensure that well-connected purebloods were always grouped with muggleborn and half-bloods, especially after dark. "Basilisk, Harry." Matilda insisted one Saturday morning at breakfast, the first weekend of December. "They actually exist for sure. How would it be sneaking around the school?" I asked, rehashing the argument we'd been having all month. "A Gorgon could just pull up a hood and you'd think she was a witch at a distance. Several people say they've seen a witch's reflection in the mirrors and ran away when she didn't answer them calling. Something killed Hagrid's roosters." She fired back. "Could be the wargs," I shrugged, "or something else in the forest. And you know roosters aren't actually a danger to a basilisk." We'd had several more sessions with Bob about the various possible attackers, and he'd said a line in one of the bestiaries about basilisks fearing roosters was just poetry. Basilisks were constructs of dark magic that were harmed by sunlight, so roosters crowing meant that it was almost sunrise, and a basilisk would flee to escape the dawn. "But, what if the dark wizard doesn't know that?" she asked, reaching pretty much the same stalemate we always reached. We were fortunately interrupted by the mail arriving. As usual, I didn't get anything, but I noticed whatever letter Penny got at the Ravenclaw table had her going pale and jumping up. She ran up to the head table and showed the short note she'd received to Flitwick, her head of house, and he quickly got up and escorted her out of the hall. Percy wasn't far behind, clearly worried for his girlfriend. "I hope Penny is okay," Matilda said, watching the three leave. "Looked like the note was on paper, not parchment," I said. "Maybe something bad happened at home." We got an answer not long after, when Percy headed back into the room and went to talk to McGonagall. They kept the conversation whispered, so it was hard for me to listen, but I made out words like a company, of age, and Molly, as Percy got increasingly frustrated. Finally, he looked at me and asked her, "Dresden?" McGonagall thought for a moment and nodded, getting up from her place and beckoning me to follow her and Percy out of the room. Matilda tagged along, and the rest of Gryffindor was about to follow as well before our head of house insisted, "Please remain seated. This is a private matter." She didn't seem thrilled that Matilda was coming along, but shrugged as if knowing my not-girlfriend would find out pretty quickly anyway. As soon as we were clear of the room and out of earshot of the other students, Percy explained, "Penny's father was injured and is in hospital. She needs someone to accompany her, and since I am not yet of age." You would have to explain the whole thing to your mom to get permission, and we want to move quickly, I finished for him, and he nodded. But why not a professor? McGonagall explained, I believe you already know your way around Manchester. None of the staff do, and few of us would likely blend into a Muggle hospital anyway. I nodded, and she said, please go change quickly into Muggle attire and meet at the headmaster's office. I rushed up to the dorms, while Percy and Matilda went to console Penny. A few minutes later, I was dressed for a Manchester December in the warmest Muggle clothing I could get second-hand. A thigh-length military surplus coat concealed my utility belt, but wasn't long enough to carry my blasting rod, much less my staff. I really needed a deeper wizard space pocket, or a bigger jacket. Approaching the headmaster's office, the gargoyle moved aside as I approached, and I took the magical spiral escalator up. It was the first time I'd been here since Dumbledore had brought me through from Azkaban the previous year, and in the middle of the night I hadn't had time to take a good look. The entire place was stuffed with portraits, books, and magical trinkets, as well as witches, wizards, and one weary-looking phoenix. Close to a burning day, hey, buddy? I asked Fox. The poor guy just nodded at me, miserable, his plumage much less vibrant than usual. I wondered how long he had to be old before his life cycle would reset, born again in flame. Any day now, I'm hoping. Well spotted, Mr. Dresden, Dumbledore answered. Now I understand you know how to use the rail system to get around? I, unfortunately, am too unfamiliar with the city to safely take you directly to the hospital. Yet, we can figure it out. I even have some money for fares, I answered. You ready, Penny? I asked her, where she had hastily donned her own Muggle clothes and was talking quietly to Percy and Matilda. Her outfit was considerably more modern and color-coordinated than mine, not salvaged from thrift stores, but, as I'd noticed previously over the summer, was probably not that much more expensive. She nodded at me, hugging Percy and giving Matilda's hand a grateful squeeze before getting up. Remember, Mr. Dresden, to be on your best behavior, McGonagall insisted. While you're an adult, now, you still need to be more careful than others in Muggle areas. If you get in trouble, and it won't break the statute, send a patroness. Got it, I told her, then gestured to the fireplace, looking at Penny. Shall we? Before I stepped through, I gave Percy a nod that I'd take care of his girlfriend. A few moments of twisting through an inferno later, and I was stepping out behind Penny into the coat store that was the only public floor we knew about in Manchester. She'd already asked the shopkeep for information, and he was explaining, oh, there were a pair of bombings on Thursday morning. IRA took credit. They were probably trying to blow up the cathedral, mostly, but hurt a lot of people in the area. I hear the hospital's full up with the injured. Thank Merlin nobody died. Penny was quiet as we took the bus into the tram station, and let me talk to the attendant to figure out what we needed to do to get to the Royal Infirmary. They were likely more willing to explain to a confused American than to a local girl, anyway. We were looking at riding the tram all the way into town, which was further than Percy and I usually rode in to get to her neighborhood, then switching to a bus. We're on here a while. Want to talk about it? I asked my friend, when we'd both settled into seats and started watching the city go by. She nodded, and started to explain, the Clearwaters moved to Manchester as soon as the canal opened. It'll be a century in a couple of years. According to my dad, we've been dock workers as far back as the records go. Big, manly men putting things on and off ships and barges. I don't know if he would have been as bad if the port hadn't closed when I was 7. I remember him being happier before then. He'd go off for a hard day's work to provide for his girls back home. He hates it that Mum had to start working when he got laid off. You know what he hated the most? When my Hogwarts letter showed up. It didn't bother him at all that magic was real. I think both my parents had figured that out, because of the accidental magic. He hated that I was going to go to boarding school and get a fancy education. She trailed off, having a hard time finding more words. That's why he doesn't like you going anywhere on your own. I asked, prompting her. It's a dangerous world out there, Penelope, she deepened her voice, doing an impression of her father. Now if you were a boy, it would be different, but a lady needs to be protected. She threw up her hands, what about him? He's in town every day when he's between temp jobs, sometimes the bad parts of town, looking for work. Did all his big manly muscles protect him from a bomb? She scoffed. Guess the wizarding world wasn't that big of a change for you, after all. I guessed. Ha. You're exactly right. You know I let slip a little bit about Percy's family and Dad was thrilled. He finally decided school was good for me, since it let me meet a smart boy with a bright future who's used to having a big family. He's got it all figured out where I'm just going to be another Molly Weasley, popping out kids at home while Percy works in the ministry. Putting the brakes on the contempt for her potential mother-in-law, I mentioned, you know Mrs. Weasley wanted to be a homemaker, right? She's apparently an absolutely brilliant duelist, but kids were important to her. I don't think that means she'd expect you to follow her path. She nodded, a little contrite, and said, my dad wanted kids so badly, too. It broke his heart when the work started to dry up, and they realized they'd never be able to afford any more kids but me. They could barely afford to keep the roof over my head and clothes on my back as it is. And they work so hard. And neither of them really understand why I want to get an education, and do better than they could. But they love me anyway. And support me anyway. And even when my dad's being the most controlling chauvinist in the universe, I still know he'd step in front of a bullet for me without thinking about it. Or a bomb. She quietly started sobbing, and, feeling helpless, I did the only thing I could and just wrapped an arm around her while she cried. Through the tears, she whispered, I just hope he's okay. We made it into the hospital, just two in the crowd of people in the waiting room trying to get news. Penny, as a relative, was able to get in to see her dad. Despite being only there as a friend who gave her a ride, they let me accompany her to the triage area, because things were just that hectic. Dozens of beds had been set up, and several were still filled. Her father was sleeping, and despite obviously being a big man as she'd described, being wounded and unconscious made him look so small. We'd apparently just missed her mother, who wanted to stay but had to go back to work. I got a bit agitated and lights near me began to flicker, so I excused myself and waited back in the main room, concentrating to keep a lid on my magic lest I wipe out a bunch of life support equipment. Apparently I still had my own issues to work out. My father had died from an aneurysm and I found his body in bed the next morning. Seeing Penny with her unconscious dad brought a lot of it back. Eventually, Penny came back up, and she'd clearly been crying. Can we get lunch? She asked. I nodded and as we walked out of the hospital, she started to explain. I finally talked to the doctor. He got hit in the back. He was in the church. 3 big pieces of glass. It got his thigh, his shoulder blade, and his upper arm. Fortunately, it didn't hit an artery. She sniffled. But? I asked. But it was deep, and they say he might have trouble lifting anything and walking. And there are people in there who have it worse. And it's the kind of thing that Madame Pomfrey heals with a pat on the head and right back to classes. She got the last out in a frustrated huff. We stopped by a payphone so she could have a tear-filled conversation with her mother. Then she was mostly quiet as we found a cheap deli after walking around the hospital for a while, and I tried to enjoy just the simple pleasure of a cold Coke and non-wizarding food, even though my friend was hurting. Finally, after we finished, and it looked like she'd been thinking hard, we started to head back. She mentioned, if I hadn't sent my weekly letter to Mum, she couldn't have used the owl to let me know what happened immediately. If he'd just started healing for a couple more days, it might be too late. What do you mean, too late? I asked, suddenly realizing our walk to lunch had given her time to case the area. Instead of going straight back, we were heading into a parking deck. She pointed out a locked maintenance closet. Can you open that? Trusting I was going to, she started fishing out a very familiar tool from her purse, one of the poppets I'd given her and Hermione to avoid the trace over the summer. You can't, I started. Did you suddenly get good at doing healing spells? She asked me, pointedly. Then I have to. If the ministry finds out. I started. She nodded, accepting the weight of it. Then I'll most likely get a fine. Maybe something a little worse. And my dad will be able to walk without a limp, and lift his arms over his head. I thought about talking her out of it, about really making her understand how bad it could get for a Muggleborn breaking the rules. But she wasn't wrong to want to help. I fished out the oversized skeleton key that was my unlocking focus and tapped the door with a quiet, "Alohomora," to let us in. The room was tiny, but we were able to clear enough floor space to do the ritual. We walked back into the ward while most of the staff was out at lunch, Penny's trace signature hanging with the poppet a heavy weight around my neck. I tried to keep my magic completely contained, not wanting to risk giving the ministry even a hint that something was happening here, much less destroying the equipment. I don't know if an episki is going to cut it, I mentioned as we entered. Fortunately, we have a friend in the Half-Blood Prince, she smiled wanly. Checking to make sure there were no nurses watching, she slipped her wand out and began to sing the incantation, almost like a lullaby, Vulnera Sainantur. One by one, she sang her father's wounds closed beneath the stitches and bandages. And then, hiding an ecstatic grin that it seemed to have worked, she moved around the ward, singing the spell for everyone she could get to without being noticed, putting a mild sleeping charm on those that were awake so she could work, again and again, until she used up the ritual and the poppet fell from my neck. I just hoped it wouldn't be hailed as a miracle and, if it was, that word wouldn't make it back to the ministry. This almost certainly violated my doom of Damocles. But for the look on Penny's face as she talked quietly with her father and told him he'd be okay, and for the proud look on his when he realized that her magical education had healed him, I'd own the blame if the Aurors ever came to ask. Chapter 28, Fortune Favors the Bold. I has to be Malfoy, Ron insisted to the other second years who'd clustered near the fireplace in the Gryffindor common room to try to work out who the heir of Slytherin could be before everyone left for winter break. Seamus nodded along with the redhead. It can't be, Neville explained, patiently, for the umpteenth time. His family history is fully documented. The Blacks would definitely have mentioned it if they could trace back to Slytherin, and the Malfoys are from France. What if Slytherin went to France and had children after he left Hogwarts? Hermione mused. 4 sets of eyes turned in appeal to me, where I was sitting a little ways away reading a book, Matilda's legs draped over mine as she dozed on the couch we were sharing. It's possible, I admitted. The creator of Bob's Skull, Etienne the Enchanter, had been French, so if he knew Slytherin, it could have meant they met in France. But it's not Draco. He's just the only Slytherin the 4 of you know. He's not the only one, but he's the worst one, Ron insisted. And he was awful to Dean and me at the dueling club. You were both antagonizing him about your father's raid on his house, Hermione chided. Lockhart's dueling club the night before had actually been a pretty decent showing, largely due to the tutoring so many of the kids were getting from Dumbledore's friends on the weekends. Draco had wound up matched with Dean Thomas, the Muggle-born boy in Ron, Seamus, and Neville's dorm that the 3 didn't hang out with much. Draco had pulled out some pretty obscure hexes, and in response Dean had wound up showing Draco his karate. Both of them left the club angry and embarrassed. Draco has been a lot better in Enchanting Club lately, Neville allowed. Has he given you any grief about being Muggle-born, Hermione? Not really, she allowed. He pretty clearly thinks he's better than me, but he wants to prove it. She thought about it for a second. But he's said some things that make me think he knows who it is. That's not actually impossible, I admitted. One of the Death Eaters who attacked me may have family in Slytherin who put Flint in contact with him. Any of the Slytherins could know who that was. You think the heir of Slytherin is whoever ordered them to? Hermione trailed off, then put it together. It's Voldemort. I nodded as the boys gasped at the name. Dumbledore seems pretty sure the wards would alert him if Voldemort got inside the school, but we have no idea how many of his people he's got working for him again or what they're up to, other than trying to steal my blood. Was it irresponsible for me to include a bunch of 12-year-olds in the secrets I knew about a magical terrorist organization? Maybe. But they were determined to get involved anyway. And Hermione was actually 13 already. It probably is Malfoy's father, then, Ron nodded. He was a Death Eater. Maybe the reason Dad didn't find any dark artifacts at Malfoy Manor is because he already gave them to Draco to use at school. Personally, I rather thought that they didn't find anything because Lucius Malfoy had been warned months earlier, hence his spring cleaning that resulted in a bunch of broken enchantments for me to fix over the summer. It probably also explained why we'd seen him and Draco in the seedy part of the alley. Maybe Dean and Cormac'll find something, Seamus suggested. What do you? I started to ask, just as the front door to the common room burst open and a boy stumbled in, winded. He was tall with short curly hair, and I vaguely remembered that he was the aforementioned Cormac. I only recognized him because he was in Katie Bell's year and she'd put her foot down about inviting him to the study groups we'd had with the lower years before our owls. He was apparently kind of a jerk. Gorgon. He tried to yell, but mostly wheezed because he was so out of breath. Matilda started awake at the yell, sliding her legs off of my lap and sitting up on the couch. Cormac took a moment, a hand on the back of a chair to catch his breath, then explained in slightly less halting breaths, "It's a Gorgon. We saw the hooded lady." "Where's Dean?" Neville asked, looking at the door to the room, waiting for his year mate. "He was right behind me." Cormac turned around. "Him and nearly headless Nick. You ran and left Dean." Seamus yelled. "You wankor." I glanced at the clock above the fireplace, and saw we still had a fair amount of time to curfew. I knew Percy was planning to spend some quality time with Penny before they had to be apart for 2 weeks, so was probably holed up in an empty classroom somewhere. Oliver and Alexis were similarly missing. In fact, most of the paired-off upper years were missing from the common room. "Guess it's us," I told Matilda. She nodded, rubbing her eyes to wake up fully. "Take us to where you lost them, Cormac," I told him. Seeing the kids brighten up I said, "No. If we see it, we're going to run, too. You stay here." The inquisitive foursome grumbled about getting left behind, and Cormac grumbled about getting forced to go back out. He explained, grudgingly, as we set out into the dim hallways, bronze mirrors clutched in our hands. We were waiting in the library, keeping an eye on Malfoy. When he left, we followed him out. We figured if he was the heir, he couldn't do anything because I'm a pure blood. But we ran into Nick, and he was feeling chatty, so we lost sight of the Slytherins. We were heading back this way when we saw her around the corner. I really thought he was right behind me. "Did you get a good look?" I asked. He shook his head. "Those mirrors aren't very clear, especially at night. Definitely shaped like a witch in a hood or a hat. And I thought I saw the shadows moving around her." We walked for a few more minutes and he said, around here. We were on the 4th floor, near the library, on basically the path that would make sense if they'd followed Draco down a couple of floors toward the dungeons and then turned around and headed back toward Gryffindor Tower. The area was, indeed, spooky in the dim torchlight. And it was spookier still because of the frozen form of Dean Thomas, locked as if racing toward us, glancing back over his shoulder in the direction he was running from. The translucent form of Sir Nicholas, the Gryffindor ghost, hung behind him, in line with where he was looking. The ghost's body was filled with a black smoke, and he looked as surprised as anyone that he'd been vulnerable. Oh, no. Cormac seemed genuinely upset that his friend had gotten petrified. Why'd you look back? Nick said something, Matilda suggested, peering up at the ghost's face. Got Dean's attention. Makes sense to me, I said. Looks like he took the attack, at least, so Dean got a reduced effect. The kid was clearly just paralyzed, rather than fully turned to stone. I wonder why she keeps leaving them without finishing the job. It's almost like she wants them to be found like this. I sent off a messenger patroness to Dumbledore, though it took me a moment to marshal my happy thoughts while looking at 2 petrified housemates, even if one was a ghost. The headmaster arrived a few minutes later, with several of the other staff, and began examining the pair, trying to figure out how a ghost could be partially petrified and how to move Nick out of the corridor. Flitwick eventually just muttered, Ventus, and we were all surprised that the stream of wind was enough to waft the ghost down the corridor. I took the opportunity to corner Dumbledore while everyone was distracted, and asked quietly, we're getting really lucky here. We need to find out what's going on before someone gets killed. Fortunately, no one has died in the castle for 50 years, he deflected. When poor Ms. Warren died during similar circumstances, I was able to convince the previous headmaster to adjust the wards. A potent bit of fortunomancy guards all students and staff within these walls. Circumstances will conspire to turn any deadly attack into a near miss, if at all possible. That actually explained a lot about why the staff was so lax about safety. Wait. Similar circumstances? I asked. At that time, it was generally believed that the paralyzations were due to bites from an immature acromantula, he explained. Though I, myself, believed that they were due to a modification of the full body bind curse to behave more like the hardening charm. Either way, they were much less resistant to healing than the current attacks. This may simply be because the attacker has grown more powerful in the intervening half-century. Was Voldemort a student here the last time this happened? He took the momentary pause that I'd started to realize meant he was thinking about evading the question, then explained, you might check the trophy room for an award presented to Tom Riddle in that period. If you knew his middle name was Marvolo, you could perhaps consider what that full name is an anagram of. I wasn't exactly able to perfectly visualize letters in my head and rearrange them, but I thought I got where he was going. The name so feared that wizards won't speak it is just someone playing word jumble with his real name? And you think this is just someone using a curse that he invented as a kid, I said, and he didn't contradict me. Still, I argued, if it is a creature with a gaze that turns people to stone, it only needs to wander into the Great Hall at dinner and there will only be so much the fortune wards can do to keep everyone from looking directly at it. He nodded. I plan to have the staff do a thorough inspection of the castle during the break. Hopefully there will at least be traces of whatever curse, artifact, or creature is being used. I had hoped that there would be no further incidents until we could make the inspection, but alas. Thanks, Professor, I told him, slightly mollified. I'll pick Remus' brain about it over the break, and see if I can figure out anything else. I am glad you and Remus are getting on, Dumbledore smiled. I worried that he's been rather lonely these past few years. Having a housemate has been good for him. He began to wander off, and added, but I do hope that you are able to save some time to have a happy, and safe, holidays, Mr. Dresden. I hoped so too, though suddenly I was wondering if, given my recent history, the headmaster's fortune-bending ward wasn't all that was keeping me alive some days. Chapter 29, Viewing Party. What felt like half of Gryffindor had come over to Remus' house for the pre-Christmas movie-watching experience on Monday evening. Somehow a party that had started with just Matilda and Ron had expanded to include basically every one of their friends and family that could fly or drive. Remus, me, Matilda, 5 Weasleys, Oliver, Alexis, Luna, Neville, Seamus, and 3 Grangers made an incredibly packed viewing. If Colin's dad hadn't had to work, we'd probably have had 3 Creeves as well, and Percy was just counting the days until Penny could get her apparition license. In addition to Cannonball Run, Matilda had insisted on exposing everyone to legend, so we set up for a double feature in a bachelor's living room. His large but not truly excessive television was not the most ideal option for 16 people crammed into a mid-sized room, but we made it work. Remus had tutored almost everyone in defense over the semester, so wasn't too anxious about all the kids in his house. Jean and Helen Granger were keeping him company in chairs they'd dragged to the back of the room, and their primary entertainment seemed to be watching their formerly friendless daughter crammed into a pile of adolescence where she was happily eating popcorn and explaining how automobiles worked. When the movies finished, pushing toward midnight on the longest night of the year, Percy immediately asked Matilda, how did that not get flagged as a violation of the statute of secrecy? While Dumbledore the Dark was not a demonic being, he did wear a similar horned helmet, and the events are basically identical to the Dark Winter incident of 1258. Meg McLebans is legitimately one of the most famous hags in history, and Blind Axe Blix the Butcher went on to lead the Goblin insurrection of 1287. She grinned. My uncle asked the same thing when it came out. Turned out the Malfoys are major investors in the production company, and got a special dispensation to get the film made. I suppose they did avoid revealing that Jack and Lillian Wenlock were wizards, Percy allowed, clearly uncomfortable about the implication of a bribe allowing the film to get made. If it got approval, I wonder if I could convince Professor Binns to show it in class. Why don't we have more audiovisual examples in classes at school? Hermione asked. In my primary school, we would watch educational videos fairly often. While I felt they were usually too high level, they seemed to be a valuable way to keep student attention and demonstrate things that were hard to see in the classroom. Or at least field trips, I suggested. It would be pretty hard to get a video player working at Hogwarts, but it's so weird that we have the ability to teleport anywhere in Britain in moments, and we only leave the school 3 times a year to go shopping in the town next door. It's traditionally been too dangerous, Remus explained. It's dangerous enough within the Hogwarts wards. Even if you took field trips to areas where there's little risk of violating the statute, it would be very easy for dark wizards or creatures to attack and pick off a student or two. Even in times of peace, family rivalries make it almost a certainty someone would ruin it for everyone. Speaking of traveling, Jean Granger interjected, probably not liking to think about dark wizards murdering his daughter on a field trip. He looked at his watch and continued, we've got a bit of a drive back to the house. Everyone else realized that they ought to be leaving as well. There was a whole series of wrapped present exchanges, thanks and goodbyes. The Grangers went out to their car, while the rest of the party began to flow out one at a time from Remus' den. By midnight, everyone had gone who didn't live there except Oliver and Alexis, who were taking advantage of a last, parent-free chance to make out, and Matilda, same. Remus had given us a minute, but finally cleared his throat and explained, as much as I want to be the cool adult, it really is getting. He was interrupted by the fireplace suddenly flaring green and high enough to endanger the mantel before abruptly going out, the logs quenched to smoking coals. Someone try to attack through the flue? Oliver asked, having had the reflexes to move so he was in between Alexis and the fireplace. I hadn't quite had the same reaction time, but my left hand was raised, ready to shield me and Matilda. Remus shook his head, no. I've seen that kind of attack before. This, I've never seen. He began waving his wand to cast detection charms on the fireplace. After a few seconds he grumbled, running a hand in agitation through his graying brown hair, the flow connection seems damaged. I don't know if it will be safe to use. He thought for another few seconds and asked, are your parents going to worry if you aren't back? Alexis bit her lip in apparent concern, but Oliver said, Lexi, you can do a patroness now, yeah? Harry, can you show us how to do the messenger patroness? You'll have to contact my uncle for me, Matilda told me. I haven't quite gotten a corporeal patroness yet. Also, the trace. Oliver and Alexis had also turned 17 in the fall semester, so Matilda was the only one in the house currently underage. Remus actually proved to be more of a help, since he could show the proper wand gestures. Soon 3 silver animals were racing across Britain to tell parental figures that the kids were all right. And now to figure out sleeping arrangements, Remus said, then smirked at the light of hope on Oliver's features, separate beds, I think. Through hasty cleaning of our 2 bachelor rooms and using the couches in the living room and the den, we managed to sleep 5 people separately, if not completely comfortably. In the den, Oliver and I were woken to the Morning Post owl, carrying a Daily Prophet with a red notice sticking out from the rolled-up newspaper. The hastily typeset missive, which felt like it had been mass-duplicated and wouldn't last long before the conjuration evaporated, explained. At approximately 12 a.m. on the morning of December 22, 1992, a currently unknown problem occurred with the Flow network. This also seems to have made apparition unreliable, especially over long distances. The Ministry is working around the clock to solve these problems. Tune into the Wizarding Wireless for more updates. Please use brooms or the night bus to travel in the meantime. Remember to disillusion if using magical transport through Muggle areas. Well, that's a bother, Oliver sighed, absently running a hand over his crew-cut hair. Wonder what could have happened to cause that. I started to shrug, then absent worries I'd had overnight caused me to squint and explain, midnight on the solstice can't be a coincidence. Give me a minute. I need to go look something up in my room. It was weird knocking at my own door, and Matilda called out, I'm up. After confirming through the door that she was decent, I entered. She was extremely tousled, wearing one of my t-shirts to sleep in. Nobody that wandered in off the street would believe I'd spent the night on the couch. This is a good bed, she smiled. I smiled back, but it was forced. Can you put up the silencing charms and lock the door? I asked, quietly, already opening my trunk to retrieve Bob. She just gave me a raised eyebrow and I said, or at least lock the door. Stupid Trace. Once the door was locked, and having to keep my voice down, I asked. Hey, Bob. The skull's eye flames flickered on, still relatively bright in the early morning. The fluo went out everywhere at midnight on the solstice, and apparition is apparently messed up too. I explained to Matilda as much as the skull. Matilda's face was slightly shocked, and Bob made a whistling noise, his flames shading blue as he extended his senses. You used to have a nice veil there. I groaned, my darkest worries confirmed. Well, it's not gone, exactly. But it got ripped pretty badly. I'd guess something big came through and the damage rippled out. Are more creatures going to start pouring out? Matilda asked. Maybe. Bob thought, then his flames flared and the light from them panned around the room. Probably not. It's more like cracks through the structure. They're not wide enough that anything can just come through, but they're interrupting magical translocation paths. Can it be fixed? I asked. With enough wizards and enough magic, probably, Bob said, in the tone of voice that sounded like he wasn't very sure. Though I'm not even totally sure how you'd go about it. Rapidly waking up and thinking, Matilda said, they'll have the Department of Mysteries on it. When it was just magical beasts getting through, nobody really cared. Now that everyone will be inconvenienced, they'll actually get the funding. She grinned, I guess people are done doubting you about where the beasts were coming from, Harry. Great. Vindication, I deadpanned. I'm worried about what big thing got through that they were working up to releasing at such a ritually significant time. It would turn out that I'd find out soon, and all my guesses were wrong. Chapter 30, I'll huff and I'll puff. The problem hadn't been solved by that evening. Matilda and Alexis had eventually decided to take the night bus home, since they didn't live that far away from Remus' house. Oliver opined that he would really not like to take the beating from several hours on the unsafe magical transport all the way back to Scotland, so was sticking around at least another day hoping the flues would be fixed. We were just getting around to figuring out dinner as the sun began to set when I heard the sound of crashing from the backyard. Remus stopped mid-sentence, having heard it too, and also noted, something's crossed the wards. We moved to the back window in the den, peeking through the curtains to see Fenrir Greyback striding through the hole he'd kicked in the middle of the rear fence, the gate, and several high wooden slats knocked onto Remus' rear lawn. The rolling green of the nature preserve was visible through the gap, and I thought I glimpsed at least one other person moving, still outside the fence. Fortunately, the fence was high enough that the neighbors likely weren't aware yet. It's the werewolf that attacked me in Hogsmeade, I explained to Oliver, who was looking confused. He has a beef with Remus. How are your wards? I asked. I'm a bachelor, in a muggle area, who bought a house in the last few years with no familial connection, Remus frowned. I was hoping he'd never find me. What did Penny say last year? Oliver asked, equally dead serious. Security through obscurity ne'er works. Remus. Greyback shouted, looking at the window as if he'd seen the curtains move. He stepped forward onto the lawn, the young willow and koi pond in the corner to his left, our right. There's an old muggle story I like. I think it starts, little pig, let me in. He's gonna keep talkin'. Oliver asked. Wants me submissive, Remus groaned. And loves the sound of his own voice. Took me a while to find you, Greyback was continuing as he amusedly took in the backyard. Since I'd worked out his secret, Remus had restored the other main yard decoration, various antique wolf statues in granite or bronze. He figured if a neighbor glimpsed him back there as a wolf one night, the statues would provide a ready explanation. And then I wasn't sure how to get you to come out and take your beating, without you just calling the Aurors or running away. Then today fell into my lap. It's the wrong time of the month, but I'll take it. We could still apparate far enough to be a problem catching us, Remus said quietly, then looked like he was extending his senses. No. Someone's put up an anti-apparition jinx. He's got friends, I said, just as a familiar pair of silhouettes in Death Eater masks moved into the yard. McNair and his buddy. Dresden? You in there? Hope so, Greyback continued to monologue, having moved far enough across the yard to prop a foot up on one of the comfortable oak benches that served as Remus' patio furniture. Turns out some of my old friends were upset with me that I almost did for you, seeing as they have their own plans. So I figured we could come collect you both. They want both of us alive, but injured, I thought out loud. But they don't know you're here and won't care if they kill you, I told Oliver. I wasn't totally sure about his family, but I doubted he'd get the same pure-blood politeness that Matilda got the last time they attacked me. Stay out of sight, look for an opportunity to hit from cover. Makes sense, my roommate nodded. Are we really doing this? Remus sighed. Dumbledore is going to be very obviously disappointed in me if I let you fight instead of just trying for safety. Think they'll burn down your house and kill your neighbors even if we do get away? I asked. Fair point. And, hey, way better odds than the last time they attacked me, I grinned. While Matilda was probably the 5th year I'd most want to have my back, Oliver was a year more trained. Greyback was a lot bigger help to the Death Eaters than Flint, but hopefully Remus more than evened out the difference. Plus, we had the home field advantage. So Dumbledore's just a patroness away this time as well. Remus snarked as the two of us got our gear together. I whispered a theory to Oliver, and he stopped by the kitchen before moving upstairs to snipe from an upper window. Before my roommate left, Remus whispered, "Dies Illusio," and tapped him on the head, the disillusionment veil cloaking him as he left. I wasn't sure I'd ever heard the incantation for that spell, and I smirked that it was probably a reference to Mercury's ability to turn invisible, with the English name coming from misunderstanding the incantation. Foci in hand, we stepped carefully out the back door. "Ah, you didn't even do the, not by the hairs of my chin, bit," Greyback sneered, putting his foot back on the ground. "You two ready for your beating?" "Hey, Skinny," I ignored Greyback and spoke across the yard to the thin Death Eater, "do you want to put up some silencing with your anti-apparition jinx? Hate to have the Muggle cops show up and distract everyone. Or we could take this into the nature preserve," Remus suggested, nodding at the half-mile of rolling fields and the forest beyond. Greyback was annoyed that we were ignoring him and growled, like any Muggle would even be a distraction. I smirked as the Death Eater clearly made a wand gesture to do as I'd suggested. "And if you want to go into the woods, I think we'll do this right here, where you have to worry about your precious Muggles. And there's a secret passage for Yeti hide in this time, boy," the big guy with the axe, McNair, said, planting his axe, his back to the koi pond. "Cool. That makes sense," I nodded gravely, grinning internally at the setup line. It would hopefully be especially ironic in a moment. "So, there's one question I had before we leave Corpus. Expelliarmus. Flipendo." While I was casting a different spell at each of the men, I was diving to my left to put one of the wolf figurines in between me and the thin one, whose love of unforgivables was my biggest worry. While I was firing off my spells, Remus was doing a Captain Kirk-style dive roll to his right, finding cover of his own behind another piece of statuary. His casting was silent, sending fast jinxes mostly at Greyback, and performing some transfiguration to cause several of the flagstones of the patio to grow upwards into columns that would provide us more cover. Maybe it was whatever Remus sent softening up his spell resistance, but my spell, one of the Half-Blood Prince's inventions, caught on the evil werewolf enough to flip him upside down by an ankle. The thin man negligently shielded against my disarming charm and whatever Remus had tossed his way. But McNair was too busy forming a shield against Remus, it seemed to come from a large bracer focus on his left arm, to defend against my knockback jinx. The big man was blown across the koi pond, right into the immature Whomping Willow. It was annoyed. "Libera Corpus," hissed the thin man, dropping Greyback to the ground in time for Remus' follow-up spells to fly overhead. "You like Snape's inventions? Sectum Sempra." I ducked and let the dark cutting curse splash off the statue I was hiding behind. I guess that answered several questions we'd had about the spell and who the Half-Blood Prince was. "I find they aren't very good against inanimate objects," I deadpanned to the guy in return. "Well, as deadpan as you can get when you're yelling across the battlefield covered in spellfire while a willow tree beats the holy hell out of a squealing maniac." I wondered if the immature psychotic tree recognized the guy's axe as a threat and was especially angry about it. "Crucio!" the thin man barked, trying to catch my leg around my hiding space, but the past year's experiences had made me very motivated to keep track of my gangly extremities when people were throwing unforgivables around. It tore a chunk out of the back wall of Remus' house when it sped past me. I wasn't sure what kind of effect Remus was having on Greyback, as he seemed to be frantically playing cat and mouse with the bigger werewolf on his side of the yard, his spell seeming to splash off. I wondered if werewolves were especially magic resistant against their own progeny. "Remus! Switch partners!" I suggested, then yelled, "Alard Ascender!" to try to knock Greyback into the air. The curse-embraced werewolf was practically crackling with dark energy at this point, and my spell rolled off of him with only a brief lift. It got his attention, though, as Remus shot me a look but began dueling with the Death Eater at the back of the yard. Literally foaming at the mouth, Greyback snarled, "I'll teach you not to get between an alpha and his lessons, unless you want to be meat." "Careful, Fido," I taunted, moving between obstacles in the backyard to keep Greyback at bay, using my staff to banish myself off of the structures in the yard when he got too close. "Your master will get the newspaper if you chew me up too badly." "Bad dog." Snarling in utter rage, he picked up one of the benches from the patio and let my attack spells wash over him, planning to throw the piece of furniture at me. Grinning at the memory of figuring out how to fight a troll, I incanted, "Wingardium Leviosa," and levitated the bench out of his hands on the lift, slamming my staff down overhand to send 75 pounds of hardwood careening into his head. While the hit staggered him, he snarled and stood back up, literally beating at his chest out of some monster movie machismo. "Oliver!" I yelled, figuring my roommate would never have a better shot. "Depulso!" The disillusioned form of Oliver Wood yelled from the second floor, looking nearly straight down at the werewolf's back. A shimmering shower of bolts rained from above, most hitting Greyback's neck and shoulders. The guy that was more beast than man at the moment nonetheless still grinned evilly through his snarl as he noticed the transfigured silver spikes that had missed him and embedded themselves in the yard. "That doesn't work," he chuckled grimly, but the laughter turned into choking from the bolts buried in his throat. "It's inherited," I shrugged. Remus had, in fact, had a whole box of fine silverware that his parents left him as a final screw you to the son that had the temerity to suffer for their crusade. In one of our conversations about Bob's theory that inherited silver might hurt werewolves, he'd mentioned he had it and that it had given him an allergic reaction. So he'd just put it into the back of one of his cabinets until Oliver, at my suggestion, grabbed a handful of silver forks to transfigure into spikes. Growling but barely able to move from the bleeding and damaged organs, Greyback slumped to his knees and stopped fighting, reaching a hand behind to try to pull the spikes out. I turned to watch the stalemate that was Remus versus the Death Eater. McNair seemed to be gradually winning against the tree, but it had smashed his axe to bits, so he was trying to use his bulk to overpower the whipping branches, and he didn't seem to be able to do much magic without a focus. I pulled out my blasting rod and tossed out a glacis at Skinny's flank. The guy barely shielded in time, the white mask quickly looking around the yard, suddenly realizing he was basically now fighting alone against 3 wizards. With a hiss he spun into apparition to dodge one of Remus' spells, and I felt a pressure lessen from him having dropped his anti-apparition jinx. He appeared next to McNair, both of them getting furiously whipped by the angry willow tree before he could sidelong apparate the bigger Death Eater, each disappearing in a snap of air. "Cowards," Remus said, clearly very winded from the battle. He ran a hand through his graying hair to push it out of his eyes as he walked over to where his lifelong nemesis was slowly bleeding out on his back patio. "I'm sorry, Fenrir," he said insincerely. "While if you were a normal wizard, I could probably save you, I'm afraid you'd resist healing spells as easily as jinxes and charms. This doesn't count." Greyback choked out. "Didn't beat me, yourself." Shaking his head and leaning against one of the transfigured flagstone columns because I'd used his patio seating as an improvised missile, Remus simply explained, "This was never about beating you, Fenrir. You're the one who's obsessed with me. I'm a human being, not an animal. I don't have to overpower you to prove anything. Besides, Muggle naturalists have proven that the idea of alpha wolves is so much nonsense anyway. You're not an animal, either. You're just a sad, cursed man. And I'm done with you." Remus thought for a moment, summoned his energy, and incanted, "Stupefy." It was enough to get through the dying werewolf's magic resistance and knock him out. Remus smiled at me wanly and said, "There's no need to let him suffer unduly. I'm not a monster." I nodded. The only monster here was peacefully bleeding to death. Several ornamental statues of wolves, 3 wizards, and an extremely displeased tree bore witness to his passing. Chapter 31, Destiny and Entropy. The rest of the night was tense, as we weren't sure if the Death Eaters would return and try to attack again once we'd gone to sleep. Remus exchanged messenger patronuses with a few people, and we slept in shifts. Fortunately, they didn't make another attempt, and mid-morning the next day a pair of familiar figures disembarked from the night bus onto Remus' driveway. "Aurors are here," I told Remus and Oliver. "She's cute," Oliver observed about Aura apprentice Don T. Call me Nymphatora Tonks, joining me to watch our visitors through the living room window. Moody couldn't just walk up and ring the bell, of course, and was casting a whole series of detection charms while Tonks looked on in amusement, trying to pretend that she was fully committed to watching his back while he worked. "Reminds me of someone," he considered. I didn't help him out. Oliver had met my godmother, and I didn't want anyone else making that connection. "Oh. Right. She was that Hufflepuff girl T was friends with Charlie Weasley. I always thought she was fit." Remus, who joined us, nodded absently at Oliver's pronouncement about the pink-haired Auror. Then he did a double take and asked, "Is that Andromeda Tonks' daughter?" "Probably," I told him, recognizing the astronomical black naming scheme. "Said her mother was a black who was disowned for marrying a Muggleborn." "That's her," he nodded. Andromeda was the only other black that Sirius would talk to. Nymphadora was maybe 5 the last time I saw her. A whole cloud of emotions rolled across Remus' face. I figured it was some combination of thinking about one of the friends he lost in the war, and realizing he was ogling a girl who he remembered as a 5-year-old. "They grow up so fast," I grinned. "Don't call her by her first name, by the way," I warned him. "She seems to hate it." The pair of Aurors finally came up and rang the bell, and Remus let them in after some quiet question and answer verification between the two men to establish identities. I kept a wary eye on Moody as he entered, ready to shield or dodge. We'll have you prepared for the field in no time, Dresden, he observed, grinning at my obvious belief that he was going to try to hex me. Would, he nodded at my roommate, who he'd met one of the few times he'd run a Saturday defense tutoring session. I hear you killed a werewolf. T was a team effort, Oliver demurred, but stood up a bit straighter and made eyes at Tonks. I chuckled quietly. I'd been worried that he would be having some issues after having killed a guy, even if it was a bad guy, but if he could use the experience to flirt with cute girls, he was probably going to be okay. After finding out about how using magic to kill tore your soul, I'd done a lot of research. It turned out banishing physical objects was a bit of a loophole, or at least a gray area, because your magic wasn't directly connecting you to the death, just propelling a dangerous object. For similar reasons, back before Britain had removed the death penalty, Aurors would carry enchanted swords for when they had to perform a field execution. You might have to deal with the psychological trauma of killing someone, but at least your soul would be intact. Not like using a deadly curse directly on a target, or even accidentally burning your mentor to death with Fiendfyre. I'd probably still be upset about the whole thing, except Bob's descriptions of how the werewolf curse worked made a pretty compelling argument that Greyback hadn't had enough soul left to really count as a person. Putting him down was closer to putting down the wargs or other dark magic creatures than killing a human being who could be reformed. Any fighting in the house? Moody asked while I was thinking, switching to full detective mode. Just Mr. Wood attacking from upstairs into the yard, Remus explained. He was the obvious choice to take point on the explanations of what happened, and we walked the pair into the backyard and started to describe the fight. Remus had put some stasis charms on Greyback's body and covered it with a sheet in case the neighbors noticed. We'd also held off on repairing the damage to the fixtures until the Aurors had a look. After statements were taken, Greyback's body was frozen and shrunken for transport, and the yard was finally given a barrage of cleaning and repairing spells. There was a bit of chit-chat with the two friendly Aurors. Despite Oliver's attempts to chat Tonks up about their mutual connections at Hogwarts, which was likely to get him into big trouble with Alexis if she found out, she didn't seem interested in the aspiring professional goalkeeper. Instead, I'd noticed her hanging on Remus' descriptions of his duel with the Thin Death Eater. And once she got a second when Remus was showing Moody his Muggle entertainment system and Oliver had gone in to take a shower, while we were in less danger from Death Eater attack, she quietly asked me, Dresden, what's the deal with your landlord? Fought in the war alongside your partner, but he's been mostly getting rich as a Muggle novelist since, I told her. Watching her eyes light up, I smirked and mentioned, and he remembers you as a 5-year-old because he knew your mom through your uncle? Serious? Shit, she groaned, realizing. I barely remember Uncle Remus. And Sirius Black is technically my cousin. The frown at mentioning Sirius' name wasn't one of a dead war hero relative, and I made a mental note to look into my assumptions about Remus' friends. At least he's not as much older than you as he looks. I mentioned. While he was definitely over a decade older than her, with his transformation-caused premature aging, he looked at least twice her age. True, she said. And he's single. Painfully so, I smiled. I wasn't sure whether she was aware that he was a werewolf. I'd let Moody reveal that secret if she was cleared to know. But I think he's making some progress working through his issues from the war, so maybe he's ready to date again. Given the bounce in Remus' step after he'd had a night to process finally being free of his old nemesis, I figured that might be an understatement. Thanks Dresden, she grinned, elbowing me affectionately. I promise to only use your terrifying observation skills for good, and for my own personal benefit. Flu's fixed. Remus informed us from inside. After Moody spent way too long convincing himself that the flow connection was safe enough to use, he and Tonks left and Oliver went home not long after. I got a moment with Bob to confirm that the veil was still damaged, but that flow connections must be robust enough to bridge the cracks. The news over the Wizarding Wireless agreed. The Ministry was pleased that the flow had been restored, but still advised citizens to avoid trying to apparate long distances. That afternoon, Dumbledore called ahead and showed up to get a first-hand description of the previous evening's attack. While I'm pleased that your problem with Fenrir Greyback has ended, though perhaps too permanently, the headmaster mused, I worry that Walden McNair and the other may be back at any time to once again attempt to abduct Mr. Dresden. We both nodded, the risk a real one we'd already worried about. I'd prefer not to confine him to Hogwarts, especially when you two are obviously doing so well. But I don't believe even a Gringotts team would be able to make the wards here impenetrable to dedicated opponents. However, the Fidelius didn't protect the Potters, Remus frowned. Without betrayal, it would have. I'm suggesting myself for the secret keeper this time, Dumbledore explained. And since the primary issue is that at least 2 Death Eaters have located your home, it seems an efficient solution. This is the charm that hides the house for anyone not in on the secret, right? I asked, vaguely remembering having come across information on the spell. The 2 men nodded, and I continued, will that make it useless for Remus' Muggle life? I'll probably have to get a post office box, Remus thought it through out loud. It may make it difficult to get the telly or the utilities serviced. They may cut them off entirely if they can't remember the service address. He shrugged. They're conveniences, though, not essential with magic. Don't mess up your life just to save me a week at Hogwarts, I told him. I'd have to move otherwise. He shook his head and smiled wanly. Death Eaters are like termites. Really lower the value if they can get into your house. I guess I looked like I was sad I'd brought this down on him, and he said, I consider either option well worth it to finally be quit of Greyback. It could well only be a few months before you'd need to move to the school anyway. Dumbledore twinkled. I still haven't agreed to that, Remus told him. I'd prefer not to be another victim of the curse. Dumbledore sighed, but could muster no disagreement. Alas, I have had no more luck finding the source of the curse on the defense professorship than finding the source of the recent attacks. I straightened up, having forgotten that I'd had a discussion with Bob and come up with a theory. Professor, when did the defense professors start having problems? After Voldemort, still calling himself Tom Riddle, applied to the position around a quarter of a century ago, Dumbledore admitted. Exactly then? I asked. He acknowledged my point and gave it more thought. We didn't lose a professor every year immediately, and there was a war going on, so some of the losses were completely explicable rather than unfortunate coincidences. It is possible that it only seems to be something related in hindsight. Do you have a theory, my boy? How many students would you say had their lives in danger between when you put up the Fortunamancy wards and the war with Voldemort? I asked him. I saw his eyes light up, following me. Nearly none. I've been such a fool. Catch me up. Remus asked. Hogwarts has a ward to try to bend fortunes to keep students and staff alive, I told him. But it wasn't actually needed until there was a war going on that spilled over into the school. You can't reduce entropy in one part of a system without just moving it somewhere else. Even in the years after the war, there might have been a ton of entropy still built up in the wards trying to bleed off. Correlation does not equal causation, Remus said, getting it. You've been looking for a curse for 2 decades, but it wasn't a deliberate curse on the position, just an unintended side effect. I'll get right to work examining the wards to see if I can determine why it chose the defense professorship and whether it can be more safely distributed. I only hope poor Gilderoy hasn't already built up a dangerous level of entropy. Chapter 32, Wrapped in a Bow. Remus eventually gave in on the Fidelius, so Dumbledore performed the ritual before he left. Whoever had called it a charm was engaging in a fit of vast oversimplification for the purposes of categorization. The spell work to set it up wasn't quite like building wards, but it was intense. When he left, only the 3 of us would be able to find the house. He provided Remus a scrap of parchment with the address to show the people he wanted to have access, because the secret could be transmitted by writing, and that immediately struck me as a huge security hole. I also mischievously suggested that the headmaster inform Tonks, purely so there would be a friendly aura who could get access in an emergency. I quickly realized I'd forgotten about Bob and worried whether he would be affected, but he assured me that it mostly worked on humans and beings whose minds worked similarly, and wouldn't affect him any more than it would a familiar. That was probably another huge hole in the defenses that I might have to bring up someday if the things coming out of the Never Never began to attack more deliberately. Christmas morning was another haul that just reminded me how many friends I'd accumulated. I'd spent a lot of time over the fall semester making minor enchanted items for basically everyone, though perhaps even more work had gone to making the prince's potions. I'd had Remus send me a ream of standard-sized paper and laboriously, using my best penmanship, quillmanship, transcribed the Half-Blood Prince's improvements to the recipes in my potions book. I'd left out the spells. Because he, himself, had to use a non-electric typewriter to actually write his novels, Remus had invested in a pretty beefy photocopying machine of the kind you'd need to quickly run off a whole manuscript copy to submit to a publisher. It had its own anti-magic wards in one of his larger closets. It was the perfect thing to create practical copies that weren't in danger of evaporating to a spare counterspell. I'd run off a copy for each of my friends in Newt-level potions, as well as a copy for Matilda who hoped to do well enough on her owls to take it in her next year. Remus had gone through it when I was copying and binding, and was impressed. He figured that kind of thing might sell well, though I felt a little weird about stealing someone else's work even if the wizarding world didn't care about copyright. I'd forgotten to ask Dumbledore about whether Severus Snape, the Death Eater who died trying to destroy Voldemort, was likely to have called himself the Half-Blood Prince in school. On the return end of things, most of my friends had gotten me magical materials or gift certificates to the shops at Hogsmeade. The most surprising was a card from the Grangers that had £200 of cash included, the value, not the weight. It also included a stern admonishment that they knew how much I'd done for Hermione, and suspected how valuable her gifts would be at enchanted item shops, so I was not to act like it was too much. They'd obviously figured me out, because I was about to. I once again wound up with 3 mystery gifts. Dumbledore gave me a book on protean enchantments similar to what I'd done for Filch and Mrs. Norris, all about passing various things between linked objects. An unknown package had a similar wrapping to the tartan scarf I'd received the year before, which I'd eventually found out was the pattern for my mother's clan, the McGregors. It contained an obscure book on focusless transfiguration, which looked helpful. Finally, my godmother had sent a card and 2 invitations to the Malfoy New Year's Eve party. The card read: "As discussed briefly, the rest of your debts will be discharged by keeping the secrets of my guest. You will be introduced at the party, so do please attend. I know you are fashion challenged, so a suit will arrive for you. L." Not really knowing how much debt my godmother thought I had left to discharge, I was vaguely worried about how much it was worth to keep someone's secrets. And then I realized that I probably wouldn't be able to share my suspicions of what had cracked open the veil on the solstice, and my stomach dropped. That wasn't the only concerning letter I got on Christmas Day. Early in the afternoon, a post owl dropped off a short note that was on ministry parchment in a very formal script. It looked feminine. "Mr. Dresden. In light of your recent service helping to rid the world of Fenrir Greyback, I would like to meet to discuss potentially rescinding your Doom of Damocles. Please meet me at the ministry cafeteria for lunch on the 26th. You may respond via the owl that brought this letter. The Fidelius has a lot of security holes," I mentioned to Remus while I sought his opinion about the letter. "Owls can make it through. Deliberate, I think," he shrugged. "We could put up a ward that kept owls out or redirected them if it was an issue. But usually you want to receive mail, just not enemy visits. Anyway, I think it's safe enough for you to meet on this, though it seems rather clandestine. Someone at the ministry probably thinks they can use you to forward some agenda. If it was completely on the up and up, you'd meet at their office." About what I figured, thanks, I told him. I guess I'm going to see what the ministry's cafeteria is like. And that's how I found myself in the location in question the next day. The guy at the front desk hadn't really been able to figure out what to do without a wand to scan for an ID badge, but had made do with my blasting rod, even though the output had been gibberish. The whole society was too focused on wands as registration devices. Once you started seeing security holes in how wizards did things, it was hard to stop. No wonder Moody was so paranoid. At least, since I was just meeting someone at the cafeteria, it wasn't too much of an issue. The room in question was on the main atrium level that I'd flood into, which was good because sorting out the numbering system for the floors would have been an extra headache. It was fairly large, since it was the choice of ministry workers that didn't want to scan out and back in to get lunch. While done in the typical woods and tapestries decorating style of the wizarding world, its form factor was pretty standard. One wall had food stations with a tray shelf in front of them, and the rest was tables once you'd gotten your food. Apparently, cafeteria architectural design didn't really change much between centuries and cultures. The room was mostly empty due to it being the holidays, and the note had specifically not suggested that I was being treated to lunch, so I just went ahead and got my own tray, paid for it, and found a table. The offerings were mostly Christmas dinner fare, probably leftovers. I'd been there maybe 15 minutes past noon when what I'd assumed was a passing secretary cleared her throat to get my attention. Hem. My first impression was that the small woman was wearing more pink than I'd seen on anyone outside of kids going to ballet class. The second, uncharitable impression was that the pink was a defense mechanism to indicate that she was a woman at all, or at least a witch and not some female of another magical species. Bob had told me legends of frog people called Falmer in some of our discussions of magical races, and I kind of wondered if she had one in her family tree. She definitely had the Innsmouth look. Seeing she had a tray and was waiting, I stood and pulled out a chair for her to sit. No reason not to be chivalrous even if the woman in question had to make questionable wardrobe decisions to make it obvious she was female. "Thank you, such a gentleman," she said in a voice that she seemed to deliberately pitching up into a more childish register. I thought maybe she was actually a schoolgirl with that disease that makes you age faster, progeria. We ate in silence for a few minutes, me finishing up my lunch and her eating a small portion of ham and potatoes. If the cafeteria had been full, I'd have assumed she just wanted a place to sit. Since it was empty, she was either the person I was supposed to meet or just a very lonely office drone. Finally, after we'd finished, she daintily wiped her mouth on her napkin and said, "Now. You are, of course, aware who I am." I shrugged, "Sorry. American." That seemed to cut through whatever self-importance she'd worked up, and she just sniffed, "Ah. Of course. Though I believe your magical ancestors were British." "Supposedly," I told her, still confused by the whole conversation. "But she died when I was born, so I was raised pretty similarly to a Muggleborn." "Unfortunate. Though I understand you have some contact with individuals like Lucius Malfoy, who can model appropriate British norms to you." I kept the scowl off of my face, barely. She hadn't come out and said it, but I was already getting the vibe from this lady that she was one of the useful bigots Malfoy kept in his faction. "I'm tutoring his son in runes and enchanting," I agreed, instead. "Oh, and I guess I'll be at his New Year's party." "Excellent. Young Draco has a bright future," she gave me a wide-mouthed smile. "I am, since you are unaware, Senior Undersecretary to the Minister, Dolores Umbridge." You may call me Madam Umbridge. Harry Dresden, I told her, unnecessarily, but she'd left the pause. Quite. I've read your file. Aurora Dawlish is quite convinced that you murdered your mentor, a Justin Dumorne. However, Aurora Savage and Moody's notes speak to someone being pursued by undesirable elements. Which is it, Mr. Dresden? I didn't trust this woman at all, much less know whether she was another Death Eater, so I tried to keep it simple. Unfortunately, Dawlish didn't know Justin as well as he thought he did. Neither did I. He tried to do some kind of dark ritual to me and it went wrong. I got out, he didn't. Since then, several other dark wizards and werewolves seem to have it out for me. She stared at me for a few long moments, clearly trying to get my measure, then decided, I can work with that. The important part is that Aurora Moody's report indicates you were integral to killing Fenrir Greyback. Given his documented attack on you in the summer, and his known proclivities, self-defense is much easier to sell. Who are we selling it to? The Wisengamot, of course, she simpered. This may be an excellent opportunity to advance my legislation to further protect Britain from werewolves. What does that legislation involve? I asked, dreading the answer. While complete success would involve full tracing and eventual relocation to safe reserves as we do with dragons, in the near term I'm confident we can put more restrictions on movement, publish identities and photographs publicly so all citizens will be warned, and compel employers of known werewolves to accept partial responsibility for their indiscretions. Would any of that have helped against Greyback? I asked, the first question that popped into my head while I chewed on the other ramifications. Not directly, she admitted. But he relied heavily on other werewolves that he had infected to help him stay free of the law. We would either have better ability to surveil them or the ability to charge them for not following the law. I actually thought about it further, without going with my knee-jerk of disagreeing with her on principle. Remus was an exception to the normal process, according to Bob. Most werewolves would, eventually, succumb to the curse and become dangerous. But would further limiting their options do more than immediately push them all to embrace living outside the law? What about including research into how to break the curse? Or at least inventing some kind of protection that keeps it from being able to latch onto victims? I asked. She waved a hand as if it was inconsequential. It's been tried. Your potion professor's work has been the only line of research that's had much result. At the end of the day, they all chose to become werewolves. There is little magic that can overcome that kind of willing decision. Again, I couldn't actually disagree with her point, as much as it galled me. All my intuition was telling me that this woman was an even worse person to ally myself with than Malfoy. But, in this case, the trade she was offering of getting Dawlish off my back forever might be worth it. As much as I just wanted to tell her to go to hell. Can I see the text of the law, before I make a decision? I asked. She thought about it, then nodded. I'll have a copy for you at Malfoy's party. Choose soon, though. I want to propose this at the spring session, and need to include your presence or absence in my plans. With that, I nodded and we left, me to go home and tell Remus that I might be selling him out to get what I wanted. Chapter 33, Big Balls. Remus wasn't happy about the impending legislation, but agreed to reserve judgment until we'd seen the actual particulars. It was possible that being mostly in the Muggle world would protect him, but it also might play havoc with teaching at Hogwarts. He did undersign my own worries. There was a good chance any further regulation would push werewolves trying to live in society and fight their curse into crime and embracing it. The next couple of days, however, were pretty chill, and I mostly stayed around the house rather than risking going out in public to give the Death Eaters more shots at me. I'd considered that it might be a funny statement to take Remus as my date to Malfoy's party, especially with Umbridge there, but it had a high risk of him making connections when I met my godmother's guest. Also, I realized Matilda would be upset if she found out I had a +1 and didn't take her to one of the premier ministry events of the season. It was getting harder and harder to pretend she wasn't my girlfriend. It was also getting harder and harder to keep her from figuring out the edges of the situation with my godmother. We'd met up for lunch the day before so I could show her the card that would actually let her get past Remus Fidelius for the date. A few hours before the party, an owl arrived with another card from my godmother. A Fidelius? Clever and useful. However, please go outside to accept delivery of your suit L. Amused, I let myself out of the house and out the back gate onto the nature preserve, glancing around to make sure none of the neighbors were watching. A few minutes later, there was a quiet pop, and a small, malformed humanoid appeared bearing a garment bag. He was bald, with extremely oversized eyes and ears, wearing nothing more than a pillowcase. I hadn't actually seen too many house elves in person, as the ones at Hogwarts like to stay hidden. Dobby has brought Harry Dresden his suit. The tiny man warbled. Thank you, Dobby, I told him, taking the black bag from him. It was hand-tailored from a nice canvas. Harry Dresden thanks Dobby, and says his name. He is a credit to his mother and his godmother. He choked out. Wait, you knew my mother? I asked, remembering that Malfoy had said her nickname was Fiendfyre. Oh, not personally, sir. But she was a great witch. Very kind to house elves. Dobby's own family has never mistreated him, due to her good example, as well as strange mistress. I didn't know that, I told him. Thank you for the information. And for bringing this. Quietly muttering his own thanks, the elf bowed and then snapped his fingers to dissipate away. Returning back inside, I found that the suit was an extremely nice mixture of black and dark purple, intricately embroidered, but felt like conjuration. The buttons were a completely transparent glass. Another card was inside from my godmother. Since this is meant to be a celebration of the turning of the year, I shall give you until midnight in Greenland instead of local time before you must be home. Fairy godmother jokes, that's what we'd come to. I guess that meant the conjuration would wear out around 2 in the morning, but I'd try to get back by 1 just in case. Fully withdrawing the suit, I saw that it wasn't that different from a normal tuxedo with an overly long jacket, though lacking the same fashion jeans-like bow ties that had evolved due to Muggle trends. I understood that dress robes similarly meant dresses for witches, since they enjoyed party wear that actually fit, as opposed to robes designed to keep you warm in an unheated wizard's tower. There are only so many ways to best show off the human body at a party. Speaking of witches and dresses, I wasn't actually expecting mine to show up in one so nice. You look great, I told Matilda, as she stepped out of Remus' fireplace. She'd gone with a dark red strapless dress with gold jewelry, aggressively Gryffindor. You too, she said, checking me out in a suit that actually fit. I didn't know you had a suit. Or were interested in parties. I got specifically invited, and it seemed political, I told her. And the suit evaporates an hour or 2 after midnight. Kinky, she grinned, taking my arm. As she did, I noticed the purple in my suit's subtle shift in color to better complement her dress. We were about to head out but Remus yelled, "Pictures!" He must have caught my smirk that he was suddenly going all parental on me, and said, "When you're older, you'll regret not having more documentation of the good days." If my smile in the pictures he took was a little sad, it was because I was thinking of him having lost all of his school friends. A minute later, though, thoughts of Remus' history were blown from my head by taking in the Malfoy mansion. We stepped out of the fireplace into a den that must have been as big as Remus' entire house. Furniture had been cleared out to make a receiving room, with a short line of guests in finery walking up to talk to the Malfoys before grabbing a drink from a server and then heading out into the rest of the house. "Glad you could make it, Mr. Dresden," Lucius Malfoy told me when he greeted me. "A shame Mr. Weasley and Ms. Clearwater couldn't make it, as well." Ah, so that's how he was playing this? Inviting them would be good cover for why I was actually here. Protective parents, I shrugged. I'm sure they're sad to miss it. He nodded and passed me to what could only be his wife, Narcissa Malfoy née Black. She looked a fair bit like her sister and her niece, Tonks, but was very blonde. "Mr. Dresden. A pleasure to finally meet you. So tall, like your mother." Her pleasant tone didn't completely reach her eyes, but I didn't get the impression she hated me on principle or anything. "Likewise," I told her. "You knew my mother at school, I guess." "Far more than that," she corrected. "After all, she was over at our house all the time during the holidays, best friends as she was with my sister." With that last, she widened her eyes slightly and glanced over at the server by the door, releasing me to head over. While the brown-haired waitress in subdued greens and greys didn't look anything like my godmother, her posture was as perfect as Narcissa's, and the half-mad look of amusement over the tray of wine glasses was instantly recognizable. "Polyjuice?" I asked, quietly, taking the offered glass of wine. "Thank you for the reminder," she said, voice deeper than her natural tone but using her normal cadence. She took a small crystal flask from her apron and used me as cover to take a swig. "That hour limit is inconvenient. No society matrons who couldn't make it but could donate some hair. The servants here so much more," she grinned. "They don't usually go to finishing school, though," I told her. She quirked an eyebrow and I explained, "Your posture is too good." "Such a helpful boy," she told me, relaxing her stance slightly. She was still not perfect, but wouldn't stand out as much. I was actually kind of pleased that my godmother was so bad at espionage, since it made it harder for her to trick me if she thought it would be amusing. "Enjoy the party. I'll introduce you to our guest later." Matilda had finally extricated herself from the receiving line and had joined me, taking a wine glass. Bellatrix looked my date over as she turned away and shot me an approving nod. "The ballroom is this way," Matilda guided me. "This is the 3rd time I've been here. They usually just invite former Slytherins. Think we need to watch our backs all night?" We had traveled a relatively short distance down a high-ceilinged hallway that was appointed with all kinds of portraits and expensive-looking bric-a-brac before turning into the ballroom. The den had been bigger than Remus' house, and the ballroom was pretty close to on par with Hogwarts' Great Hall. Without magical heating and house elves to clean, I wouldn't be able to imagine how they kept up a house like this. The room was swarming with richly dressed couples, and I nodded Matilda toward a few. Looks like we have a little bit of backup. I'd noticed several people from Dumbledore's secret order of Gryffindors, including all three of the elder Longbottoms. The evening was, strangely pleasant. There was a string quartet. There were abundant snacks. Matilda and I were probably not remotely prepared to have nobody blink at handing us wine. We eventually found ourselves on the dance floor, and Matilda noted, surprised, "You can dance." Justin insisted on lessons for some reason, I told her. Got good enough that the teacher suggested that I could teach as an option. I'm tall enough to partner with anyone. Well, I'm glad. Maybe we'll have to do more of these. Are they all super political? I asked, giving her a twirl, her loose reddish-brown hair flaring around her shoulders. No. Well, yes. But you can stay out of it, she said as she completed the spin. They need ordinary people to fill out the room. If everyone was political, no dancing would get done. So if we just stay out on the dance floor, nobody will try to talk me into anything else political? I asked. One way to find out, Matilda grinned. Of course, even staying on the dance floor, my hearing was too good to stay out of politics entirely. As we moved past a small older man who had opted for a more robe-like green outfit to hide his girth, all topped with a lime green bowler hat, I overheard him talking to his dance partner. Ah, yes. Turns out she's one of Abraxas' little secrets, from shortly before he passed. Barely older than young Draco, but technically Lucius' sister. At least her mother was a pure blood, even if she's illegitimate. Lovely people, the Malfoys, taking her in and sending her to Hogwarts now that they've discovered her. On consideration, I had noticed a young woman in the orbit of the Malfoys who had the family's distinctive platinum hair. Before I could look for her again, Matilda whispered, "Why is he paying so much attention?" I glanced where she was looking, and saw that a tall, older wizard was observing us clinically from near one of the food tables. Who is he? I asked. Not, she said. One of the marked people that pled Imperious. Like Draco's friend? I asked, making a connection to the small dark-haired Slytherin that had been looking like he was trying to talk to me all year. His father, Matilda agreed. Without seeing him move, I couldn't be sure, but the height and build was right. Think he might be the skinny Death Eater that's been after me? I asked her. I didn't get a great look. But could be. She agreed. Glad we have some backup here, then. I told her. If we get separated, don't get anywhere near him. Definitely. She frowned, the likely presence of the guy that had been trying to capture me for months bringing down the fun of the evening. I spent so much effort keeping an eye on Not for the rest of the evening, that I didn't think about the mysterious Malfoy bastard again until much later. It was after midnight, we'd had a nice New Year's kiss, and were relaxing at a table while getting ready to leave when the server that I knew was my godmother got my attention and gave a very significant look to the approaching Lucius Malfoy and the young woman on his arm. Her hair was, indeed, platinum blonde, almost white, and from a distance I hadn't noticed that it was actually in dreadlocks. While she was incredibly slender and fitted in a blue gown fit for nobility, I caught hints of multiple piercings that had been removed for the party. Despite going for the punk vibe, she couldn't help but move with a noble bearing even more polished than the Black Sisters. And her glacier blue eyes had the same madness as my godmother's. Mr. Dresden. Ms. Grimblehawk, Lucius explained as we stood from our table to greet them. I don't think you've been introduced. This is my half-sister, from Ireland. We've only recently discovered her. She'll be transferring to Hogwarts next week as a 5th year. While she'll be in Slytherin, we'd all appreciate it if you could help her get acclimated, having transferred in late yourself. I nodded, knowing I had no choice. Matilda stiffened slightly next to me, and I took a glance. Her polite expression was very forced, and I thought there was a hint of suppressed emotions, possibly envy or jealousy. Up close, the new Malfoy was impossibly attractive, and her presence felt like ice, rebellion, temptation, and sex, clawing at my mind. It was taking a lot of effort to keep my brain realizing that it was an aura and not a natural reaction. I didn't know exactly how it was hitting Matilda. Please. We're going to treat each other as great friends, I can tell, she said insouciantly in an Irish accent. Call me Maeve. Chapter 34, Representatives. It took a couple of weeks after the holidays for Dumbledore to have time to discuss things on a weekend that Remus was at Hogwarts. The three of us, as well as McGonagall, were ensconced in Dumbledore's office. I'd gotten a draft of the werewolf legislation from Umbridge at the Malfoy party, and Remus had seen it already but Dumbledore hadn't. I'm forced to concur with Remus, Dumbledore said, looking over the parchment. This will simply drive more of the cursed into lives of crime. The only slight fortune is that they no longer have Greyback to rally around. He had lieutenants, Remus argued. It's been too long for me to know if any of them is strong enough to step up and take over, or if they'd fracture into separate packs with the influx. Why now? McGonagall asked. It seems, without Greyback, there might actually be less threat from them for some time. Dolores has a cabinet full of legislation she hopes to pass, just awaiting an event that she can use to justify it, Dumbledore explained. If Mr. Dresden had triumphed over a murderous centaur or merfolk, there would likely be a corresponding bill forwarded. That woman, my head of house grumbled. If she'd concentrated half as hard on her schoolwork as she did on her phobias, she would have had a much more superlative tenure at Hogwarts. How did she become a senior undersecretary? I asked. McGonagall shrugged, but Dumbledore explained, she's dreadfully organized, and tracks favors as easily as paperwork. The ministry is largely divided to those that find her useful and those over whom she has some form of leverage. Ultimately, she's risen above her competence and her opinions aren't too much of a threat, so I have not expended the influence to uproot her. He fixed me with a gaze over his spectacles. I, of course, caution you about becoming one of those favors unnecessarily. Could she get my doom lifted? I asked. The old man shrugged. Potentially. I believe she's friends with John Dawlish and has the influence to rescind it if he does not object. Whether she actually would go through with it, or just string you along, I cannot speculate. How much would this bill affect Remus? It wouldn't actually prevent me from hiring him as a professor, but public registration would likely lead to quite a few letters from concerned parents until he proved himself competent. And if there were any kind of accident, it would be used against the school. He read down and tapped another section, and this part about restriction of movement seems intended as a tracking measure, but might actually have teeth to curtail Remus' activities in the magical or muggle worlds should someone in authority so desire. That's what I was afraid of, the werewolf in question said. I'd be grudgingly okay with it if I thought that anyone who might eventually have that authority would use it wisely. Or if it wouldn't disproportionately affect werewolves trying to follow the law. So I back out, I shrugged. I have enough problems without getting involved with politics unless that's going to solve some of them. Well, actually, Remus amended. I wonder if there's a way you can back it while doing more harm than good for it passing. Marauders, McGonagall scoffed. Trying to prank the ministry now. Dumbledore considered and said, that might actually be possible. I shall begin talking to Wizengamot members and finding out whether there are any wedge issues that could be highlighted by Mr. Dresden to the disadvantage of the bill. I shrugged my agreement with the plan, turning it into a stretch and looking around the room. I hadn't had much time to look the place over when I'd come through to take Penny to Manchester. Fawkes was sleeping on his perch, and looked much better, his burning day having come and gone, though he was still quite small compared to his full size. All the portraits of former headmasters watching us was disconcerting, but Dumbledore had silenced them for our discussion. I was very curious about several of the miscellaneous artifacts scattered around, that seemed more like magical machines than enchanted items. One of them was even occasionally puffing smoke like a miniature steam engine. While I was looking around, he moved on, and now, you suspect Mr. Knott of being our mystery Death Eater. I nodded, the height and build check out, and he was glaring at me for the entire party. The headmaster pursed his lips, eventually admitting, unfortunately, without further proof, there may be little we can do. He is one of the most slippery of the men that were once part of the organization. I shall place observers to try to catch him doing something illegal. At the very least, it should limit his ability to act against you further. I huffed, that's what I was worried about. How did so many Death Eaters get to just go back to their lives after the war? Wealth and privilege, the old man shrugged apologetically. We were never able to prove that the Dark Mark had to be willingly accepted with a clear mind, and Wizengamot members enjoy a great deal of protections originally designed to prevent the laws from being used to harass rival members of the government. This includes freedom from interrogation under veritaserum, and other techniques. McGonagall and Remus were clearly annoyed, and Dumbledore put up his hands. I still believe that they have legitimate uses. The machinations of the Dark would certainly use such tools against their rivals if not prevented by law. McGonagall sighed, some days, it seems like everything designed to protect good people is just another shield that can be used by the bad. Alas, he agreed, there is no bulwark that cannot be toppled upon those it defends. Yet we erect castle walls anyway, for they do more good than harm. Government is the same. And that was it for the meeting, except for a little more small talk. I exited the descending magical staircase and started to head back to my room, but I got intercepted. Harry. Maeve called, stepping out of an intersecting passageway. You've been avoiding me. I had been. Without the elaborate party dress showing off her body and a few glasses of wine softening up my willpower, it was a lot easier to shrug off her aura. Or, I worried, maybe she'd deliberately toned it down at school but could turn it back up whenever she wanted. Either way, since I didn't exactly know what she was well enough to know if I could fight her if I had to and because I was bound to avoid turning other people against her based on my suspicions, I'd been staying as far as possible from her. But my luck had run out. The deal was keeping your secrets, I shrugged, grudgingly. Doesn't mean I have to help whatever you're doing here. Such distrust. What did I ever do to you? She asked, her face a mask of sadness that didn't reach her eyes, or her joking tone of voice. She'd put her numerous piercings back in, and she was clearly wearing some kind of Muggle graphic t-shirt under her uniform robes, Doc Martens with poison green laces kicking out rebelliously from under the hem. The scary thing was, if I hadn't been forewarned, I'd probably think she was cool as hell, and worth hanging out with. If Tonks had leaned into the sexy punk rock girl stereotype, Maeve had weaponized it. She'd been at school less than a month, and I'd already noticed her wrapping a fan club around her, and not just in Slytherin. Seeing that no one was nearby in the hallways, I stopped and leaned against a wall, facing her, rather than making her walk and talk. You, specifically? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure months of never creatures trying to eat me and my friends were all about getting you here, though. She didn't deny it, just gave me a non-genuine pout and said, "Come in, Harry. You've been groomed for this. I've seen you wrapping Gryffindor and Ravenclaw around yourself, and you're not even trying. I'll grab Slytherin and Hufflepuff and we'll meet in the middle. It'll be worth your while." That last was said with a breathy Irish lilt, and she flared her aura a bit, causing me to heat up. But part of that heating up was anger from her trying to manipulate me so obviously. 1. Don't do that again, or I'll take it as an attack, I growled at her. 2. What are you here for? Why do you want to make everyone at the school your friends? Her mien of being a laid-back rebel cracked after my first sentence, a glare of angry entitlement slipping out. I didn't think she liked not just getting her way. But she visibly forced it down, allowed the nonchalant cool girl vibe to settle in again, before explaining, "I can tell you honestly, I'm here to be the best representative of the school I can possibly be." She flipped her dreadlocks over a shoulder, and got ready to head out. "Think about it, Harry. I know you're not obligated to help me beyond keeping my confidence. So I'd owe you a favor, if you did." "We'll see," I told her, and she sashayed off. If my guesses were right and she was a true Sid from the other side of the veil, incapable of lying, then what she'd said was true. But what did it mean? Chapter 35, Ophiuchus. Friday evening, a couple of weeks into the school year, was a new moon, and it was pitch black outside the castle, albeit with clear skies. Perfect for stargazing if you could stand the cold, but there weren't astronomy classes on Fridays. After dinner, most of Gryffindor was relaxing in the common room. I was about halfway through a novel from the pile of Muggle pulp that the Weasley twins and I hadn't shelved around the library when Katie Bell walked into the room from outside and told me, "Harry. The headmaster needs to see you in his office." She wasn't in her Quidditch gear, but for some reason she had her boom slung over a shoulder. "Okay. Thanks, Katie," I told her, marking my place and heading out, shrugging at Percy and Matilda that I had no idea what was going on. I'd made it down a couple of floors before I realized I had no idea what the password was for Dumbledore's office, either. He usually sent some arbitrary candy name when he wanted to meet. Or at least he had when I'd talked to him a couple of days previously, and everyone had said that was normal. Maybe it was still the same password? But I'd thought of it close enough to the dorm to figure I could turn around and check with Katie to see if she'd forgotten to tell me. By the time I climbed back up the stairs, staff thudding along to assist, it was to see the backs of several Gryffindor robes rushing away from the portrait, into the hallway that was the shortest way to the astronomy tower, past the tapestry with the dancing trolls. "What's going on?" I asked Neville, who was already puffing a bit trying to keep up with the crowd. "Katie." He gasped. "Said she was going to jump off the tower. Flew her broom out of her window. Damn it." Thinking back, I hadn't been paying much attention to her, but something had been off. Suffering through a bout of depression? I raced ahead, my long legs and somewhat reasonable attempts to exercise sometimes easily letting me outpace Neville, and then overtake several of the other lower years. By the time I crashed out onto the astronomy tower landing, pretty much half the house was gathered. It was a bit of a tight fit, for all that there was space for a couple dozen students to stargaze at once. Everyone was staring out over the railing, and I could barely make out Katie, mostly by lit wands reflecting off her eyes and face, floating on her broom at least 20 feet away from the tower. But she was mostly visible as a shadow against the stars. My acceptable level astronomy knowledge eventually coughed up that the constellation she was outlined by was Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer. That wasn't ominous or anything. There was also what seemed like enough distance to hit terminal velocity between her and the ground, or at least fast enough that not even Madame Pomfrey could save her. "Don't do this, Katie." Oliver was insisting, taking the lead trying to talk her into landing. "We tried the seize and pull charm," Percy told me in a whisper as he saw me clear the landing. "She shielded but she does not actually seem to want to jump." "You'll be better off without me," Katie told him, her voice nearly monotone, though a hint of genuine pain underneath. "I'm useless. Ginny's so much better than I was as Seeker. I cost the team the cup last year." Oliver had worried that Katie had been carrying guilt for that all year, but the girl otherwise seemed happy. Teen depression was no joke, but I didn't think that was what was going on here. "Imperious?" I asked Percy. His mouth pinched as he considered it, and he nodded that he thought it was likely. Whispering, I told him, anything we get around her shield is likely to knock her off the broom. And I wasn't willing to rely on Dumbledore's fortune wards to somehow save her from hitting the ground starting this high up. The Liberta's charm, he suggested. We still haven't gotten it to work. I hissed. Oliver had overheard and looked back at us, his eyes narrowing in conviction. I saw him moving his wand by his side, reminding himself of the wand gesture he'd seen in our research sessions. Katie. Nobody cares about that. You're doing a great job as chaser. Come back down, please. You'll be better off without me, she stated again, almost like reading off a script. Fight it, Katie. Oliver nearly shouted, then whipped his wand up, Libero. The light of the spell spun silver and cerulean through the air, and it, like the Unforgivables, punched right through her hasty shield. It splashed against her torso then flared out of her eyes. The glow was gone as fast as it had arrived, leaving her once again in the dim light from the tower, but I thought I saw her blink and shake her head. How did I get, whoa. Make a hole. She easily brought the broom down to the roof of the tower in the space we made for her, and stepped off shakily. Alicia and Angelina tackled the girl, sobbing, rapidly explaining how much they loved her in an indecipherable torrent of words. Several other students weren't far behind. Amazing. Percy told Oliver, who was sagging in relief. What did you feel? Pride, I think, the Quidditch captain told us. I was just feelin' how much I respected her. How much I disagreed with what she'd been sayin'. Of course. My other roommate exclaimed. It is not how you are feeling, but about how you feel about the target. Forges a connection to allow their own self-confidence to overpower the curse. He looked more excited about solving the mystery of the spell than saving the girl, but I was sure he'd be concerned when the thrill of the puzzle faded. Good job, Oliver. Penny will be so excited. For my own part, I was glad to finally have an answer to the spell and that Katie was safe, but something was nagging at the back of my mind. She must have been commanded to send me away. I thought out loud. Matilda, who'd extricated herself from the group hug, asked, they knew you'd solve it? Needed you out of the way? No. They didn't try to stop any other upper years. Any of us could have saved her eventually. My blood, I told them. This year has been all about trying to keep me alive to steal my blood. So either this was another distraction to keep you guys from interfering in another kidnap attempt, or they wanted to keep you out of danger. Oliver shouted, staring down the doorway back into the castle. I whipped around and saw an immense shadow climbing up the spiral stairs, blotting out the torchlight from the stairwell. Close the door. Oliver yelled at those close by it. It was the second-year crew, and they had enough run-ins with danger to not second-guess orders like that. Neville, Ron, and Seamus shouldered the heavy door closed, and Hermione yelled, Call a Porchus. To lock it. They were almost too slow, because a moment later, there was a horrendous wet crash against the door, as if some massive beast was trying to shoulder it open. Even with the locking spell, the sturdy oak door flexed against its hinges. Barricades. I ordered the upper years close to me who could actually do those spells quickly. Between Oliver, Percy, and Alexis, they quickly conjured chains and braces to hold the door as the rest of the kids backed out of the way. There were 3 more massive thuds against the door, but the buttressing held, and then it stopped. I held up a hand to halt the panicked talking and listened, hearing something heavy rasping against the stone steps, gradually fading away back down. That was not a Gorgon, Harry. Matilda insisted. Katie said, but it was. The woman in the hood. That's who cursed me. I remember. I was studying in the library and she came up out of nowhere. Told me to do all those things. Since she'd just had a near-death experience, I withheld chastising her for forgetting to travel in groups as if the problem had just been solved over the holidays. To be fair, I'd forgotten about it too, both times I'd gone to Dumbledore's office. Hugging Matilda with a squeeze that tried to convey you were right, I said, I don't think it's actually a Gorgon. I think there's a monster, and a Death Eater who's a woman in a hood that likes to use the Imperius. The murmuring of the students seemed to generally imply that that made sense to everyone. I suddenly realized that I was hugging Matilda as much out of sharing body heat as anything else, and, as the adrenaline wore off, everyone else started to shiver, realizing they were outside after dark in January in North Scotland. Teeth chattering, Hermione asked what everyone was thinking. Do you think it's safe to go back in? We waited another 20 minutes in the cold before the danger of freezing to death outside overcame the risk of the seemingly long-departed Slytherin's monster. We moved inside cautiously, slowly, checking around corners with our bronze mirrors. It basically has to be pants, I explained, quietly, to the people at the front. Matilda confirmed, Dean and Cormac were coming out of the library. Oliver added, she was missin' at the Halloween feast. And she came back from her librarian con this summer in a bad mood, and complaining about muggles, I finished. Percy asked, but where would she even get a basilisk? Hopefully she can tell us when Dumbledore confronts her. I shrugged. Thank Merlin. McGonagall swore as the bulk of her house rounded the corner to the bottom of the Gryffindor stairs. Where have you all been? Long story, I told her, speaking for the group. Basically, someone impertinent used Katie to lure us up to the astronomy tower into an attack from the creature. We think it might have been Madame Pants. That is, unfortunate, the assistant headmistress lips pursed. She quickly incanted a messenger patroness, sending her silver cat to say, Albus. I've found the rest of Gryffindor. They believe Irma set the monster on them. The message away, she gestured us all up the stairs, everyone, back inside while we check. Oliver, Matilda, Percy, and I hung toward the back, dawdling on the way in, clearly hesitant to leave her to go confront the librarian alone. McGonagall shook her head at our obstinance, but said, Mr. Wood and Mr. Dresden are adults, and can make their own poor decisions for risk, but Mr. Weasley and Ms. Grimblehawk, please get inside. Be careful, Harry, Matilda said, grudgingly, and gave me a kiss for luck. Percy gave Oliver a clap on the shoulder, before the two of them went into the Gryffindor common room. Now, why do you suspect Irma? McGonagall asked, as Oliver and I flanked her and started heading toward the library. We outlined our suppositions, and I finished with, and everyone kept thinking they saw a witch. I was thinking Gorgon for the longest time, but it could have been a grown or nearly grown woman leading around a basilisk. Cormac said he saw a big shadow. She has been acting more aloof since this summer, McGonagall admitted. But I find it very hard to believe that she is a secret supporter of you-know-who. Didn't you think the same thing about Quirrell? I asked, remembering that he had been the Muggle Studies professor before leaving the school, becoming possessed, and returning to teach defense. Quirinus was too young to have had the opportunity, but it wasn't altogether shocking that he was turned, she explained. Irma was at the school during most of the war and never showed any signs of being a traitor. Maybe someone convinced her at the library conference, I shrugged. Or put her under the Imperius. Oliver suggested. I nodded. Apparently long-term cursed sleeper agents hadn't been unheard of, though few had the power to maintain the curse for that long, and only the truly weak-willed could be mind-controlled into casting unforgivables of their own. Good thing we've got the Libertas, now. McGonagall made a questioning noise, so I explained, Oliver cracked it. That's how we saved Katie. I shall hold off on awarding points until the four of you can present your research, but very good. She told us. Oliver made a self-deprecating wave, the big brains figured tea out. I just had the opportunity. We'd still be stuck if it weren't for that opportunity, man, I told him. Finally, we rounded the bend before the door into the library, and saw Dumbledore outside, having pulled off his spectacles to rub the headache from between his eyes. He noticed us arriving, and said, unfortunately, this has become more complicated. Gesturing that it was safe to enter, we went inside and spied the frozen but still flesh body of Madame Pants, sprawled near one of the walls, clearly having turned toward a window. Her witch's hat had fallen off her head in her flailing. I'd guessed she'd tried to look away, but caught the reflection in the glass. Weirdly, the thing that stood out the most to me was her uncovered head. Most of the staff loved their pointy hats and wore them a lot, particularly Dumbledore, but I didn't think I'd ever seen Pants without hers. She kept her dark hair short, and it seemed to be thinning. A red line from the hatband was likely frozen into her forehead and temples. Can we check her arm? I asked, pointing at the left forearm where the Death Eater tattoos were common. Dumbledore waved his wand and her sleeve rolled up, clothing not caught in the paralyzation effect. Her pale arm was bare of any tattoos. Alas, if Irma was behind this, the creature may have turned on her. It will be months before we can revive her and ask what happened. I hoped we had months, because our best lead had just been yanked right from underneath us. Chapter 36, Confidence. Libero. I incanted, spelling Oliver, who'd gamely stepped into my ritual circle. I really needed to finish working on my project to make a focus that could cast soul fire-based spells. I'd started referring to them as the apologies and everyone else told me to please stop. This one, in particular, wasn't that useful if it required a whole ritual working to perform. That's a rush. The Scottish keeper said, eyes flaring silver, so at least I'd gotten it right. That's 4 for 4. Penny said, excited. We'd gathered in our favorite abandoned classroom for the testing, and had each been able to replicate the spell. Now, let's see if it can do anything else we can test safely. Percy. Conf undo. The Weasley prefect snapped out while pointing his wand toward me. I immediately lost the thread of what was going on, until Penny cast, Libero. And the confusion ended as suddenly as it had begun. My eyes focused, though the dilation after the light flaring out of them left everything momentarily dark, and I gave her a thumbs up. It really was a rush, my self-confidence and mental strength briefly supercharged enough to fight off the effect. Yay! The blonde Ravenclaw actually hopped in her excitement, sending her curly hair bouncing into the air. If this is a general counter against mental effects, it will have so many uses. Percy nodded, simply working as a prophylactic against possible imperious exposure would have it get used, but if it generally clears any kind of mental impairment, it might wind up as a standard security method at the Ministry. Unfortunately, I do not believe we can easily test lesser compulsions. No, even any in your big repertoire? Oliver asked him. They are extremely frowned upon outside of warding, Percy explained, and that just to subtly redirect muggles and animals away from the warded site. I believe there is always a brisk trade in them amongst certain types of wizard, of course. But they are not taught even at the Newt level curriculum. I'm sure when the Ministry replicates our spell, they'll test it in many more conditions, Penny shrugged. We've got enough to make it worth their while. So you're done? Oliver asked. Got your application to the Department of Mysteries all set? Extra credit? She asked me and Percy. I'd like to try to go ahead and create the other two. We've got another year and a half to work on it. Might as well pad the CV. Percy agreed, and I nodded absently. I'd been thinking about the issue of compulsions. Hit me again? I asked her. Penny nodded, confused, but cast, libero. While under the surge of the spell, I tried to blurt out, my godmother is Bellatrix Lestrange. But the words wouldn't come. I tried, you can't trust Maeve Malfoy, to the same result. Having a brainwave, I then tried to tell them, Remus Lupin lives on Heath End Road in High Wycombe, and also couldn't force that out. And the feeling in each of the cases was extremely similar, my brain failing to connect to my tongue. All right, Harry? Oliver asked. I can confirm it doesn't let you break a Fidelius, I told them, more frustration evident in my voice because I couldn't seem to explain what I was really trying to break. I'd had suspicions that my unwillingness to report on my godmother and her plots wasn't entirely natural, but now I'd had it confirmed in excruciating detail. I couldn't even seem to tell them what I'd really been trying. Interesting, Percy said, musing, I suspect that is because the Fidelius is not a compulsion to keep the secret, but an actual magical manipulation of how knowledge can be used. Good to know, regardless, Penny nodded, adding that to her notes. We did some more testing and began planning to diagram the Cruciatus curse, but my thoughts were elsewhere. As soon as we wrapped up, I got to our room ahead of Percy and Oliver, slipped Bob's skull out of my trunk and into my bag of holding, and moved off to another empty classroom. I took extra care to lock and silence the door. Feeling safe enough to talk, I roused Bob and explained, I can't tell my friends about my godmother or Maeve. Feels like the Fidelius. Wait, why can't I tell you? The same reason I can be at Remus' house, the spirit of intellect explained. I don't really count in the same way. So could I tell you that my godmother is Bellatrix Black Lestrange and she's brought Maeve Malfoy into this world for nefarious purposes, and then have you tell Matilda? I reasoned. Nat, the skull drawled. Not without giving me the ability to tell future owners your secrets, making Matilda my owner, and still risking blowing my mind apart. Secret magic is complicated. Consider me basically like external storage for your own knowledge, as far as the magic is concerned. I sighed, having suspected it wouldn't be that easy. So why can't I talk about it? Nobody ever did a ritual like the Fidelius involving my godmother's secrets. Well, they did, Bob hedged. Think of her as her own secret keeper. Dumbledore could tell someone else Remus' address, and then they wouldn't be able to pass it on, even though they weren't there for the initial ritual. Only she gets a lot more leeway about what counts as a secret, especially when it's things told or shown to you in her role as your teacher. He paused for a moment, then his eyes brightened. Also, did you say Maeve Malfoy? I realized I hadn't actually caught Bob up on what happened at the New Year's party. Well, Malfoy almost certainly isn't her real last name. Impossibly attractive girl with white hair and dreadlocks. I'm pretty sure she's what came through and broke the veil. Bellatrix transferred the rest of my debt to her to mean I had to keep her secrets, too. But she's already trying to get me to help her take over Hogwarts or something. As soon as I'd given her description, Bob's eye flames had started to tighten to pinpoints, and his voice wavered out, Don't tell the Winter Maiden about me, Harry, please. I wasn't going to, but why? Her mother is probably still upset with me. If they don't know where to find me, it's better, he hedged. Okay, so, who is her mother? And who is she? She's the daughter of Mab, the Queen of Air and Darkness herself, and I could feel him dropping in the capital letters. I frowned, getting the picture that the Crown Princess of the Winter Court was walking around Hogwarts pretending to be a fifth year. I need to figure out why she's really here. Not that I thought she'd give me a straight answer if I asked her, particularly without incurring additional debt. I wondered if I could subtly hinder her takeover of the school's ongoing popularity contest without being able to reveal any of her secrets. If she wanted to be the school's representative, the best way to thwart her plans would be to keep her from achieving that. I just needed to socially outmaneuver an immortal Fae princess in the middle of an ongoing basilisk attack. No pressure. Chapter 37, Metal Heart. Am I your Valentine? Squealed the ghost, face scrunching up in excitement behind her massive glasses, dark pigtails quivering. I'd made a strategic investigation error. There had still been no attacks since Pants was petrified, but I didn't think it was over with and I'd been working on leads. I'd remembered that Dumbledore mentioned Ms. Warren as the girl who died in the 40s under similar circumstances. It took a bit of research to track her down as Myrtle Warren, a bunch of dead ends trying to find documentation of her death, and then finally someone mentioned that Moaning Myrtle was a ghost that haunted a girl's bathroom, the same bathroom where Mrs. Norris was attacked. I'd angrily made an appointment with Dumbledore just to yell about it. The old wizard could only suggest that he'd tried to question the ghost several times over the decades, and she was highly irrational and unwilling to talk about it in any kind of sensible way. Most of his previous attempts had resulted in her throwing a tantrum and flooding the bathroom rather than giving up any useful information. He admitted he might have so relegated her to the back of his mind out of annoyance that he didn't even think about questioning her during the new crisis, but he invited me to do so. He was, of course, not joining me. The way the timing worked out, the first opportunity I had to talk to her after realizing I needed to was the Hogsmeade weekend for Valentine's Day. I'd thought about how there would be fewer people to object to me going into the second-floor girls' bathroom on the Sunday without really thinking through the implications to a socially anxious ghost. I was honestly surprised she still kept up with the calendar. Most ghosts didn't. I would have done it Saturday, but I actually had to take my soon going to have to admit she's my girlfriend on a date. Things had gotten kind of tense, because it turned out picking a rumor fight with Maeve was a bad idea. I couldn't really tell people why they should be wary of her. She couldn't outright lie. It should have been an even fight. But I was way outgunned by someone used to Sid politics. A school was no trouble. The Fey Princess had figured out what I was doing too fast, and started implying that I was sneaking out with her romantically and was complaining about her as a cover. I think she found the whole thing very amusing. Matilda didn't. Fortunately, my basically a girlfriend was pretty smart, and even though I couldn't outright explain what was up with Maeve, I thought she was starting to figure it out from what I was able to say. Unfortunately, I'd kind of created a bunch of relationship insecurity by refusing to admit she was my girlfriend, so it was easy enough to assume I was looking to better deal her with the impossibly beautiful new transfer student. So, Saturday had to happen, big date day, lots of groveling, plenty of confidence boosting. And that was how I found myself stealing an hour on Sunday afternoon after a very coupley morning with Matilda to go interrogate a ghost. A ghost who had immediately jumped to a shocking inference about my intentions. Honestly, it was less worrying than the school thinking I was having an affair with Maeve. Why don't we get to know each other first? I hedged to the translucent teen witch hovering over the sinks and giving me what she thought was a sultry look. You're Myrtle Warren, right? A Ravenclaw. She nodded. And you're Harry Dresden. You're a Gryffindor. All the girls talk about you in here, you know? Talk about how tall and mysterious you are. Floating up to eye level with me, she looked down and fancifully twiddled her feet to show how far they were off the ground. I didn't actually know that, I groaned. What else do they say? They said you don't have a girlfriend, exactly, but maybe you have two girlfriends. She was confused, and petulantly said, I don't think you should date that new girl, Harry. She's mean. She froze my toilet once. We're definitely agreed on that. Those are just rumors that she's spreading. You should tell everyone. I suggested. But I was curious about you. Oh. The ghost managed to make a one-syllable expression last several seconds. Do you remember how you died? That was apparently the right question, which nobody had ever asked her. Amidst a tirade about some girl named Olive who she hated when alive and became a ghost to torment, she dropped some details about a boy speaking another language in the bathroom, and being paralyzed by yellow eyes that she thought killed her. You weren't turned into stone, though? I asked. That was the first thing that seemed relevant. I don't think so. The other ghosts are mean to me because I was poisoned. You can't join any good ghost groups if you were poisoned. Not even in Rome, apparently, even with all the assassinations. I think it should count as death by magical beast, since it was a Cromantula venom. Which is funny, because I've never even seen one of those. That would definitely jibe with the belief that an Acromantula had been responsible. But something didn't add up. Did she see the spider and forget the part where it bit her? Or was she paralyzed and then poisoned? If it was afterward, she wouldn't know. While I thought about that, I asked, did you know Tom Riddle? Oh. Tom. She exhaled, floating up toward the ceiling and again drawing out each word. He was so cute. He was tall, dark, and handsome like you, well, maybe not quite so tall. I wanted him to notice me so badly. That's why I spent so much time in here. He was in charge of installing the new toilets, you know. I didn't know that, I admitted, thinking. So you went to school here during the plumbing project? How did that work? She shrugged, the effort sending her floating up and backwards. A lot of transfiguration. The whole school pitched in. The Ravenclaws had to figure out the best places where to put the pipes so they wouldn't break when the castle rearranged itself. And so professors wouldn't have to give up their favorite rooms. This used to be a privy room already, but there's a girls' toilet downstairs that was a storeroom. They didn't even take the lock off the door. I'm familiar with that one, I agreed, it being where Hermione had spent the day before being attacked by a troll. The more important question was, so Tom would have had access to basically everywhere in the school to route the pipes through? But he kept coming in here. I think he was really proud of the sinks, she suggested, even though one of them never worked. The sinks were a pretty nice Art Deco arrangement of porcelain and copper, and were probably easy to be proud of before half a century of hard use in a haunted bathroom. One, indeed, didn't work, and careful examination revealed a glyph that looked like a snake etched onto the side of one of the copper taps. It wasn't a rune I recognized. I made a little more small talk with Myrtle before extricating myself to go to the library. I was certain that if I could track down the meaning of that rune, it would give me more of a clue what was going on. I wondered if there might even be a network of them throughout the bathroom project, perhaps treating the entire plumbing system as one artificed array. Ultimately, I probably would have saved a lot of time if I'd been thinking smaller. Chapter 38, An Enchanted Evening. I think the three of you are likely to be at least a half year ahead when you start runes next year, Percy suggested. We'd put the second years through a test just to see how much they'd been getting from the enchanting seminars, and Hermione, Neville, and Draco had all done quite well after a year and a half of watching us work. And you too, he said, referencing Seamus and Millie, will be at least a month ahead. The other two members of my focus group had finally started coming to the enchanting club this year, after realizing how much they needed to know to make their own foci. That's great. Hermione enthused, only that should make it a lot easier to deal with the rest of my electives to already be so far ahead in runes. I doubt you'll have much of a problem anyway, Hermione, Penny suggested. They adjust the other class times for your third year to account for the new electives, so you definitely shouldn't stress about a couple of extra classes. Except that I'm probably taking 5 extra classes, the girl shrugged. Both Neville and Seamus rolled their eyes, apparently already aware of this plan. Draco simply shook his head, smirking. What? Professor McGonagall said I could if I really wanted. How? I asked, thinking about the way the class schedules were set up. I think you can do 3 if you're okay sitting with different sessions on different days depending on your other classes. But you'd need a time machine or something to take all 5. I caught Hermione's eyes widening and noticed Percy go stone-faced. Time turners, nodded Luna. She and Colin had started sitting in on the enchanting club as well. Ginny hadn't come with them, citing that she was too busy with Quidditch. Mother wasn't supposed to have told me about them, but they study them in the Department of Mysteries. I'm surprised that they would allow a student to have one, given the danger of paradox or just mischief. Of course the British wizards would invent time travel and use it to navigate Hogwarts' labyrinthine class schedule. I'm very responsible, huffed Hermione. Percy didn't even take all 5 classes. He took 3 and did the other 2 self-paced, I argued. Percy started, then lapsed into a pregnant pause as everyone looked at him, even the twins glancing up from what they were tinkering with at the back of the room, finally admitting, may have gone Hermione's route in third year. The stress was too much, and I decided it was better to study 2 subjects on my own time rather than continue to throw off my sleep schedule. See, I told her, still floored that the only way you could get in on time travel was to work in the Department of Mysteries or be an excessive overachiever. You're always a ball of stress during exam times anyway, Hermione. Besides, you can already pass the Muggle Studies OWL and Divination's useless unless you have the sight or you just want to blow off class. Hey! I was gonna take Divination, insisted Seamus. The twins sniggered and then leaned back from completing whatever they were working on, while the rest of the group just shook our heads at the boy. Lavender and Parvati are going to take Divination and Muggle Studies, explained Hermione, and you told me I should do more things with my roommates, Harry. So I was going to take it to spend more time with them. Whoa! I said, not liking being blamed for all of this. I support you doing stuff to hang out with your roommates, but not to the point you're trying to do an extra 2 hours of classes, plus homework, on the same amount of time to sleep. Yet, Granger, Draco inserted himself into the conversation. You're unbearable when you're freaking out about exams for your current classes. Add time travel and trying to do 5 more and you'll be completely intolerable. Shut up, Draco. Hermione turned on him. You're the one who's unbearable. All those attacks from Death Eaters on Harry. And the basilisk roaming the school. You probably know exactly what's going on and are letting people nearly die because you think it's funny. Before he could get his denials out, she also added, and that total slag of a sister. She's not my sister. The Malfoy heir argued. She's not even. He trailed off with a look in his eyes that was similar to when I tried to explain who Maeve was. She's my half-aunt, he belatedly explained the cover story. I notice you didn't say she's not a slag, though, Penny uncharacteristically tagged in on Draco. The way she spends all her time trying to make people think she's sleeping with Harry. Percy growled, sometimes I wish my girlfriend was less concerned with Harry's love life. Why are you so jealous of Harry? Penny whirled on her boyfriend. We're just friends. Your father. He knows Harry helped you heal him and I could tell he was impressed, Percy explained, petulantly. I hadn't even known he'd met the parents yet. Guys, ixnay on the Ealing hay, I tried to interject, hoping that the rest of the kids in the room wouldn't pick up on the illegal magic Penny had done the previous December. I was actually super annoyed that they were treating something that could get me thrown in prison without the operational security it deserved. He so wasn't. Penny argued, ignoring me. He found out that Harry's on probation and congratulated me on dating an upstanding young man with a bright future. But thanks for assuming I'm going to date someone just because my father likes him, like I'm some chattel to be married off. You Muggleborn are so lucky. Draco inserted himself back into the conversation, perhaps unwisely. Longbottom and I have to marry who our parents pick for us. Speak for yourself, Malfoy, Neville objected. My parents said they'd only try to make a match for me if I couldn't find someone I liked on my own. Maybe you should stand up to your father about Parkinson if you're so mad about it. My father has a lot of things on his mind, Draco disagreed, with my aunt to deal with. I noticed a smirk, which I suspected was the boy realizing he could get around his secrecy oaths by implying he meant Maeve when he was really talking about Bellatrix. How did THA even work? Seamus chuckled. She's a fine Irish lass, sure nah. Your granddad go on errand to see what pretty Irish witches are like right afore he died? Can't blame him. Like you'll ever know what a pretty Irish witch is like, Finnegan, Millie tagged in when Draco was at a loss for words and the implied insult to his family. Face it, you're not a catch. Look who's talkin', ya bleedin' gargoyle. The Irish boy yelled at her. And I thought they'd been getting along a lot better. How much of a dowry will your to have it pay to get some pure-blood boy to marry ye? Who says I want to marry a wizard? The big girl shrugged, but seemed like the attack had stung. You like girls? Colin joined the conversation, having spent the past few minutes watching it like a tennis match. He didn't seem totally scandalized, but it was if the thought had never entered his head before. It's okay to like whoever you like, Colin, Luna suggested, simply, to her year mate. Unlike everyone else, she didn't seem particularly upset. But why is everyone acting like a swarm of nargles is in the room? I don't see any. Luna, Penny chided, I know you believe in these things but you really need to just shut your mouth when you're about to say something strange like that. This is why you're having a hard time making friends. Penny. I countered. I've told you time and time again that you're too close-minded about this. She's probably seeing actual fairies. With the way things are going, we'll all be seeing them soon enough. What? Several people asked at once. What do you think is going to happen when the school is playing host to them? My mouth snapped shut before I could finish the thought, since I'd meant to say, Queen of the Fairies. I growled at the oath I hadn't even deliberately signed up for continuing to prevent me from sharing important information with my friends. But the moment of silence gave me a jolt of perspective, especially since my fractured thought led everyone to spin off into their own private fights. Penny and Percy were having a hushed argument and the second years seemed to be mounting another Gryffindor/Slytherin offensive. Over at their table, the twins had apparently been having a row that had passed the rest of us by. I'm so sick of you always getting to be Fred. Maybe if you were witty enough to start the conversation. The other twin who was maybe not George argued. It's all Harry's stupid rule anyway. The one I'd normally consider Fred because he talked first insisted. We need to figure out how to start conversations more evenly. I'm not pre-planning conversational openers just so Harry will think you're Fred. But I am Fred. Apparently actually Fred nearly sobbed. It was so ridiculous that I started thinking about it logically, and noticed their completed enchanting project whirling angrily. It looked like a sneakoscope, and I remembered telling the twins about the broken one I'd been working on over the summer. Hoping I wasn't going to have to owe them a huge apology for destroying an unrelated project, I strode over and slapped the spinning wooden top down while shouting, Diffindo! And channeling the cutting charm through my hand and into the magical object. With the snap of splitting wood, it was like cold water hit the room, and everyone suddenly went quiet. The almost imperceptible bubbling anger I'd been feeling was only detectable by its instant absence. Oh! The one who said he was Fred exclaimed. Bugger! Said probably George. Well, that worked too well. What were you trying to make? I asked, gritting my teeth. Portable argument, likely Fred admitted. You gave us the idea, I'll assume George wheedled. It would be a great prank. If we hadn't gotten affected by it too. Admittedly Fred. Too strong, though, said professedly George. Back to the drawing board. Everyone else groaned at getting on the end of the twins' prank, then the rest of the session was mostly about apologies. As we were leaving, Luna caught me in private and asked, You and Draco made oaths to a fairy not to talk about her? That seems dangerous. Not to. I managed to get out, then tried. I didn't mean to. Even if Luna, of everyone, had worked it out, I still apparently couldn't talk about it to her. It's okay, she patted my hand. Don't hurt yourself trying to break the keys. I'll tell Daddy what I know and he'll have some ideas. Somehow, that didn't make me feel like the world was saved. Chapter 39, Hidden Things. After the giant argument at the enchanting club, things were a little tense with my friends and everyone kept making excuses about availability, so we wound up skipping a few weeks. But everyone gathered back together before dinner on the last day before spring break. Colin had something to show us. I finally got it all working. The young photographer told us, excitedly, showing off the large, framed photograph. It was a shot we'd taken one night when everyone was there earlier in the year. It was fully animated, and was interesting in that it didn't really repeat exactly the same way each time. It was more like the photograph had captured the essence of everyone's personalities than just being a short video. That's great, Colin, I told him as Penny used a sticking charm to hang the photograph on the classroom wall. You got your mysterious dark room fully stocked? Oh, no, it came fully stocked, the boy brushed off the question, then admitted, figuring out the process took me most of the year, though. There was a fully stocked photography dark room somewhere in the castle. Percy asked, raising an eyebrow. Well. Colin hedged, then saw he actually had everyone's attention and said, it's really cool. I can show you. I nodded, curious. After dinner. Luna's eyes unfocused and she looked around, explaining, the gold ribbons want us to go now. All right, I said, though several people scoffed at the girl. We've got about 20 minutes. It's on the 7th floor, Colin said, heading out. Between having to climb up a few floors and just not believing Luna or caring that much about photography, several people made excuses and just headed to dinner. Ultimately, it was just me, Luna, Colin, Hermione, and Neville. This is convenient, I said as we just turned right instead of left at one of the corridors that led to the Gryffindor Tower entrance. I wouldn't think there would be any rooms up here without windows. Not that there was much light up there at the moment, since the sun still set pretty early, even into the spring. Colin stopped suddenly in the hallway. I'd been past here a few times since it was one of the routes across the 7th floor, good to get to Ravenclaw, the astronomy tower, or Dumbledore's office. A tapestry of a wizard trying to teach trolls to dance made the hallway memorable. Okay, I have to summon the door, the boy explained, then walked determinedly up and down the hallway 3 times. A door materialized out of the wall on one side of the hallway. He pushed the door open to reveal the kind of room I'd seen in movies that had a scene about developing photographs, with all the tables covered in rectangular pans, clotheslines for hanging drying pictures, and all lit by torches behind red glass. A few more photos he was working on were hung on the lines. It looked like the door would seal shut against the exterior lights, and there was even a screen he could pull across just in case someone opened the door while he was working and what looked like a door to a completely light-tight closet for removing the undeveloped film from the roll. It was a pretty professional setup, particularly for a medieval castle. Was this a potions lab? Neville asked, clearly confused. Hermione picked up on it faster. Can this room be anything you need? Colin nodded. I wound up asking the elves for a good room. They call it the come and go room and they use it to store extra furniture or whatever. Hermione brightened as she recalled something. Hogwarts, a history has a couple of mentions of something called the Room of Requirement. It didn't go into details because I don't think anyone's ever really studied it. This is amazing. Colin. You've found what may be one of the Founder's secrets. Colin blushed over the attention from the older Muggleborn. A room that no one has ever found, no matter how hard they looked. I asked her, less happy about the situation. The floor's bathroom was several halls away, so it was likely they'd never run plumbing through these walls, but still. McGonagall had been so sure every room in the castle was mapped. Well, yes, but, you mean this could be the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione's eyes widened. I think we better go get Dumbledore, I nodded. But I've been in here a lot and haven't seen any signs of monsters. Colin explained as we left the room and started heading across the floor toward Dumbledore's office. It may be unrelated, I told the boy. Slytherin probably wouldn't put his room this high up unless he was being extra sneaky hiding it right near the other Founders' towers. But if there are magically hidden rooms in the castle they missed, they need to know. At the very least, they need to figure out a better way of searching for secrets. That all said, I also plan to come back later and search near the Room of Requirement for more of those snake glyphs I'd seen in Myrtle's bathroom. As we turned a corner before the headmaster's office, Luna suddenly asked, "Why is that silver?" I followed her pointing finger to the curved mirror that hung at the intersection. I'd gotten so used to seeing them I'd glanced before turning the corner but not even registered that it was more reflective than usual. Finite incantatem, I cast, my hand and concentration focused at the mirror, and it rippled as the transfiguration ended and it returned to simple bronze. Someone spelled it more reflective. Ah. Students. To what do I owe the pleasure? Dumbledore asked, spotting us as he stepped past the gargoyle out of his office preceded by Lockhart. Gilderoy and I just had a meeting about his spring lesson plan, and I was on my way to dinner. 2 things, I started as we moved into step with the 2 professors down the hallway. Someone made your mirrors more reflective, and I noticed Luna was turning suddenly and looking back toward the other branch of the corridor from we'd just turned off of, toward one of the corner staircases. The gold ribbons. She muttered. I held a hand to keep everyone else silent and listened, hearing the sound of something large rasping against stone. I chanced to look at the repaired mirror and saw a giant shadow down the hallway. I groaned. The tiny seer was seeing the fortune wards. Basilisk incoming. The obvious thing to do would have been to run 10 feet back up the hallway and into Dumbledore's office, but the kids panicked and started running in the direction we were already moving, toward one of the central staircases. Admittedly, it was away from the basilisk. Lockhart was quickly outpacing them in his own haste to escape. A roaring hiss echoed down the corridor as the basilisk picked up speed. Don't look at it! Hermione shouted, likely unnecessarily, expositing even as we fled, student robes flapping around coltish legs trying to make haste on worn stone. Lockhart stumbled into a small classroom and shrieked in fear, slamming the door before anyone else could get in. While the guy had turned out to be a competent duelist and had been improving as a teacher, I'd never shed the idea that his books were fiction. At the very least, he'd never even written about facing anything this big and unfairly deadly. Basilisks petrified with a glance, had impossibly potent venom, and were so spell-resistant that even Dumbledore would have trouble landing anything. Of course, the headmaster had adapted to that and was transfiguring the stones behind us into bollards as we ran. Fingers of granite reached from the floor and walls to obstruct pursuers. Did you ever redirect the fortune wards? I asked him, worried that if the death we were trying to escape was still dumping on Lockhart, his small classroom wouldn't be much protection. Yes, he answered simply, his urge to elaborate cancelled out by being over a century old and trying to keep up with a bunch of teenagers running down a dimly lit, smooth-floored hallway. The thunderous sound of the giant snake smashing through his obstructions behind us meant Lockhart must be safer than us. Fox! He gasped, and a moment later the phoenix appeared in a flash of golden fire, still young looking after his burning day. Save the children! Dumbledore ordered the bird, who was probably still too small to manage multiple people in one teleportation. The crimson bird streaked forward and grabbed Luna's robes, the blonde seer having started to fall behind her longer-legged peers, and both disappeared in another flash of fire. The stairs are blocked! Shouted Neville, who was finally starting to growth spurt into some height and had, thus, wound up leading the pack while I hung back with Dumbledore. We were soon up to where we could see as well, the stairs down somehow packed with so much detritus that even an exploding charm from Dumbledore wouldn't clear a path. This was planned. I insisted, noticing the silver mirror above the corridor junction, as the kids turned right back into a hallway that led toward Gryffindor Tower. No wonder the fortune wards had started directing Luna so far ahead of the event. Whoever was controlling the basilisk had expected to trap the headmaster. It's after you. I warned him. Fox flamed back in and managed to use his currently small wingspan to navigate the relatively narrow hallway and swoop onto Colin's back. Despite being overall more athletic than Hermione and Neville, the boy was over a year younger and trying to run with his heavy camera clutched to his chest. The two disappeared. Dumbledore had continued throwing up transfiguration barriers behind us, and had started growing them into pursuer-facing spikes rather than simple posts, but it didn't seem to be having much effect. I really didn't want to fight a giant snake that was functionally immune to magic and able to shrug off running into granite spikes while barely slowing. The headmaster was slowing, all the magic while trying to sprint was taking it out of him. I felt helpless to assist. Combat transfigurations were one of the things I was most limited at doing without a wand, and the blowing stuff up I excelled at would splash right off the thing even if I could look at it to aim without being petrified. I half considered just picking the headmaster up to run with him, but I wasn't exactly strong enough to piggyback a full-grown adult any faster than he was already going. The winding corridor to Gryffindor Tower was long and absent any obvious hiding spaces, more an alleyway between the various other structures on this level of the castle, likely a lot of which was the hidden room of requirement. Not that the basilisk wouldn't be able to smash into a classroom if it really wanted to. It was probably only the confined spiral staircase up to the astronomy tower that had kept it from putting its full mass and momentum against the door when we'd been trapped earlier in the year. Fox had managed to grab Hermione, then Neville, before we reached the end, but the basilisk was basically right on top of us. One stray glance was all it took. Whoever had planned this had gone ahead and transfigured all the mirrors on the 7th floor. I noticed Dumbledore's gaze flick up as we turned the last corner and then he simply stopped. Or, rather, his momentum and now paralyzed form sent him clattering into the closest wall, but somehow his feet had been in such a position that he just lay against the stone rather than falling over. I heard the basilisk slow, hissing in what seemed like satisfaction. No! I yelled, skidding to a stop. I averted my eyes from the monster or the mirror, focusing on the old man, and at least confirming that he was simply paralyzed, not turned to stone. At that moment, Fawkes reappeared, and I ordered him. Not me. Get the headmaster somewhere safe. With an angry trill, the headmaster's familiar landed and took himself and the body away in a burst of flame. Not wasting any more time, I rushed the final few feet out onto the landing of the stairway down from Gryffindor Tower and yelled the password at the portrait of the fat lady, Lion's Mane. Then run. There's a basilisk. I didn't know whether the portraits could be petrified, but better safe than sorry. The portrait leaned open and I hoped the guardian imago had taken my advice as I pulled it closed behind me. I was really counting on the combination of the extra protections on a student dorm and the door's awkward position over the stairwell to keep the monster from bursting in after me. From outside, I could barely hear the grinding of scales studded with the grit of dozens of pulverized stone barricades, and 2 sets of echoing hisses, as if a conversation was happening. And then, the snake wandered off. Another point to you, Dresden, a high-pitched man's voice told me from outside the door. It was strangely familiar, but different than the wraith of Voldemort from the back of Quirrell's head. You've denied me the old man's blood. But he's no longer here to protect you. Enjoy your holiday, Harry Dresden. There's nowhere you'll be safe afterward. The faint, fading, gritty slithering of the basilisk was my only clue that they'd decided to go, for now. And, why not? They had at least until the mandrakes matured to finish their scheme. I still didn't even know what it was. Chapter 40, Courtroom Drama. Fawkes had transported the kids to their individual rooms, and Hermione, Neville, and Colin had found me while I waited in the common room for the snake and its unknown master to leave. Once I sent a patroness to McGonagall, she had found the headmaster in his office, his incapacitation giving her access, the phoenix sadly guarding the old man's paralyzed form. She had apparently elected to have Madame Pomfrey check him there rather than risk an attack on him in the infirmary. If the professors made a plan, they hadn't included me further. I'd missed dinner, and was on the train back to London in the morning for spring break. McGonagall had asked me to keep the headmaster's indisposition quiet, but the rumours of what had happened had spread quickly up and down the train, and my refusal to answer about why the headmaster wasn't at breakfast was seen as answer enough. I probably should have just flew directly back to Remus House, rather than doing it from the fireplace at King's Cross. As I stepped out of the fire with no luggage and just 2 weeks' worth of clothes in my bag of holding, I wound up interrupting Remus in a make-out session on the couch, the hair of the girl underneath him a more lush pink than her usual. Good job, team, I told Tonks. Where did the time go? Remus said, embarrassed, obviously not expecting me back yet. Watch her, Harry. Tonks grinned, unembarrassed about being caught, clothing still on but extremely manhandled. We've got trouble, I told them as Remus hastily adjusted his own clothing back into position. The headmaster got paralyzed by the basilisk last night. Whoever's controlling it was going after him, and now there's nothing in between him and the school. Or me. Plus. No chief warlock at the Wizengamot on Friday, Remus finished for me. Spiking Umbridge's anti-werewolf legislation suddenly seemed like a much less important problem, but it would be a lot harder without Dumbledore orchestrating it from his position of authority over the court. That was like a bucket of cold water on Tonks' libido that my arrival hadn't been. I'll check with Moody, she said, professionalism snapping into place and heading for the fireplace. After a hasty conversation, she pulled her head out of the fading green flames and explained, he says the order's scrambling, but we'll just have to proceed as planned at the Wizengamot. Seems like nobody was prepared for Dumbledore to be incapacitated. His penchant for micromanagement was another reason I wasn't deeply invested this last decade, Remus admitted. Ultimately, after a week of furious planning among the members of the old crowd who were invested in Dumbledore's political agenda, I was escorted to the ministry by Moody. It just made more sense, in case anyone that recognized Remus knew about his secret. We flew in Friday morning bright and early. The ministry, like most bureaucracies, one of the few magical institutions that cared about the clock. The old Auror was right behind me out of the flue, and staggered into my back as he exited, misplanting his prosthetic leg. Sorry about that, Dresden, he grumbled, pushing against me to stand back up, constant vigilance. No worries, I told him, resituating my robes and belt where he'd shoved me. The atrium was much busier than it had been when I'd visited over the winter, robed individuals all entering from numerous fireplaces, swarming past the incredibly tacky giant golden statue of a wizard lording it over the other magic races, and nearly overwhelming the intake clerks. At least most of the crowd was regulars and had badges, but I had to stop at the wand scanning station. This time, I'd brought a wand to make it easier. Phoenix feather core and unicorn horn. The clerk's eyes widened, checking the output of his scan. I made it myself, I smiled. It wasn't really a wand, but had a much more similar form factor than my rod or staff, both of which I'd reluctantly left at home. If I needed them in the ministry, we were in even bigger trouble, which, I had argued and lost, was exactly why I should bring them. I've linked it to your records, Mr. Dresden, the man agreed, passing it back with some reverence. If Dawlish kept banging the drum that I was a dark wizard, being on record as having a unicorn horn wand should make it harder to convince anyone. I took my temporary badge and Moody walked me to an elevator that took us down a level to the Department of Mysteries, and then for some reason we had to take stairs down another level and walk through a labyrinthine passageway to get to the courtroom used for Wizengamot sessions. Maybe it was an ancient security measure to keep prisoners from escaping? The room itself was about what you'd expect this deep in a dungeon, a large, rough-hewn cavern of dark stone lit by torchlight. It was almost certainly the most secure chamber of this size in the country, but the bleakness of the surroundings probably had a lot to do with why the laws in Britain were so backwards and mean-spirited. It was already mostly full of what I assumed were the voting members, and Moody directed me over to benches near the podium at the front of the room with a few other witnesses. Among the Wizengamot members in the amphitheater seating, I recognized a few friends of Dumbledore, Lucius Malfoy, and, unfortunately, the senior Knot, who was almost certainly the Death Eater who kept trying to capture me. Moody withdrew to the side of the room, where other Aurors were spaced out in guard positions. Dawlish scowled at me when I noticed him. Shortly before the appointed 9 a.m. start time, the court quieted down as a procession entered, with Umbridge second, in lurid pink formal robes. I assumed that meant the portly little grey-haired man in front wearing pinstriped black and green robes was the minister, Cornelius Fudge. I recalled I'd seen him at the Malfoy New Year's party, gossiping about Maeve's cover story. He took a place at the head of the podium above me, and the others filled the ministry's box of seats. Albus is currently incapacitated, Fudge explained, his voice carrying through the chamber even without obvious magic, since it wasn't that big and the acoustics were designed when architects didn't have speakers so took that kind of thing seriously. He gestured to an old man I didn't recognize sitting in a similarly prominent seat across the box, so Tiberius will be sitting as chief warlock today. We all wish Albus a speedy recovery. Only a few people had seemed surprised at Dumbledore being missing even though it hadn't made the newspaper yet, the rumor mill obviously working as fast in the ministry as at Hogwarts. There was over an hour of boring business and minor votes that I couldn't have remembered even if someone had asked me an hour later, when they finally started calling witnesses for Umbridge's proposed law. A few people went before me, mostly citing statistics. Honestly, it turned out there weren't that many werewolves in the country, and it sounded like most of them were minor talents that I guessed would never have the sheer personal magic to fuel the curse into another greyback. Finally, in her simpering voice, Umbridge explained my presence to the courtroom. Harry Dresden is a 6th year at Hogwarts. He was attacked by Fenrir Greyback in 2 separate attempts on his life this year, and, in the second, Greyback was put down. Mr. Dresden. Thank you, Madam Senior Undersecretary, I told her. Addressing the court from my seat in the witness stand, I summarized, Greyback was after me to send a message. In his second attack, he was with 2 men dressed as Death Eaters who had attacked me separately at school. I understand Greyback was also a servant of you-know-who in the war. I'd been carefully coached, and we figured out a way of laying out some serious implications without dragging Remus into the story. I was reticent about not just saying Voldemort, but most of the British were really touchy about it. Why are former servants of he who must not be named after you? One of Dumbledore's friends, Doge, piped up, as rehearsed. I'm not totally sure, sir. My former mentor, Justin Dumorne, died when a dark ritual he was trying to cast on me went wrong, and I think he may have secretly been an ally of you-know-who. Dawlish was red-faced against the wall, clearly about to scream at me, but he looked at Umbridge and clenched his mouth shut so hard I thought he was going to break his jaw. They seemed to want my blood or Headmaster Dumbledore's blood for some ritual related to being their Dark Lord's enemy. I glanced at Knot, who seemed a little annoyed at the plot being laid out in front of the whole Wizengamot. He caught me watching and went stone-faced, with a slight sneer. Seated near him, Malfoy just seemed amused by the entire thing. We may be slightly off topic, though we appreciate the context, Fudge interjected. Mr. Dresden, what is your input on the proposed law? I nodded to the minister, and explained, I did a lot of research on werewolves after Greyback started hunting me. It's not really a disease, but a self-perpetuating curse. If you let it, it gradually eats away at your magic and soul, making you a terrifying physical combatant, but unable to really cast spells anymore. Even not on the full moon, Greyback was so wrapped in dark magic that spells and physical attacks just washed off of him like off of a troll. The only way we were able to stop him, was permanently. How did you stop him? Malfoy asked. I hadn't really been planning to give that up, but I didn't see the harm in it and admitted, inherited silver. Normal silver doesn't do much, but family heirlooms build up a resonance that can bypass the protections from the curse. There was quite a murmuring, and Fudge instructed someone quietly, tell Mysteries to get on confirming that. He looked back up and said, that may be very useful. Do you have more, Mr. Dresden? I nodded. This was the tricky part. Do you know why many dark wizards can't cast a Patronus? I asked the auditorium, mostly rhetorically because even Remus hadn't seemed to understand. It's not just because they have trouble having a happy memory. As part of some of my other research at school, we've learned that the Patroness is soul magic. Using magic to kill, torture, and dominate isn't just unforgivable, it actually damages your spirit. The same as the werewolf curse does. Expecto Patronum. The audience gasped at my bit of theater as Mouse, my giant silver dog Patroness, strode around the courtroom floor giving everyone a doggy grin, boosting spirits from the ambient energy of the spell. I personally support Senior Undersecretary Umbridge's legislation because I think it's a good first step to identifying the other monsters among us. I kept my voice raised so I wouldn't get shouted down while I stuck in the knife. If we can detect and punish werewolves who have let their curse destroy their souls, it's an easy next step to identify dark wizards that have done the same thing. As planned, the murmuring started. The members of the Light faction had big smiles at the idea, while there were several people near Nott and Malfoy that I assumed were members of the Dark that suddenly hated the idea. I wondered how many of them could cast a Patroness. It didn't take long after that for the legislation to bog down and start to unravel, since the Light started making very reasonable requests to add research into soul magic into the law for later use in punishing dark magic, and the Dark faction was clearly withdrawing their support of a law that they originally thought would just put the screws to werewolves now that it would set a bad precedent for them as well. I caught Umbridge giving me the side eye, and I figured she'd probably figured out that I'd tanked her law while seeming to support it. Ah, well, at least she probably couldn't prove anything. Malfoy was giving me a look, as well, that made me believe he'd have some things to say to me eventually about coming down so fully on the side of the Light. We clearly have a lot of committee work still to do before further considering this law, Fudge finally told the crowd. Let's table it and move on. New business. Nott stood and said, we need to know more about the Chief Warlock's incapacitation. The rumor is that he was petrified by Slytherin's monster, which has already struck against multiple students and the librarian. My son is at Hogwarts. If even their headmaster isn't safe there, the school should be closed until this threat can be located and eliminated. As the arguing started, I wondered why Voldemort's servant wanted the school scoured for the basilisk. But what if he didn't? What if he just wanted the school closed down? That would give them potentially free access to Hogwarts while Dumbledore couldn't monitor the wards. And only McGonagall, as acting headmistress, stood between them and whatever they had planned. Chapter 41, Hats Off. In hindsight, the smartest thing to do would have been to go back to Remus and hide where Voldemort couldn't get anywhere near me. The second smartest thing would have been to at least go back and get my foci. But in the moment, I really felt like I only had a limited time advantage having figured out the plot, and I needed to hurry. It didn't help that Matilda and several of my other friends were still at school, using the break to study. So I went right through the floor from the Ministry to Hogsmeade with just what I had on my back. I'd at least taken a moment to warn Moody on my way out, though I didn't get the impression he was taking my wild guess completely seriously and would probably waste time going to committee with Dumbledore's crew. Trying to capitalize on my attempt to steal a march on the Death Eaters, I slipped as quickly as possible out of the inn and down the secret tunnel in the candy shop, hoping that I was less memorable without my staff. A few minutes crab walk down the passage and I let myself out of the statue of the One-Eyed Witch right into the middle of the castle. Moody was right, though. They really needed to close up all these tunnels out of and into the school. I wasn't alone. Two redheads were lounging against the walls near the secret passage. Why, Mr. Dresden, fancy meeting you here. The first twin said. Normally I'd assume it was Fred, but since I was trying to be more equitable after their argument, I decided he was George. Indeed, indeed. Not often you see students trying to sneak into the castle on their holidays, Fred observed. Aren't you both supposed to be home as well? I know Percy and Ginny were on the train, I asked. Never, George shook his head. We always stay for the spring halls, Fred explained. Fewer people in the way of research, development, exploration, and setup, George shrugged. Ron and his friends are here too. To study. Fred added. Hermione really is too good of an influence on those boys, George grumbled. Anyway, that's us. So why you? Fred grilled. Tell me where McGonagall is right now, and I'll explain on the way, I said. Probably on her way back to the head's office after lunch, George allowed, after a brief, quiet conference. She moved in there for the time being, Fred added. Let's go, then, I told them, and we started heading up to the 7th floor. Did I tell you about Nott? I asked them. They shook their heads and I explained, I'm pretty sure he's the skinny Death Eater that keeps attacking me. He just got the Wizengamot to shut down the school, pretending he was upset about Dumbledore getting attacked. I think he's trying to clear the place out so Voldemort can get in. The wards. Fred realized faster than George. I nodded. We have to warn McGonagall that they're going to try to get her out of the way too, specifically. The 7th floor was basically as good as new when we got up there, the evidence of Dumbledore's smashed obstacles already detransfigured and repaired, though some of the stones looked smoother and cleaner than the others if you knew what to look for. We'd taken the stairs up to Gryffindor and cut over, retracing the path of the chase in reverse. So it was surprising to see another element of it repeated, Lockhart walking up out of the central stairway, also clear of rubble, with McGonagall. That does seem like a good idea, Gilderoy, she was telling him. I don't see any problems with any of the lesson ideas you've proposed so far. I glanced up and saw that the mirrors were still in their safe configuration of bronze this time, at least, but I still felt like once was coincidence, but twice was enemy action. Why was Lockhart so conveniently around to put first Dumbledore and now McGonagall in danger? Surreptitiously shaking my shield bracelet out so the twins would hear it jingle, I raised my voice down the corridor, hope we're not interrupting. Haas. McGonagall stopped and turned, amused to see me here, you're supposed to be away for the holidays. She then noticed my bracelet was free, and raised an eyebrow. This is important. Mr. Knott, I stressed the name, pretty sure that Dumbledore had clued her in on my suspicions, or at least that she knew he was likely a Death Eater, convinced the Wizengamot to shut down the school. I'm worried that there might be an ulterior motive. I shot a glance at Lockhart, deliberately not meeting his eyes as had become my habit, but definitely saw a flicker of annoyance, his face losing the unconcerned air he usually put on. I also saw a wand slipping into his hand out of his sleeve, and I yelled, Professor! Down! Give the aging witch her due, she'd been in a war. She saw where I was looking and didn't just drop, but shifted into her cat form and started racing toward me. Lockhart's hissed, Stupefy! Sent a bolt of red light careening through where she'd have been impossible to miss at that range if she was still human-sized. Protego! I said, raising my shield to protect me and the twins as the animagus covered the distance. For their part, the two had their wands out and were launching their specialty prank jinxes back down the hallway. They weren't as immediately fight-ending as a stunner, but might as well be if you didn't know the counter. And the two were fast. Lockhart was faster, dodging several and doing some kind of point defense shield to deflect those that would have landed. It at least caught his attention enough that his return fire was directed at us and splashed off my shield rather than targeting McGonagall. As soon as she crossed the distance, I started falling back around the corner, shield still raised. Gilderoy was cleared, she complained, returning to human form around the corner. He had been. Dumbledore had been certain of it. And maybe he was clear, originally. I realized something, details crystallizing in my mind. Summon his hat, I whispered to her. Wand out, she gave me a look but shrugged and incanted, Oxio Gilderoy's hat. He grunted in surprise from around the corner. Nobody expects them to steal your hat in a fight. The baby blue pointed hat sailed around the corner into McGonagall's hand. I stood on my tiptoes and poked my head around the corner to get a glimpse, then jerked back as his spell smashed into the corner, at head level for anyone that wasn't incredibly tall. I assume he didn't always wear a silver circlet with a big blue stone under the hat. I asked. I was pretty sure he didn't, because while he usually wore a hat in the first semester, he'd always worn one since the holidays. Wait, not since the holidays, since Pants was paralyzed. What I'd assumed was a red line on her forehead from the hat could just as easily have been due to constantly wearing the bit of jewelry I'd just seen around Lockhart's head. I think Pants was wearing it and he must have wound up with it. It's probably mind controlling him, I explained as the four of us continued retreating down the hallway. Fred. George. Go warn people while we hold him off, I suggested. They grunted in agreement, and dashed off. I need to get to the headmaster's office, McGonagall told me. Unlike Albus, I can't control the wards from just anywhere, much less notify the Aurors without the flu. Too risky, I disagreed with her. With Voldemort somehow controlling an already accomplished duelist like Lockhart, I didn't expect even McGonagall to accomplish much, and my offensive options were limited. I thought about trying the Libertas on him, but it seemed like a big risk at the moment, since he could start firing killing curses. And the basilisk probably wouldn't be in play until it got dark, which gave us a few hours. The other professors. Most are gone for the holiday. No one left is a skilled duelist. Bunker in Gryffindor and send Petronuses. I suggested. We were almost there anyway, retreating backwards down the long hallway assuming that Lockhart was pacing us. Before McGonagall could answer, I heard a faint muttering from the stairway landing that sounded like, hide and stop Minerva if she comes this way. I glanced that way and saw a slight flicker of motion, so I yelled, down. Protego. I got my shield up before the vial of erumpent potion hit the wall above us, debris clattering off from the smashed stone. It was loud, and my hearing was momentarily shot. Across the way, the disillusionment veil slipped off of Professor Belby, his crazy potion-spiked hair wilder than normal, or maybe it was just the glassy, confused look in his eyes. He was reaching for more potions, and also had his wand in hand. Damocles? What are you doing? I thought McGonagall yelled at him, though I was only guessing from context due to the ringing in my ears. She seemed totally discombobulated by the surprise assault. At least I didn't see the twins nearby, so he must have ignored them as they ran past. Imperious! I shouted, needing her war reflexes to kick back in. With Belby guarding the path to the stairs and Gryffindor Tower, we stood back from our defensive crouch and dashed around the corner to the right before he could take another shot. I didn't know what else he had in his potions array, and Lockhart was probably right behind. To McGonagall's great confusion, rather than making a break for Ravenclaw, I quickly juked up and down the hallway 3 times, thinking we needed a place to hide. I figured Lockhart might try to double back and catch us in the hallway, and hoped he didn't know about the room of requirement. I could tell my hearing was coming back because she gasped and dove after me into the doorway that appeared. We had a Voldemort-possessed self-avowed professional monster hunter and an improvised bomber after us, true. The most combat-effective backup in immediate range was probably either of said mind-controlled teachers, sure. But at least we had a giant warehouse room full of maze-like stacks of furniture, broken objects, and other assorted detritus. As the door started to rattle behind us, we sprinted off into the maze to hide. Chapter 42, Stack Exchange. Stars and stones, what is this place? McGonagall marveled, a little louder than was probably safe since our hearing still hadn't gotten back to full capacity after having magical nitroglycerin thrown at us. We were winding our way deeper into the stacks of discarded items that were what the castle gave us when I asked for a place to hide. Room of requirement, I told her, hopefully quietly enough that our pursuers wouldn't be able to find us by talking. Gives you whatever room you need, apparently. Colin found it looking for a dark room to develop his photos. That's a shawl I lost when I was a 6th year. She gasped, plucking said article of clothing off of a rack full of fashions from the 1940s. She looked more closely at everything around and explained, this must be where the elves put unclaimed items. Albus never did get a straight answer from them about whether there was a lost and found procedure. Some of this looks centuries old. The valuables may have reverted to Hogwarts ownership. If we could sell some for funding. We can fundraise after we keep Voldemort from taking over the school, Professor, I told her. I was, of course, glancing around myself, mostly looking for anything that looked like a proper battle focus. I'd been really kicking myself for not stopping by for my staff and blasting rod, but I guessed I'd narrowly saved McGonagall as it was, so maybe it worked out. I half wondered if the school's fortune wards could have reached all the way down to London to affect my choices to defend her. I decided to schedule time to have an internal philosophy debate later about fate and fortune magic versus free will. Right now, we needed to have a plan. Unfortunately, the time to plan was severely limited by monologuing. Voldemort as portrayed by Gilderoy Lockhart shouted across the room, so you've somehow found the room of hidden things? And thought that it would be unknown to me. He sounded petulant, maybe like he thought he was the only one that knew about the place. I found out about it from a first-year man, I shouted, covering my mouth and trying to get my voice to reflect off of a different towering heap of objects. How long did it take you to find it? Bomarda. He shouted, knocking over a mound of lost objects in the direction I'd pitched my voice. I begin to see why you have earned a place as Voldemort's enemy, Dresden. Your mouth would put you against anyone. That was interesting. He was almost talking like he didn't have the memories of the shade I'd tangled with the previous year. Hoss, we don't taunt you-know-who into a mad rage. It never works out well, McGonagall scolded me as we tried to quietly reposition through the room. Even though he'd missed, toppling the trash had probably cost us some pathways through. But is that him? I asked her quietly, stepping over a fallen broom that was so old it was unclear whether it was meant to fly or sweep. He's talking like he's not actually the real one. And you would have been notified by the wards if the actual shade somehow possessed him. Plus, if I'm right about that Tyara, he's been possessed since Pants got attacked. It's a diadem, I think, she corrected absently, then had a thought. I'd have to consult with Phileas, but perhaps Ravenclaw's lost diadem. It was said to expand the mind. If you know who somehow found and corrupted it. Then he could have it basically running a copy of his mind to control people remotely. He's gone full Doctor Doom with his Doombots running around, I complained. I'm not familiar with that individual, she told me, clearly quashing the urge to have me clarify whether it was a real Muggle doctor she didn't know about or one of my media obsessions. Instead, she started transfiguring junk into vicious-looking wildcats and sending them to stalk through the stacks. Good idea, I told her. If you transform, you can slip in with them and get behind him. I'll draw his fire and you hex him in the back. I can't let you risk yourself like that, Haas, she tried to tell me, but it was too late. I was already around a stack from her, looking for a weapon. I still hadn't found anything obviously magical that looked like something I could use. I compromised on an old mop handle that the head had rotted off of. If I was lucky, they'd think I had a staff, and I could at least hit someone with it if I could get close enough. Moody had been insistent over the last few months of defense tutoring that if I was going to carry a staff and rod that I should be at least minimally competent at hitting people with them. So you're just a copy of the real Voldemort, hey? I shouted, once I thought I was clear of the professor's area, carefully picking my way around a corridor of stacked desks that didn't look especially safe. How does that work? You're just a more complicated Imperius programmed into Ravenclaw's diadem. Far more than a copy, Dresden. The copy in question yelled back, sounding closer than I'd expected. And the diadem is merely a trophy of my greatness. Useful, but hardly essential. I was beginning to really appreciate Voldemort's tendency to monologue, even in Doombit form. If years of reading comics taught me anything, it was that you learn so much from bad guys that want to prove how much smarter they are than you. Maybe I could convince him to put me in an easily escapable death trap if he got the upper hand. Cats. I heard him yell, then fire off a couple of spells. I repositioned a little further away from where he was coming from, stepping over a pile of lost homework so old the writing was starting to fade off the parchment. If so, you should have gone with something a little more modern. Diadems don't exactly blend, even back in the 40s when you're from. And you have no sense of tradition, boy. He snarled, both annoyed at me and, from the yowls, still engaged in fighting off McGonagall's transfigured cats. I'm surprised you even use an actual staff and rod. Wouldn't it blend better to use, I don't know, some Muggle sporting equipment for the staff? Perhaps a drumstick for the rod? You could tell the Muggles you're so keen on that you were in the Beatles. A little out of date, but it's interesting that you kept up with Muggle entertainment into the 60s. Personally, I would have figured you for a Stones guy, though. I wondered about that, and suggested, how do you feel about metal? Queen's Rick or Metallica seem like they'd be your speed. There are probably some good British ones, too, if you don't want to go American. I made a guess, but they'd be after your time, right? It is never after my time. The madman insisted, getting too close. I decided to shut up for a minute while I slipped gingerly through a collection of scuffed-up bedpans. A couple more cats slunk over the piles in his general direction. The theory that had popped into my head was that Dumbledore would have been looking for objects like the diadem being slipped into the school. The thing had to reek of dark magic. But what if it had already been here? Feeling like I'd opened some space, I finally asked, was the diadem just sitting in this room since you bombed your job interview in the 70s? Did poor Madame Pants just find it on her own, or did you get to her at her library convention? You're too sharp, Dresden. I'd have had to do away with you eventually, even were you not devoted to being an aggravation. To do you the favor of satisfying your curiosity, she was improvised over the summer and given specific instructions to acquire a more permanent means of control. The voice sounded smug and then suddenly Volda Lockhart appeared at the end of the row I'd been walking down, which was mostly cabinets with miscellaneous junk like old busts stacked on top of them. You also talk too much, he gave me a mean smile, oddly terrifying in the dandy wizard's face that was always so debonair. With the snap in the closeness of the sound, I realized he'd been using magic to project his voice and lull me into a false sense of security. When the monologuing villain was accusing me of talking too much, I might have a problem. Nonetheless, I couldn't resist blowing him a raspberry as I dove behind a cabinet with an old wig lying atop it and an acid-scarred set of doors, barely dodging his barrage of spells. The piece of furniture practically exploded, a cage with a small, strange skeleton flying loose. Any time now, Professor, I thought to myself, wondering if I could get to an old marble bust to throw it at him. Where's Belby? I asked, over the din. Hunting down the Weasley twins, he said. Like I need him to deal with you. I caught a flicker of one of the cats he'd begun ignoring transforming behind him into a black-clad Scottish witch and lining up her shot, only for him to casually flick a conf rago. Behind him, McGonagall having to fling herself backwards to avoid the curse that smashed the floor ahead of her. Either of you. You didn't think I'd figure out your trick with the cats, Minerva. He sneered. He turned to focus on the assistant headmistress, sparing me just enough mind to easily blast my thrown objects out of the air, turning the poor ancient wizard's marble head into so much powder. It at least kept him from going all out on McGonagall, who was quickly losing the duel regardless, but hadn't had to handle any unforgivables. Finally, with a dismissive, flipendo, he caught her and sent her flying into a large cabinet at the end of the row, the doors clattering shut as she hit the back wall of the piece of furniture. Bombarda! He called, blowing up the base of the stack and causing it to topple tons of lost objects onto what might well be the professor's coffin. The fortune wards might not be able to do much if she slowly starved to death, pinned beneath so much furniture. I hadn't realized I'd stepped free of my limited cover to get a better look until a negligently cast stunner caught me full in the face and I blacked out. Chapter 43, Death Traps. When I came to, I couldn't move. Thick ropes bound me to some kind of stone, the irregular surfaces pressing into my back making me believe it was a statue. It was cold and damp, with minimal light leaking through my eyelids, a rough, chill stone floor beneath me where I sat on the ground. It felt like my legs were also tied together, but not anchored to anything. A smell of wood fire and potion brewing covered the general mildewed air. I know you're awake, Dresden, Volda Lockhart's voice chided. I revivified you. I opened my eyes, since the game was up, and saw him a few paces away, still in the same blue outfit, hat still missing. He was lit primarily by the firelight coming from beneath an immense cauldron. McNair was tending the oversized potion vessel, and the fact that he hadn't bothered with his Death Eater regalia made me believe they didn't intend for me to survive to provide any further evidence. He'd fashioned a new axe, leaned haphazardly against nearby trunks, likely of potion supplies, a high-backed chair, of all things, facing away from me behind it. Due to the stillness of the air, lack of stars, and flickers of dim light on other structures, I got the sense that I was in some kind of vast underground room. As my eyes further adjusted, I could pick out a low-lying greenish light being emitted by rows of snake statues, snake-carved columns likely similar to the one I was bound to. Focusing beyond the nearby firelight, I could make out a large, poorly carved relief of a wizard with an almost oversized face across the central wall to my left, obviously the focal point of the room. Hell's bells, there is a chamber of secrets, I realized. Do you like it? Volda Lockhart asked, looking around with pride. I made it myself. It took most of the summer, before my 7th year, but I needed room for my creation to grow, and it seemed a fitting tribute to old Salazar. It was just a small cave system, when I found it, that sculpture all there was for decoration. You hatched your own Slytherin's monster, I guessed. It wasn't big enough to actually kill anyone when you were in school, so you had to use the acromantula venom. He nodded, old Dumbledore never could figure it out. Still looking for a new spell. That was most of the point, really. Build the myth of Salazar, so my heirship to Slytherin would be more meaningful, and avert suspicion at the same time. And big, dumb Hagrid to take the fall at the end. But Myrtle Warren forced you to speed up your timetable, I suggested. There was a grimace, there. I didn't realize when that girl's youthful infatuation made her dangerously persistent. If she'd gone to Dumbledore with what she knew, it could have all fallen apart. I spent so much time researching ways to banish ghosts when it turned out she hadn't passed on, and then the stupid girl gave up no useful information for 50 years. I assume she finally talked to you. She just needed someone to be nice to her, I tried to shrug, stopped by the ropes. So why let this place sit for half a century and try to take it back over now? Here is where Ice Hall continued the tale, a voice that was much more distinctively Voldemort's hissed from the shadowed chair. It's so strange, being in two places at once. After you interfered with my acquisition of this stone a year ago, my servants were at least ready with my backup plan. But then I was on the clock to finish this ritual. The stone was a fake, by the way, I told him. All I did was keep you from killing a bunch of kids for nothing. That got a hissed snort of annoyance. Where is Old Knot, by the way? McNair started, apparently not having realized I knew who his partner was. Voldemort explained, running interference. Simeon underestimated the difficulty of capturing the Weasley twins. Volda Lockhart looked both abashed and annoyed at being rebuked by the prime version of himself. I meant to keep you until Sunday and do the ritual at Easter, but this will be good enough. And if I'd just hid behind wards all weekend? I asked. So many hostages here to convince you to rush out like a fullest Gryffindor to save them. It was only a bit of a surprise you did so unbidden. At least Quirrell hadn't done both the stutter and the snaky speech impediment, it was hard enough following him as it was, though I continued to be grateful for his tendency to monologue. I'd have hated to die without knowing what the hell was going on. So, what, you need the blood of an enemy, forcibly taken as part of a ritual to get a new body. Are you going to jump right back on the scene, or is Gilderoy Lockhart going to have a verifiable big hero moment, slay the basilisk, cover up the Hussites, and then you've got two of you playing both sides? I told you he was smart, Voldemort told his copy. I've had him in classes, and I have Lockhart's memories, the possessed professor agreed. He actually taught Lockhart how to teach defense classes. The man just kept making him forget about those little sessions, to preserve his own image. That hurt. And suddenly made a lot of sense. Already a wand crafter as well. I saw a small, deformed hand hold my unicorn horn focus over the edge of the chair. I believe a brother core to my own, burned wand. He began to flick it, trying to cast spells, incomplete work, however. I realized they must have taken my foci, and glanced over to look for the others, not seeing them. Then my mother's amulet was also dangled off the side of the chair. A pity that Margaret McGregor SSSson would be my enemy. That was pretty much on you, man, I told him. You kept trying to possess me. It was on Margaret, he snarled. Again and again, that girl failed to follow her orders. Leaving her assignment. Taking up with a muggle. Bearing him the sin that was owed to another. He defied me again and again and... He suddenly stopped, as if struck by a thought. Then he began a coughing, hissing chuckle, as if he'd realized something hilarious. Self-fulfilling. Your tale did not truly begin until you were touched by Lord Voldemort directly. Reborn that day from the fires that burned your childhood. Well, if I wasn't going to kill you before, I would have to, now. Yet. Ha 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 ha. I faked laughing along politely, good times. I don't get it. Simply that I took a prophecy too literally. No wonder the old meddler has been protecting you. He already figured it out. More luck to me, then, that he failed so utterly. The potion in the cauldron finally began to change color and emit its own sparks, the surface taking on a diamond-like sheen. Well, it seems shit is time. Any more, quick questions, before your end? I racked my brain, and finally came up with, Severus Snape. Was he the half-blood prince? And why did he really try to destroy you? He was a half-blood, and his mother's name was Sprinks, yes. And the tales are true. As with the Warren girl, I underestimated how infatuation might ruin my plans. It is all the more humorous that I needn't have worried about the Potterses at all. More dark chuckling, and he ordered, McNair, Lockhart, begin. Volda Lockhart walked over toward the ugly giant relief of Sal while McNair picked a small bundle up from the chair, and I realized that Voldemort had formed a tiny, deteriorating homunculus to inhabit. Had he looked like a rotting baby for months? If I survived this, I was going to have so many jokes to make. I paid careful attention to where my foci were left poking slightly over the edge of the arm of the chair. With a look almost of pity at me, the horrifying, diminutive form of Voldemort was dropped into the cauldron. Across the chamber, Volda Lockhart hissed something at the statue, the only true example of medieval art in the room, and its mouth opened into a huge black hole, from which the immense form of the basilisk began to slither. I averted my eyes, but suspected that it would lit its own with friendlies in the area. I heard a sharp crack of metal on stone, and the possessed professor walked back over holding a large shard of the carving. McNair intoned, bone of the father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. The professor placed the stone chip into the cauldron, turning it a vivid blue. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. He followed, and Volda Lockhart moved over to the basilisk with his ritual knife, hissing quietly and soothingly. I chanced to look and the snake's eyes were closed. It truly was gigantic. The professor carefully prized off a few scales from under the snake's chin, and even there it looked like a ton of work to cut through. They, too, went into the cauldron, which began blazing red. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe, he finished, and Volda Lockhart started to move toward me with that knife. My time for stalling was up. The main thing that crossed through my mind was that Voldemort actually had put me in a Bond villain death trap. The gallows humor would have been funnier if I was certain I could get out of it. Chapter 44, Pride Goeth. It was time to try my plan to escape from the knife-wielding psychopaths before they could use my blood to revive Lord Voldemort. The important thing I'd realized was that, while Lockhart had seen a lot of what I could do in his classes, we'd mostly been practicing silent casting this year. As far as I knew, none of the Gryffindor tutors had shared with him that they'd also been teaching me to improve my focusless casting. Diffindo, I muttered. Using the cutting charm barehanded had become second nature, after months of using it for crafting work, but I had, specifically, originally learned it for just this kind of situation. After all, the first time Voldemort had come after me, I'd splinched myself trying to get out of being tied up. This was way safer. I felt the ropes slacken holding me to the snake column and rolled away from the approaching possessed professor, managing to tag the ropes on my legs with another cutting charm as I went. On one rotation, I caught a look of surprise on his face. I was really pleased that he had a knife in hand rather than his wand, which gave me a chance. Sure enough, rather than going for his wand and just stunning me, he made an untrained lunge with the knife while cursing, Dresden. Maybe neither Lockhart nor Riddle had actually done much stabbing, or maybe the copied version wasn't running on the full competency set of Voldemort Prime. I was hoping for the latter, honestly. But I had been doing a fair amount of work to account for my long, awkward limbs after the last fight with a Voldemort-possessed professor. I managed to turn my sideways roll into a kneel and kick to my feet, jumping forward like off of a runner's starting block and getting missed by the flailing knife attack. Rather than trying to get fancy with wandless summoning, I just juked around the boxes and snapped up my bracelet, amulet, and wand from the chair. McNair was only starting to react to the unexpected change in circumstances. He honestly didn't seem to be that quick or smart. The possessed professor had finally switched his knife hand and drawn his wand, so I dove to the ground with a grunt, adding ground-delivered damage to my left shoulder on top of my frequent knee batterings, used the chair and boxes as cover, and aimed the unicorn horn focus at him. Libero. He got a shield up, and I was extra grateful that the apologies were just as unblockable as their dark magic counterparts. It flew right through and hit him in the throat, the telltale cerulean and silver spreading out and glowing out of his eyes. Honestly, the hard part had been summoning up pride in Lockhart, who may have been repeatedly memory charming me rather than admit he didn't know what he was doing. But he'd been an okay teacher despite that, and I was still a fan of his writing. With a look of shock in his eyes as the glow faded, Lockhart dropped the knife and used his hand to rip the diadem from his head and fling it as far away from him as he could. I heard it clatter against a wall closer to the front of the chamber. "What is?" he began, before McNair wound up body-checking him. I was dubious that the Scottish Death Eater had realized his ally had become an opponent, or if he just wasn't paying attention on the way to retrieving a weapon. Either way, he wound up knocking Lockhart into the crates and grabbing for his axe. Now the magical beast executioner getting his weapon was cause for concern, but I also realized that I was dangerously close to a snake so big it looked like it might be able to swallow me whole. I risked a glance and it still had its eyes closed, but seemed to be getting agitated at the noise. Did the Voldemort homunculus have enough awareness in the cauldron to give it orders? At least the version in the diadem hadn't thought of just telling the snake to stop me while it had the chance. Though I guess if they needed my blood, most of what the basilisk could do to me would rather ruin it for the purpose. McNair had a crucial moment of realizing he'd just tackled what might well be a copy of his own boss, and Lockhart was still stunned by everything that was going on, so I used the opportunity to get some distance, retreating across the chamber and behind the columns. Before McNair realized he needed to chase me, I managed to get my bracelet buckled around my wrist and my amulet back around my neck. I slipped my apologies focus back into my belt pouch, which they didn't seem to have noticed, not that there was too much in there that would be useful. "Professor, get the Death Eater!" I shouted as I peeked out to see the foppish adventurer obliviously picking himself up and dusting his robes off as McNair charged me. "Mr. Dresden, what? Oh dear! What a large snake!" he practically squeaked. If he'd lost all memory since he was possessed, this was going to be a lot harder to handle. I didn't have the time to catch him up, and he had the only useful weapon between the two of us. "McNair, now, snake, later!" I screamed, grabbing randomly into a pocket on my belt and flinging a handful of iron nails at the Death Eater in question, which at least got him to shield his face while I broke cover and ran. I was really beginning to regret leaving my staff and rod at home. "I think it's coming back to me," Lockhart shouted at our backs. "Oh. I have a great hex a man in Italy showed me for hunting dark wizards. Nolite tenebris." I didn't hear the sound of a spell firing. Maybe it was a different wand motion. "Just use a stunner. Or a knockback. Something simple," I yelled back, the big Death Eater having trouble keeping up with my long legs as we raced around the damp stone floor. "Fine. Tarrant Legra." He fired off a dancing jinx, which was at least something McNair had to worry about a little. He turned to shield, opening up my lead a little more. And, importantly, getting me further from the snake who was writhing around, trying to understand what it was hearing. And was the red light from the cauldron getting brighter and louder? "Oh. I'm remembering more. Did I kidnap you? Sorry about that. Mind control. What can you do?" Lockhart blathered. "You're sure the snake isn't the biggest problem? Rictus Empra. Glaces." He managed to toss off a couple more jinxes, making McNair realize he had a bigger annoyance to flatten. "Not unless someone gives it an order, probably," I answered, pausing behind a column opposite where I'd started and beginning to search my belt pouches for anything that would be useful to fight a person. I really should have made more erumpent potion. I hadn't thought I'd need holdouts like that once I was legal to cast magic without the trace. Lead shot and iron nails, not so useful without a staff to banish them at people. A couple of pieces of Remus silverware, slightly promising, but not ideal. Snacks, at least I wouldn't starve to death. Girding and strengthening potions, they'd help if I could convince McNair to wrestle, but didn't help against blades and spells. Various crafting cuttings that I was too broke to throw out. My money. Some kind of cloth bag or shirt that I didn't remember stuffing into the back left pouch. No help. Well, good, then. I think this will make a hell of a next novel. Impedimenta. Lockhart began dancing backwards, circling the brightly glowing cauldron, McNair gamely chasing him like it was an old slapstick sketch. "Of course, when I tell it, it will be me rescuing you, you understand? Flipendo. That's just what my readers expect. Happy to back your version, just stop McNair." I insisted, though I rather worried that maybe he'd been memory charming other people that had a contradictory version of the events in his stories. "Right. My version. Obliviate." He nailed the Death Eater with what might actually have been his only proficient higher difficulty spell. McNair slowed and went slack-jawed. "Okay. Great. Now, Dresden, oh, there you are. While I appreciate the approval, I'd rather tie up the loose end. You understand? Oblivi." I was already shielding against the incoming memory charm when the cauldron exploded. Chapter 45, Snake Eyes. The cauldron went off like a pipe bomb. Most potions were already dangerous when left on the heat for too long. Being part of a dark magic revivification ritual couldn't have made this one less temperamental. Even with my shield up, I was flung back into the wall behind me and briefly staggered. Lockhart and McNair at ground zero didn't stand a chance. Unfortunately, the basilisk was also fine. It was far enough away and tough enough that it hissed in pain from being hit by explosively accelerated cauldron chunks, but didn't actually seem to be harmed, even though the crates and chair half the distance between ground zero and the snake were reduced to splinters. Good snake. Nice snake. Simple, stupid snake made of super durable, magic-resistant scales that wouldn't come after me without orders. Right? I felt bad for Lockhart. The guy may have turned out to be a prick, but his fans, at least, would have deserved an open casket funeral. My brain was already considering this a victory while shifting toward how to get out of this room without inspiring the basilisk to think of me as a target. But then I heard it. After enough encounters, I was discovering that Voldemort as a wraith almost had a particular noise, like barely heard horror movie ghostly sound effects. So I wasn't exactly surprised to see the black, smoky form congeal out of the haze of flash-evaporated potion fumes where the cauldron had been. He actually spent a moment taking stock of the near crater he appeared in, working out what must have happened. After a moment, his eyes, deeper dark pools within the spectral form, looked toward me and his unearthly voice explained, "I hate you so much." Actually, you're not even at the top of my list, man," I shrugged, pulling out my apologies focus so I could summon a patroness if he tried to possess me again. Kind of hard to hate someone who you've seen as a creepy baby. Pitiful, really. McGonagall was going to be so mad I was still needling the guy. Hopefully she'd survived and would be able to chastise me. I figured, though, maybe if more people had brought him down a peg over the years, he'd have been less of a megalomaniac. "You think you've won," he glowered. "But with no Dumbledore and no need to be sub-beetle, why shouldn't I unleash sheer destruction upon Hogwarts? Let the basilisk reign until I am, inevitably, restored." Well, crap, I'd kind of hoped he couldn't command the big snake in this form. I tried a stalling tactic, "And just how sure are you that there's no Dumbledore? The guy's a planner. Doesn't share information. This whole thing could be to put someone in position to find your chamber of secrets and end the threat of your monster once and for all." Honestly, after saying it, it didn't seem that far out of the realm of possibility. During the previous attack, Fawkes had showed up so fast that I couldn't even really be sure the headmaster had been truly paralyzed. I hadn't seen it for myself. And even if he was, surely he'd had a plan for if someone managed to take him out? We'd done okay with the rest of the old crowd at the Wizengamot with him missing. With the old crowd? At the Wizengamot? Where Moody had happened to bump into me on the side where I'd felt some cloth object I didn't remember putting in my belt. I yanked the cloth bundle that I'd passed over a minute before out with my left hand, glancing down at what unfurled into the sorting hat. Hell. I baffled, shrugging and pulling the thing onto my head. I thought at it. "Hey, hat, do you know what's going on? Took you long enough," the seemingly sapient magic clothing gravelled at me. "No weapons. Facing down great danger. No plan. Making jokes even though you're terrified. That's about what we expected. Take this, then put me back on." Ow. I winced as something metal and heavy clocked me on the top of the head. I yanked the hat off, stowed my focus, and drew a whole freaking broadsword out of the undetectable extension charm that was apparently part of the hat. It was gleaming, rune-edged silver and festooned with rubies, but seemed no less deadly for the ostentation. The name Godric Gryffindor was distinct from the enchanting runes etched by the hilt. Well, that was cool. "This sword," Voldemort hissed. "The last treasure I couldn't find. We will take it from your course." And, with that, hissing in that echoing magic that seemed to command the basilisk, the wraith dived at its head. Great. A Voldemort-possessed giant snake was even worse than him giving it orders. I pulled the hat back on my head and it told me, "Yank me down around your eyes." I did so, and suddenly the room went from true sight to an almost painted scene. It was like the hat was sending me a colorful sketch of what it saw in the room. And the hat was just a clever magical object, not a person, so it could look at basilisk eyes all day without a problem. It took me a few stumbling steps to adjust to seeing the room as interpreted by Don Bluth, but the hat could also apparently see in the dark, so that made it a lot easier to get a sense of the whole room. Long chamber, snake columns to either side, Slytherin carving at the far end, exit at the other end. Worth a shot. The immense, possessed snake began to build its implacable momentum as I ran, trying to juke between columns to get it to follow me. But, with Voldemort driving, it wasn't easy to fake out. All the slalom did was slow me down. I broke right and dashed across the floor, hoping it at least couldn't corner well in all that bulk, sword held out to the side trying not to cut my own legs off. It was a cool weapon, but I'd prefer a focus. "It is a focus," Dresden the hat told me, sarcastically. Right. Thinking back to the very first time I'd met McGonagall and explained my problems with wands, Dumbledore had mentioned that Godric Gryffindor preferred to cast with sword and rod. And if this was the sword? Depulso. I incanted, hoping to banish myself ahead. And it worked. Maybe better than my staff. I sent myself on a mighty, flailing leap across the chamber. Which was good, because the snake could corner pretty fast. I even stuck the landing, with a bit of a stumble on the wet stones. But the hat augmented vision of the other end of the chamber showed two immense stone doors shut fast and no obvious way to exit. I could maybe knock them open with some blasting charms, but not while being chased by the snake. Without Voldemort driving, I'd have tried to dive at the last second to see if I could get it to crush open the doors, but with how he cornered, it seemed unlikely. Okay, what did I have? Lots of room to maneuver for both me and the giant snake, check. Magic sword that worked as a focus for unknown spells, check. Magic hat that protected me from basilisk vision but not its terrifying bulk, magic resistance, or venom that couldn't be neutralized by anything short of a phoenix, check. Look, you're going to have to put some of your own work in, grumbled the hat, following my mental checklist. Any ideas on what kind of spells Godric could cast with the sword, rather than the rod? I thought at it, while banishing myself at another oblique angle into the side of the room I'd started tied up in. What spells did they even have back then? It's goblin forged, the hat offered. It increases in power by being used in battle and imbibes that which strengthens it, so it's likely picked up some new tricks when it's had to be used against other wizards over the years. But mostly sword-relevant magic. So only slightly cheatery. I thought at the hat. If this counts as inheriting, probably very good against werewolves, too. I mused about the silver blade, before getting down to it. Wild Bill and I had been working on what spells a knife could use for Millicent's focus all year, so I had some ideas. Diffindo. I tried, lashing against a snake column as I ran past. It, indeed, left a mighty gash in the stone, but not nearly deep enough to topple it on the snake in the time I had available. Sectum Sempra. I tried, not quite blindly trying Snape's spell on the beast hissing like an angry locomotive behind me. It, again, worked, but even the powerful cutting curse splashed off of the snake's magic-resistant scales. I was running out of room on my side of the gallery, and I nearly tripped in detritus from the cauldron explosion, including some organic bits I probably shouldn't think much about. Running out between the columns, I banished myself again, barely clearing a shallow pool of water where the ground of the chamber had settled near Salazar Slytherin, which gave me a moment to try Wild Bill's favorite trick, Focus Retractum. The variation on the seize and pull charm allowed me to fling the sword at the snake, still connected by a line of light that would let me yank it back. It definitely bit into a scale but didn't slide in like butter as I'd hoped. The basilisk reared up and roared. Snakes shouldn't be able to roar. I also didn't cut my arm off as I willed the sword to return to my hand along its magical tether, so that was a bonus. As it reared back, I remembered the scales that had been prized off from beneath its head for the ritual. Hat, double-check me here, is this really dumb? I wondered. Maybe. It wavered. It's no dumber than things I remember Godric doing. There's a reason I put you in the house I did. With that ringing endorsement for ye old Gryffindor stupidity echoing through my brain, I did the last thing any wizard expects, even when they aren't currently piloting a multi-ton death machine. I charged. Now, I knew a little bit of how to use a sword in theory, from Moody's melee combat lessons, which, I groaned internally as I realized, were also likely preparing me for this eventuality. And my battlecry was, Lumos Solemn. To cause my amulet to blaze with a light as bright as sunlight. It didn't seem to quite unravel the dark magic of the snake as well as true sunlight, but it certainly made it unhappy enough to avert its eyes and rear further back. So this wasn't really a St. George and the Dragon situation, I told myself. Maybe an Alice and the Jabberwock situation? Don't get crushed. Don't get bitten. Sword goes there. Snicker snack. My height was a big asset with how high the snake had pulled its head up, and I managed to nail the right spot. The handy little targeting circle the hat painted onto the vision was also extremely helpful. With the missing scales, the blade slid in with only a little desperate pressure and into the skull above, which was fortunately less protected against magic swords than the outer armor. I thought I faintly heard a venom sac pop in the roof of the basilisk's mouth, then the silver went right into its brain. And I only got slightly hit by the suddenly spasming snake head. It certainly didn't nail me hard enough to fling me several yards onto the hard floor where I narrowly avoided a concussion. That was a tactical retreat and nobody can prove otherwise, except maybe the hat. I'm pretty sure he's not allowed to share other people's secrets. Regardless, I skittered back some more. A 50-foot-long, multi-ton snake in its death throes is not something you want to be anywhere near. It was also flinging caustic venom out of the corners of its stapled shut mouth. I hastily shielded just to be sure nothing spattered me. Finally, the basilisk stopped struggling and went still, the head almost upside down on the floor, offering me the sword of Gryffindor like some particularly gruesome Excalibur. But this time I was ready and not willing to give Voldemort another chance for mischief, so rather than walking up I fished out the unicorn horn focus and summoned my patroness. See you next time, I waved mockingly to the shadowy wraith that extricated itself from the body before Mouse once again gave a silent bark, the wash of patroness energy expelling the evil spirit from Hogwarts for the second time in less than a year. They should have been paying me fees as a ghostbuster, I swear. Chapter 46, The Lion Witch and the Wardrobe. Checking that the eyes of the snake were well and permanently closed, I pulled the sorting hat back up to normal hat position and adjusted to the dim light in the room again as I painfully pulled myself to my feet. Maybe, I mused, I should actually check in with Madame Pomfrey, before I shook some important tendons fully loose. It took my foot and some leverage to yank the sword out of the snake and prove myself the true and rightful king of the Chamber of Secrets. I watched as greenish poison disappeared into the blade while the blood and brain matter just sloughed off, once again leaving a pristine weapon. You said something about imbibing that which strengthens it. So does this thing have basilisk venom powers now? Could be. Might have had them before. The hat basically gave me a verbal shrug. I just hang on to it between outings, and I'm not always kept up to date on what it's been doing. Fair enough, I told him as I limped over to retrieve Ravenclaw's diadem. You want another Founder's artifact to add to your collection? Hover me over it, the hat suggested, and I did so, not exactly keen to even touch the mind-controlling artifact if I didn't have to. The hat wriggled away when it got within an inch, and I popped it back on my own head. Whatever that is, I don't want it in me. Either cleanse it or destroy it. I seriously thought about trying to destroy it right there. But I knew one very talented Ravenclaw witch who would be extremely upset with me if I didn't give her the chance to cleanse her house's artifact. And, honestly, as far as we'd gotten on our next Soulfire spell, I thought there might be a chance it could work. So, instead, I gingerly used my unicorn horn focus to pick it up and drop it into the belt pouch that had previously held the hat. And I guessed I'd have to use tongs to pull it back out. I certainly wasn't putting my hand in. From there, it was just the boring process of escaping from the Chamber of Secrets. Without a basilisk chasing me, it really wasn't that difficult. Tom Riddle had been about my age when he'd made the thing after all, so the doors weren't exactly spell-reinforced. If I'd had my blasting rod, I would have been out in moments. Instead, it took a couple minutes to chalk the exploding charm as a ritual circle on the door. Worked rather like a shaped charge. Then it took me another few minutes to transfigure a hole through the cave-in the magical explosion had caused in the next room. Young Tom Riddle had apparently not studied structural engineering. A little more hiking through the cave system and I had to groan. Really? A giant slide? I guessed it was easier on the basilisk than stairs, but still. The next time I talked to the guy, I was going to ask him if he said we. Every time he visited. Fortunately, the sword was able to support enough motion-related spells that I was able to basically banish myself up the slide. I am a powerful wizard, officially an adult, and very serious about. I can't even try to finish that sentence. Of course I said, we. One more chalked ritual-shaped charge and I emerged from the door above the slide into Myrtle's bathroom. Chunks of the non-functional sink, and its neighbors, littered the floor, and I suddenly realized how much I'd overcomplicated my search for the basilisk. It wasn't a special snake rune that I needed to find other instances of, it was a kid going, I put the snake behind this one. I wanted to kick myself, but I thought Myrtle was going to do it for me. Harry Dresden. You blew up my loo. I tried to strike a heroic pose with the sword. I killed the basilisk that killed you, more or less. The floating ghost stared at me for a moment through her giant glasses before finally nodding, well. Okay, then. But I want it fixed. Yes ma'am, I nodded. Honestly, Filch might be more angry at me. Not long after leaving the bathroom, I ran into Matilda and the Weasley twins, who had been having their own adventure dealing with Nott and the imper I used Professor Belby. That all sorted, I limped up to the 7th floor after the 3 of them, all of us hoping to find Professor McGonagall in the room of requirement. The fact that the door was still there gave me some hope that the room didn't consider itself empty. This place is a mess. Matilda exclaimed, upon catching a look at it. How are we going to find her? I oriented myself and said, I think it was over this way, before heading off to where I thought the Isle of Cabinets had been before it got crushed beneath a sea of detritus. Hoping we were digging in the right place, the 4 of us made quick work of the pile, more because of the 3 of them, who could easily cast levitation charms. The most precise I could get was banishing boxes off the top with the sword. We finally unearthed the wardrobe-sized piece of furniture that I thought I'd seen her fly into. Hoping I wasn't about to discover her mangled body, I carefully opened the doors. I felt a pop of magic and was sure the professor just appeared as I opened the door. She even fell an inch or so to hit the back wall, currently laying mostly horizontal on the pile of trash. That was powerfully strange, she opined, blinking away disorientation. Did you meet Mr. Tumnus? I asked. Matilda didn't even get that reference, though I was sure the Chronicles of Narnia were due for a movie adaptation one of these days. This isn't a wardrobe, Haas, McGonagall scoffed at me. I was surprised she got the reference, though I guess the books must have come out when she was fairly young. I think this might be a vanishing cabinet, actually, she decided, after looking it over. Fortunately broken, or who knows where I could have ended up. Still, probably not safe to have inside the school. Is that the sword of Gryffindor? She boggled, finally noticing what I was holding. Turns out there was a 2-for-1 sale on Founder's Relics. I joked, then asked, more seriously, I guess that means you weren't in on Dumbledore's plan to turn me into a basilisk slayer. He left notes to make sure I got the hat to Alastair. She nodded at my headwear, but I'd hoped that was just for planning purposes. Do you mean to tell me that Albus planned for you to fight a basilisk with a sword? I shrugged, seems like it. When we get that old man unparalyzed, she growled. Taking in the amusement of 4 of her students, she stepped the rest of the way out of the broken vanishing cabinet, visibly got control of her temper, and asked, is everyone all right? Lockhart didn't make it, I told her, mostly regretfully. Professor Belby may need to go to the infirmary. For miscellaneous prank item damage, Matilda shrugged. We're both injured and traumatized, Fred suggested, though he looked perfectly fine. We'll probably need at least a week off of classes, George grinned. Then it's fortunate you have a week left for your holidays then, the professor deadpanned, clearly realizing everything was basically fine if the twins could try to skive off classes. Shame about poor Gilderoy. Albus will be upset he didn't fix the wards in time. To be fair, he was trying to memory charm me to pretend he had been the one to defeat the basilisk. Before the basilisk had actually been defeated. He'd apparently been doing that all year every time I gave him some advice about his class. I explained. That took her aback a bit, then she just shook her head. Well, let's add that to the list of things for Poppy to check out. Follow me to the infirmary, all. I'll award points when we're all feeling better. As she started to lead the way, she muttered, too low for the other 3 to hear, defense professors. At least I already know what's wrong with Remus. Hey. He was memory charming me. I suddenly realized as I followed her out for the long trek down to the hospital wing. I probably won all those practice duels with Lockhart. Chapter 47, Flying Colors. The last few months at school went surprisingly easily, with the latest Death Eater plot handled. Remus, newly signed mastery certificate in hand, went ahead and took over as defense professor at McGonagall's insistence. He and Kettlebun both took students for their classes down to see the basilisk corpse several times. Kettleburn's lessons for creatures class were all about the various properties of the giant snake, and helping take samples before it fully degraded as the magic animating it faded away. Remus, it was hard to remember to call him Professor Lupin. Lessons were mostly about how one should run far, far away if they thought something like that was even in the area. He stared really judgingly at me when he showed it to my class. While Hogwarts wasn't exactly running out of space, McGonagall still took some trips with her nude classes to fix up the Chamber of Secrets into something that wasn't in danger of collapsing and possibly creating a giant sinkhole under the castle. Once Dumbledore was unparalyzed, the plan was to also tie it more firmly into the wards to prevent it being a potential backdoor into the school. The twins were distraught when she also made an executive decision as acting headmistress to finally take Moody's advice and close up the rest of the secret passages out of the school. I half suspected the headmaster might reopen some of them when he awoke. After all, his plans probably often included students entering or leaving the school when no one but him was aware of it. Was right after someone had been paralyzed and insensate for 3 months too soon to pick a fight with him about being a manipulative old bastard? I asked myself that question a lot while I waited for Mandrake juicing day. Fortunately, I had a lot of things to distract me, of the non-life-threatening variety. My own classes continued to be very interesting, and the 6th year tests went on your report card but, well, I was my own guardian even if I cared. They were mostly to make sure you were on track for the newts. However, the owls were upcoming for the 5th years, so I spent a ton of time helping my girlfriend study and or relax. Fine, yes, I finally admitted Matilda was my girlfriend, fully expecting that would be the point everything would go horribly wrong. I thought it was about to happen one night in the library in mid-May. It had turned out that Pants being absent didn't make that much of a difference, at least this close to exams. If you made too much noise, the 7th years, 5th years, or Hermione would make sure you understood what a mistake that was. So I was very quietly quizzing Matilda on her defense notes at our favorite corner table when Maeve sashayed by. Ah, Harry, she smirked, ignoring Matilda. Putting every ounce of vampiness she could into it and turning her aura to fully arouse then flash freeze she said, I really appreciated seeing your, giant snake the other day. When do you think we can go down again and take another tour of the Chamber of Secrets? She'd never really let off the rumor war, but I'd been basically untouchable as the slayer of Slytherin's monster. Maybe people still believed that I was having an affair with the Malfoy princess, but they didn't make a big deal about it if I wanted to deny it. So I guessed she'd decided to make a targeted insinuation in front of Matilda. For a while I'd been wondering how breaking me up with my girlfriend suited the inscrutable goals of the Unseelie. Then I started to realize that maybe Maeve was just awful. She was doing this purely because I wouldn't do what she wanted. At this moment, pinned beneath the weight of her Sid aura of impossible allure, I was having to use all my willpower not to buckle under and molest her right in the library. It left very little energy for telling her off and reassuring Matilda. But that didn't seem to be necessary. Matilda was a blur of red and gold as she was suddenly right in Maeve's face. I wasn't sure how she was even functioning under the aura, but maybe she'd worked up a tolerance over the last several months. In an extremely angry but dangerously quiet voice, she insisted, "Listen you manky, mingy muppet. Tin long catchu. Go find some more Slytherin boys to tease. I don't know what your deal is. I don't care. Dos I fushio dy hun yast." The temperature was so cold that frost patterns started forming on nearby solid surfaces, Matilda's breath steaming into a cloud around Maeve's head almost like she was breathing fire. The Fey princess was almost as still as the basilisk victims, eyes slowly widening as if nobody had ever talked to her like that. I didn't speak Welsh, but I assumed Maeve did, and it hadn't sounded nice. Ever so slowly, she turned to look at me, madness spinning behind those eyes, looking like she was working up to something. She lost control of the come hither aura and I could finally speak, so I interrupted whatever she was about to say. "I warned you about this before. You just attacked us. You've been attacked back. I'll consider the matter settled if you do." She didn't exactly acknowledge it, but she didn't say what she'd been clearly winding up. Instead, the temperature gradually rose until she had mastered herself to give me one curt nod and then walk away. I didn't think the matter was really settled. Especially since we were off behind some shelves but not completely private, and I already heard muttering from kids that had been watching and were going to pass it on. "Hilda, that was awesome and hot and amazing, but..." I quietly started, everything I wanted to warn her about snapping behind the stupid Fey immunity to giving away their secrets. "But I just started a fight with a Sid," she nodded, a little shell-shocked, moving around to my side of the table and collapsing into my lap, her adrenaline crashing. "How?" I couldn't even finish the question. I hated this geese and it was going up my list of research to break. "Oh, Luna told me a while ago." I didn't really believe her. Until now. She pulled my arms around her, and the warm contact was especially nice in the still frigid corner. "You know there's nothing going on between me and Maeve, right?" "Well, nothing is a strong word. There's clearly something you can't talk about." As she explained her theories, I was able to manage a nod around the prohibitions. "And I want to figure it out. I want to figure out what it is you can't tell me." "But I get it. You're not friends. She's a bad fairy. I'm worried about you being on her list," I said. "I am too. I don't want to fight bad fairies. I don't want there to be bad fairies. I want to finish my exams. I want to become a respected magi-zoologist." I sighed, "The more you stick around me." "No. You stop." She barely managed to keep her voice intense but low, turning in my lap and looking me dead in the eyes from a couple inches away. "I knew you were dangerous. You didn't trick me. I could have walked away after the wolves. After the Death Eaters. Hell's bells, in barely more than a year of having known her, her life had been in danger how many times? It only took one bad wizard and one misplaced dark fire spell to do for Elaine, and Matilda was now up against a queen of the freaking Sid on my account. I had to. I said stop. "I see your brain working, Harry Dresden. You spend all this effort protecting people. Who protects you? Your friends. Maybe sometimes you have to fight you know who alone. Sometimes there's a big snake. And, if I could have, I'd have been there. I'd have had your back. I'd have probably wet myself. But I'd have had your back." It was hard, having someone that close, that intense, peering directly into me. It wasn't even love. I didn't think we were there yet. It was friendship, which was even harder to deny. Somehow, I'd been putting in the investment, and other people were investing back. As an orphan that had only had one close friend, who'd ultimately betrayed me in the worst way, it was hard to understand. It was one thing to realize you were willing to go the extra mile to protect the innocent. It was another to realize that they appreciated it. I tried one, last, half-hearted, I mean, a basilisk is one thing. That's just magi-zoology, but Maeve. So what if she's some secret, powerful Sid that drips sex and snow? Matilda shrugged, smirking playfully through her own, obvious anxiety about it, dropping deep into her Welsh accent. "I'll smack that barmy ferret right in her pretty gob, she keeps coming after my man." Chapter 48, Mandrake Juice. In the final Quidditch match of the year, Ginny didn't quite edge out Katie Killick, the soon-to-be graduating Hufflepuff seeker, for the snitch, but it was so close on points that Gryffindor wound up winning the Quidditch Cup even though Hufflepuff took the match. Obviously overjoyed but not content to rest on his laurels, Oliver was already planning how to get Ginny a better broom for the next year even as Gryffindor kicked off an epic party for our first win of the cup in years. After all the points McGonagall had eventually settled on for saving the school from basilisks and Death Eaters, we were basically guaranteed to win the House Cup as well, if you cared about that kind of thing. I'd overheard the twins doing math to figure out how many pranks they could get caught for and still not blow our lead by the leaving feast. Personally, I figured that a budget for getting away with shenanigans was an even better use for the points I'd earned than getting house-colored banners at the end of the year. Sneakily, the staff had scheduled the completion and delivery of the Mandrake restorative draft to the victims of the basilisk to occur during the match. I imagined the celebration in the Hufflepuff common room for their match win was intensified just as much by Beatrice Haywood returning as Gryffindor's celebration about the cup burst into even higher gear when Dean Thomas walked into the common room. I mostly figured they'd done it that way to give Dumbledore a day to recover before I started bothering him for answers. He finally saw me while the fifth years were in their second day of owls. I dropped the sword of Gryffindor, the sorting hat, and the diadem of Ravenclaw, safely wrapped, on his desk, then sat back in the chair across his desk. How much of that was planned? The old wizard shrugged, though clearly pleased to regard the 3 artifacts I'd brought. Less than you imagine, I'm sure. Tom Riddle makes plans. Plans require everything to proceed in order, or they begin to fall apart. As I reached a certain age, I began to prefer putting many strategic goals into motion. The trick is to keep them from interfering with one another. You weren't just faking being paralyzed, I suggested. If he had been, he probably wouldn't have kept up the charade for another month and a half. Regrettably, no. I'd expected some kind of play to force me out of the school, politically. I'm actually not sure why they didn't leverage Lucius to use the school board. If I'd been available, I could have directed Fawkes to find you and bring help. I'm very glad Alastor and Minerva remembered the fallbacks. I don't like being a chess piece, I practically growled. It might have had more effect if I'd had a few more years of work on my facial hair and any hope at all of beating him in a fight. Mr. Dresden. Harry, the old man stared me down. I regret to inform you that it was not I that gave you this status. If I've arranged the board to provide you the opportunity to go where you'd prefer rather than where you are directed, it doesn't mean that I am the one whose hand is upon your back. That hurt. Justin. My godmother. Voldemort. Maeve. Even Umbridge. I had to admit, at least Dumbledore was right that his manipulations seemed to result in things I wanted to happen anyway. I must have stared back at him for a whole minute, not worried about meeting his eyes. The few secrets I still had from him, I pretty much couldn't divulge even if I wanted to, so what did I have to fear from his mind reading? Finally, I just said, I want to be included, not manipulated. And you need to delegate more, anyway, sir. Everything could have fallen apart with you taken out. The Order of the Phoenix, he smiled, revealing the name of his old crowd, has more autonomy than even they believe. After all, I hear I was unnecessary to the defeat of Dolores legislation, and clearly. He just gestured at the artifacts I'd brought him. Seeing me tense up, he raised a hand, but, yes. While I still worry about others trying to push you where they will, it's clear you will fight for the same things upon which the Order was founded. I'll see you are included when next we meet. Mollified, I nodded, then said, Penny wants to try to finish developing the next apology and see if we can clear the diadem. Certainly, though under my strict observation. Even from here, I feel it reaching out, trying to convince me to put it on. I cannot allow it to be with students unsupervised. Fair. You know he probably hid it in the school when he was here for the job interview? Or had someone slip it in about the same time? It was Beetle's era. Dumbledore merely smirked, though I thought he might not know what a beetle was and would be doing research later to pretend to be all-knowing. It's way more intelligent than a magical portrait. There's no form of memory encoding I'm aware of that could do what that thing did. And you have theories, Harry? The old man prompted. Was switching to a first-name basis just familiarity, or acknowledgement that I'd become an adult, not just his student? I suggested something I'd been thinking about for a while. Arcanos has 3 major monsters that can turn you to stone, but only one that's an undying wizard you just can't kill for good until you destroy the gem in which it's hidden its soul. That actually got a widening of his eyes. Arcanos is a muggle fantasy game, yes. I nodded and he went on, it's surprising that such information has percolated through myth though we've worked so hard to prevent the wizarding world from rediscovering it. If I give you a topic of research, can you actually keep it from spreading all the way through Gryffindor and Ravenclaw within a week? This knowledge is dangerous. Like Penny says, sir, security through obscurity never works, I smirked. But I won't spread it around on purpose. He sighed, then explained, then look up the tale of Herpo the Foul. If anyone asks, it will be because he was the first to breed a basilisk. However, you're actually looking for the secret of his long life. You could just tell me, I shrugged. Knowledge earned is firmer held than knowledge gifted, Dumbledore smiled. And you need something to do while your friends sit their exams. If I find what I think I'm going to find, should we go ahead and smash the diadem, even though Penny wants to purify it? An ordered mind is not fully incapacitated by the basilisk's gaze. I found that being paralyzed gave me ample time to think. Our enemy did not call all his minions in his weakness. He was a creepy baby. Not a look that inspires loyalty, I interjected. Quite. But in his diminished state, I cannot believe that he would risk placing his source of immortality so fully within my grasp rather than draw upon other resources. If we'd put the clues together about poor Irma earlier, we could have easily rent his soul adrift were this its only anchor. So that's not his phylactery. That's not the term, he corrected. But, I believe, if it is, it may not be the only one. I suddenly remembered, and pointed at the sword. He said that was the last treasure he couldn't find. Finally, the old man gave me a genuine nod that I'd given him information he hadn't been aware of course. There were rumors of his career after graduation, appraising artifacts for Borgin and Burks, and strange deaths before he quit. If he was seeking artifacts of the founders, that is a vital thread to unravel. We both sat, thinking, for a few minutes. One from each house, plus his core. I thought out loud, finally. He wouldn't stop at 5, unless he had to. 3 or 7 would be far more stable, Dumbledore agreed. I may need to consult those that might have inadvertently helped him with his research. If he started after Hogwarts, he could have learned the techniques anywhere, but if he began while in this school, I may have a place to start. I'll do my own research, I agreed, thinking about Bob. And we'll let you know when we're ready to test the exorcism charm. I appreciate everything you've done, Harry, and I'm glad you came through it whole. I regret that I cannot promise I won't ask similar of you in the future. As long as I get a say in where I'm getting pushed, I shrugged. He twinkled at me, and asked, when has anyone ever pushed you in a direction you didn't wish to travel for long, Harry Dresden? Now. I believe Irma has recovered and wants to thank you as herself for your efforts improving the fiction section in the library. It turned out she did. And also, she wanted me to spend all afternoon finding all the Muggle literature the twins and I had haphazardly shelved and move it to her new Muggle fiction section. Some of those paperbacks I'd hidden back in October. I didn't even remember where they were. Chapter 49, Afraid Not. And then whoosh. 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 Seamus gestured with his nearly complete blasting rod, pantomiming for the enchanting club. That spider was on fire. And that one. And another one. They'll mess wi Finnegan, again. Ron was also a huge help, Neville explained, once Seamus got it out of his system, for all that he was terrified. He was just sniping any that got too close to one of us. Left unsaid was that he was probably hiding under the invisibility cloak, which at least a few people in the room might not have actually found out about yet. The way the kids couldn't keep a secret, it was only a matter of time. You're underselling yourself, as always, Neville, Hermione chided. Without you using freezing charms to slow them down and bunch them up, the ones in the back could have easily overwhelmed us. For my own part, I found that my issues with accuracy were largely mitigated by having such a target-rich environment. Like fish in a barrel. Seamus chortled. Percy, who had been going increasingly pale as the kids detailed their adventure into the forest while I'd been fighting the basilisk, turned to me and asked, Harry, is my hair going grey? I made a show of inspecting it, then shook my head. Not that it wouldn't have a good reason. It had taken over a month until the last enchanting club of the year for us to finally get the kids to cough up why they hadn't been around even though they'd been on campus when everything was going down during my fight with the basilisk. Turned out they'd been running to get Hagrid to help fight off the invaders, noticed the ministry arresting him, and for some reason listened to him when he told them to follow the spiders. They'd found the semi-friendly and all-grown-up talking spider that Hagrid had raised all those years before, Aragog. They'd also found that the van-sized invertebrate had been breeding for 50 years. The few acromantulas that I'd run into were just a tiny fraction of the seething horde of the things, and the younger spiders weren't exactly willing to pass up a free meal of 4 children. I felt like a bad friend. I hadn't even realized Hagrid had been arrested over suspicion that he was behind the attacks. Since he'd been blamed for the last time, he was the number one suspect this time as far as the ministry was concerned. It didn't surprise me at all to hear that Dawlish had been primary aura at the arrest. At least the indisputable presence of the basilisk corpse saw Hagrid fully exonerated. McGonagall had seen to that. I am going to say this very carefully, Percy began, his skin going from pale to flushed. And understand that I say this to you as your prefect. The words I will have with Ron later as his brother will be much stronger. Hagrid is a very nice man. He is a fixture of Hogwarts who never means for anyone to get hurt. But he is a terrible judge of danger. Why would you go scrambling off into the Forbidden Forest by yourselves? What foolishness could have compelled you? You were fighting a horde of class quintuple X creatures. You easily could have died. A whole squad of hit wizards could have died. That finally punctured the invincible pride the kids were feeling and Neville admitted, yet. If the unicorns hadn't shown up to give us a ride out, I don't think we would have made it. At least that probably meant the school's student protecting fortune wards worked all the way into the forest. I was thinking what to add, when Draco piped up, I'll speak to my father about getting funding to clear them out of the forest. Hagrid, I could tell the boy had wanted to call him that oaf, should have warned someone about this decades ago. A whole army of acromantula right next to the school. Honestly. Where did the second one come from? Luna asked, in her usual non sequitur. We all looked at her and she explained, you know who told Harry that he used Hagrid as a scapegoat. So he knew about the acromantula. He probably brought in a female for this Aragog to mate with so he could be sure there would be an army of dark creatures in the forest. He might have already had a female, since he had the venom he used to kill Myrtle. As conspiracy theories went, that was rather coherent. I suggested, you should write that up for the Quibbler, Luna. Maybe it would help Mr. Malfoy convince the right people in the ministry that it's a problem. Everyone nodded, and I saw Draco make a connection about the utility of being friends with a reporter, even if it was a 12-year-old who wrote for a tabloid. I could get pictures. Colin grinned. No, Colin. Everyone told him, all at once. After the club finally started to wander off back to various common rooms, I noticed Draco hanging back. What's up? I asked. I have a friend who'd like to talk to you, the boy explained. He should be waiting for us across the way. Only slightly worried about another trap, I nodded to Draco but caught Percy's eye on the way out. My roommate gave me a thumbs up that he would hang around just in case. Or maybe he gave me a thumbs up that I was politicking with the Malfoys. Sometimes it's hard to tell with that guy. Either way, he knew who'd seen me last if I didn't make it back to the tower. But the classroom Draco led us into was empty save for Theodore Knott, Draco's yearmate who had been acting like he wanted to talk to me all year. I made a guess as I saw him, going to have a better summer without a Voldemort homunculus hiding out in your house this year. His eyes widened. How did? Acting like you were all-knowing was like cocaine for wizards. No better high. It honestly explained a lot about Dumbledore. Well, frankly, yes. I wanted to apologize for not warning you earlier, and thank you for the assistance. The boy's voice was high, starting to crack with puberty, and he was likely to be a beanpole like Ron and Neville soon. His polished way of speaking was at odds with his affected slouch. Trying to not be too much of a pureblood, maybe. No worries, man, I told him. I know what it's like to have a dark wizard for a mentor. Technically, I knew what it was like to have two, between Justin and my godmother. You don't really know what they'd do to you if you stepped out of line. He sighed with relief that I got it. I want you to know that you don't have to worry about me. If my father orders me to do something to you, I'll just tell him it's too risky. He shrugged. It really is. You killed all three of them and the basilisk. Well, not all at once, I tried to give a nonchalant shrug. It probably wouldn't hurt to let Slytherin House continue to think I was an unstoppable badass. It's cool that we're not enemies. Let me know if you need any direct help getting out, if it gets bad again. Surprised at the extra offer of help, the boy simply nodded his thanks, then waved goodbye as he slipped out of the room. As soon as he was out of earshot, Draco said, speaking of. I nodded for him to continue. If you wind up going on any extended field trips this summer, I'd like to come along. I didn't really have any firm plans. My friends had talked about maybe taking a trip before senior year. Remus hadn't been able to keep secret from me for long that he'd gone ahead and gotten the prince's potions distributed to wizarding bookstores, and I saw a pretty staggering bit of profit for a teenager, a lot of which I'd shared with Percy and Penny. So, despite being habitually broke, we might actually be able to pull something off. I hadn't considered taking any younger kids, but the way the Weasley family worked, it was probably inevitable. You're okay going on a trip that might be mostly Gryffindors? Your father is okay with it? I asked. He suggested it, Draco drawled, at least after I had reservations about spending all summer in a house with my aunts. I sucked in a breath. I hadn't even thought about that. Having Bellatrix Lestrange secretly camping in your house was already probably stressful as hell. Having her and Maeve would be like renting a room in Arkham Asylum. Are your parents going to be okay? He nodded. Mother is protected by her sister's goodwill. Father is able to handle them. It's honestly not dangerous, really. I'd just rather be almost anywhere else when they're around. He remembered something. Of course, I can contribute sufficient funds to pay my way and more, which might elevate the kind of holiday you can manage. I decided not to be offended. The kid had expensive tastes. Got it. You'll pay to bump us up so you're not stuck in whatever flophouse we decided to stay in to save money. I thought about it for a second. It could be a Malfoy plot, but I didn't think Lucius would put his son in any danger and Draco was worse at espionage than his friend Knott, so I didn't think he was knowingly trying to trick me. And I had been working to get him some better role models. How bad was it at Malfoy Manor that Lucius was giving me a literal blank check to babysit his son for the summer? Or was he just playing a long game to get me more fully used to taking Malfoy money? I was more comfortable keeping an eye out for a knife in my back than puppet strings being tied to my wrists. But I probably just had to make sure I didn't get too comfortable becoming part of Draco's entourage, right? I'll talk to the rest of the crew, I told him. But I think it will probably be okay. I'll let you know. He smiled, genuinely, and headed out after Theodore. I found Percy waiting for me up the hall, having had my back after all. What was that about? He asked. Not wanted to say he didn't support his dad trying to kill me and apologize for not warning me sooner. Draco, how do you feel about taking him along if we take a trip this summer? He'd apparently rather hang out with us than his new aunt. Interesting, Percy mused as we walked. Actually, I had been meaning to mention, my parents have been trying to arrange the funds to visit my eldest brother this summer, and it might be quite the educational field trip for all of us to visit Egypt. Chapter 50, Downtime. What classes did you finally decide on, Hermione? I asked the young witch, as McGonagall did a final whip round of the breakfast table to confirm the rising third year's electives. The banners around the room were still in Gryffindor colors after the previous night's feast, and we were all trying to hurriedly top up on protein and carbs before the long train ride home. You convinced me, she sighed, I'm just taking 3 classes. I looked deeper into the available research on temporal theory, and while the general consensus is that time is self-consistent, there's still a lot of scholarship about the risk of paradox, and I don't know if I want to worry about that, so. She finally took a breath. Runes, arithmancy, and Muggle studies. She took in my raised eyebrow at the last class, which she could probably teach, and explained, I can take it with my roommates, and Professor McGonagall said I can do an extra credit project to outline possible improvements to the curriculum. Plus, Hagrid said he'd be happy to help me self-study care of magical creatures, and I met Professor Trelawney, and I think you're right about how much I'd learn from her versus just taking the material independently. I nodded. I hadn't had much interaction with the flaky divination professor myself since my placement exams, but my impression was that serious, task-oriented Hermione Granger might be in danger of eventually stabbing the poor woman, especially sleep-deprived from squeezing extra hours into every day with a time machine. Hopefully she wouldn't be similarly upset once she actually found out how confused Professor Burbage was about the Muggle world. A lot of things might have been different if Quirrell had just stuck around in the position rather than going off to get possessed by Voldemort. Though, now that I thought about it, maybe the tidbits about the Muggle world Quirrell had dropped in his defense classes were more a sign about how much Voldemort knew. I had missed my chance to find out if Voldemort Prime had ever updated his musical tastes from the Beatles, but Tom Riddle had actually grown up Muggle, a lot like I had, honestly. Dumbledore had eventually mentioned to me that Tom had been left at an orphanage after the death of his magical parent, through whom he, presumably, descended from Old Sal. I like to think that I was much better adjusted than Tom Riddle, despite my years in the system. What about you, mate? Ron asked. Are you going to be the professor's assistant for defense? I nodded. Professor Lupin basically insisted, though more for weekend and evening tutoring than sitting in on classes. I still have a full class load myself. After both of us realized I'd basically figured out Lockhart's curriculum for the year for him, even though he'd then memory charmed it out of my brain, it seemed natural that I'd help Remus write his own lesson plan over the summer and let helping out be most of my newt grade. I was pretty sure I'd also get called on to substitute teach for the lower years on the days he was recovering from the full moon. Students, you now have 1 hour until you need to be packed and getting on the coaches down to Hogsmeade, McGonagall announced, kicking off a frantic scrambling of Gryffindors that hadn't even started to pack yet. The other houses seemed a little more sedate about it. As the table cleared, I couldn't help but get a good look across the way at Maeve, effortlessly moving from group to group, getting final yearbook signatures and chatting away as if they were her best friends. She'd clearly already gotten her hooks into a bunch of Hufflepuff, as she'd intimated earlier in the year, and some of the middle-year Ravenclaws that were furthest away from Penny and Luna's influence on either end. It worried me. We'll stop her, Matilda told me, somehow. I smiled. The forces arrayed against me were powerful and incomprehensible, but I had people in my corner, too. I wrapped my arm around my witch's shoulder and asked, what did I do to deserve you? Well, she pretended to think, saving the school from a giant snake? Driving off an undead Dark Lord? Multiple times. But if that isn't enough, you can pay down that imposter syndrome by helping me carry my trunk down to the coaches. Deal, I smiled, and we went about the business of navigating the chaos of end of year in Gryffindor Tower. An hour later we were rattling down the drive to Hogsmeade, sharing a Thistral-drawn carriage with Oliver and Alexis, who were still together after the year and who, Oliver had smugly told me after spring break, would also have to pass on any future trips to visit the unicorns. So is there a final summer plan? Oliver asked. Still a little up in the air, I shrugged. Sounds like money's still a little tight for the Weasleys, so they're not sure how long of a trip they can take. Internships and camps. Matilda explained, Charlie Weasley is probably going to be there, yet? He can supervise my internship for credit. My uncle can sign off on it as long as we go to some of the local creature preserves. Lots of cool magical beasts in Egypt. I wish my family was that deep in the ministry, Alexis pouted. I don't have to work, at least, and I can go as long as I get my summer homework done and apprenticeship applications out before we leave. I'm just doing 2 weeks of the camp this year, Oliver allowed. Though hopefully most of the team probably goin', we can get some practice in over in Egypt. I was sure that would go over great with the rest of them. Cool. Hopefully everyone else is equally flexible, I simply agreed. I was thinking about working for Ms. Dervish again, but 2 months really isn't very much summer break if there's a vacation in the middle. At least it would give Remus time to move fully into his professor's accommodations at the school. I really appreciated that he was still putting me up for probably half the summer. But maybe I should start figuring out what I'd do for the next winter holiday. Or for when I had to find my own living arrangements after I graduated. Also, when it came down to it, I was now probably even higher on a Lich's hit list than Albus Dumbledore, the most powerful wizard of the age. And I was somehow deeply wrapped up in an inscrutable elfin plot that had placed a Cid Queen to serve as my school's very own mean girl. And I still had a 1-strike and out legal ruling due to a hard-headed order that may never be rescinded since I'd burned my bridges with the senior undersecretary of the ministry. But all of that would keep. For the first time in my life I seemed to have it all, a support network of friends, a girlfriend, adults I could count on, and enough money in my pocket that I didn't have to worry about the next meal. For one short summer, I had all the privileges of an adult and all the freedoms of a teenager. I could fret later, but I decided to count my blessings now. The perils of the world would still be there after I took my last summer vacation as a student. End of year 2. Thanks for reading, everyone. As with last year, there will be a couple of appendices and then the preview for year 3 that goes up simultaneously with the new story being posted. I got most of the way through year 3 during NaNoWriMo, so I don't foresee any delays or changes to the posting schedule. If you've enjoyed this, and if you follow the next story, reviews are very appreciated for giving me an idea of what people are enjoying and what they want to see more of. I reply to most of them in private messaging, particularly if they have questions. Chapter 51, Appendix 1, The Apologies. This is the write-up I turned into Dumbledore at the end of the year to show how our spell research was going. There are 4 known dark magic spells that are based upon the principles of Hellfire. 3 are known as the Unforgivables, and carry a guaranteed prison sentence if proven to be used. The last, Fiendfyre, would probably be in the same group, but few can even cast it, and even those dark wizards that can do so fear to use it due to how hard it is to control. That seems to be why it was never similarly made instantly illegal, choosing to cast it is usually its own death sentence. All 4 spells resonate on an unusual frequency that makes most magical defenses useless. The only safe response is getting out of the way or allowing it to expend its energy on another target. The Fiendfyre curse is a corruption of the fire-making charm, and requires fear to catalyze. It essentially summons up an imago of pure hellfire, a terrifying animal mascot of insatiable, impossibly hot flames. It will generally burn until it has consumed all possible fuel in reach, especially if the caster manages to survive unleashing the curse to provide continuing magic to power the imago. It's said to be hotter than dragon's fire, and can destroy virtually anything, unweaving immense protective magics as easily as it cuts through dense timber. It takes a strong caster to guide it, and an even stronger one to put it out early. Unlike the true Unforgivables, simply casting the spell doesn't seem to damage the caster's soul, though deaths as a result will, and it's very easy to kill many people if it gets out of control. This likely has something to do with it being the simplest expression of hellfire of any of the 4 curses. The dominating curse, the Imperious, requires the caster to feel spite toward the target. It essentially copies the mythological powers of the succubi, wrapping the soul of the target in the most innocent seeming of hellish flames. It's often like being in a refreshing sauna, surrounded by embracing heat and light. The emotional decision-making parts of your mind can't come up with cogent arguments for not following the directions of the caster. Sadly, the more mechanical parts of the brain aren't incapacitated, so victims can pursue their orders with their full skill and intelligence. For those that are strong-willed or simply disagreeable, it can be broken, with less effort the weaker the caster. The biddable, however, can be subsumed for extended periods without it even being obvious to onlookers. Fortunately, only one victim at a time can be maintained by any caster, not even Voldemort can manage an army of mind control victims without an equal number of cooperators to cast the curse. Imperious chains are possible, however, where one victim casts the curse upon another. But it is difficult to find someone weak-willed enough to succumb but also a strong enough caster to control another target. Regardless, the strength reduces with each step in the chain until it is easy to break. The torture curse, the Cruciatus, requires an extremely potent anger at the target, even true rage. It essentially bathes the target's very soul in hellish flames, interpreted by the mind as impossible pain throughout the body that never abates. Prolonged exposure can damage the interface between the target's mind and soul, usually expressed as symptoms that seem a lot like having a stroke, even though no damage is evident in the brain itself. The fortunate may just lose some level of motor control, temporarily or permanently. The unfortunate might be driven into catatonia. The killing curse requires actual hatred to cast, ideally for the target, but research suggests that self-hatred might allow one to cast the spell, or perhaps that just slips effortlessly into misanthropy. Where the torture curse burns the soul slowly and painfully, the killing curse is like a knife of hellish plasma, instantly cutting away all ties between the soul and the body. It is in some ways an instant and peaceful way to go, because of how fast and cleanly it strikes. No one has ever provably survived being struck by it, though there are apocryphal tales of those who might be described as having robust souls not quite dying instantly. The little understood energy soulfire is a celestial counterpart to hellfire. While it presents, conceptually, as silver flames, they are more like a protective, empowering corona than a damaging force. Legends explain that spells directly empowered by the energy are more real than their counterparts, lasting longer and having greater strength and durability. Spells that utilize it seem to be as indifferent to magical protections as the unforgivables, passing right through magical shields. Currently there are only 2 known spells that utilize this energy, though 2 more are in development. The Patroness Charm is the counterpart to Fiendfyre, and shares many similarities to light-making spells. It requires a feeling of safe happiness to catalyze, in its fullest expression generating a protector imago in the form of an animal. The Summoned Beast, or Mist/Shield for lesser castings, radiates a mood-enhancing aura that naturally drives off creatures of darkness. Fully cast, corporeal, Patroness imagos can sometimes seem to have an almost physical effect on dark magic creatures. The Empowering Charm, the Libertas, requires a sense of pride in the target, forging a conduit for the caster to augment the recipient's willpower. This can dispel its counterpart, the Imperious. It is possible, however, that a weak Libertas caster, a weak-willed target, and a strong dark wizard may prevent the curse from breaking, research pending. It also seems to strengthen the recipient's mind enough to throw off other forms of mental manipulation, like the Confundus. It does not, sadly, seem to remove memory charms in most cases. The Exorcism Charm, incantation-related title pending arithmancy work, should work similarly to the torture curse, but using soulfire instead of hellfire. This should have only a positive effect on those with undamaged souls, but slip into the cracks of souls damaged by dark magic and cause them psychic pain, likely through a barrage of forgotten emotions like guilt and shame. The expectation is that it should work to separate dark spirits that have attached themselves to objects or innocent beings, ending wraithly possession and similar effects where one soul or soul-like entity is latched onto another. It is currently under active development, and its catalyst emotion and incantation are not yet known. The Soulfire Charm should be a counterpart of the Killing Curse, directing a focused blast of soulfire at the soul of the target. The primary hope is that it should serve as a way of dispatching dark entities that are immune to all mortal means of harm, such as dementors and wraiths. Any other effects are unknown at this time, as is the incantation and emotion, since all information is purely theoretical. Development is planned after the completion of the Exorcism Charm. Chapter 52, Appendix 2, Guerrilla Warfare. Dictaquill recording is proceeding overseen by Aura apprentice Nymphadora Tonks. Aura Alastair Moody interviewing underage witness Matilda Grimblehawk. Minerva McGonagall is here in loco parentis for this interview. Ms. Grimblehawk, please describe the events of this afternoon in Hogwarts in your own words and to the best of your recollection. So. I had gotten back early from lunch. I was studying in the Gryffindor common room with the second years. We'd all stayed back at school for the break. I have owls coming up. I'm not sure why they did. Hermione Granger, top of her year, our house always thinks she's going to have a hard time. So she studies very hard. This time, she's got her friends doing it. That girl's going to be the first Muggle-born minister. Anyway. Last year, study sessions with the lower years seemed to help the fifth years. You get to review that year for owls, and the year gets to review for their exams. I think Penny Clearwater, Ravenclaw prefect, she's so nice, came up with the idea. But I did it last year because of Harry Dresden. You know Harry, right? Of course you do. You interviewed him after the Death Eater attack at Hogsmeade last year. Oh. And you've probably been tutoring his year in defense, too, or Moody? Well, last year he was just my friend. And at the attack, we'd just kind of got together. But now he's basically my boyfriend. I think he's even about ready to admit it to himself. Tonks. We don't high-five witnesses during an interview. Sorry. But we were in the common room. I think we were reviewing astronomy. Harry's awful at astronomy. He barely passed his owls on that. I've been mostly reviewing stuff he can't help me with this week. I've got defense in the bag, I think. Though I still haven't managed a patroness for the extra credit. I'm rambling, sorry. We had just gotten to studying even though everyone else was still at lunch. Then left and right burst in like Filch was after them. I mean the Weasley twins, Fred and George. You've met them. You get it. For the record, though, please, Ms. Grimblehawk. Okay, well, they're twins. They have a lot of fun. Get in trouble a lot. They like it when you can't tell them apart. Even when they were first years, and I tried tagging them to tell them apart, they got even. Those boys can prank. So I just think of them based on what side they're standing on. Easier than stealth tickling charms at all hours as payback for writing their names on their foreheads. I figured they'd just set off a prank in the Great Hall or something. But they had on their serious faces. You learn to tell when they're actually serious, and not just setting you up. Lockhart's gone crazy. Left said. And then right said, he's after Harry and McGonagall. You know I'm just paraphrasing, right? My memory's not good enough to tell you exactly what they said. Yes, we'll consider quotations as to the best of your recollection, Ms. Grimblehawk. Please continue. Right. So Harry wasn't even supposed to be here today. He went home for the holidays. Well, to the home he's staying at. He doesn't really have a permanent address, on account of his parents being dead and his mentor trying to kill him last year. He's had it rough. Anyway, he was supposed to be at the ministry today. He was a witness for the Wisengamot for a new law. I know. I'm off track. Sorry. Left and right might trick you for a prank, so I was wary. But you can usually rely on them when it's dangerous. So trust but verify. What? Harry's here. I probably asked them. He said the Wisengamot was going to evacuate the school, Left said. Right added, but that it was a trick from the Death Eaters, so he went to warn McGonagall. Sorry, Professor, but they just said McGonagall. We mostly don't say Professor so-and-so unless we have to. I'm so glad you're okay. Right, sorry. Then Lockhart attacked us all. Left added, and Right finished, so they sent us to get help. One day, I'm going to split them up. Then I'm going to see if whichever one I've got can say 2 sentences in a row. I bet he'll just sit there after the first sentence, wondering why the next one isn't being completed. I bet you have to line their homework up side by side to read it. Sorry. They'd barely gotten all that out when we heard an explosion outside, by the stairs. I ran to the portrait door to look out, and someone, probably Ron Weasley, yelled, he might have the basilisk. Which was dumb. There are lots of windows into the stairwell and it was lunchtime. I'm not sure the basilisk can be around in the day at all. But it certainly wouldn't be out in the sunlight. They're kind of like vampires. Creatures powered by dark magic don't like sunlight. So I ignored them and poked my head out. And I saw Belby, the potions professor, attacking Harry and Professor McGonagall with irrumpant potions. I don't think either of you saw me? Right. So the two of them ran off, but I knew it was now 2 bad professors. Professor Belby's attacking them too. I told everybody. I used his title because we also have a student who's a Belby right now and it might have been confusing. We discussed it quickly. I can't remember who said what. But we decided that we were in a tight spot. Most of the professors went on vacation. If McGonagall was in trouble and Lockhart and Belby were bad guys, we had a problem. Flitwick was gone for the holiday. Dumbledore hadn't been around all week and Harry told me. I mean, the rumor was he got petrified, or half petrified, or whatever. We weren't sure if anyone else was good in a fight. So, while it was clear, we sent the kids to find Hagrid. People underestimate Hagrid. He's a hell of a shot, and not much can hurt him. If he needed to, he could probably take out anyone on staff short of Dumbledore and maybe Professor McGonagall or Flitwick. Why are they after us? I asked, at some point. The twins pointed out that Harry thought Lockhart was controlled by some magic item he was wearing. And maybe Belby was imperised. We had a discussion about how none of us can cast the Libratus. Harry tried to show me, but since I haven't even cast the Patronus yet. One of the twins eventually said, Belby is coming this way. And Not's first name is Cantankerous. Is it slander or libel? I guess if I accuse a Wisengamot member of something that I can't prove in a witness statement? Just list your suppositions. This isn't a trial. Okay. Cantankerous Not is a pureblood that was accused of being a Death Eater, but didn't go to Azkaban after the war. Harry's been attacked at least twice by a Death Eater with his same general build. I was there for one of them. Also he seemed very interested in staring at Harry at the Malfoy New Year's party. I had the most awesome dress robes. And Harry cleaned up very nicely. He can dance. Why don't we ever have dances at school? The Muggles do it all day. Sorry. So I was on guard. The twins have some way of knowing who's on campus and more or less where they are. I don't want to make any further suppositions about how that could be in the present company. Fine. Anyway. Belby was after us, and we knew he'd been attacking Professor McGonagall and Harry, so was either bad or imperised or whatever. And maybe Not was just here because of the Wisengamot decision to evacuate the school, but maybe not. So we figured we shouldn't just stay put in the tower. Get what you can before he gets here. I told the twins. They ran back to their room quickly, and came back with bulging pockets. I told you they did pranks? Everyone else in Gryffindor was at lunch, so we decided to head out too. Didn't want to get trapped. We weren't sure if Professor Belby could get into the tower. Because of being a professor? We got out and were going to try to go warn everyone at lunch. But then the twins said that Lockhart was in the Great Hall. And everyone else seemed to be going back to their common rooms. So we guessed he had just told everyone to do it, rather than killing everyone. And probably because it would be easier to find the twins before they could tell on him. And Belby was heading back upstairs with everyone, so we couldn't just warn them. So we went to find the other professors. They maybe couldn't win a duel against the bad professors, but, you know, adults. Long story short? Having the twins along made it hard to convince people. Everyone thought it was a prank. They really have a bad reputation. We mostly spent a few hours staying just ahead of Belby and Not, and wondering why the kids hadn't come back with Hagrid. But the later it got, the more we worried that they would let the basilisk out. And we still couldn't find Harry, or Professor McGonagall, or Lockhart on the map. Did I say map? I meant, like, a metaphorical map? A map is not the territory, I know. Maps. Who was talking about maps? And, like, I can't prove that Not is the same guy as the Death Eater that was stalking around the hallways or anything, because he eventually got away. But when we went looking for Not, we found a guy in a Death Eater robe and mask. It's all I'm saying. You know, I don't think the bad guys were prepared for kids who actually knew how to get around the school. If you knew the secret passages and had a good idea of where people were, a small resistance could probably hold the school for months against invaders. You know, like those big apes in the jungle? Do you mean gorillas? Right. Gorillas. They're like big Muggle demiguises. Can they turn invisible too? Or, like, the Muggle camouflage equivalent? That would explain why guerrilla warfare means using hit-and-run tactics. That must be terrifying. They can get up to more than 30 stone and are strong enough to rip your arm right out of the socket. That's not, never mind. Continue, please. You were using guerrilla tactics? Yes. The Muggle kids have been telling us about Scooby-Doo. It's a telly show about 4 kids and their talking dog that solve mysteries. Usually it's a monster terrorizing a place, and it's almost always actually just another Muggle pretending to be a monster to scare people away to do crimes. Harry likes comparing Hermione to one of the characters. Velvet maybe? I'm going to try to see some of it. It sounds interesting. But most of the episodes apparently have a whole scene where funny music is playing and the monsters chasing the kids and doors are opening and closing. See, Tonks gets it. If it's relevant, Aura Apprentice Tonks will append this record with a more concise description. But I take it you were using hit-and-run tactics and using your superior numbers to keep the Death Eater from staying in pursuit of a single target? Exactly. And I don't think he really understood that he was dealing with twins. Because they kept letting him chase one of them around a corner, and then the other one would pop out and be like, no. I'm over here. And he kept falling for it. But he was firing off unforgivables. So we had to be fast. And it was pretty terrifying. Especially when Professor Belby showed up and started throwing dangerous potions. But I felt like his heart wasn't really in it. I'm pretty sure the twins are secretly his favorites of their year. They're really good in potions class. They've been a super big help to brush up on my potions from last year for owls. We kept it up for a long time. None of the 3 of us are great at the dangerous spells that you use in a duel when it's serious. But the Death Eater really was. And even though he may have been trying to resist the Imperius, Belby was good at shielding against what we could throw. I'm glad I'm not trying to be an Auror. So much respect for you two, having to fight wizards like that. But if we're right, he's a really old man. The Death Eater, I mean, who was getting tired. Belby's not that old, but he eventually used up all his potions. And the twins were running out of Zonko products and their own tricks. So we weren't sure which way it would go. Then Harry showed up. He'll probably say he didn't do much. That we handled it. He's really modest. And has no idea how scary he is to the bad guys. We were fighting through the trophy room on the 3rd floor, and the bad guys had us kind of pinned down. Then we hear, Libero. From near the stairwell. That's the incantation for the Libratus charm. The one that frees people from the Imperius that I mentioned? Yes. We're up to speed on that. In fact, I think we'll make that a priority for as many of you as possible to learn in my last tutoring sessions this year. It would be good for everyone to know. So Dresden cast it on Belby? Right. And we poked our heads out and there was Professor Belby looking all confused about how he got there. And Harry. He was wearing his nice robes, which, really, aren't that nice. I need to see about fixing that, probably because he'd been at the Wisengamot and hadn't changed. And they were scuffed up, but just enough to make him look like he'd been in a battle. So sexy. And he had his unicorn horn focus in one hand and a silver broadsword in the other. I found out later it was the sword of Gryffindor. And he was wearing the sorting hat. He looked like Godric Gryffindor come back to life. There's a sketch of him in Hogwarts, a history. I mean Godric Gryffindor, not Harry. I kind of wish Colin Creevey, first-year Gryffindor, photographer had been here. Professor McGonagall, do you think it's okay if Harry holds onto the hat and the sword? Just until Colin gets back? Please? Yay. Well, the Death Eater takes one look at Harry, realizes Belby's not on his side anymore, and just turns and runs. Belby chases him out of the school, and Harry looked like he was going to help, but then he checked on us. And then he said we needed to make sure Professor McGonagall was okay. Even though he looked like he was so exhausted he was about to fall over. Gryffindor men, right? Tonks. No regular fives either. So then we went up to the room of requirement and dug Professor McGonagall out of the pile of junk she got knocked under by Lockhart. I'm sure she and Harry already told you about that? Great. Do you need anything else from me? Because I have a lot of studying to do. And I think I missed dinner. A&D. Harry might not have changed clothes yet. Fine. This concludes the interview. Chapter 53, Year 3 Preview. The mausoleum was on fire, and it wasn't my fault. It was Draco's fault. Why didn't that work? The basically white-haired teen screamed, usual affected nonchalance impossible to muster at the moment. It was hard to be cool when the horde of mutant skeletons was now a horde of burning mutant skeletons, and that wasn't slowing them down any. It had been a pretty nice fire-making charm that the rich kid had freaked out and cast when the remains of the tomb robbers started to animate. It was Percy's fault. I think they must be surrounded by a dark magic aura that preserved their bones but not their flesh, and that keeps them from burning, my roommate observed. The lean, bespectacled redhead was trying to maintain his dignity while fast walking out of the tomb, away from the undead creatures. They'd been totally inert until he tried to show off his ability to read demotic to his girlfriend, and wound up animating the tomb protectors. It was Penny's fault. There has to be something else involved, though, otherwise the flames would just go out. Maybe they used an early variant of Plankhart's inversion to cause a fast-acting mutating cancer, and it's still somehow putting enough energy into the bodies to fuel the fire. The curly blonde-haired girl, for whom Percy had been showing off, was clearly still in researcher mode. She'd been trying to figure out why the skeletonized bodies of the cursed tomb robbers lying about had extra heads and arms. She was hurrying to keep up with the group, but it didn't seem to have sunk in yet that a horde of flaming skeletons were shambling after us. And she was the one that had talked us into slipping into the not quite cleared mausoleum for a little investigation. But it wasn't my fault. My name is Harry Dresden, 17-year-old legal adult wizard, basilisk slayer, Voldemort's #1 annoyance, and part-time felon, and I wasn't even supposed to be there. My other roommate and my girlfriend were off checking out a Sudanese magical beast preserve, but I got talked into exploring the secret wizarding tombs near Abu Simbel, regardless. Guys. Run now, research later. I urged them, not happy about how the skeletons seemed to be picking up speed but we really weren't. The tomb complex was fairly vast, the work of Ptolemy-era Egyptian wizards who'd hidden their city far from the more famous Muggle areas. Nobody was quite sure why the Egyptian government decided to move the older Abu Simbel temple nearby when they flooded the original site to make a giant lake a few decades earlier. Maybe it was conspiracy, or maybe it was just good bedrock to support that kind of thing. According to Percy's brother, Bill, the local magicals had forgotten about the tombs themselves, and had a hell of a time scrambling to keep the Muggles from finding the site back in the 60s. Given that some of them had sported the remnants of modern clothing, the skeletons chasing us had probably been a mix of tomb robbers from the original era and the last few decades. Everybody thought they were Indiana Jones, but most of them were Satipo. You know, Alfred Molina's character. Dies in the beginning of Raiders. I had that movie on the brain since I'd insisted all my friends watch it before we went on vacation to Egypt. Which was why it was especially galling that we'd triggered a trap our first outing on our own. Reading my annoyance as we finally started running, Percy insisted, the traps should have all been deactivated. Bill insisted it was safe. To be fair, babe, Penny said, still not properly appreciating the tight spot we were in, you shouldn't have read passages from the Book of Going Forth by Night in front of the corpses. Why were there even still corpses? Draco tried to run and have a nervous breakdown at the same time. Given that he was the only one of us that played sports, he'd probably have already been to safety if he had his breathing under control. He hadn't been aware that the tarps in the corner of the tomb were covering where they'd relocated the bodies, since they hadn't gotten around to properly disposing of them yet. The fortunate thing about being chased by a bunch of burning skeletons is that they provide plenty of light to see by, and we were easily able to keep our footing as we finally got to the slightly collapsed entrance of this particular tomb. I brought up the rear as we stepped over fallen masonry and ducked out of the shored-up tunnel that led into the tomb. Engorgio. Penny incanted as soon as I was clear, causing a head-sized chunk of fallen stone to swell to block the entire passageway. See, no need to panic. I was actually surprised that my yearmates hadn't panicked. Percy and Penny hadn't really been in any of the combat situations I seemed to find myself in around Hogwarts, where we all went to school. Despite being more than willing to help out, they tended to miss the chaos. While they were both gifted casters, I still didn't have proof they'd be an asset in a real fight. Maybe this showed they would, or maybe they just hadn't realized how serious the situation could have gotten. A loud, bony thud resounded from the other side of the impromptu barrier and a bit of flame shot around the edges. Everyone was suddenly very still, waiting to see if Penny would immediately be proven wrong. But the boulder held, and the sounds diminished from the other side. Lumos, Percy cast, lighting up his wand so we could see in the low corridor that ran under the sands from tomb to tomb. It still bugged me that my wand-reliant friends could either cast spells or have a flashlight. I needed to get them better foci for the light charm. Or actual flashlights. As I was saying, Bill was sure it was safe. Those bodies were primed to reanimate, but only as part of an enchantment placed on the sarcophagus itself. Which the curse breakers removed. Congratulations! Draco sneered, sitting on the floor with his legs pulled against his chest, trying not to hyperventilate. You found an ancient curse even Gringotts curse breakers missed. Better write to McGonagall to have that count towards being head boy. Being sarcastic seemed to make the kid feel better in almost any circumstance. I already passed on that, Percy shrugged. Wait, what? I asked him. Being the school's head boy, as hilarious as I thought the title sounded, had been one of Percy's dreams. They gave head girl to Gemma Farley instead of Penny, he explained. Which I have no doubt she earned. He nodded to Draco. Gemma Farley was the Slytherin girls' prefect in our year and presumably a friend of Draco's, since that was his house. But I realized that it would be a lot of responsibility and time, not even spent with Penny. I have too much study for Newts to do, and our research project. The position is helpful for the general ministry bureaucracy, but not for the Department of Mysteries. That's really smart, man, I told him. He'd come a long way from the status-obsessed kid I'd first met 2 years earlier. Who'd they pick instead? Flinton, I think, he answered. The Hufflepuff boys' prefect seemed like a good choice. Penny had clearly already known about this, but squeezed Percy's shoulder anyway for making such a mature decision. She said, though, that digression aside, I guess a recitation shouldn't have had that much effect if it wasn't keyed into the tomb wards. Now that I think about it, a password-activated animation effect would have been really hard to miss. So why did they suddenly stand up and attack us? They may have only attacked us because someone set them on fire, I glared at Draco. Obviously it was slightly hypocritical because I might have blasted them by reflex myself if I'd been a few seconds faster than Draco. But this time it wasn't my fault, and I was going to hang on to that fact. As for why they animated, I wonder if it was coincidental. I trailed off, realizing that my subconscious had been trying to raise a flag about something I'd half noticed for a few minutes now. Does anyone else hear drumming? I stopped talking, and everyone shut up. My hearing is generally uncannily good, but, once I pointed it out, I could see that the others began to realize that the only sound in the underground necropolis other than our breathing was far too rhythmic to be the natural sounds of wind and earth. I did a quick bit of math and realized that it was probably a little after sunset outside. We'd been too engrossed to clear out when the rest of the Gringotts teams and their guests started leaving for dinner, and this close to the equator sunset was only around 6:30 even at the end of July. Have they ever spent the night in these tombs before? I asked. Everyone else gave a big shrug. Maybe we should go ahead and leave. Even with magic, the ancient wizarding Egyptians hadn't believed in wasting any more effort digging underground passages than their Muggle contemporaries. The corridor was low enough I had to duck under the recently installed wooden support beams as we walked, and Percy ducked his own head just so his untamable carrot top wouldn't brush against them. While he wasn't anywhere near my freakish height, Percy had gotten the last of his growth spurts around the time he turned 17, and most of the Weasley boys were tall. Draco had only just turned 13 a couple of months earlier, so might have to worry about being too tall someday but not yet. And he already had Penny beaten for height, so she was pulling ahead of the group, completely unconcerned due to having over a foot of clearance over her petite frame. Sometimes being small was an advantage. Not having to duck every few feet meant she had time to get her thoughts in order, so asked, if this is drumming, and it's related, that's American necromantic traditions, right? Percy answered, yes, though possibly by way of Africa, syncretism between various native traditions that grew to prominence around the Caribbean. I believe it is supposed to require less effort and time than the British style. An inferius is essentially a dark magic item, with all the enchanting work that entails. Drumming necromancy requires significantly less preparation, but relies on the drumbeat to represent the beating of the heart. Stop the drummer, stop the undead. Or, at least, remove the necromancer's control, which often ends the animation. Good to know, I told them, grimacing, because I think we're heading toward it. The passage finally emptied into a much larger room, which served as entryway and embalming chamber for the various connected crypts. It was the only way out of the complex, up to the Gringotts encampment where we were spending most of our vacation. Beautiful frescoes covered the walls, and had held up better than their Muggle equivalents due to preservative magic. The excavation teams had placed cool burning bluebell flames in glass jars throughout the room, providing plenty of light, albeit with a bluish tinge. And, sure enough, standing in the middle of the room, atop a stone bier used for embalming, between us and the doorway, was the drummer. A slender, androgynous figure that I assumed was female from the knockoff Cleopatra robes and headdress alternated using her hand and the end of a black, lacquered wand to strike the head of a simple wood and skin drum slung across her chest with a leather strap. If she weren't the drummer, I would have assumed she was one of the things it was animating, because her skin was a near translucent, pallid grey and her eyes were milky with cataracts. She saw us as soon as we exited the corridor, and her deathly blue lips turned up in a smirk humor that didn't reach those dead eyes. "Early party guests," she said, voice cultured but extremely gritty like a heavy smoker, and glimpses of yellow teeth didn't belly that impression. "Don't worry, the others should be along shortly. Then we'll all go out and make more friends on the surface." "Oh, but where are my manners, new friends? Pleased to meet you. You can call me Mavra. Please check out Born in Fiendfyre, Year 3, HexCon, available now by checking my profile."